Vertical data, okay. 10 to the power of 10. Cool.
So what are you
Huh?
specifically? Are you looking for something at the moment, or?
Yeah, I'm looking at, there's like, the tunnel has a name, and I look at the tunnel planning manuscripts where they planned the tunnel and looked over the altitude. And oh, I found it. Finally. There it is. The tunnel planning of the free electron laser in Hamburg, for example. The vertical profile of it. The vertical profile, there you can see curvature. They planned for it in figure 8. Figure 8. We found it. And this is a laser. This is in every aspect a laser. So it's lasing, we would also say. So this would
So
be an example.
what's the distance? The distance of the tunnel?
5 kilometers around. So 4 kilometers is a main accelerator, and 5 kilometers with experiment.
So, but they would have made the tunnel straight, right? To accommodate
No, they built it
the
curvature.
why would they build it curving? Wouldn't they build it straight?
No, to get around Earth. Like the curvature, they need to.
Okay. But the laser would hit the walls of the tunnel if it curved.
Okay, it is curved related to the acceleration of the Earth. It is a straight line still, but it is curved in relation to the geopotential.
Straight line and curved. How do you have a straight line and curve at the same time?
It's curved related to the gravitational pull of the Earth. So if you would make a geopotential, an integral, you would suddenly see.
Yeah, I understand spherical harmonics, but you're just bullshitting now.
What harmonics?
Yeah, you're talking about the spherical harmonics of the gravity field and its vectors.
What vectors?
I think I know more about this shit than you.
What vectors?
And I'm calling you out for bullshitting the audience.
I have cited a paper. Is the paper wrong?
Doesn't mean you can evaluate.
What? Okay, what vectors? What vectors are we talking about? What is harmonics? What do you mean with?
You brought up the equipotential of gravity. So now you're kind of lost in your own sauce, aren't you?
What is a geopotential? Not equipotential, geopotential. I can give you the definition. Definition of the geopotential. Geopotential
semantic
H is equals to 1 over Gn over the integral from z to 0 over G over dz. So you simply take the integral, so the mean value basically, and normate it to your Gn, which is 9.81 meters per second squared. And this you do because, as you know, that the acceleration to Earth is different if you're on a high or lower altitude. So on, for example, in the Alps or in high mountain regions, the acceleration is lower than if you go deep into like a cavern or whatever.
You're not making any sense.
But this is a geopotential. It's defined that way. We use it for calculation in our weather, for example.
All right, so what does this have to do with building a tunnel in accordance with gravity?
You always, so the orientation, if you dig a tunnel, is always what your gravitational pull is. So if your gravitation gets weaker, it means you get further away from the core of the Earth. This is how we build tunnels, or how you normally build a tunnel.
Citation to prove it.
This is a bunch of word salad, guys.
Yeah.
Seems to be.
This has nothing to do with the topic.
Yeah, so look, I presented the FE core laser test, and you were supposed to find something similar to that you were talking about.
FEL
Right,
tunnels.
Right, so you said that the laser is designed to go straight, obviously.
Yes.
Okay, and now you're saying that they've curved the tunnel.
Yes, the tunnel is curved related to the geopotential.
So they're shooting the straight laser through the curved tunnel.
So a straight tunnel. It's still a straight tunnel.
Oh, you just said it's a curved
whoa.
tunnel.
Yeah, it's a curved related to the geopotential.
So in which reference frame is it straight?
Cartesian.
Huh?
Cartesian.
In which reference frame? Earth frame or laser frame?
In laser frame, it's definitely straight. In Earth frame, it is curved. It's not curved; it's also straight. But if you put like a straight line on a curved surface, you need to.
It's the curve of straight, bro. Come on, it's a simple yes or no.
He's a double talking Deutsche.
Holy scheiße.
So in relation to
Ach, du meine Güte.
in relation to the geopotential, it is curved still.
Cool story.
I don't know what to tell you. It is it's simple. If you take
It's
an
a cute
integral over
story.
it, you get like
It's
a
cute.
curved path.
You're a quaint little man.
He's just full of Vincent Weisheit.
But yeah.
Yeah, look, you're not really going to sway anyone with this particular argument. It doesn't seem.
Yeah, it doesn't seem. I don't want to. I just wanted to give my opinion on it. You don't need to.
That's it. Well, I didn't. I've just been polite with you. Okay.
Yeah, I know in general, like to everybody else. Yeah, cool story. You don't need to believe it. It's fine.
No, it's not about believing it. It's kind of like double speaking, and is the actual tunnel curved, or is the tunnel
the actual
straight?
Tunnel is straight. The actual tunnel is straight.
Yeah.
It is
And I
not
was
straight.
just asking.
It's not straight in geopotential coordinates.
Sir, I just was asking for a citation for this. That's all.
I think we're getting somewhere. Yeah, we know it's curved in geopotential coordinates. Okay, but it's straight in reality. So the coordinate reference frame is arbitrary and fake and doesn't match reality. Plain and simple.
Hello, guys.
And hi. So this is a known problem in surveying. And I actually posted about 30 reference citations in another server. If you want to see them, you can. You're welcome to them. It's by surveyors who try to use the geopotential coordinate frame, like ECEF, for building facilities, such as the CERN facility in Switzerland, the particle accelerator. They tried to build it using globe coordinates, and it fucked up. So they had to switch to a flat Earth coordinate system. And that's just one of like hundreds of examples we can give you.
Right.
So the reality is the spherical coordinate system does not match what they're doing in the real world. And that's a problem. They have to use a flat Earth. And I think your example basically elucidated this fact. And I would love to add this reference to my list of citations. Thank you.
Okay. Do that.
Yeah, good. Okay. Well, okay, so look, this is where we're at. Okay, we've got an unlimited amount, or not unlimited, right? A huge amount of long distance observations, laser tests that show that there's zero curvature, right? We're looking for the curvature. We're looking for that physical geometric horizon that would have to be there. Okay, if we have globe gravity, right, then that means that the water would have to be curving at a specific rate. A byproduct of that would be a physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, depending on the height of the observer, and we can't find it anywhere.
Okay.
Right? We can find it in coordinate systems and that kind of thing. Right? We can find it in calculations, but when we actually test it in the real world, right, we just get zero curvature, zero rate of slope over distance.
Okay. Well, then
And
let's say I completely believe you. I don't care anymore. Let's say the Earth is completely flat. What happens if I walk in one direction?
you'll probably end up going into the water or
Probably
into
get-
someone's property,
Okay,
and you'll get
let's
bitten by their dog.
let's say I go into the water. I have a boat. Let's say we are like, I don't know, in a flat world where I can walk in one direction without being stopped. At some point, I need to reach something.
Yeah, once you get out into the ocean, you're not going to know that you're still going in a straight direction, right? Because you have
Why?
you have ocean currents, and you're not going to be able to. Right, you're not going to know that you're still going in a straight direction. It would be impossible.
But don't I
Right,
have
so
my
you're going to
magnetic
have
field?
to use a comp. Well, you're going to have the magnetic field, right? That's have a look at the magnetic field map. Okay, you have a lot of deviation, right? So you could be facing north and going
Yes.
east at the same time, for example. Yeah. Okay.
Why?
So because you have a lot of fluctuation in the magnetic field lines on the Earth, right? I'll try to find a map. If anyone's got a magnetic field line map, if they could chuck it in.
People travel east to west all the time, but nobody has ever went from north to south straight forward and back north again.
Yes.
That's never happened.
Yes.
But people have done it east to west, right? So not in a straight line, obviously, but they've started and then they've gone in an easterly direction and then come back around, basically, or west. Okay, that's possible on a globe. That's also possible on a flat Earth, right? Being that east and west would be circles around a North Pole. Now, what would debunk the flat Earth is if someone went south, right, and then came back around. Right, they did a north to south circumnavigation. Right, that wouldn't be possible on a flat plane, but no one's ever done that. The only north to south circumnavigations is basically they'll go down to Antarctica and then they'll turn around and then they'll come back up again.
Oh, guys, flat earthers.
Hello.
Hello. Any flat earthers here?
Yeah, but we're already having a conversation, my friend. So you'll have to wait.
I believe in flat earth myself.
Do you believe in like listening to what people say?
I was AFK, so I just got here.
Cool. Well, if you
Alright,
could be
cool.
patient, just wait a minute. We're going to finish the conversation we're already having. Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Awesome. Thanks, dude.
Right. Oh, thanks. Flat Lloyd put one in the side chat there.
What?
Right. So
Like,
I mean, just going in a straight line, right? So even your compass is going to screw you up if you're trying to do that. It would be difficult, and no one's ever done that. Yeah, sure. If the Earth was a globe, and hypothetically, if you did that, then that would only be possible if you were on like a spherical surface. With the straight line argument, but yeah, in reality, no one's done that. It's not possible, and I don't think anyone will ever do that.
Besides, it wouldn't be possible on the globe Earth anyway. It's not like you sail across thousands of miles of ice, anyways. So at most it would be north to south, and then back
Wasn't there
again.
like the English explorer Sir Ranulph Twistlet on Wickham? What the fuck is his name? I just looked it up if somebody ever did like a longitudinal circumnavigation, and apparently he did with a team.
Right, but that's the same guy that got busted for faking footage, right? And has a bunch of lawsuits. He's a pretty shady character. So if you type in Sir Ranulph Fiennes,
So the whole team?
Well, he has been caught faking footage. Yeah, so I mean,
the whole team, like Oliver Shepard, Charles R. Barton, and everybody else is also like sus.
You think you could let him finish his sentence before you interrupt him?
I just want to make sure that I cannot trust them.
Well, the expedition leader is obviously not trustworthy.
Okay.
Right, so I can put some articles about that in the side chat. right? So, I mean, if you're claiming that they did it, right? I mean, did they film it or anything like that? Did they even make it? Did they even say what they did? They did.
I have no
Said
idea.
they
I
did.
googled it.
Right. So here's an article in the side chat just showing that guy. You know, he's not necessarily a reputable source. Okay, faking accidents to get exciting TV footage and so forth.
Yo,
Don't
what's up?
cross him out.
Okay. And we don't trust him. He does seem untrustworthy.
Oh. When somebody shows you exactly who they are, you should believe them.
Yeah.
Somebody shows themselves to be untrustworthy. Why would I think otherwise?
I mean, if they had amazing footage of the entire thing, you know, showing what they actually did, that would be cool. But I don't think that exists.
Yeah, sailing across thousands of miles of ice.
Are there people in Antarctica?
Yeah, of course, there's people there.
Okay.
The average person to visit Antarctica goes to this peninsula, and they cross over that peninsula, and then they come home. Now, if one were to cross over Florida and claim that they crossed over the entirety of the United States, we would consider them to be crazy. That's not true. You didn't cross the U.S. You just crossed over a peninsula. In the same way, that's what tourists do when they go to Antarctica. They cross a little peninsula, and then they act like they went across the whole damn thing. No, they didn't.
I don't know much. I know that there were like ice core probes from like the death of Antarctica, and there were also like probes of, well, not probes, but experiments they tried to build there, like Ice Cube, for example.
Yeah,
But
there's a cold place that you can visit.
it's not only
Nobody here is
cold,
claiming an
lots
ice
of
wall,
ice.
though. Just to clarify, nobody here is claiming an ice wall, though.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, we don't claim that the Earth is a flat disk floating in space.
So-
We don't claim an ice wall. We're not claiming that the AE map is the map of the Earth.
Then I have many questions. So where are we in your picture? What is
We're
around
on the-
us? I mean, what is
yes.
around what the known Earth, basically? What is beyond the observable Earth?
Yeah, how would we know that?
Okay, we don't know.
Yeah, you know, we're empiricists here.
Mhm.
So if we don't know something, we'll just tell you we don't know. And I don't think anyone truly knows that.
Mhm.
So, I mean, when we're talking about flat Earth, flat's not a shape, obviously. We're talking about the surface area of the Earth not having any drop over distance. Okay, so it would be defined as like a topographical plane. And in regards to the shape, you know, we're not making claims about things that we can't validate. It's very difficult to explore freely beyond the south, right? 60 degrees south, it starts to become very, very dangerous, and you need a lot of permits and a lot of money and that kind of thing. And then, yeah, so we would also argue that you can't have the gas pressure system in the vacuum type of situation that is claimed in the heliocentric model, basically everything residing within a space vacuum, right? And that we're a ball that's covered in gas inside that vacuum of space.
Isn't gravitation
and
the argument? Sorry.
gravitation is the argument. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, we could dig into that one soon if you want as well. And then, yeah, we would say that, you know, we would assume that we're in a contained system because we have the gas pressure that we're breathing, and that we have a huge amount of empirical evidence showing that there's no drop over distance. I mean, that's the primary thing in my perspective is it cannot be a globe at all if the surface of the water is not curving, and because of gravity, right? Globe gravity, mass attracting mass, everything pulling everything towards the center of the Earth. You can calculate like any 10-mile body of water would have to have approximately 66 foot of curvature, you know, anywhere on the Earth at any altitude.
Mhm.
And if we can consistently test that and there's zero curvature over that 10-mile body, then it can't be a globe. And that would debunk gravity or globe gravity. It would debunk the entire heliocentric model.
Yeah, okay. Do we believe in satellites and space missions?
No, not space missions. If you're saying people are going to the vacuum of space, and if you're saying satellites are orbiting around a globe Earth in the vacuum of space, of course we're going to disagree with that.
Okay.
Yoda, I don't know if
So-
you're here. If you talk to
Yeah.
Yoda about the satellite stuff.
Go for it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know exactly what the technology is that they're using, but we do have examples that we can point to. So, did you know that in the 1960s that they were launching balloons to an altitude of 1,000 miles, and these balloons were also flying at 17,000 miles per hour? That's what they say.
I don't know.
Well, so for example, there's Echo 1 and Echo 2. They're famous. These were satellites that were set up to be repeaters. And the story goes is Bell Labs, working with the US Air Force and NASA, developed this rocket delivery system where a rocket launch would take a payload up about 1,000 miles in altitude, sometimes higher, 1,200 miles, and release stage one. Or from stage one would be released a pod. The pod is ejected out, and the cowling, which is what's it encased in, pops off, and radiation from the sun activates powdered helium. And the powdered helium inside a balloon turns into gas, and the gas ignites the balloon, and the balloon expands to the size of a stadium.
Short question. I'm really stupid. What is powdered helium?
That's what I want to know, because I was watching a Bell Labs documentary.
What's this powdered helium?
And they said that they designed powdered helium.
Oh, you know what it could be? There's like what they also use for hydrogen storage. You can store hydrogen in metal hydrates, so maybe same, maybe similar.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But regardless, even in more modern days, what they claim to have are they have this technology that they can release into the upper echelons of our air. It explodes out, creating a surface, a buoyant vessel, and radiation hardens the outside of the craft, making it very solid and rigid. And then pumps inside the craft pump out the gas, and now it's a vacuum inside, and it floats. And they claim to use this for satellites today. Yeah, I mean, it's much more exotic. And if you dig into NASA literature, they talk about using electrostatic, electrodynamic thrust for their satellites. Satellites use tethers, and they use the Earth's magnetic field, and travel perpendicular across it.
The magnetic field, as far as I know, they use it for magnet talkers. So you have a magnet talker to make torque.
Right, as well as for thrust and braking.
Well, for thrust, we have magnetic fields and like ion engines and like particles, which we basically try to accelerate. This is what they do. I don't think you can't use magnetic field for navigation in any way.
Well, I beg to differ, because the space shuttle program throughout the 1980s and 90s, they experimented heavily with tethers for thrust and braking, and for ascending and descending. Yeah, we've got videos and pictures of it.
All right. All right. Interesting.
So there's exotic technology. I don't think that we're supposed to know everything that they do. NASA, the space program, was developed to project technological progress and capabilities that may not exist. It was a propaganda machine.
Okay.
They're still propagandizing today. So the real technology that's being used is probably something far more interesting than we can relate to. And there's no way to independently verify what they're doing.
Mhm.
You know, and satellites themselves, they're not orbiting a globe because there's no rotational vector that we can validate from any of the telemetry data that they provide first off. So there's a lack of internal consistency there. And by rotation, I mean every orbital period, every 90 minutes that a low Earth orbit satellite goes through around a globe, it has to rotate within its inertial frame 360 degrees. This is in order to keep the bottom of the satellite facing down to a globe.
Yes.
That motion is not captured anywhere in any of the data that we've examined.
Isn't it just the magnetocker working?
Yeah, well, how do we know that it's doing it in order to reposition the satellite as it does?
I mean, you could do it on Earth if you want to just take 3 magnetic poles and play with it. I mean, you get like a torque, like momentum.
Yeah, well, we can do that over a flat Earth just fine. Yeah.
Okay, that's true.
But what I'm saying is like there's the rotational vector itself rotating 360 degrees as the satellite makes an orbital pass in order to maintain down. That information is something that would be very interesting. It wouldn't prove anything for us, but it'd be good for the satellite dorks out there because they would be able to show better internal consistency of their claims.
Yeah. I think if you would try really hard, you would find something. I don't want to try it right now, but maybe there's something.
That'd be good to look. I mean, so we've turned to airplanes. So we looked at airplanes, commercial aircraft with their inertial navigation systems. We look for evidence of the rotational vector there. A 1,000-mile flight. I mean, there should be evidence like over 1,000-mile flight of the aircraft rotating within its own frame in order to maintain the belly of the aircraft down with respect to the surface of the Earth, and that data also does not exist.
And you wait, what do you mean with rotate in its own frame? You mean in reference to another frame it can rotate? Because rotation without another frame, it's impossible.
Right, but this is within its own frame. Now it's in the Earth frame, the globe frame. The airplane is doing a complex motion where it's not only going in an arc around the Earth, but also rotating. But I'm fixated on the plane itself. We can strip out all the other motions and look at just the airplane, and it should be rotating. So the airplane has to spin up a gyro or use their fiber optic gyros, whatever. And as the airplane flies, that horizontal plane of reference that's established at the very beginning pre-flight must be tilted. And there must be shown a deviation of the tilt of that horizontal reference plane with respect to the airplane itself, and a subsequent correction of the airplane in order to maintain pitch relative to the ever-changing horizontal reference plane. That data does not exist anywhere. And I'll tell you where we looked. We looked at an open government database called the National Transportation Safety Board. This is the organization in America that investigates all airplane and train crashes in order to find out what happened for safety reasons and insurance, and to help insurance companies. And so they have an open database going back to the 1960s of flight recorder data, black box data from aircraft. And we started taking down some of this data to look for that rotational vector around a globe, and it's not there.
Must be rigged.
It's puzzling, dude. This is one of the most puzzling and annoying issues of my life. Trying to prove that Earth is a globe. Can't do it.
Really interesting.
So I don't think there's a conspiracy to hide a flat Earth. I think this is just a convention, a belief, almost like an urban myth. Everybody for hundreds of years has accepted this idea that Earth is a globe, and all of our discoveries, our scientific progress, and in various fields is interpreted through the globe lens. So people are going to be inclined to take their data and cherry pick or massage it or do whatever they can so that it will fit their globe conception. It's called backfitting or data fitting. It's not a good practice, but this has been going on for about hundreds of years. It's gotten worse in the past 100 years though. But everybody believes they're justified in doing it. And everybody believes Earth is a globe, even as they correct the globe to flat. It's absolutely insane, but this is 2026, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Many crazy people out there. Been interesting.
All right, so we got frustrated. We can't find the evidence, so we're out on the internet. We're on Discord, YouTube, Twitter, Rumble, and we're having these conversations with people. We're crowdsourcing globe evidence. That's what we're doing here.
Yeah, I don't know. I listen to it. It's really interesting to see. I don't say that I completely don't believe you guys, but it's hard for me to believe actually. So it's a problem. So I still think strongly of a globe. I have my reasons to do it. I can explain it again, but there's one thing is a language barrier, obviously. So I have some problems to articulate myself, I guess. And also, maybe I should prepare myself because I just saw this channel and thought, hey, it would be interesting to listen to those guys. And
we don't want you to just believe us, man. We want you to go and check for yourself. We don't want you to just.
I can go do it. It's a great claim. I can do it. I can do my experiments myself. I have a budget. I also have lasers. Maybe I can do it. I can try it. Why not? Let's see what happens. I also had like some atmospheric physics. I took it when I had the time.
Great. Yeah, that's a very keen area of interest for us.
Yeah. So I can look into it, but I strongly believe, I not only strongly believe everything which we are teach and everything what, of course you can say textbooks are wrong and it is propagated information, but it is at some point not feasible in my opinion. So I don't think there's a reason why it should be wrong. Also with the flight recorder data, by the way, I mean, we look at air pressure, so mainly, but this is a different topic. I don't want to go into that. So I don't really care to question my whole worldview. The next question I would have is for you guys, maybe, why is it important? Let's say Earth is actually flat. Why is it important that we need this information if it doesn't matter in any aspect?
Well, it changes how you think about your world, man. It changes how you think about your world, right? So when people are telling you that there are space aliens coming from other planets, you can already laugh at them. Not that you couldn't before. When people talk about space missions, you know that they're either not telling the truth or they themselves are deceived. But there's going to have to be some office, some group somewhere that knows, and it probably doesn't have to be a lot of people. But we are paying out the ass for space programs. So maybe one of the smallest things that we could see out of this is less taxes. I don't know. I'll tell you what's important for me. What's important for me is to be able to look out in the world with my own eyes and not filter it through some kind of fantasy globe. Like when I say the word Earth, most people in the world imagine Earth from space. I say the word Earth, they imagine the blue marble. Boom. There it is. That is an image that nobody has ever actually seen with their own eyes. And if you were presented an image of the blue marble, you wouldn't know what Earth should look like to evaluate if that image is even true. So instead of imagining Earth from space from a perspective you've never seen, how about when I say Earth, Instead, you have a cognitive shift to your own experiences. And instead, you think about your vacations at the beach. You think about your airplane flights. You think about how Earth actually looks in your real lived experience. This is about aligning how you think about your world and interact with it with how it actually is, instead of a fantasy, which is a globe. And I think there's a profound power there that can give you strength in other areas of life, because if you can align yourself, your senses with your thoughts, you'll be able to live a life that's more consistent in principle.
Cool.
It wasn't as though the globe doctrine began because there was such compelling evidence of the Earth being a ball. Like, we're all humans on the Earth, right? Some things we shouldn't have to explain in such painful detail. Right? You and I are born on the Earth out of our mother's womb, and like Yoder just explained to you, right?
Mhm.
Which you already know. You've
I
never seen the
know.
Earth from that perspective, right? No one's ever seen the Earth from that perspective. We have these people, this particular faction in human society, primarily in the Europeanized world, that's decided to believe all these various things in a whole worldview, right? With all this distinctives, which we conveniently call scientism, right?
May I
So then you have
ask?
someone who decided one day, however long ago, be it centuries or even millennia ago, even going with the common notion, right, beginning with Pythagoras in the 6th century BCE. That's where it primarily began. That's what your scientist clerics are going to tell you. That's what the books, right? That's what the so-called academic sources say, that this primarily began with Pythagoras contriving the idea. It wasn't because he saw the Earth this way. It wasn't because he saw any evidence that exclusively indicated by some rigorous deduction and induction that proved the Earth to be a ball. No,
Mhm.
he decided to espouse and promulgate this notion because, in his opinion, with all the imaginations that he just ran river with no self-discipline and no one to correct him, really, is that, well, the gods would have made the sphere is the perfect shape, right? This is his aesthetic opinion. The sphere is the perfect shape, and of course, the gods would have made the Earth, one of the most important things in the world, the perfect shape. I mean, why wouldn't they? And there you have it, and hence all the other distinctives of what we call Pythagoreanism. So we're nothing more. The majority of the world for centuries has been nothing more than a bunch of unwitting Pythagoreans for no good reason. And then for centuries and millennia after him, just weak induction upon weak induction, based upon the presupposition that the Earth's a ball, along with a handful of other presuppositions. Right, all these alleged operations or measurements, like with Eratosthenes or Alberuni, right? None of which are exclusively indicative to a ball. Again, in scientism worldview, you only really have something that really has some cowbell until the late 20th century, right? In the 1950s, 1960s. Before that, until the day came when they published the whole psychological operations, that there's a team of humans that got into a very special aerospace vehicle and flew so far away, hundreds of thousands of miles away, in order to take a picture, do some things on the moon, fuck around up there, come back and show and tell the world. Do we then have something that seemed like rock solid evidence beyond any shadow of rational doubt? But lo and behold, this is actually another deception, another mass delusion, another psyop. So that's really what we have here. So someone in the first place decided to lie, right? Someone looked at the Earth. Someone some adult, after decades of experience, experiencing the Earth to be this horizontal surface, more or less, right? Some adult decided, I'm going to believe something that's obviously contrary to what I've ever seen. And I'm going to be emotionally committed in every way to this notion and espouse it.
Oh. Interesting.
So some people are just reluctant to articulate things because, for whatever reason, but that's the way I articulate it. We began with the truth as it concerns the Earth, because we're just concentrating on the Earth right now. We began with the truth about the Earth, at least one fact, which is the Earth's surface is obviously horizontal, especially when we look out on the oceans. It's obviously horizontal. It's what we've seen our entire lives. Right.
Did Garrett have a question that he wanted to to get in there?
Yeah, I had one, but it's fine.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So another question for Maya was especially the moon. Is the moon spherical or is the moon also flat?
Don't know. I'm
Okay,
verified.
not verified.
What do we see? You can only just recall what we all see all the time.
Mhm. And
See
humans were
a
never
distinct circle in the sky.
and humans were never on the moon. Never.
Say again?
Humans were never on the moon. That's my question. Correct or
No.
false?
Not as far as we know.
As far as we know, not. Okay.
Yeah.
Isn't there like
Almost virtual. I'm trying to be like analytically strict. I can say with virtual certainty, ain't nobody been on the moon.
Okay. My question is the NASA reports, or not NASA, but also ESA reports that they build retroreflectors or put up retroreflectors on the moon. So basically mirrors, but cool
Mhm.
mirrors. So if you would shoot a laser through there, which would have large divergence, so even our best lasers would have like a few kilometers of diameter on the moon, if you calculate it, you would still get like a retroreflecting signal if you would measure it. And they actually did it, as far as I know. I don't have any citations. I just put it out because I heard it somewhere.
It's a valid subject.
So they did actually measure it, as far as I know, and they actually measured via the speed of light the distance, or verified it again, using these retroreflectors. Is this also a hoax? Is this also false?
So what underlies, to explain it in not just a very, to give a more detailed explanation to answer your question. Obviously, what underlies the notion, right, is very basic cosmological and metaphysical presuppositions, which are false. Okay, obviously, with the whole notion, that notion is within the worldview with these other presuppositions. That is, the Earth is a ball among several other humongous balls of solid, liquid, and/or gas flailing around in the cosmic vacuum. Right, and these are the results of this multi-billion-year-old unintentional process of a cosmic flatulence several billion years ago, and this mysterious force of gravity eventually coalescing everything into the form that it is now.
Well, it's not a force, right? It's gravity is relativistic
Okay.
physics.
Well, you say that, right?
No, you
And
guys
you're
said it that gravitation is not a force. I thought.
No, listen, because there's
Well, just quickly, I'll just fill Gregory in quickly, right? So when he first came in here, when it was just a few of us in here, we got in a little discussion about whether the current mainstream theory of gravity defines gravity as a force or as not a force, right? He was saying that it is defined as a force currently,
Yes.
and I was saying that it isn't, right? So just to fill you
yeah,
in.
he's talking about what they probably explained to you is the two dominant doctrines that are under the denomination of gravity. And they probably explained to you the latest one that is the abrogation of the previous one, which is TGR, right? GR, Einstein's GR. So yeah, referring to if matter exists, then space-time curves. But again, when I say it's a force, I'm just using the rhetoric that they also use because they say both. Some will say it's a force, some will say it's not a force. And this is one of the parts that is the expose of the doctrine, that it's incoherent so much so that there's a sort of doctrinal split between the scientists, the adherents of scientism, where some will swear up and down that it's a force and swear up and down, some swear up and down that it's not. So that's all that I meant behind what I said. So yeah, factoring in what they explained to you. So there's that. The so-called gravity that unintentionally coalesced everything to the form that it is now. Right. So those are all those presuppositions that underlie the notion that we shot a laser up to the moon and there's reflectors on the moon and then it reflected back at us and all that stuff. So what can happen, and what in all likelihood has happened, is that they shot the laser. I'll grant that to them. They could have shot the laser up at the moon, but it didn't necessarily hit the target that they imagined that it hit. It hit some other unidentified, I don't know what.
Okay. So it was a lucky coincidence. Can happen.
Yeah. Point is that it wasn't what they imagined it to be.
Okay. then we have wrong information on that. Okay. Write it down. Really cool. Maybe a question at everybody, because it is really interesting. What if, like, this is like a crazy scenario, no? What if the Earth is actually round and you get someday like the definite proof that actually the Earth was all along round and humans were in space and so on? If this everything would be actually true, would your worldview
That'd
be
a profound
shattered?
discovery as well.
Hmm?
Be a very significant emotional event too.
Because that would be crazy.
Yeah, look, we already went through that once. We already changed our mind.
I know.
that
I
one
just
time.
wanted.
That was
Oh, that's a
shattering.
valid question. Self scrutiny.
Yeah. But yeah, absolutely, of course. But it would have to be empirical evidence. It would have to be repeatable, and then there would have to be an explanation for all of our huge amount of tests that have been done.
Yeah.
But even if for example, you were talking about the moon missions and whatnot, right? Like we don't use that as proof that the Earth is flat or anything like that, right? If they faked
Yeah, that's
the
another
moon mission,
cosmological issue.
yeah, that's that's them lying about space travel, maybe to win the space race or for a bunch of different potential reasons. But yeah, if someone can actually find that 66 foot of curvature over a 10-mile distance over the surface of water and validate it, right? That it's actually there, then that would be yeah, interesting. That would be great. We would definitely concede if the testing was sufficient.
Very cool. What else can I ask? I'm sorry if I question many things, because it's really interesting to hear your explanations.
Good.
I can validate. I still don't believe, just to be sure. But let's continue with like interesting stuff. I mean, if anybody else want to talk, I don't know. I don't know if I'm the only doctor here, so I don't know.
No, you're being considerate. You're good. You're good as far as I know.
I don't know. Is everybody here like a strong believer? Is this like an echo chamber?
No, there's other globe earthers in here at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there's plenty of debates about
Yeah.
bigger or smaller subjects, bigger or smaller details between those who are in the flat Earth circle, quote unquote.
What could be interesting to talk about? So if I'm on an ocean, for example, and the Earth is flat, I should see other ships, right? Like, no matter the distance, if my optics are good enough.
No, because
I mean, well, the way you asked the question, either your optics that you're looking through are sufficient enough, and or the environment is conducive enough.
Yeah. So let's say we pump away our atmosphere, we have a vacuum, we would see everybody.
It depends if it depends if your optics are that powerful.
Yeah,
I don't think you're a Kryptonian, are you?
I assume my optics are powerful. Let's say I have like extreme optics, like telescopes, like multiple meter telescopes.
I don't know of any telescope that can see an indefinite distance.
Yeah, of course not indefinitely, but a few 100,000 meters is easy with a telescope if the magnification is great enough. If the telescope arm is
depending on the telescope and depending on external factors, depending on how much brightness, depending on several factors that go into everything.
I mean, brightness you can
is visible or not.
Brightness you can counter if you measure long enough.
But this is an unrealistic scenario with a vacuum air, right? This is never going to happen, right? So I mean, in the real world, you have a visibility limit. Okay, you can check the average visibility through the air at a particular, portion of the Earth, and usually it's about 10 miles to 50 miles, depending on where you're at, and depending on the weather. Okay. But if the Earth was a globe, right, you would have to have that physical constraint, right? You would have to have that geometric horizon at a certain distance, depending on the height of the observer. And then anything that's beyond that would obviously have to be physically obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth.
Does your question concern the shape of the Earth at all, or are you just asking about visibility?
Just visibility. I thought like, okay, if I'm on the ocean, I see that ships vanish like at some point. So
yeah, I just wanted to make sure so that we don't have to veer away from your question, because I only heard your question concerning visibility. So yeah, as it concerns visibility, there's external and internal factors, right? regardless of the shape of the Earth, regardless of what cosmos that
So the-
exists or that you believe, right?
So
There's
there's
several factors.
basically. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. So yeah, there's several factors there, external and internal. That
Mhm.
really covers every question concerning what is
Okay,
visible or
understand.
not, or what would be visible or not.
Mhm.
It's all the external and internal factors.
Cool.
You know, if you were a
Okay.
Kryptonian, you could see much further
Okay.
and much
Mhm.
smaller things than a regular human. If you were God, you would see everything.
Exactly. Okay. Next question, maybe. Can I ask a new question? Also concerning like atmosphere, maybe.
Yeah, please.
Right.
Why is the sky blue? Get low to the basic questions.
Let me see this preface, and then I'm going to say my answer.
Yeah.
Some people are reluctant to just be straightforward with their worldview
Mhm.
because they don't want no extra trouble or stress from someone else and da 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 da. That's all right. I really don't have that trepidation or whatever. So
Okay.
yeah, given my worldview, right?
It's
What I
fine.
know, yeah,
I also give my vote for.
the sky is blue because the cosmic water is above the firmament.
Yeah, so Rayleigh's. So I learned in physics that the sky is blue because of Rayleigh scattering, which again applies like a spherical atmosphere and so on.
Yeah, basically the
Especially-
gaseous layers are being a mirror of the oceans.
Mhm. Okay. Mhm.
Yeah, that
So
you know, when you think that through, I mean, what sense does that really make? But yeah, the sky is blue because you're looking at the water above the firmament,
Mhm.
cosmic water
So
above the firmament.
if I'm like in like like in the middle of Asia, for example, would I see like not a blue sky but a different one, or is it because the majority is water and
Nah, but
as you?
as far as I know, regardless of wherever you are under the firmament, you're going to see the cosmic waters above the firmament, looking up at the waters, looking up at the sky.
Okay.
And
Okay.
look, that's as Gregory knows, right? And he did give an announcement before he said this, right? That's not necessarily what the rest of the flat earthers in the room
It's fine.
would give you as the answer.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I go with that.
It's not like flat Earth is some strict, group with a confession or
Mhm.
it's just the people who know the Earth is flat. That's all.
Gotcha,
There's
Gregory.
thousands of
Exactly.
years
The
old.
only reason I mention that is sometimes the audience, or sometimes the globe earther that we're talking to.
Somebody's going to
will hear-
misinterpret and miss that detail.
Yeah, they'll hear something that one flat earther says, and then they'll say that all flat earthers
take it and run
claim
away
this.
with it. They're going to do what they do.
No,
They're going to do that no matter how much caution.
And I'm
you try
not
to
saying that you're wrong at all, Gregory.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're going to do that. People like that are going to do that regardless of how much caution you use.
Right.
Reflection. Okay.
They get to say whatever they want in their circles. Right.
Why does the sky change color? So why does it become red at dawn, for example?
Well, because the red spectrum is a longer wavelength that's able to push through and make it back to the observer through all of that thick atmos.
Why happened that only at dawn and not every time?
Sorry, only at
Only
dawn.
every
It
time.
happens in the evening as well.
Evening or dawn. Why happens at like these specific times?
Because you're looking through all of that dense atmosphere, right? You've got a lot of atmosphere between, right? It's 40 times more dense when you're looking horizontally through the air than when you're looking up. Okay, so you've got that light has to push through all of that medium. Okay, and the red wavelength is the best at doing that, making it back.
Okay.
What else you got? You probably got 1,000 more questions.
Well, I'm thinking about stuff which was interesting.
Well,
I'm writing stuff down,
like
by the way. So I have a big list on stuff.
I would like to show you a long distance observation because you were saying that you did want to do your own test. Now, what did you say you worked as again? A physicist or?
Yeah, I'm a physicist. I'm mostly not for like atmospheric stuff and so on. I had like some lectures on it, but that's not really that important right now. Most of it is about accelerator physics.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because the observation that I wanted to show you was done by a PhD that is in the field of spectrophotometry, Dr. John D, and he went out trying to do the same thing that you were suggesting that you would do, right? Try to find the curvature, and he took a bunch of his lab equipment, lasers and whatnot, and he started doing a whole series of different observations, and he was kind of forced into the flat Earth thing, by his testing. But yeah, he has a really good long distance observation done over the surface of the ocean in the UK, where he sets up a very powerful zoom camera on a tripod just 1 meter above the surface. It's an extremely calm and clear day, and out in the ocean is a windmill farm, and there's a windmill that's 11.2 miles away, and he's able to zoom in from 1 meter height and see the bottom of that windmill touching the surface of the water very clearly. And then beyond the windmill, you can see a little boat in the background. It's actually a big boat, but it looks small, obviously, because of perspective. And then he tracked the boat, and he worked out, okay, that boat is called the Shetland Trader, and the boat is actually, I think it was 14 miles away, which is, 20 something kilometers. So he did the math, right? He looked up the boat, right? He got the name of the boat. He looked up the size and the height and everything like that. And he determined that that boat would have to be physically obstructed behind 28 meters, right, hidden height at that distance, and that the boat itself was only 8 meters above the surface, but we could see the entire boat. And the windmill tower, right, the bottom 52 feet of that windmill tower should be obstructed. I'm sorry, I'm jumping between metric and imperial. The bottom 16 meters of the windmill tower should be obstructed behind the horizon, and that horizon should have been at 2.3 miles, right? The physical geometric horizon, you shouldn't have been able to see any more water beyond that, and then you should have the bottom 52 feet of 16 meters of that windmill should have been hidden. But he could see the entire thing, right? And he went back to that same location on multiple different days, right? Repeating it, and he could consistently, see way further, right? And for that observation to be possible on a globe, the radius value would have to be something like, to see the base of the windmill would have to be 25 times larger, so 2005% in discrepancy. And we don't see any miraging effects. It's really, really nice, clear observation. So yeah, that's the type of observation that I find extremely compelling, and so do a lot of other people. But I will, if you want to check it out at some stage, since you're writing stuff down, I'll put the link to Dr. John D's YouTube channel and that specific observation in the side chat. And because it's a really good video, he spends an hour and a half going over all of the technical specifications, the atmospheric conditions. He shows you everything that you would want to know about the observation in the video. So I'll just pull that up. I'll pop it in the side chat. And if you choose to watch it, then I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
Cool. I put it on my watch list or my text document about stuff I want to do.
And if you're more interested in lasers, then he has some very good laser tests on his YouTube channel as well.
Like I mentioned, our lasers are a little bit different, but I will look into it.
Yeah.
What I wanted to tell. Is there like, are you skeptical to? I mean, this is like a stupid question again. Are you skeptical also like to other physicists? Like, for example, I mentioned I'm from accelerator physics, so not atmospheric physics, not like astrophysics or anything like that. But would you say that most people who study astrophysics or do like observation stuff and so on, that their life is a hoax, or that is wrong, or that they have learned something wrong?
Yeah, I'd say they've learned a particular cosmological model. They've learned a particular model, and they know the ins and outs of it. And I would say that probably for the most part, they're not actually lying about anything. They're not being deceptive.
Yeah.
They're just, very good at remembering the information that they were taught, and they've done a lot of calculations of their own. I guess a lot of studying within that heliocentric model that they believe in, and they're teaching that to people, and they're doing different studies, and coming up with dark matter when things don't work, and all sorts of different things like that. So yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that they're lying, rather than they're they're working within a particular worldview, a particular model.
Interesting.
Tradition is peer pressure from dead people.
Whoa. I don't
there's
have
the
any
video.
peer pressure. Yeah, this video
I'll
was
send-
already
oh.
sent. Yeah.
Oh, someone sent it. Thanks.
Okay.
I was joking. I digress.
No, it's fine.
Never heard that notion before. Very cynical notion. My answer to your question concerning astrophysicists, people like them, I mean, they're a distinct category of people in human society that, like AJ just told you, they're adept at that worldview, especially concerning the cosmos. It's primarily a cosmological view. They don't really have much to say about history or ethics and things like that. It's more so primarily its distinctives are of scientism. It's primarily mostly made of metaphysical distinctives. Even though they do say some things about history, but they're really not that in depth with it. Because really, history can just be summed up in just a long string of unintentional coincidences, just matter flailing around in a black void. That's really all they have to really say about history in scientism. But yeah, these are these people who are distinctly adept at the lore, pretty much it, and contriving complex, convoluted, complex, convoluted notions, even based on whatever data that they may be working with. And there's really not much data. It's not like there's tons and tons of data. We sit here on the earth and we stare up at the stars, right, with the naked eye or with the aided eye. We don't even know that much about them.
Yep.
What was that like I told you earlier, this multi-decade, even multi-century old psychological operations, and especially in the age of the internet and TV and mass telecommunications, we've been raised in this relatively modern recent culture with just inundating the masses with images and movies and music and rhetoric and very elaborate pretenses.
Yep.
Right? All the while being deluded themselves. Right? There's the small faction, small group that exists or that has existed that knows the truth. Because someone has to know better in order to contrive these psychological operations, right? To deceive, right? Deceivers know they're trying to deceive the audience to believe and not believe, and to move them away to not believe. Right? That's what deceivers do. So there's that group. The vast majority of everyone else are just the targets of the deception, and some are.
I understand.
People trust their parents and their grandparents and their teachers, and I don't blame them. So when they repeat that, and they're proud of themselves that they can remember all of these facts, all these things they've been told are true, and I don't blame them when they put their faith in that. Of course, they're going to.
I cannot say many things. I mean, in physics, when we started, for example, we also, of course, the first thing we will get taught is basically, well, most of the stuff we do are models. So models are not correct; they are like good descriptions. So many know of, like, for example, Bohr's model, or Bohr model, which is like completely wrong. So this is completely true and correct to question stuff, which we also do like all the time. sometimes a misconception is that physicists work with models they get like from other people or from textbooks and so on. And I can verify this is not the case. Most of the time we write our own models. So we do like our own derivations and approximations, because this is something you need to do at some point. So most of the models they also use in astrophysics, especially in the publications by PhD students and so on, is mostly their own model which they applied. Well, most of the time,
But it's
model
built
that
using a specific set of tools, right, within the globe framework, right, within the
I mean,
heliocentric framework to begin
not
with.
really. I don't think that they don't really think about anything like that, because you don't need. I mean, they use Kepler's laws, yeah, sure, and so on. So there's like some globe Earth in it, but it works. So I mean, they correctly estimated stuff in our universe. Oh, yeah, I mean, then you have again space missions on satellites which prove that. So it's all again false. You're right. Doesn't make sense. If you don't have satellites, you cannot argument anything for astrophysics, I guess. And also telescopes are not working because it's all falsified data because of the atmosphere.
I posted something in the side chat. It's a quote from Einstein about math and reality.
They are not certain. As far as they are certain, they do not refer to reality. What? As far as the laws of mathematics refers to reality, they are not certain. As far as they are certain, they do not refer to reality.
His words, not mine.
Yeah. Einstein said many things. He also didn't believe in quantum mechanics at first. He was really unsure.
There's a lot of folks who like to say that math is reality, and Einstein says otherwise.
Mathematics is a language. You can describe many things with mathematics. Exactly. And in physics, we have models. But a model is never the reality. This is what we learn in physics. This is correct.
You can have a mathematical model for how hard Superman has to slap a chicken in order for it to be fully cooked, but that doesn't mean that there's a Superman to slap a raw chicken.
Yes, but of course we have observations, so empirical data goes in, and then we try to model it using physical laws. This is how stuff normally works. So for example, I look at something, look at how it changes in my image. For example, at my accelerator, I change one part, look at the end of it, the result, what happened, and then I try to figure out why this is the case. For example, gravitation or electronic Coulomb interaction, not electronic interaction, Coulomb interaction. If something like that is the case, then you can see it. And then you can make a model describing, hey, if they get too close, they eject each other out of each orbit or whatever. This is something you can do. But yeah, I see the point with argumenting purely mathematically and don't having any empirical data. I mean, there is empirical data, but it's from satellites and satellite telescopes, so they are not trustworthy. Yeah, then astrophysics is pretty hard to justify.
Right. I mean, essentially what we're doing is testing the claimed mathematics, which is the core of the entire heliocentric model, which would be the R value, right? The radius value of the Earth.
Yeah, sure.
It's you know, if you can if you can validate that, then that would be something we'd be very into.
Yeah.
But I think that the that's never been done. I think that the heliocentric model is basically an inverted celestial sphere model, mistaken as reality over a long period of time, and taught as physical reality still to this day.
So
right, but I think sorry, go ahead.
So if I would, for example, randomly build a satellite and have a rocket and would it put into an orbit, would you then believe me if I show you the data of that?
How would you validate the data? I mean, obviously, you're not going to be able to launch it up there. You're going to have to hitch a ride on a government approved
No, it's a
rocket.
company. It would be a company.
Right, but it's which company in particular? I mean, they're going up on rockets that are basically permitted to go up by the country that's launching the rocket.
So it's a company. I think it's Samos, or I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would be a permitted by country. That you're right. So it's still unbelievable, right? So even that.
Well,
would be
it's not something that we can validate, and not necessarily something that you could really validate either. You would be handing over data that you're getting from someone that you would have to trust.
I mean, we could direct the UHF antenna directly for your receiver. So you could measure it if you would put up your satellite dish up, and then you can measure it. This would be possible.
Right. So, I mean, if someone has something that's been done that would validate the Ursa globe, right, using that type of method that you're talking about, then we'd be very open to, to looking over it.
Yeah. You can work on it.
Yeah, for sure.
Up. That's a cool project.
I mean, we would have to validate the map first of all. Does it even fit? You send pictures back of Earth and it's like complete 100% see the ball from, I don't know, 100 kilometers up. That wouldn't be feasible mathematically. So that would be the first step. And then we'd have to validate the picture. Okay, so we see a curving lake. Okay, so we go to that lake and there is no curve. When we measure over it, what are we going to conclude?
Okay, well, good argument. So we would need like a satellite which can measure what magnetic field. No, that is not correct. What could we measure? What would be interesting?
I think the easiest thing would be to find that 66-footer curve over 10 miles.
But your satellite would not rotate in space. It would just detumble and then it would be circling. It would stay the same, except if we would say, for example, we look at the smaller albedo we have from Earth, and then we would always rotate back to Earth. But normally satellites don't do that. But let's do that. Then we would find like a 360 it would make all the time. It would be really inefficient, and it will probably die really fast.
I got something fun that you can do that's pretty easy. You can take any given image from Earth that they give you, any sphere-looking image, and compare it to any map that you want to compare it to. You might have to resize it to get the continents, but compare it and just have a look for yourself.
Okay. What do you mean, like with spherical images or like maps?
Whatever image you want, whatever map you want, but you're gonna have to resize it so that the continents match, and just overlay that image of the sphere or whatever over that map. Have a look.
Yeah, because it's a projection. So if I would be coming from a globe perspective, we need to add data basically, because if you spread area,
That's
you
why
always
I said
have
any map, whatever map you choose, any map, any image, it doesn't matter.
Okay. I have no idea how I would do that right now. I would take an image and try to figure out how the Mercator algorithm works, and then I would use that to back translate maybe. But I need to figure that out, how to do that. Like I mentioned, I'm not a specialist for maps and geophysics or something like that. But yeah, really cool.
Well, if you end up doing it, you'll see what I mean. It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Really cool. But yeah, so satellite astrophysics. Let's take that away. This is not working. That is stupid.
We have no issue with high altitude aircraft over a horizontal plane. Works fine.
Yeah, okay. I mean that is reasonable. So where does all the money go for, like, all the satellite projects and rocket projects and what else?
Yeah, that's a good question. No idea.
Given the current condition the world is in, and all the billions and trillions of dollars that have been given to them, has been sent to them by various means, not anything good for the people.
Okay. Do you actually believe? I mean, let's take Artemis. Artemis just happened, or did not happen. I don't know. The module in which the astronauts lived, the European Service Module, the ESM. Did
There's
they
a lot
actually
of
build it?
Globers who are questioning that. A lot of Globers who are talking about that.
I understand why the computer has disconnected me. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe this is circular. I mean, we already talked about it, that it's not trustworthy to. I'm asking circular questions, I guess. So I talk about.
You know, I
Yeah.
was excited with the Artemis mission, and I think a lot of globe earthers were excited. You know, because we can take a $500 camera and we can zoom in on the moon, and we can see the craters upright at the top of the moon, and then we can pan down and we can see upside down craters on the bottom of the moon, no problem. And you would think with all of this amazing technology in 2026 that NASA has access to, obviously, I think people were expecting a little better than what they got from the footage that came from the Artemis mission. For example, people were hoping that they could maybe zoom into the Earth, right? Videotape the Earth rotating from space, maybe zoom in on some upside down mountains or something like that, right? Zoom in on some upside down clouds. And a lot of people are extremely pissed off that they feel like they didn't really get what they had hoped for. And I think it actually created a lot of new skeptics, millions of new skeptics potentially, because the footage was very unimpressive. There were a lot of hiccups, right? Quote unquote hiccups in the footage as well that people have pointed out. But I think it was very unimpressive, and I think the footage that we did get can't be distinguished from something that could easily be faked, right? For example, we basically got AI to create some very similar looking images from Artemis that the Artemis mission showed us, and we could show them to people and say, "Hey, we've got these images from the Artemis mission. How can you tell that this is a real image?" And they'll get angry. They'll be like, "Well, you think everything's fake, right?
Yeah,
It
that's
looks
fine.
realistic. This is exactly what I would expect it to look like." And we'll say, "Hey, well, this is fake, right? This is something that we created, right, to prove a point, to show you that how easily you could be tricked."
Yep.
And people could easily be tricked. Just same with the Apollo footage, right? A lot of the Apollo footage is just absolute junk quality. So I mean, a lot of it's faith based. It's always going to be just faith based when it comes to this space stuff.
Okay.
Now, mind you, in addition to that critique, what sometimes if you'll stick around often enough in here, is they'll criticize so-called flat earthers for rather low quality GIFs or video clips, right? Even though it's clear enough for you to clearly see whatever the clip is showing to prove whatever point we're making in a given moment, right? So they'll be rigorous with our, as it were, low quality images, stationary or moving, right? Static or moving. But they'll look at the much worse low quality images from their own sect, right, as it were, from those on their side, to speak simply to make the point clear. And they will not apply any rigor. Not any. They won't scrutinize it at all. They won't apply any incredulous or skeptical scrutiny of it at all. They'll just accept it and they'll vehemently defend it. Right? That's a clear over and over again in so many instances. There's these instances of them being flagrantly double standard, not even like slightly hard to detect double standard, but flagrantly double standard when it comes to scrutinizing the opposition and testing their own position, the content from their own clerics, over and over again, which of course is, to a greater point, a dead giveaway for how corrupt the thinking is of the scientist, the adherents of scientism, especially the more devout adherents, more devout
Mhm.
believers.
Yep. Mm-mm.
Have you seen much of the original Apollo footage?
No, I mean, I saw like the videos where they played a little bit and put up the boulder and so on, which is quite funny.
What do you think about? Have a look at the footage, right? The little clip I just put in the side chat there.
Mhm.
You know, I find these highly unimpressive. You know, more looking like something that would more so be miniatures models,
Mhm.
something like that in a studio. I find it extremely unrealistic looking.
It
And
looks
DJ, I
very
see what you
unrealistic.
did there. Highly unimpressive. I see what you did there. I credit it.
The GIF, you mean? Yeah, I see.
You know, yeah, you know, quite often I'll post these and people won't believe me that they're actually from NASA. You know, they'll say, well, they'll laugh. You know, obviously that's not from NASA, right?
Mhm.
Prove to me that those are NASA footages. They're obviously fake. And then I can go and, you know, post the links to where we got these from, which is, you know, from the NASA YouTube channel, the official NASA YouTube channel, or the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum
Mhm.
YouTube channel or websites. And yeah, these are actually claimed to be real.
Cool.
So yeah, obviously it doesn't prove that the Earth's not a globe or anything like that, but I don't know. Just looks fake to me.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how it would look correctly, so this is an argument. So let's assume it's
Yeah.
fake. So what would be correctly looking like?
Well, I mean, I guess it probably wouldn't be moving in such an unnatural way like that, right?
What is natural?
It wouldn't look like paper mache.
Mhm.
You know, it wouldn't look like a fourth grader's
Mhm.
science project,
Okay.
right? Like I wouldn't imagine
Could also
the
have something
movement.
to. I mean, it's the 60s. I don't have any expectations for the 60s.
Yeah, but
Right, the
physics
CGI,
remains the
you know,
same.
the quality of fictional, you know, footage is shitty back then, right? This is very much comparable to the science fiction movies that we had in the 50s. The quality
Mhm.
of the footage, it doesn't look much better. So yeah, I mean, look, this isn't proof of anything. I'm not posting this as proof of
Yeah, it's
anything, but I
fine.
think most people that look at this footage, you know, say that it looks ridiculously fake, right? To the point where it looks almost like Thunderbirds or something like that. It's just kind of ridiculous
Oh.
looking.
Oh.
I mean, I wouldn't, you know, even in the second last one there. I mean, we've got this little dish on the side of this module,
Mhm.
and it looks like something breaks or some of the sticky tape breaks, and then it just starts dangling.
Yeah.
Would you expect it to start dangling like that? Maybe if it was in a little studio on the Earth, it would dangle naturally like that, you know, with the
Mhm.
Earth's gravity. But in space, I wouldn't imagine that dish would drop off like that and then just start dangling downward. But hey, not proof of anything. I like to stick with the long distance observations, the laser tests.
The dish looks like it is following like the other vehicle. So it looks like it's like a hysteresis. Like there's like this cool thing like hysteresis switches, but I don't know. Let's say it's dangling.
What I would say, because I think DJ's being too modest with his point, what I would say, given what he's presented, right, is if
Anybody
the alleged
who
authentic
believes
footage,
artist that is a
if the alleged
is a
authentic footage is indeed authentic, why is it indistinguishable and that in fact even looks damn near worse than what is known to just be fabrications for the purpose of entertainment?
Mhm.
Right? That's not what you would expect. Not anyone who really has any self-respect.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, maybe I don't have self-respect. Could be that.
I mean, would you not hold these supposed wise people these doctorates, Doctor so and so of this and that field and this and that special field, and they're doing all this technical, wise things and with all the technology, and they're going out there and traveling hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Earth. Would you not expect them to produce some video records of what they do that will be far quality, higher, better quality than movie makers in Hollywood or what have you?
Yep.
So they wouldn't be producing alleged authentic video records of their great endeavors and operations that are indistinguishable from obviously fabricated images to give the illusion of some sort of imagination, to illustrate some imagination for the purpose of entertainment.
Yep.
I mean, think of it.
Oh, connection.
You got kicked out again.
Strange.
Cool. Yeah, wait, that maybe he will rejoin. But my time is nearing an end because I need to eat something, to be honest. I get hungry.
Yeah, no problem. Well, I appreciate you stopping by and having a good faith conversation for such a long time.
Yeah, I mean, at first I tried to argument a lot of stuff, but you know, it doesn't make really sense if I'm the only one who's for it to argument it. I have arguments, but I think that maybe before I join like a talk like this dance, I should prepare. You know, like everybody
Yeah.
here has like stuff prepared. I just joined because I thought, hey, it would be funny to listen to those guys. At first, I was like really heated. So how could I not believe it? But then you gave like some examples, and I say, well, yeah, from your point of view, it looks like that. It currently is really like, okay, maybe there's like something in the bushes. Maybe there's like this. I don't want to say conspiracy, but there's like this wrong information propagation, and also the misintent, or let's say it misintent, or the bad intent of some scientists or some government groups to get like this wrong word model around. Maybe I've written down some stuff which I can look into, which I can recalculate and look at if I can try to solve it without like globe methods or globe physics or anything globe related. Yeah, so really interesting talking to you. I hope I didn't insult anybody here. This is not my intention.
No. You've been very respectful, and I apologize if I
No,
said
it's
anything
fine.
that was rude at any point.
I get heated sometimes in science, you know. There's like strong beliefs. It's like we talk here about worldviews, and still, I still are really doubtful. Not really doubtful. I think to 100% that I'm right. That I say the Earth is round. You give me many proofs. I say that some of these proofs are either false or not really correctly done, or that there's like some consideration which is not done to a complete experiment. So not
Right.
completely
Yeah,
done.
look, I understand that. And most of us, when we first had a conversation about this, right, called bullshit on it as well.
Yeah.
And it's not until doing a lot of research that it starts to actually, make sense. But, I understand that you're in a line of work that's highly globe related, I guess you could call it. And
Yeah, but like I mentioned, I will look into it.
yeah.
Maybe
This is the
maybe-
thing. I mean, you try to think of, when you're thinking about this topic after you go, okay, why can we set up a camera, just above the surface of the water, right? Say 5 foot above the surface of the water, and zoom across a 34-kilometer lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake,
Mhm.
right? Do it during the daytime, during the nighttime. Then we can shoot a laser across it and hit something, right, on the shoreline. How would that be possible if there should be, 200?
Yeah, of course.
Sorry, 293 foot of curvature over that distance. It's a huge amount of
Yeah.
physical obstruction, but we just see completely flat straight across the lake.
I will look into it. There's
Alright.
maybe some explanation or not. Let's see it. Like I mentioned, we are building a satellite which will launch like maybe this year or next year. So
That's
maybe
awesome.
this is also wrong. Maybe we will see like a flat Earth. I don't know. But I saw the satellite. I also saw the ESM, by the way. I also went to Bremen and looked at it and talked with a physicist at base, which is quite funny. So maybe they were like gaslighting me and said, "Hey, we built it for fun." But
Well, no, you
I know
were
y'all just moved on
actually.
without
I
me
mean,
because I just eventually just dropped out. I'm sorry again.
it's fine.
yeah, we wondered where you went. But yeah, I don't know. We went over that earlier. You were saying that the tunnel's straight and that the laser goes straight, right? But
Yes.
but it's mapped onto a spherical coordinate system.
It's not mapped on if you put it in relation to the geo potential. The geo potential is curved in general, but in like normal Earth coordinates, everything is straight. It's a tangent line lying on a curved path, and you need to consider that in construction. This is all what I said. So the tunnel is curved if you put it into this geo potential coordinate system. But we are not in a geopotential coordinate system. We are in a normal Cartesian coordinate system. So this is all I said. Of course.
I love what you just said. Thank you. Truth.
Yeah, okay. We live in a Cartesian coordinate system. Geopotential is important if you want to have same sides. Anyway, I need to eat something, like I mentioned. Take care, you guys. It was nice talking to you.
Yep, and hey, Garrett, I apologize for being uncharitable to you earlier. I was frustrated with other things and I took it out. So
It's fine. I mean, I get
Okay.
also frustrated with you guys, to be honest, at some
oh,
point.
good. Okay, so, yeah,
But that is normal. That is science. This is
it
science
is normal.
discourse.
It is normal. Well, I appreciate having you. I'd love for you to come back and we can have further discussions. This was great.
Maybe I can also prepare some stuff because this time I was not prepared for this conversation.
Yeah, we know. Most people aren't.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that
Oh
was
man, he's got some cog dis, and I think he's starting to see through it. So that might be interesting. He has to
Yeah,
reconcile.
he was pretty
go ahead.
passionate when he first came in, but he
Yeah.
chilled right out. He chilled right
I feel
out.
I got that feeling, even though I wasn't here to hear it. Yeah.
I hope he
Yeah,
comes.
unfortunately, we didn't have the bot wasn't in here for the start of the conversation, but yeah, it ended up being a good conversation. He mellowed right out and was listening and not trying to argue every single thing that was said.
Man, so you know what I think he's imagining, and this is I think pretty common. He's imagining the universe in like Einstein's relativistic gravity frame, where everything is warped and looping and bending and curvy. Even though when we go to measure these things in reality, it's straight. It's the whole Lorentz contraction thing.
In all likelihood, that's a very good inference.
Yeah.
He sounds intelligent enough to contrive such an erroneous idea.
Yeah. He kind of encapsulates the target audience that I really hope we can reach. So I'm kind of pissed at myself for getting angry at him earlier because I would like for more folks of his caliber to come through here.
Yeah. The more adept layman.
Well, at the time, we had just got done talking to several idiots, and then he came in, so I think everybody's a little on edge. I'm glad he chilled out. That ended up being a great conversation.
All right. Well, I had an event lined up. I thought I started it, but I didn't start it. So I'll start the event. Can you prove the Earth is a globe?
Are you able? Do you have that skill? I wonder if the suppressors, I'll call them, I wonder if the suppressors, those who are designated to the task or the operation that is to suppress, as it were, so-called flat Earth content. I wonder if the intensity of their effort has decreased or increased over time. I wonder.
Doesn't it look like Artemis 2 was a suppression operation?
I would more so categorize it in more deception, less suppression of opposing information. It was more publishing of their deception than suppressing of critiques and refutations of it.
I like the numerous times they mentioned flat Earth mockingly, and that not flat sticker on that guy's helmet, if that's a real picture, stuff like that. Trying to mock flat earthers.
There's that mockery, yeah.
Yep, that's their best tactic. I think that they're on the right path with the mockery, ridicule, make it socially unacceptable. Have it that the general opinion of what flat earthers are just morons that aren't worth being taken seriously. And it seems to be that most people that don't know anything about flat Earth have that opinion of flat Earth. They think it's retarded, right? The arguments are junk. It's been completely debunked.
And again, what makes the difference, right? Because people still don't grasp it. What makes the difference is sound argumentation. If all you have is just bigotry, if all you have is this attitude that basically says, "Nah, snicker," and then wave your hand and then disparage, if that's all you have, then you haven't proven that you know better. That does not make you know better. Okay, but if you actually have sound argumentation, then that's when you know better. So if they have anything except sound argumentation, you don't know better. It's as simple as that. There's nothing more to say about that. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. As we just saw with a long conversation with a physicist, that just randomly came in here, he wasn't presenting, he wasn't able to say, hey, oh, well, this will be easy to debunk, right? Here is some information. Here's an empirical, test that's been done that debunks you guys. He wasn't able to do that. In fact, he kind of gave up even trying to do that and admitted that he doesn't have anything prepared and he would have to go to a bunch of preparation. He even was brainstorming on the spot, trying to say, oh, well, okay, what could I do to try to debunk flat Earth or try to prove the globe? And he couldn't think of anything. So
that's another thing too. Very good point. It cracks me up. Even not just in the context of debating the shape of the Earth or cosmology overall, in any debate context, when one of the interlocutors isn't asking their opponent, "How do I refute you?" Have you not forfeited the debate? Have you not conceded ignorance? And you would think if they're so tenaciously adverse, right, to our position, they would never muster the strength to say such a thing. But some of them do. Even the more articulate ones. It really does amaze me. It amazes me even though it's kind of expected, mildly. I'm going to be accurate with my my emotions and my opinion. It mildly surprises me. But it does very much amaze me. Like, you're in the middle of a debate right now. You're going to ask me, how do you refute me? Or how do you prove your position? You just implicitly conceded that you don't know what you're talking about. You're done. We're done here. The debate is over. You lost. As of right now, you don't know. but then still try to maintain the masquerade of the one who knows better when trying to insinuate or explicitly try to say that if I don't tell them how to refute me or how they can prove what they believe is true, right? If I don't tell them how to articulate their affirmative to prove what they want to believe, or if I don't tell them how to soundly refute something that they don't want to believe, that proves that I don't know what I'm talking about and that they know better, and that I just don't really want to discipline myself to be sound in my thinking. It's amazing. Some of them still doing that.
Cool.
Cool in a very tragic way.
Yeah.
Welcome, talentless anorexic guy.
Thank
What
you.
brings?
Yeah.
Welcome, man. What brings you into the
Thank you,
channel?
man. I don't know, curiosity.
All right. Well, let us know if you have any questions. Most people have a misconception of what flat earthers claim. So, yeah, let us know. Have you looked into this topic before, or this is not
I saw some
something?
videos by Professor Dave, like debunking some
Oh,
of
yeah.
the flat
Yeah,
earthers.
yeah.
That's about
Oh,
it.
Yeah. Yes. Well, that guy, he's not really a professor for starters, right? But
Oh.
that's not really the biggest thing, right? So yeah, that's just a fun name. He thought he'd call himself on YouTube as
Hoping that people
he's
would believe that he really is a professor.
yeah, you know, he just reads scripts. He pays people to write his scripts, and he reads them out like an actor. He's like an actor basically.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
what he
that's
does is he misrepresents. Most of his arguments are just pure straw man arguments, right? He'll tell you that this is what flat earthers claim, right? And then he'll debunk it, and you'll think, oh, well, that's retarded that they claim that, and oh wow, he debunked it, flat earth debunked. But once you actually learn what we actually are claiming, you'll realize that those are just straw man arguments. Or he'll find a retarded flat earther, which there are a lot of out there on the internet. Okay, on both sides, retarded people. But he'll find one, and he'll find a really shitty argument, and he'll take a clip of it. He'll say, okay, this is what all of the flat earthers claim, and he'll debunk it, and then everyone will clap and
Yeah.
think flat earthers are dumb.
So I have like one question, which I like never really got.
Yeah.
Like, why would the government spend so much money? What's it called? Like, acting like they went to the moon and acting like they know what shape the Earth is like. Why would they spend so much money on that stuff? So, like, why? For what purpose?
To outspend the USSR and thrust their economy into shambles.
That's one level.
So
Yeah, I think
like,
that
what?
that would be insinuating that they know that the Earth is actually flat, and that they're lying to people about it being a globe, and that they have gone and tested it, right, and that kind of thing. Tested it to be flat, and they're actively lying. I don't think that they're doing that. Most of the people that work at the government, I think that they genuinely believe that the Earth is a globe. And even if NASA is lying about going to the moon, etc., right, that doesn't mean that they're lying about the shape of the Earth, right? They probably genuinely believe that it's a globe, that they're lying about the pictures of from space. So that's does that answer your question? Maybe they're not lying.
Yeah, a little. But like, how come like the what's it called, like the hierarchy of like scientists? How come like almost every scientist believes the Earth is like around or like a globe, but like some people on Discord think it's a flat Earth. Do you like get it? So why do all these scientists think the Earth is round, and not so many scientists
Yeah,
believe the Earth's flat? Why?
Well, yeah, there's actually plenty of scientists that are flat earthers, right? People that
Yeah.
hold high degrees. Yeah, but most people in the scientific field, right? They're just regurgitating the textbooks to get their degree. So they're regurgitating the information in the textbooks. They're memorizing it, right? They're writing it down in their exams, and they're getting a good grade, which allows them to get their degree. And they've probably also been taught the Ursa globe from a young age and never questioned it, never tested it, and they're just working within that globe model framework for whatever job they're doing. And that's it, right? They're not lying. They're not lying. They just believe it's a globe because their
But
professor taught them that.
But don't they like test
Now,
it?
give yourself a moment. Give yourself a
Pick up
moment
one
to think about
question.
your question.
Pick
Wait,
up
wait,
one
wait,
question.
wait. Let me just asking this. Give yourself a moment to think about your question.
For
Right?
me?
Apply, apply the same principle of your question to like the minority Muslims in Italy, right? In contrast to the Roman Catholic Christian magisterium, right? You see, why does this minority believe contrary to the majority of the established official faction? Right?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, it's kind of like a tradition, the globe at this point. It's handed down generation to generation as if it's a fact. But when we go out and actually test for the curvature in reality, we don't detect any curvature where there must be curvature.
One question, guys. One question.
Yeah, what's your question, MJ?
Yeah. So every other ecology talks about how this animal eats another animal, and how this physics work, how chemicals work, right? But the only things about astrology or anything about planet is not true. How does it work? Every other book is right, but the planet that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no one said every book's right.
Maybe the flat earth is the, how do I say this, is a tradition that has been passed from the generation to generation.
Well, look, if all of those other books work just fine if the Earth's flat, right, then that wouldn't be a problem. If people are claiming that the Earth's a globe and they don't have any empirical evidence for that, then that's a problem. And then we go out and test it hundreds and hundreds of times, and we don't find any curvature over huge distances where there would have to be curvature. Okay, we're just testing it, and it doesn't pass the test.
I mean, if you don't have professional equipment, right? Let's just say, okay, maybe you don't believe in professional equipment of the scientists because maybe they're not true, right? But you don't have how do I say this? You don't have engineers that are flat earthers who make
we do.
very very articulate and advanced equipment that
No,
can
we do.
that
We
can
do
let you know if-
we specifically have exactly what you just assumed that we don't have ignorantly, right? So you ignorantly assumed what we do and don't have, right? And I can show you a video right now of a whole team of engineers who are flat earthers, right, using extremely expensive, high-powered equipment to debunk the globe.
Oh, please let me see, please.
You want to see? Yeah, I'll put the information in the side chat. All right, so in the side chat, I'm going to post this for you now, if someone else hasn't already done it. All right, so here we go. Okay, so here is a 120-page PDF document, an hour-long video, 5 different laser tests, right? This is done by a team of field engineers core group. So yeah, you can check that out in your spare time and analyze it and try to debunk it.
Okay. That actually sounds very legitimate. I'm gonna try to see if I can see if there is any contradiction. Okay.
Sure, please do.
Okay, thank you guys for your time.
Yeah, no problem, man. Have a good day. Or you can stay and ask more questions if you want.
No, my first chance is like 1%. I don't have any questions. Because I asked too many questions in the flat earth VC. I think they got tired of me.
All right, we're in the flat earth VC right now.
Oh man, you don't understand. I spent like 2 hours talking with them non-stop, and they like how do I say this? Kicked me out.
In this VC?
Yeah, like 2 hours, 2 whole hours.
When? When was this?
Like maybe like a month ago, 2 weeks ago. I
Oh,
don't know.
okay. Yeah.
In this
Yeah.
VC, the one you're in now?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, it happens.
Shit happens, Okay. Have a good day, everyone. Have a good day.
All right, bro. Gotcha. All right. Hey, what happened to our event? Someone closed our event.
Who's the guy we were talking to just before? The last dude?
He left, unfortunately.
Who was it? Because what's the name that y'all was talking to for a while? He left. He said goodbye, and then we talked to someone else, and then it was that last guy.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't remember.
Seems like one side saying horizontal is level, and then the other side saying horizontal is sloped, right? Because if you get horizontal from sea level and they say sea level is curving, that doesn't really make sense. How did we develop the concept of horizontal in the first place?
There is no such there's no such thing as horizontal, right? Because if the surface is horizontal, then it's curving, and if it's curving, then it's curving. So whether it be curving or not, it's curving.
Yeah, so how could anyone even come up with the idea of horizontal? Where did
Or
it even
curving.
come? Yeah.
Like if there's only curving, what sense does it make? In contrast to its antonyms, or in contrast to its different other types.
Yeah, which is really interesting because Euclid and Aristotle, all these guys are at similar times. They're not too far off from each other. And those base axioms of geometry really lend themselves to the principles of the laws of logic.
Yes. There is no math or geometry, which is in math categorically, usually. There is no math without logic, because there's no language without logic. Math being a type of language.
So they have redefined horizontal. I don't know how they did that because that just, I don't know. It makes absolutely no sense to me, man. I don't even think anyone could steelman the globe position, honestly, because of that.
And again, that is what happens. Just what inevitably happens with a worldview that has the presumption of autonomous humanistic rationalism, right? In simple terms, any worldview that makes the given human's opinion the ultimate epistemic standard, right? Where you really have no reluctance to just default to or relapse to your opinion to prove your opinion, your ideas. There's nothing stopping you. The people who are talking, who espouse such notions like what you just mentioned, they're operating with that type of presupposition. They have nothing in their worldview that really motivates them, that humbles them, that disciplines them to restrict their lines of thought, their opinions, their ideas in any way, so that they can think soundly. Nothing.
Well, I think pretty
Even logic
soundly.
is liable to their manipulation.
Exactly, which allows for contradictions in their worldview, like saying horizontal is curved. Yeah.
or you could just, by your whim, whenever it seems convenient to you, just invalidate any given law of logic to get around any critique.
Yeah, which is
Yes, you're right.
incredible.
Horizontal is not curved. But we go over to say something slightly.
Is sea level the datum which we reference horizontal off of?
Yes.
Okay, is sea level curving at 8 inches per mile squared?
So yeah, the direction of horizontal changes at different points, but at any one point, horizontal is a plane. We just say that plane is different at different places.
Well, then where'd the concept of horizontal come from?
Oh, it's pretty straightforward. It's just the right angles to the plumb line to vertical.
That was punny, right? It's pretty straightforward.
Now you said that was punny.
But yeah, a fallible man thinks he could take a universal concept and then change that universal concept into something else. Then that's how that contradiction can incur, because universal concepts cannot be made by fallible man. That means the concept of horizontal was not made by a man. It's something that was discovered, and it's very simple to look out and go, look at that horizon. Thing is horizontal.
Furthermore, to add on to that critique, right? Any worldview that has such a notion in it, any worldview that has such a notion in it, what stops some other given human, right? In the first place, like the notion is that some human in the first place decided, well, I'm just going to espouse something else. I'm just going to assert something else, right? And it's valid just ipso facto of my fiat, right? What stops anyone else from doing the same? And what stops the obvious, uh, sectarian disagreement that'll just be multiplied ad infinitum from that? Nothing. Nothing stops that. You got person alpha who looks at the law of non-contradiction and says, nah, throws it away. Okay. Then someone comes along and contradicts that, or someone comes along and throws out all the laws of logic, throws out all the rules of grammar and intelligible speech, or in meaning and semiotics, and on it goes. Right. Just by any given person's fiat, you just annihilate some concept. Just make nothing out of it. Just throw it away. Just vanish it or invalidate it. Just by your say so. Not by some refutation, not by some logically sound refutation, just because you said so, because it's just not convenient for what you want to believe, especially in light of someone refuting you. Because that's really when it happens. When people do that. People say such replies as a spiteful reaction and being intellectually lazy in reply to some critique of their worldview that they don't know how to refute. That's usually when that happens.
Which is amazing, because typically, like, a worldview that doesn't have an objective foundation will go with like pragmatism. I'm not declaring that it's an actual worldview, a so-called worldview, because a worldview needs an objective foundation for epistemics, for ontology or metaphysics and your ethics. But yeah, without that objective foundation, what you end up with is allowing for these contradictions in your worldview at that point. And it's just absolutely ridiculous, because these are objective things.
Correct. And again, the scientist clerics, they wouldn't even dream of thinking of such notions, such ideas at all. This type of worldview analysis, they don't do this. That's not a thing to them. Even though they
I
sometimes
agree. You
find
need
themselves
to have
trying to do it.
objective. Yeah, no, I agree. You need to have objective definitions in order to have a coherent worldview.
Yeah. So now a lot of people use pragmatism, right? It works because it works. So, which is circular. Obviously, we typically in philosophy wouldn't accept that argument. But even if we did, like, say we granted it, everything that the globe offers is conceptual, that has no pragmatic value at all. If you want to fly over the earth, treat it like it's not the thing we say it is. If you want to build on the earth, treat it like it's not the thing we say it is. So pragmatically, when it comes down to it, we just treat the earth like all plums are parallel and everything. Like dude, it doesn't make any sense. How could you come up with a model that has no pragmatic use in the world? It's crazy.
But GPS is pretty pragmatic.
Like
The
what?
globe isn't
Like,
part and parcel to GPS. Look, it's only a semantic, superficial inclusion of the globe, global positioning service. Right? That's all it is. There's nothing about the system that requires the Earth to be a ball. It's not as though the system couldn't function and do what it does to give positions on the surface of the Earth if the Earth wasn't a ball.
No, the GPS only works because the Earth is a ball, and that's the point I'm saying is that it's pragmatic. Like the pragmatic existence.
I just said that's not true.
Of the,
like what you're talking about a system, right? You're talking about an electro-digital system that provides positions on the surface of the Earth. That's the most objective way to say that, without trying to define it in some way that rhetorically makes it seem leaning towards the globe, and without the label that makes it seem like it's leaning towards the globe at all.
I'll help you
uses
out, Matthew.
ground.
Matthew,
Yeah.
I'll help you out. Yeah, so GPS only works because the Earth is flat. Now you have to debunk me.
Sure, we could talk to the designers of GPS. We could look at the way that it works. It's best explained by the fact that the Earth is a globe.
Well,
so in fact,
Yoder
GPS
last
only
night
works because it's
did
not.
about an hour's presentation on how that it's always used as flat when they're using
Okay, look.
GPS.
Now it's a different notion. Okay, there's a difference between it's best explained by a globe, in contrast to it only works on the globe. It only works on the globe is more strict and untenable. It best explains is a change from that notion to, at best, some sort of abductive rhetoric. But even then, that's not even true.
This ground position from stars is a celestial sphere already, so it's a really silly argument.
Right. Getting the so-called GPS, if you want to substitute the words in the place of that initialism, right? Because even the initialism GPS, it does not necessarily mean you have to say globe for G. You can just say ground easily. All you have it's really a ground positioning system. It's an
Wait,
electro
so you're
digital
going to
system
try and
that helps you
redefine what
get.
GPS means?
No, I'm not redefining. Right?
Yeah, you
Again,
are.
in
If
their
the people who
worldview.
designed it
No,
named
let
it
me finish the
global
point. Let me
positioning
finish. Let me
system,
finish.
they
Let me
named that.
finish.
You're
Let me finish.
You're attempting to
Let me
rename.
finish. Stop that. I wasn't done. All right. This appeal you're making is weak. This is the refutation to it.
No, it's
The only
strong.
what you have I wasn't done. You can hear me beginning to try and start again so that there's no confusion. If you keep talking to me, I can't finish and it's not gonna be clear. You know this. I shouldn't have to explain this to an adult. Come on now. Okay. Your appeal to GPS is weak. GPS does not necessarily entail the Earth's a ball. It is not exclusively indicative of the Earth being a ball. It's not. What you're talking about is an electro-digital system that provides positions on the surface of the Earth. That, what I just said, exactly the way I just said it, is not exclusive to the Earth being a ball. That can be done on a horizontal surface to make an electro-digital system provides directions to various positions on the surface of the Earth. That none of that is exclusive to Earth being a ball at all. So you could easily just say the initialism stands for a ground positioning system. The only thing you have is just this rhetorical, superficial notion. It's just rhetorically superficial. Globe positioning service, a globe positioning system. It's just
I
contriving
would
the
say,
label in your favor.
I hear what you.
Right?
Well,
There's no
USA
aspect
stands for United.
So the point being, there's no aspect of this system that necessitates the Earth being a ball. Nothing.
So yeah, USA stands for United States of America, but you could easily just refine it to say Unified States of America. But we don't, because we decided ahead of time what USA stands for. Same for GPS.
No, you didn't decide anything. It wasn't no we.
The designers of
we.
GPS.
Sure. Right? The thing that they're labeling globe positioning system does not necessitate the Earth being a ball. It is not contingent upon the Earth being a ball.
GPS is contingent on the Earth being a ball because there's satellites that function to find the position. So it is contingent on being a ball. It cannot work on a flat Earth.
Okay, so again, you don't know how to think soundly. You can have machines flying
Oh, I
above
do.
the surface of a horizontal surface. So no, even the thing that you're trying to specify to caveat to try and make your point is again not exclusively indicative of the Earth being a ball. Satellites, the whole thing you just said is hinging upon satellites. Machines flying above the surface of the Earth. That's what that is. That's not exclusive to the Earth being a ball.
I guess you're right about that point. You could have machines flying above the surface of a flat Earth. I'll concede.
See, there's nothing about this system that necessitates the Earth being a ball. Nothing. It's a weak appeal. It only
I would say
seems
the way
strong because of the superficial rhetoric up on top of what the system really is.
So these providers that launch the payloads out into what Globers claim is into orbit around the Earth, right? There has to be at least a couple people in each of these companies that are in on it and know that there's either some massive lie going on or that the Earth is in fact flat or not what we claim it to be as a globe. Then, right?
Not necessarily.
With all
I'll
these
grant you that it
companies
seems
that
likely.
right, but
Yeah,
like
not
they'd be
necessarily.
lied to, like to a huge. Like first off, they're getting handed off these satellites to launch into space, allegedly. But then, like these people have to know something, right? That's something either they're not launching it or they're handing it off to other people, and it's kind of sketchy because they're the ones that claim to be launching it, right? I mean, there's a
Yeah,
huge list
I
of
mean,
these companies, so
the reason I'm saying my reply is there's the liars and deceivers, liars/deceivers, and there are those who are sincerely deluded because there's the unwitting masses that are just deceived and they just don't know better. They're not trying to be participants in the deception. They're just passive targets of this attack. All right. But then you have another category, which is the sincerely deluded or the sincerely self-deceived. So they know better, but they don't want to know. And they try to believe otherwise. And they're dedicated to this other notion contrary to what they know. And a lot of people in these fields do that. And it's not just concerning cosmology. And for various reasons which are more or less understandable and relatable. You know, especially in the context of coercion, indirectly or indirect, right? And coercion isn't just I'm going to beat you, I'm going to shoot you, I'm going to stab you. Coercion is you're going to get fired, you're going to be broke, you're going to get blacklisted, you're going to be blackballed, and you're not going to get a job ever again, and you're going to be just living in poverty, right? And you're going to be shunned, right? All that is a part of coercion as well. All these brilliant people with their God-given talents, and they are in a very insidious and subtle coercive institution. That's just how that culture works in that little corner of the world, their little corner of the world. A lot of people cannot stand having a career or living in some society, more or less, especially with a very important or prominent role they're in, where they're believing that pretty much everything we're doing is based on a lie. People can't live with themselves like that. You can't just comfortably sit in your head. This is a heinous lie that we're constantly espousing, asserting, publishing, and so many of our things is revolved around and connected to this lie or these lies. You can't live that way. So you have to soothe yourself, just even on a selfish level, let alone the damage and pain that others are experiencing and the consequences of that. You can't even live with yourself that way. So you have to convince yourself to soothe yourself so you can keep on living with yourself. or else you're just going to get that heat is just going to keep building up. That pressure and intensity is just going to keep building up until you finally can't hold it no more. Then it erupts in some way that you can't control, and is more than likely going to be very detrimental to you. So that's what people do.
First of all, friends. Yeah, I'm listening now, bro. Talk me. Talk you.
Of course, I'm here. Whatever's on your mind, just say it and we'll figure it out together. What's up?
I'm listening, bro.
I'm glad to hear that. Whenever you need to talk or brainstorm something, you know I'm ready. What are you thinking about or planning next?
So supportive.
What the fuck up?
Am I listening to a recording, or is it people really talking?
It sounds like they're talking to AI.
It's an AI.
It's honestly pretty funny.
I'm like, this random conversation burst forth after I just finished my sentences. That's awkward. Oh, almost messed up. Wow. Oh, wow. Don't mind me. I'm just reacting to me playing NBA 2K. I don't know when I started having this skill. I can have an entire conversation about these profound subjects while playing NBA 2K. I'm surprising myself right now.
You think you could do it while chewing bubblegum as well?
Playing NBA 2K, chewing bubblegum, these conversations, or just two of the three?
All of them.
In fact, either way,
I want
yeah.
all of them.
Yeah, all of them. I think yes. My sentences will be much slower because if I'm going to chew gum, I'm going to chew gum that's tasty. And if I'm going to chew gum that's tasty, I'm going to be closing my mouth a little bit more so I can enjoy it.
I guess then it's bad news for the Globers in here. Huh?
Refuting them, giving them being a very significant emotional event for them while chewing bubblegum at the same time and playing NBA 2K.
Yeah. See, Matthew Learns totally forgot that we developed this concept of horizontal, not just strictly in our mind, but off of reality itself. Because we have a tool like a water level, which sets up a local horizontal. And according to the globe, the surface of water has to be curving. So
Now you see
where you missed it.
That's another thing. Thank you for saying that. So it's like we're at a point
Wait
where
a
we're
second. Wait a
discussing
second.
worldviews. My God, you got to be kidding.
World is flat or not that you're discussing about, right?
Hang on, I'm going to finish my reply. So, anyways, we're talking about these worldviews, right? Now you know it's bad when a worldview when someone who espouses a given worldview has to be explained in so many words, common and immediate human experiences. Like I shouldn't have to explain to an adult, especially these articulate adults that try to defend scientism. It should not have to be explained to them that, for instance, like the subject of horizontal, that it's not merely a human concept. It's like disconnected from any experiences. We all have experienced horizontal. We all know that we need horizontal things, right? It's very difficult to have family dinner on a curved ball, on a ball. Our dinner tables are not freaking balls, right? Or they're not wavy up and down, things like that. They're flat surfaces. So everything gets set evenly so that the food doesn't spill everywhere. And if we have a whole another damn mess to be bothered with after coming home from 8 or 9 plus hours of work. Right? You shouldn't have to explain these things. But you do. For simple, immediately obvious points to be grasped by both parties so then you can move forward. That's when you know you're in bad shape if you have to have these things explained to you. Because your mind is just so warped and restricted by this delusion of this worldview. This worldview has people in a mental, a psychological chokehold. It's shackles.
All right, so who's the guy that was asking a question about the topic? Yeah, this is a flat Earth room.
Oh,
we're talking about
really?
Talking about the Earth being flat. Yeah. Do you know you're living on a flat Earth?
I actually don't agree with this statement because we all know that Earth is round shape. It's a spherical.
Wasn't that obvious by the name of the thing?
Well, now hold on. You were told you live on a spherical Earth, but you
Yeah.
were never proved to. No one ever proved that to you, did they?
Actually, one of my social subject, there is a chapter called whether the Earth is flat or not. In that, one of the person actually seen a ship actually going down when he is observing from a telescope around 50 miles at the I
Yeah.
mean at 18th century.
Okay. And what does that have to do with anything?
So you mean you are observing a ship from 50 miles and it is going down just like sinking in the ocean. So
Okay.
that means it is a little bit curvy. Didn't you get it? The point?
No, what they did is they used an affirming the consequent fallacy, where they said, if the Earth is curving, ships will disappear bottom up. Ships disappear bottom up, therefore the Earth is curving. They actually used fallacious reasoning to try to get you to buy into the idea. In reality, that has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth being curved or not. It could, but it doesn't in this case. So the other problem is if you're saying it's 50 miles, well, that debunks the globe right away because that would be in excess of the radius, or that curvature rate would be in excess of the radius that is claimed by the globe paradigm. So that debunks the globe right there. 50 miles, yeah.
Actually, there is another proof that is going to be submitted to you here. What's that? I just
The thing
forget
that
it.
you would need to prove that the Earth is a globe is that the Earth must have curvature on the surface that is measured. Has anybody measured the surface curvature?
So not only by the measuring, we can able to judge by seeing it, isn't it? So we
No,
have
you
the
need to measure
evidences.
it because, excuse me,
Hey, 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 hey.
just
You
just
and me
seeing,
also. Uh-huh.
just apparent curvature is not proof of curvature. Measurement
Okay
would be the
then.
only
Okay then.
empirical method by which we can do that.
Okay then. I agree. I totally agree with your statement because you want an exact proof that you have to see by yourself, right? So not only by using the telescope or sinking in the ocean. Okay, let me explain in this way
Right.
then. Some of the agents from the space, our satellites are capturing multiple images that saying that Earth is curved, not on a flat.
My friend,
Mm-hmm.
is the surface curving by measurement or is it just an apparent thing? Because someone can
So what
tell
do you
you they
mean by
saw
that?
something,
Hey,
but
hey, hey.
how do you,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What do you mean by measuring? Do you want to scale? Do you want a scale to measure
no, my
Earth whether it
gosh.
is flat or not?
Why are
Then
you
what?
asking me a question and then going ahead and presuming what needs to be done? There needs to be drop over distance measurements consistent with the radius given to us by the globe paradigm. That would mean that you would have approximately 8 inches per mile squared over the distance that you are measuring of drop, vertical drop. This is not found on the Earth anywhere. In fact, everybody measures the Earth flat. All major industries, navigation systems, you name it. Surveyors, they all measure the Earth to be flat. There is no curvature on the surface of the Earth. Whatever you thought that you saw or whatever someone told you that they saw from outer space, which is also a fairy tale, is incorrect.
Okay. I agree with your statement. Maybe that's a fairy tale. Okay, then let me put it in this way. Here, have you ever seen the globe map? The map of a globe.
Can I
It
interject
depends.
just a second to bring it back to your initial point, says who?
Mhm.
Venu, did you understand what he said when he said the ship should not be visible at 50 miles due to Earth curvature? Because you just seem to move on to other things and you seem to be going from topic to topic and not really addressing each one. Did you understand what he meant?
Me?
Yes. You presented evidence of Earth as being seeing a ship disappear at 50 miles. 2 informed you that if the Earth is a sphere of the size we are told, that it would be impossible to see a ship at that distance.
Actually, one of my social teacher told me that
Okay.
at my 8th standard. So maybe I forget it. Maybe it's 500 miles. I don't think so.
No, you're
I don't
missing the
know
farther.
exactly.
Farther is
Mm-hmm.
even worse for your claim.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because if the Earth is a sphere of the size we're told, then we can determine how far away things should disappear as a result. 50 miles is far too far to see something on a spherical Earth, and 500 would be ridiculous. So I think you need to acquaint
Not by
yourself with the
using the naked
size.
eyes. Not by using the naked eyes. It's by using the telescope.
No. A telescope is not going to make an object appear from behind a blockage of Earth. Do you understand? Okay, it says who you can take over again.
So you
Fix your connection. Fix your connection. Fix your connection.
Okay then.
Hey, Vino,
Okay, then.
just quickly
Let me
before you
put
continue,
it in
Vino,
this
just
way
wait a
then.
second, brother. Wait a second, my friend. Okay.
Okay. Carry on.
Right. I just want to say one thing. Right. When you're talking to us, right, please try to listen and try to wait for us to finish talking, and then we will let you respond, and we'll try to have a flowing conversation. Right. So just remember that, please.
Yeah. Okay. I respect everyone. Thank you for remembering. Reminding me.
Is that like
So,
censorship,
anyways,
or is someone just playing a recording?
Can I start my point now?
no, they're just goofing off.
Can I start my point
Yeah,
now?
but are you going to? I will let you say something if you can address the fact that the Earth is not measured to be curving.
Yeah, I am on the way to prove it.
No, I need you to show me if you have a proof. It would be measurable curvature, which would be drop over distance between points on the surface of the Earth. That's what we need.
Yeah, exactly. That I am going to be proved.
Great. You have measurements then. Can you post them in the side chat, please?
It is available on the internet. I will let you know once I finish it.
Oh,
Okay.
bro,
Okay. Let me continue with my point. Okay, is that okay?
all I need is the Earth curve measurements, because if you're going to go to something like maps, that's not going
Yeah,
to help you.
I will definitely show you again. I am promising you. I will definitely show it to you after completion
Okay.
of
And
my
so,
point.
what's the next thing you're going to say? Is it going to be another affirming the consequent fallacy?
Come on, man. Just listen first.
Okay, I'm
Why are
listening.
you straining so hard to talk in here?
Okay. So all of you already known about the world map, right? So have you ever seen why the Russia is that much big? It is not actually that much big. It is a little bit smaller. What you think about Russia?
Yeah, all maps are projections, so each of them will have some kind of distortion because all of them are projected from a globe. The globe came from
Yeah,
elevation angle measurements to the
exactly.
stars.
That's the thing.
So
That's the thing.
the
So in the
globe that
globe,
so what you're by the way, excuse
go
me,
ahead.
the
You are
globe map
interrupting my
itself.
point. Let me complete my
I
point.
want
Then
to
we will.
help you. I want to help you, dude. I
If you
want to
have
help
any
you.
questions, just
Excuse
ask
me.
after my completion of my point. Okay.
Excuse me.
Okay.
The
Okay then.
globe
Okay then.
itself is
Carry
also
on.
inaccurate. Do you understand? The globe is
Wait
inaccurate.
a
It's
second.
also a
Wait a
projection.
second. There is a person in this group who just told me that there is no interruption while some of the person is talking about their point. Who's that person? I didn't remember.
Are you trying to appeal to a by the
Yeah,
way, so
exactly.
I can help you with this conversation. So, as a moderator in the channel, I'm trying to help you. The globe itself is also distorted. It is not an accurate depiction of the Earth, the globe itself.
Gosh. You are not actually complete. Let me complete my point, okay?
Is it going to have something to do with maps and globes that are all inaccurate? Then by all means, go ahead.
Yeah. what my point is, the Russia looks so big, but it doesn't look that
She's breaking up. Bro, you're
much
breaking
big in
up.
reality.
You got to
Your
fix your
connection is
connection because
far
you're
too
breaking
poor
up,
for you
man.
to be fighting this hard to talk to
So
these people.
here, the concerning thing is,
All right.
Fix your connection. Fix your connection.
if you take one,
Fix your
Bro,
connection.
we can't hear you.
She needs to leave and re-enter.
Yeah, Vino, if you can hear us, drop out of the room and come back, please, because your connection is terrible.
बॉल लाऊं तेरी बॉल
This is a more advanced room. If you don't have, fluent English skills, then you may not want to speak in here. It's not going to work very well.
I'm really sorry. I'm a complete beginner. Sorry
No,
for that.
I'm talking to you. Your mic was cutting out, so I didn't hear most of what you said.
Oh, okay. I get it. Am I clear now? Is my voice is clear now?
It's clear right now, yeah.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Glad to hear. Here, when you compare India and Russia, India is, the Russia is 5 times bigger than when compared to Indian land. So when it compares to the old map that we are seeing right now, it is way more bigger than 5 times. Did you get the point? Here,
Yeah, the point is
here it
that
comes.
the maps are projections, and none of them are accurate. And so, what does this have to do with Earth curvature? By the way,
Here the point is visible. You can see.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, in reality, I can see that the Earth is not curving. Maps have nothing to do with it since they're all reifications. So, where is in reality the curvature of the Earth? That's the question. Because now you once again used an affirming the consequent fallacy.
Yeah,
Actually,
the
you
point
used a
he's trying.
reification fallacy.
The point I think he's trying to make. He's claiming the Earth is bigger than what we think it is, and that's why they were able to see the ships at 50 miles or whatever. He's not understanding there is a necessary drop over distance for the heliocentric model, and 50 miles visual of a ship would defy that necessary drop over distance.
Now let him confirm your inference. Is that your point, Vina?
That's not my point. That's actually when you just like if there is a surface on the globe, if you put it on the paper in which is stretching them
Vinu, you're cutting out again, dude.
the
Cutting out
sides
again.
and letting
All right,
the same
do we have anybody
Like every
else
time,
that can follow
at
the
the
conversation
middle.
and all the?
I got a
yeah,
globe
like
question
every time
for
we
you.
tell him he's not connecting well, he just doesn't hear it. You need to
Again.
fix your connection.
Yeah, Vino, we're gonna have to pass the microphone to someone else because your connection's not working. Maybe wait a few minutes, let Grenade Head ask his question, and
Yeah, I
maybe
got
your
a
internet
quick
will
one.
be better.
Intolerably
Really quick one. There's 3 cities that are south of the equator, or and Melbourne, Santiago, and Johannesburg. To travel from one to the other to the other to the other and go back around in a loop, basically, to go to all 3 of them and then return back to the one that you initially started from, is a 20,000 mile trip. How does that happen when the equator is 25,000 miles? How do you lose, 10,000 miles or 5,000 miles south of the equator?
Well, who's this question for?
Anybody.
Oh, I don't know. What does that have to do with the topic?
Well, if the Earth is flat, any three cities that are south of the equator, to make a trip between all three of them and return to the one you started at, should be a trip that's longer than 25,000 miles, if the equator is 25,000 miles.
Well, I'm sorry. What does this have to do with Earth curvature, man? Is the Earth curving or is it not curving?
Well, if the
It's not
if the
coherent.
Earth is flat, anything past the equator should be, when you do a circumnavigation, anything past the equator, you would you'd be going farther than 25,000 miles.
Do you have some kind of image or a model of the Earth, a flat Earth in your head that you're trying to compare to something else?
Well,
I don't
just
know
do it.
why he's conflating the entire distance. It's just in principle. I don't know why he's conflating the entire distance of the equator. Right? You begin at one point, draw a circle. You just drew a
Right.
circle and line that now stretches 25,000
But
miles. I don't know
any
why he's
circle
conflating
that,
that with the distance between the three cities. That doesn't make any
the
sense at all.
equator,
It's incoherent.
if the equator is a circle where the center of the circle is the North Pole, okay,
Who said
any
that?
line past
Whoa,
the
whoa, whoa!
equator.
Who said that? Excuse me, friend.
Well,
Who
what
said
is the
that?
equator then? What is the equator
It's
then?
in the sky. The equator is in the sky. It's part of the celestial sphere model, which is where you get your globe from.
But there is a point on Earth that people live at, that on a certain day of the year, the sun travels this circle, and they call that the
It
equator. It's
does?
the middle of the seasons, basically. It's the
Right.
you know,
It's part of the
equinox. I mean,
celestial sphere model. Yeah.
right,
So
right. There's
in
a point
reality,
where the sun
this is
it's
it's 0 degrees to Polaris, bro. The equator is essentially 0 degrees to the GP of Polaris. Of course, that is a flat Earth that they measured to get that, the equator.
right, and that
Okay.
you can put that line on whatever surface the Earth happens to be, you know.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
anything that's
In
farther
theory.
south of that line has to be a bigger circle.
Why?
Well, because it's farther away from the North Pole.
I just addressed his issue. Like, it's just extenuating words. Like, what you're doing is you're just conflating the entire distance of the equator, right? The entire line stretching from
Well,
one point going around in a circle to. Let
there
me
people-
finish before you. Let me finish before you interject. This silly point. Right? Think about what you're saying for a moment. You're just conflating the distances between whatever given three cities that may or may not have three separate distances that add up to more or less than 25,000 miles with the entire distance of the equator. Just because you're traveling from one city to another city and back to the initial city does not necessarily entail that you're traveling 25,000 miles more or less than that.
If it's flat, you'd have to be traveling more than 25,000 miles.
Hold on a second. Before you start talking about what has to happen, are you using a straw man of an azimuthal equidistant projection to try and justify your position?
Well, what the hell shape is your planet or your flat surface, whatever it happens to be?
Shape? No one told.
How are the
talking about a
continents
shape,
laid out?
dude.
How are the
Look,
continents
we
laid
can't
out?
we can't make any progress if you just ignore replies. All right, engage the reply I just said to you, concerning exactly what you
I
just
want to
said. To me.
know. I want to know how your continents are laid out. If they're
Dude,
not laid out
engage
the
the
way you
reply I
guys
just said to you.
show it in an AE map.
Dude. Engage the reply
Why
I
are you
just
so
said to you
triggered,
about the
bro?
very initial thing you just said. I'm talking about what you introduced yourself on. The very first thing you said, I'm talking about that. So why are you avoiding my reply on that?
Yeah. Who here claimed a shape?
My premise is the, I guess you call it the AE map, is that it has a equator that's marked on it, and that equator is 25,000 miles.
But I didn't mention anything about
around.
that in my reply to you.
And anything past that.
But I
in the
didn't mention
southern
anything
region,
about that in my reply to you.
So you're trying to straw man us with an AE map. Why?
How do you explain the layout of the southern hemisphere's continents if
You're not
using
engaging my
an
reply I
AE
just
map?
said to you. You're not having a coherent conversation, dude. I said a
Dude.
reply to you. You've evaded it for the past 5 minutes. Stop this.
No, I'm not evading it. You're evading the fact that I've got you in a corner.
No,
Dude,
actually,
projecting an
you are
imaginary
asking.
conversation.
Hold on, please, just for a moment, bro.
Hold on a
Bro,
second.
South
Wait.
laid out in
Stop.
any
You
way
don't have
that
anybody
you
in
can
the
travel
corner,
between
dude.
three cities.
You're trying to claim that that's our flat Earth map, and it's not.
Well, then what flat Earth map are you using?
we aren't
Look,
using any
engage-
maps.
Because you guys are liars.
No, I use
That's
Google
why you
quiet
don't
and
use a
listen.
map.
I
You
use
don't
Google
use any
Maps
map
myself.
so that you can't be put in a corner.
Stop
You
talking.
use no map
No.
Be quiet.
so that you can't
Listen.
be pinned down.
Be quiet and stop talking. You're not going to dominate your way through the VC, just being noisy, pushing whatever you want to push. Engage what I just said to you, or you're just going to stay muted. Because obviously,
He did this
Good.
exact thing yesterday. We had this exact same conversation with the call out of the straw man. He came back and just NPC reset today.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. That's funny.
That's crazy. So, in light of that, right? I granted him just for the
I'm
sake of
right,
argument.
and you guys blocked me in the
Gosh,
text
stop
chat
talking. Stop
because you
talking.
know I'm
Stop
right.
talking.
Gregory,
Stop
hold
talking.
on.
Absolutely
Grenade.
correct.
Gregory,
And
hold
you
on.
blocked me in
Grenade.
the text chat
Grenade, why are you
because I was
filibustering?
All right, let's have him talk to
Gregory.
Just Say Sue. Just Say Sue.
Grenade, if you filibuster and you don't engage in the conversation, then that means that you've lost today. So if you think that the azimuthal equidistant projection is no good, then you also believe that the globe is no good because it's a globe projection. No one's claiming anything about distances. No one's trying to give you a model. You are using a model to strawman us. This is dishonest on your part. Don't project.
I did not claim that the azimuth projection is no good. I'm proclaiming that if you use for flat Earth, you are just lying to yourselves.
This is not what we're using as any kind of model. So why are you trying to strawman us with something that we're not claiming? Why are you doing that?
Well, then explain how the southern continents are laid out.
I have no idea how the southern continents are laid out. It wouldn't have anything to do with whether or not the Earth is curving. That's the topic here.
Because
Is
you
the Earth
refuse to
curving?
understand reality.
They use the
That's why.
stars. They use the stars.
Grenade. Is the Earth curving? Oh, he left. Darn. We don't get to talk.
Anyways,
Okay.
Same
so
thing
he
happened
ignored every
yesterday.
point being said to him just to insist on having this imaginary conversation with real people when they're trying to engage any replies that we're actually saying. The thing that he was ignoring from me, like y'all said a different critique than what I was focusing on. I think very sequentially. So what he said is, if you travel from this city, 3 cities, city A, city B, city C, back to city A, then you must be traveling more than 25,000 miles. That is non sequitur. That does not follow. What he's doing is he's just making this non sequitur leap from the equator, like the as it were the circumference of this circle that is the equator is 25,000 miles, and you may be traveling across the equator back and forth at least once to get to all 3 of these cities to travel in this triangle. Therefore, you must have traveled more than 20,000 miles. That is not necessarily true. Crossing the equator, traveling to any of these 3 cities, does not necessitate you travel more than 20,000 miles. That's non sequitur. You could have traveled in a triangular path that's rather small and even less than 100,000, even less than 100 miles, or maybe just about 20,000 miles, maybe just a little bit more than 20. It could be any various distance. Those 3 distances, those 3 lines could add up to any number of things. Greater or less than 20,000 miles, just on its face. That's the first critique I say. And then the next thing, the next level would be to expose that it's based on the straw man like y'all was saying. Just a stupid argument. Like it just couldn't be the case that you traveled in a triangular path on a horizontal surface to and fro across the equator, and the distances add up to less than 25,000 miles. Like that just couldn't be the case if the Earth is horizontal. That's stupid.
Knock, nigga.
Someone else without parents in here?
Who's asking?
Y'all got parents. Do they have discipline though?
Yeah, I have discipline. I only have 3 drinks before I drive, and not 4.
Wah, 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 wah.
How excellent.
All right. Well, anyways, anybody new in here that may or may not believe, I should say, does believe that they live on a spinning water ball and wants to prove it or ask questions about the flat Earth, please do so. We've got dead air. We want to fill it. Let's chat.
Now, mind you, that previous guy, like let it sink in. For some reason, this worldview breeds this behavior, even in people that you would least expect to behave this way. That man was easily over 50 years old, easily, and lives in some degree in corporate America, right? But then comes in here and acts like a stupid, barely teenage brat when trying to have a conversation about the shape of the Earth.
Have you
This
spoken to that
worldview
guy
brings out the
before,
worst
Gregory?
in people. No.
He was in yesterday.
Or I
I've
have, and that was
seen
a
him
long time
around a
ago.
bunch. He looks very familiar, and he's
Yeah, I've spoken to him before.
yeah, okay.
And he ran
He seems-
away too.
He ran away yesterday as well. He declared victory, ran away, started chat skanking, and then came back today with the exact same NPC reset arguments. Straw manning.
I mean, you're more than 50 years old, acting like an adolescent brat, just spitefully talking back, being quarrelsome. About what? About the shape of the Earth? It's amazing. Like it's like subconsciously they presume that they have a right to speak in here and to be heard and considered. It's not a right. You're being allowed. Just as if I was going into their VCs. I don't have a right to speak in there. They don't owe me their ears. They decide to permit me into their VC, into their forum, or not. Vice versa. Fighting tooth and nail, pushing their voice into the VC. That's a dead giveaway of someone trying to just convince themselves out loud. And they want to convince themselves out loud in the audience, in front of an audience of the people who believe contrary to them. That's more significant. That's more emotionally gratifying. It doesn't hit as hard when you're just doing it in front of your fellow believers. They already believe you, already agree with you.
Yeah, I want to know how they measure distances across great bodies of water like oceans. Where do we put our stakes for measuring?
Good question.
Well, you could use celestial navigation techniques to measure large distances across water.
That only works
That would
on a
be-
flat surface.
There's nothing about celestial navigation that requires or includes earthball.
How do you use that to measure ground distance?
With celestial navigation, you look at the GP of the star, or you look it up in the almanac, and then based on the distance from the zenith, you can figure out that angle times 69 miles.
Yeah, how did you figure out it was 69 miles?
Well, I don't know how they figured it out, but it works.
Okay, well that's the question I want to know. Because I call bullshit.
Yeah, what do you mean
Wait,
it works, dude? How do you did you go and verify it?
Well, it's 60. It's been 60 nautical miles per degree for hundreds of years. You're saying it's not, or it doesn't work?
I want positive evidence that it is and that it's consistent.
The success of navigation over the oceans for the
No,
past
the
300
measured
years?
distance. I don't mean the success. I mean the measured distance, in spite of success and despite of success.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, that I thought that it was obvious that celestial navigation works because the distances are correct.
It does work. Like you can succeed with it, but it doesn't mean the distances are accurate or true or consistent. Other flat Earth communities, I get it, accept the 69-1 rule as a foregone conclusion, and I think that's a bit foolish, to be honest, because we are more rugged in our empiricism, I guess.
But again, even with that being granted, again, think through your notions. Where does this necessitate or include the Earth's a ball? You got distances. You're using celestial navigation, you get distances. Where you are, where the zenith is, where the destination is. You got all these distances on the surface of the Earth. Where does getting distances then all of a sudden conjure the premise, the idea, the Earth's a ball? Where in there
I'll tell
is
you, Gregory,
ball
I'll
Earth?
tell you, because geometrically, when you mate the distance with the angle, you create a circle.
Where in the
Celestial
circle is
navigation
ball?
uses a linear equation, 60 times the number of the degrees. That's a linear equation, which works on a ball, but it doesn't work on a flat Earth. Flat Earth, it'd have to be trigonometric, like right angles or something, right triangles.
I agree.
You get angles without right triangles at all?
With celestial navigation, you don't need right angles or right triangles.
So you're getting angles that don't make a triangle.
Who told you that?
So with celestial navigation, you multiply the zenith distance times 60 nautical miles. That multiplication is all you need.
Yeah, I want
Okay,
validation of
celestial
that.
navigation, get the elevation angle up from the Earth to the star, right?
That's one way to do it. You could just directly measure the zenith distance.
Hang on. Celestial navigation is for navigating the Earth, yes?
It's for determining your location, but which you can use to
yes.
navigate, yes.
Yeah. And so you're getting the elevation angle of the star, yes? Up above
That's one way to
what?
do it.
The Earth, yes?
No, the main thing you want is the
No?
zenith distance, how far down it is from the zenith, which you can do with looking at the elevation, but you also don't need it. Like if the horizon is obscured,
You are getting an
can still do it.
elevation angle between the star and the Earth, yes?
No, you're using that to get the zenith distance. The zenith distance is the important bit.
What do you mean no?
You can use the elevation angle, but you don't have to.
It's the elevation angle between the star and what then?
Zenith.
The zenith is where?
Straight up.
On the Earth, yes?
That's an assumption. That's an assumption. Being the star is 90 degrees above your head. So you're saying there's absolutely no refraction, nothing making the light bend. You can't even prove any of that.
Again, granting that for the sake of argument, the zenith is where? On the Earth, yes?
The opposite
hold
of
on.
where the direction plumb line goes.
Guys, I've
Hang on.
never once seen evidence of a 90
Wait, I didn't hear his
degree
reply.
elevation angle to a star. Has anybody ever seen a star directly overhead at anyone seen as 90 degrees presented as evidence before anywhere in any format?
What
Never,
do you mean? Stars
never.
are overhead
No
all
one
the
would
time.
make that assumption. It's a ridiculous assumption to me.
Well, you can assume it, right? It sounds reasonable, but has anybody actually presented it? Has anybody done it, demonstrated that you can actually go directly underneath a star? I would like to see that.
How does it sound reasonable if they believe after the sun set, like when you're watching a sunset, the sun's already set?
Yeah, it's crazy too. But where I'm going with this is how do you get Polaris? Has anybody ever been directly under Polaris, took a video photograph showing a sextant, angle reading, whatever, and say, yep, Polaris, we got 90 degrees overhead, folks, within like 3 arc seconds of precision. There it is. Nobody's done that. And nobody's ever established a measured distance out from there for declination of latitude relative to angle change and the distance involved.
Well, I thought stars go overhead all the time. I guess I haven't seen it myself, but you know, as stars rise and set, sometimes they go straight overhead, don't they?
Yep, I'm sure they do. But I want to see the evidence for it because people are basing their precision of distance. And guess what? We need precision here because there's a lot of fudge factor when it comes to the globe. So I really want to see a demonstration that anybody can even obtain a 90-degree elevation zenith angle relationship to a star at any point.
You look into Lahia noon. That's when all the shadows go away, and that happens across like a, I don't know, 35-mile area.
Yeah, I mean, it happens everywhere between the tropics. You know, at some point, twice a year.
That's for the sun. We're talking stars.
Well, they
The
think
same
the
thing
sun
happens
is
with
a
stars. Stars go overhead all the time, I think.
Yeah, I know it's a great assumption, but the idea is what if it's really hard to pin down accuracy? What if you could have two people separated by like 30 miles of measured distance and both have the same 90-degree relationship to a star overhead?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You're right. The more precise you are, the more precise you can determine your location.
Exactly. Because, you know, a flat swath of a globe, nautical miles, 99.977% flat or something. So, yeah, we kind of need a higher degree of precision in assumptions.
And I think Lahia noon proves that point that Matthew and Yoder came to the conclusion of that they could be 30 miles apart and still get 90 degrees because that's what they see with the shadows.
You know, and can the velocity of certain stars be different relative to each other depending on the observer?
No, stars are always moving 15 degrees per hour, every star.
Well, relative to the observer, no.
As far as their latitude, yeah, okay. Yeah, like Polaris doesn't move that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the cell nav thing, you know, proving flat Earth or whatever. I don't even think it proves the globe.
Yeah, so my argument is that celestial navigation uses a linear equation, namely zenith distance times 60 nautical miles. That's just a straight up multiplication. And that type of linear equation works on a globe, whereas on flat Earth, you would need a trigonometric equation and right triangles.
Okay, so again, I'm trying to speak when no one else is talking so that there is no possibility of misperception of me talking to others. Right? Celestial navigation, trying to navigate the Earth. You get an elevation angle between the star and the zenith, like you just said, and at this point there was disruption. The zenith is where? On the Earth, yes?
The zenith is dependent on where you are. It's observer dependent. It's straight above the observer.
The observer is on the Earth, yes?
Yes. Yes. Zenith is
So
a
the star
direction.
is above the Earth, yes?
Yes.
So the zenith would be where the observer is looking, which is on the Earth. Yes?
Zenith is a direction. Yes, zenith is a direction, not a location.
Right, directly below, as it were, stretching a line from the star down to the Earth. Yes?
No. You don't need you need the zenith, the direction to the star compared to the direction of straight up. That angle is what you use.
Dude, you're being incoherent. The coherent thing to say is the star is above the Earth. It's above a point on the Earth. The zenith is a point
Yeah,
on
the
the Earth.
GP.
Straight up from what,
Thank
Matthew?
you. The GP.
Straight up from
I wasn't
what?
going. I wasn't even going to say the term because you know it already. You're just refusing to be consistent.
Yeah.
So to say that it's not an elevation angle between the star and the Earth is to simply be dishonest and to break the whole system for
I'm
the
not
sake of protecting
dishonest.
the globe.
I'm trying to explain it as
There is
clearly
no
as possible.
there is no shred of honesty when you already know that it's a GP, a ground position, the ground being the Earth. So as it were, an EP, an Earth position. So to deny that it's an elevation angle between the star and the Earth is to be dishonest, to refuse to be consistent, when that's obviously the entailment.
Well, let me try again. The zenith is a direction from the observer, which is straight up, and then another direction is from the observer to the star. You compare those two directions and you get the zenith distance. That's how far off from straight up the star is. You multiply that by 60, and that gives you the distance to the GP of the star. The GP of the star is the location at which the star is straight up above that point on Earth, and you look that up in a naval almanac.
Yeah. Okay. It's an elevation angle between the star and the Earth because the star remains where it is, regardless of the observer moving from to and fro. Right? It's not like the star moves when you move or when the observer moves. It moves the way it does, independent of the observer, above the Earth. And you're trying to navigate the Earth. The focus isn't the observer. The focus is the Earth because you're trying to navigate not the observer, the Earth. So why am I straining to get you to explicitly concede? Yeah, it's an elevation angle between the star and the Earth, and you're trying to navigate the Earth. So it's an elevation angle between the star and the Earth. Why am I straining to get you to concede to this?
An elevation angle typically refers to the distance, the difference in angle between the observer and the star and the observer and the horizon. But what you end up plugging into the equation is not that. You can use the elevation to figure it out, but really what you need is the zenith distance, the difference between straight up and the direction to the star.
Straight up from what?
The observer.
So the observer standing on what?
They're standing on the ground or in a ship on the ocean, more likely the ocean.
How does this V, as it were, between straight up and the angle from 90 degrees to the angle from you, as it were, the line stretching from you to the star, and contrast to the line stretching just directly up from you, absolutely, just absolutely vertical. How does this make any sense when your rhetoric is trying to delete the Earth from being a factor, so you can get away from the entailment that you're getting an elevation angle up from the Earth? How do you make any sense out of this when it's supposed to be navigating the Earth and your rhetoric is ignoring the Earth? You're trying to ignore it. You're trying to redact it out of your rhetoric, so you don't have to concede this point.
Yeah, so let me put some numbers to it. Let's say that you look straight up and that's the vertex, the zenith, I mean, and then the star is 10 degrees off from that. So that 10 degrees, you multiply 10 by 60 and you're 600 nautical miles away from the GP of that star. Now you could also figure the elevation angle from the horizon if you can see it and notice that it's an 80-degree elevation. Then you subtract that to get the 10, but basically you just need the 10. So if the horizon is
vertical
obscured,
up from what?
From the horizon. But if the horizon is obscured, you can measure the zenith distance directly without the reference to the horizon.
Wait, you're standing on the horizon?
No, you're standing on the Earth. If the horizon is obscured, you can still do this, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. The idea is that the vertical line is stretching up from the GP where you're standing, this absolute vertical line. So you can make sense out of this alleged angle from you to the star while you try to ignore the Earth. A vertical up from what? The Earth.
Yeah, so the star is directly over the GP of that star. That's the ground position of where the star is directly overhead.
Yeah, what you're doing is that you want to stand the V up instead of the V pointing sidewards, right? Looking out the distance, the GP over there, underneath the star. You want to tip the V up so that you can ignore the Earth in your rhetoric.
Right. No, it's not the rhetoric. It's just how it works. It's zenith distance times 60.
Not how
That's
it
the
works.
math equation. It is. What equation are you going to use?
Navigating the Earth does not require ignoring the Earth. No, it doesn't.
You can ignore the horizon, not the Earth.
The horizon is what? The horizon is the apparent meeting point of the sky to the Earth. So even with you trying to ignore the Earth and turn your eyes to horizon to get around this obvious entailment, you're literally talking about an aspect of the Earth that involves part and parcel by nature the Earth.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It's an elevation angle up from the Earth to the star.
Right. I'm saying the fact that you can do celestial navigation, even if the horizon is obscured, shows that you don't have to use the horizon. It's a convenient way to do it, but you don't need it.
All right, we got to end
You
this
don't navigate the
because
Earth.
Matthew, you're describing to us a flat Earth right now. Everything that you've said so far is describing a flat Earth. So I think that you're on our side at this point, right? Over
I'm
zenith,
describing the math
height.
of how the celestial navigation works.
Right. So it's all vertical and horizontal relationships, and there's no curve involved in here, is there?
The fact that you're using a linear equation is well explained on a globe.
The linear
but not
equation has nothing to do with whether or not you're actually describing all these elevation. I tell you what, just give me a definition or a citation of an elevation angle. That should solve the problem.
You don't need an elevation angle for celestial navigation.
You don't? Okay, so what are you going to do then?
Find the
no
zenith
angles
distance
required.
directly. No, you
Zenith
need the
distance.
zenith
How are you going to
distance.
do that? How are you going to get the zenith distance?
By measuring the angle between this line of sight
Angle,
and the
shit.
star.
Oh, damn it. You already went back to angle, so no elevation angles required? Actually, in the manuals, why don't you show me if they're using elevation angles or if they're doing what you're talking about? Get me a manual and show me what they're doing.
Zenith distance is an angle. Sorry, I didn't make that clear.
Matthew,
Zenith
I
distance
just
is an
want
angle.
you to go ahead and get me a manual and show me that they're doing what you're talking about.
Oh, I don't have a manual.
Look,
oh,
Michael.
well, what are you describing? Is it actually celestial navigation? Or you're just trying to cop out and say, oh, you don't have to do it the way they actually do it. You could do it this way, and this makes me get out of jail free. Is that what you're doing?
No, I'm describing the math behind celestial navigation.
I don't give a shit about the math. I want you to show me how it's done. That way we know if you're bullshitting or not.
Typically, it's done by using the elevation angle from the horizon.
Oh, typically that's how they do it. Okay, in the manual, that's probably what they describe as well. So they're not talking about what you're doing, are they? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So, like I said, what you're doing is you want to tip the line up 90 degrees. What they're doing is they're getting the line that is stretching from where you are to the GP, and then, as it were, in principle, the line stretching up from you to the star. So, as it were, the V is tipped sideways. Okay. You're trying to point the V up to the sky. Then you make the
But if you have
baseline just absolutely vertical, just ignoring the Earth. But are you traversing up into the air? No. Are you traversing an abstract concept that is a vertical line? No. You're traversing the Earth.
Oh, sorry. Go
So
ahead.
trying to tip the
नहीं
V up
वो
is
फिर
stupid.
कहीं इधर उधर छोड़ रहा हो आप भी गलत
Nowhere,
में हो
nowhere in doing this are you going to ascertain
कि वो जो पापा के
where
साथ
the
है
star is above the Earth so you can navigate the Earth. When you tip the V up, that does not inform you about the Earth at all. You're not traveling the sky. You're not traveling the air. You're not traveling an abstract concept that is a mathematical line. You're traveling the Earth. So the V, as it were, is sideways. The baseline is stretching from across the surface of the Earth, from you to the GP, and the other line stretching from you to the star. And that star having a straight line in principle down to the GP in the distance away from you. That
So you're
entails
saying
that you're
there's
traveling upon a
right
horizontal
triangle?
surface.
It sounds like what you're describing is a right triangle on a flat
It's a right
Earth. Is that
triangle
right?
no matter how it's a right triangle no matter how you want to orient it. Because in your notion, it's a right triangle sitting on the acute tip rather than
Got
sitting
it.
on its
Okay,
baseline.
so why does the math not use trigonometric identities to calculate the distance if it's a right triangle?
Why don't
does
you
it not
ask
use
the people?
why does
Ask
it
the
not use
people
triangle
that
math when the
devise
triangle is
this
involved?
system. I mean,
The people that
Why does it not
devise the
use
system
triangle
assume
math
the
when there's
globe
triangles
that it's a
involved?
globe.
Look,
I don't give a shit what they assumed.
You just asked me why do they not use triangle math when triangles are involved?
Right.
So either they're doing it wrong or your notion is just wrong.
So if it's a right triangle as you described, then the distance would be calculated using trigonometry, right?
Matthew, what in the hell are you doing?
I'm showing that the very fact that the equation is linear is best explained by
I know
the fact
you guys
that the
have
Earth is
already
square.
been doing this forever. It doesn't have anything to do with whether or not the Earth is curving, does it? You brought up celestial navigation. Is this your globe, Proofsy?
Yes, celestial navigation only works on
Can
a
you
globe.
give me measurements to confirm that this is a proof of drop over distance between points? I want a measurement. Sick of your dumbass.
I feel like I'm about to get muted, so I'm going to say goodbye. Goodbye.
Yeah, get bent. See ya.
Like you can't keep doing this type of behavior. You go out of your way to speak up these opinions, and then when you're pressed to just give the cowbell for the very thing that you said all these things for the very thing that everything you just said is centered around, then you don't make the point. It's just assertions. It's a routine set of assertions, and you try to figure out where exactly does Earth is ball or surface of the Earth is curving fits into this whole set of sentences about celestial navigation. Where is this? Where is Earth is ball in celestial navigation? Where about getting angle elevations involves the Earth being a ball? Elevation angles mean Earth is a ball. Nowhere. It's just a set of sentences. And the reason says who said that is because, like he said just 2 minutes ago, he brought it up. Michael brought it up as though it proves the Earth is a ball. That's why he said that. If anyone didn't remember that after all those several minutes that passed, he was supposed to be giving the cowbell as to how celestial navigation somehow proves the Earth's the ball. But with all the specifics that are involved in celestial navigation, trying to use the stars to navigate the Earth, celestial stars, or the heavenly bodies, navigating what? The Earth. Where in trying to get elevation angles to ascertain where the star is above the Earth and tell that the Earth's a ball? Nowhere. There's never a coherent connection between their desired conclusion and all the constituents, all the aspects of celestial navigation. There's no connection. It is really a rhetorical, superficial connection. They'll just say it's connected. They'll just say that it proves SE doctrine. It's not as though, well, if you do this way and do this that way, then if you do it this way, then you won't get the distance if you don't factor in the Earth as a ball or anything like that. There's no reductio, proof, nothing. There's no quotation that proves, not just asserts, but proves coherently by some line of argumentation, yes, the Earth is a ball, given that fact in the context of celestial navigation. Now, mind you, internalize the fact that the proposition celestial navigation proves the Earth's the ball is the weaker premise than celestial navigation cannot work on a horizontal surface on a flat Earth. That's an even stronger premise that they've never proved.
I'm good. Good.
Stop being noisy.
What?
Stop being noisy.
Hey!
So yeah, that's the stronger premise. They've never proven. They've ever given a deductive argument that proves celestial navigation cannot work on a flat Earth, on a horizontal surface.
Yoder, I got a question. because I don't know
Sure.
the answer, and I'm not a hardcore math fella.
I'm not either.
So the discussion about this linear equation, which I don't disagree with, right? If you were to model this out, then you're going to have a problem. But if you conceptualize the sun as taking an arced path, can the linear equation or whatever still be done from a flat plane?
No.
No.
Nope. 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 It's like this, and maybe the simplest way I can put it, because I've been thinking on this issue for a long time, and I've known it was a problem from the beginning, and I've also tried to reconcile it almost foolishly. The way to think about it is what happens after 180 degrees, or let's say you begin with Polaris in the on your right side, you turn towards it, and then you run underneath Polaris, and then Polaris goes behind you towards the horizon. What happens afterwards to Polaris? You got to pick up a new point of origin somewhere, and then now
Right.
you've got 180 degrees, okay, from Polaris on one horizon all the way up above into the other horizon. Now keep going and go another 180 degrees using another star, same direction, and now go 361 degrees. Where do you end up? I mean, you're just doing
Right.
loops on a circle. So either there's a Pac-Man Earth, like in every direction you go, you end up back where you started, and you just keep going and going and going and going and going, like, I don't know, Wolfenstein 3D or something. You open a door and you go through it, you open a door, you go through, you keep going, then you end up back where you started again. Or there's a globe, if that relationship is true.
Yeah, I remember we used to tell these guys, well, we're not actually claiming a height, right, ultimately of the sun. Like it's always in this apparent position. Everybody has their own sun. We used to talk about that. That's not a defeater necessarily, but I don't know. It's kind of tricky. Like I think the thing about celestial navigation that is compelling, probably not a proof, in my opinion, that the Earth is flat, is that it is done measuring an elevation angle from a plane, right? And then assuming that the sun itself is at a 90-degree position over a GP. That is compelling. I don't know that it's proof at all, but either way.
Yeah. In fact, let me recant in my statement. It doesn't mean that Earth is a globe or necessarily Pac-Man Earth, because there could be mitigating factors involved. Like distance and orientation, which needs to be absolutely precisely measured out for what this relationship entail.
Oh, hello.
So, I mean, you cannot project curvature onto a flat surface without distortion. That's just a geometric reality. So I would turn to all the corrections that have to be done after the globe assumption's in place when geodetic surveyors perform their measurements. They select a reference ellipsoid, they take their flat Earth measurements, they bend it to a ball, but shit happens. So now in the real world, when they go to use those geodetic measurements to start building highways and bridges and particle accelerators, the globe crap breaks down. They have to go back to flat again. But there are all kinds of corrections with GPS that's continuously going on that you may not have access to because it's happening within the backhaul on the ground segment. So who knows what GPS is actually doing? We don't have any proof. So the 69-to-1 rule is absolutely something that we should challenge them on, because we know from history, if we're to believe it, that the English and the French, neither of them accepted the 69-to-1 rule to be entirely accurate everywhere consistently on Earth. It's why the English thought that Earth was an oblate spheroid and the French thought it was a prolate spheroid. So
it seems like they had to agree upon some kind of average, right?
Yeah.
For practical purposes.
Yeah, that's just the beginning of it too. And I think that's a good point. So I would really hold them accountable, because again, it's not just distance but orientation of things. And and even then, there still may be a way we haven't conceived yet that if the 69-to-1 rule is precisely accurate everywhere in all places and all times, that the Earth still measures flat somehow, and it's just a freaking mystery how that works. But I mean, the implication might be a Pac-Man Earth, which I'm not comfortable with. But I mean, if that's what it is, and that's what it is.
That's incoherent.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, what about this whole realm in general? Like, it's incoherent not being able to figure out if there's an edge to reality or not. So,
No, it's necessarily an entailment that things that are concretely real have a finite extent to their substance.
I'll tell you, I mean, the stupid Pac-Man Earth thing does solve some issues, as much as there's no evidence for it currently. It does give us a defined volume to our reality for gas pressure to exist in.
It doesn't. An incoherent notion doesn't solve anything.
Right. I mean, if we're going to make these speculations, then we may as well be globers again.
Like when you analyze the notion, object A travels direction A, right? So it's moving in some given direction to point A to point B to point C to point D, and then as it moves in the same direction, it simultaneously is moving in the very opposite direction. That's impossible. That's the entailment of the notion. You just imagine walking forward. Now the place you just walked away from is now behind you. So as you're walking forward in the opposite direction away from the point you just left, you're simultaneously eventually walking toward it or also exist simultaneously at it. That's impossible. So no, it doesn't solve anything. It's logically impossible. Entailing a contradiction and metaphysically impossible. Now, it's a shame that adults have to have such a thing explained to them. You would think, especially adults, shouldn't need that explained to them, but here we are. So really, to accurately describe what is happening in Pac-Man, of course, Pac-Man Earth being a rhetorical, an analogical label, right? Analogous to what you observe in the video game. What's actually happening is Pac-Man travels across the screen left to right or right to left, and he stops existing at some point, and then he spawns at the other point. Right? That's the accurate way to describe what we see. You saw Pac-Man move from left to right, move to the right of the screen, then he stopped existing, he vanished, and then re-existed at some other point, or the very opposite point across the screen. Not he traveled in a continuous direction and then just there's no other way to describe that. He reappeared or respawned in another point. But to try and apply this to the sun or any celestial body or any material thing moving in real life, right? It explains all this absurd entailments I just explained. You go to what you're trying to go to so you can get there, not away from what you're trying to go to so you can get there. Everybody knows that.
Toothless, you're hot micing, bro. Do you think you could put yourself on mute if you're not going to say anything?
kind of difficult to be quiet when you're a dragon.
Regarding these geometric principles of like projection and distortion and whether curved and flat surfaces can be reconciled and how to think of a globe and flat surfaces together. In the mathematics I think it's hashtag math. Some time ago I posted some lectures on this. It might be worth reviewing. A lot of it's going to be over our heads. A lot of it's over mine. Take what you can from it. There's a lot of good information in there. It provides great explanations for some of these geometric rules and principles that really conform to the laws of logic.
I hope one person got my my reference I just said 30 seconds ago. Just one. I mean, come on. The guy's name's Toothless. Anyone who's seen How to Train a Dragon, come on. Come on.
I haven't seen it. Sorry.
Oh, you're breaking my heart. You're breaking my achy break your heart. Mhm.
You guys should check out that model that Space Audits made, Alan and Shane. I posted the link. It's like a prettier version of Walter Bislint's. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, I agree. That's all it is. It's a globe.
Hello everyone.
Guten Tag.
So, admittedly, I have not looked into terrestrial navigation at all, although I've heard about it, and I'm thinking to myself, depending on how far you are away from whatever it is that you take an elevation angle to, I mean, that has to be a fairly small angle. Like, if you're miles away from even like a mountain peak, you're going to get a pretty short, pretty small angle. And I just don't know how that would work. I guess I don't know how accurate that would be.
Yeah, I wonder the
Anybody looked
same.
into terrestrial navigation?
Yeah, it's done the same way. The thing I wonder about too is like, the kind of precision that would be needed that we would require to determine the relationship of angles and distances for our purposes is much greater than what is used in the field. Because you got to think about like people using sextants on a boat, got choppy waves, it might be rocking. How accurate can you get with your tick marks? As you get your elevation angles and azimuthal angles. How accurate are your clocks? Are you off by a few seconds? I mean, all of these errors compound and add up over time.
Yeah.
Yep, I've got the same thing. They decided it was 5,400 nautical miles from the North Pole to the equator, and I'm like, okay, what about errors due to parallax? What about errors due to instrument inaccuracies?
Yeah, that's a tough one. Like, how do you ever gauge the accuracy? How are you going to get the true distance? That would be damn tough. Now, I think it's probably really helpful for practical purposes, just kind of getting a gauge for where you're at in relationship to locations based on a star's GP. I think it probably does a fine job of that. But there's going to be a point where you're going to stop using elevation angles and you're just going to go by charts and ultimately like geographical features, landmarks, stuff like that.
Yep. Ultimately, what we're doing here with this is we're checking the claim for spherical excess. And instead of using landmarks for it, like surveyors do horizons and mountains and stuff, we're using the stars. The same principles apply. So if you can enclose a triangle with known side distances by using celestial navigation on a flat Earth, then the sky is flat too.
Then 69 miles per degree won't no longer match. It'll be
Will not
something
work.
else.
That's right. So if you take a triangle and try and smash it onto a globe, it's going to have curving sides. And or you won't be able to enclose a triangle. So if like the
Right.
sky is round and the Earth is flat, and you're going to use 69:1, you're going to run into these issues. And it is possible the sky has a different topology than the Earth, and it's possible that it is round and the Earth is flat, and there are issues, and those issues are papered over by the fudge factors involved. We simply do not know enough at this case right now to say, but we do know that when we measure the Earth flat, we measure flat distances to very high levels of precision with lasers, then we're debunking a rounded Earth, which means the rounded Earth can be summarily tossed. That doesn't rule out what the sky's doing, though. But this also means that ground distances that are unmitigated from the 69:1 rule are wholly inaccurate, and everybody's inaccurate this whole time. I don't necessarily believe that's the case because there are all kinds of crazy fudge factor corrections that are shoved into these systems. You got all kinds of like sensor filtering and averaging and smoothing of data going on called common filtering and using statistical methods using stochastics. So, I mean, what I'm ultimately interested in is precise measured data, like we all have been asking for. And I'm not going to acknowledge there is a 69-to-1 rule until I see the data for it. And it's not just the 69 part that's a problem, but it's the one part, like says who was talking about, like measuring angles. Like, how accurate can you be? You know, like if you're going to use Polaris and Polaris wobbles very slightly in its position, if you're going to use that wobble, you need to account for it. Otherwise, you're going to be 30 nautical miles off because Polaris is offset from the true center of the sky by about half a degree, which would translate to 30 statute miles. So there's like the declination or inclination or azimuthal change of Polaris relative to the observer that has to be taken into account in order to seal up that 30-mile nautical mile gap. But nobody talks about that part. And then how accurate is your measuring device? I mean, how accurate were nautical sextants to be able to determine a half a degree while on a boat, through atmospheric refraction, through wobbly bobbly on the seas. I mean, there's all kinds of crap going on. So I really just don't buy that rule of thumb being wholly accurate. It may work good enough for most cases, particularly in the north, but I would love to see that work everywhere consistently at all times.
Yeah. It's the same issue I have with the 5,000 stadia that was measured between Syene and wherever. And how do you measure that distance accurately over a surface that has topography? So you've got ups and downs.
Well, I would have to imagine that the idea of, we use this term celestial navigation, but I have to imagine that most ancient cultures still had a relationship with the stars where they assumed that they, were over uh, geographic locations, perhaps took angles to them, perhaps made their own calculations, created their own rules, and gave themselves some values like that, where they said, well, if it's in this azimuth, if Syene's kind of over there and we see the star over there, we're going to take an angle and we're going to say 500 stadia. Now, how would they come up with that? I have no idea. But I mean, we screw up by thinking that the ancient cultures were just a bunch of knuckle dragging idiots. These were intelligent people. They had plenty of navigation systems of their own. Maybe they got lost. I don't know. But I have to imagine that most of the things that we use today are about as old as the earth or the ancient cultures themselves. Purely my opinion.
Yeah, I kind of think of it like there are other trees of development that civilizations can take besides just like the high tech one that we have. It may be equally powerful and just different.
Yeah. I will say I still like celestial navigation, and like I said, I don't know that I would call it a flat Earth proof necessarily, but I think it's the ultimate principle that, like 10th Man was trying to point out to everybody, that the way that they're doing the process is referencing the Earth as the plane itself, and the distance and all that stuff, or the angle itself, the zenith of the star, all that stuff is done with a flat plane in mind, and treating the Earth as essentially the baseline of the angle, right? And so it's like, okay, well then in celestial navigation, they're essentially using a flat Earth to get distances between points. It's the same thing as surveying, right? Where it's like they're measuring this flat. So what the Glober does is they come in and they talk about, number one, like Matthew said, oh well, they assume that the Earth is a sphere. Well, I don't care what they assume; they're still measuring the Earth and referencing it as a flat plane. So if what they're doing is a flat Earth, who cares what they assume? Oh well, they also assume that the Earth is curved, and that's why they're gonna, assume that the zenith angles are reciprocal. Well, I don't care if they assume that. They're still getting plumb everywhere that they go. They measure it flat, and then later on, they slap it onto a coordinate system or a pre-assumed sphere, and then of course they create themselves some problems. So it's always the principles that actually are the damning thing, right? The condemning thing. It's like, well, if everybody's referencing the Earth and measuring it and treating it as it's flat, what do I care about the assumptions that are made afterward, especially when those assumptions create inaccuracies?
Well, I mean, supposedly the story goes is, they're using it like elevation angles to a curving sky. So you got non-Euclidean sky, Euclidean ground, and they found that there were some very complex mathematical problems associated with this. Number one, you're going to get corruption. You're going to get stretching and warping of ground distances and everything over time. And so, out of convenience to treat the ground is the same curvature as the sky is an elegant way to reconcile using the sky as a sphere and having it match on the ground. And then you just add a whole bunch of corrections because the Earth is actually flat in reality.
Right.
And that's what's going on. Yep. If you weren't able to add in those corrections to the ground, then you could probably add those corrections to the sky and retain a flat Earth, and you'd be in the same position that we're in now.
Yeah, and no one's going to try to even attempt to correct the sky. Like number one,
Yeah.
it does all kinds of crazy stuff, and number two, how could you possibly do that? If you have to try to treat it as like a material, where these stars are in like almost physical locations, right? Like we use this term free space, but they're in these geometrical locations, and they all have like a relationship to each other, distance wise and stuff. You can't do that with the sky. The sky is way too mysterious, way too crazy. Um, yeah, it's nuts. The sky is a wonderful thing. It's an amazing thing. All the crazy stuff that happens, even with the moon, for crying out loud. Um, and so, if we try to treat that like some kind of physical geometric system, we get jacked up big time. Like, it's just weird.
Yoder, I sent you a link.
Oh, okay.
There's resources. This is just for you to like look at later or whatever. But it's resources for the dual pole flat Earth, which it's very
Oh,
rare to come across.
Dude, this has been off and on for a while. No thanks. They created a globe again. That same team keeps creating globes and they don't realize it.
Well, it's there if you're ever interested.
Okay, and we can go through all that sometime too if you want. Just as with the celestial theodolite and Dr. Heffron, they came to me in DMs and asked me about it, and I gave them my critical response, and they rejected it and then carried on anyway with it, making an embarrassment of themselves. I mean, I like those guys on a personal level, but I've been very frustrated with what they've been putting out there in the community for the past couple years. Like I've taken flights from Hawaii to Tahiti and Fiji and stuff like that a long time ago. And I am very certain that we were flying west, southwest, and southwest. But on that map, you got to fly like northeast. Yep. I mean that community's been trying very hard to reconcile two contravening topologies, the curved and the flat. And it's impossible to do. It's always been it's like squaring a circle or something. You just can't do it. The geometric laws don't line up. Like it's like a violation of logic and causality to try and do. You're going to need more Einstein to augment your ether.
Laura, you have a hot mic. You mind muting yourself? Otherwise, I'm going to have to do it. Earth to Laura.
Just do it.
Okay.
Put it out of its misery. Welcome. And you as well. Glad you both could join us. If you have any questions about the topic, feel free to ask. Plenty of people with answers. Laura, hot mic is where you have your microphone unmuted and noise is coming through, and it's unintentional. It sounded like sliding paper on the microphone. Makoto, what's up? Got any questions? Like,
Know what they're hoping for when they pop in here every 2 seconds and then leave. You say hello to them, but they just leave. Like what were they expecting when they joined?
I don't know. I was like, I want to hear a conversation, but I don't want to hear a conversation.
It's got to be something to do with that TikTok brain.
I watched a video, I think either yesterday or the day before. This person goes over statistics about the link between uh, the generation intelligence and attention uh, and comprehension skills decline at the same time the school systems start introducing uh, computer technology into the education program. So grades decline, IQ levels drop, attention, the ability to focus for an extended period of time declines at the introduction of uh, computer systems in the educational system. And it typically, according to the information, it was starting around 2010 was the beginning of the decline.
Yeah, it started long before that. To get into Yale, you had to know Latin and Greek, at least the basics of it, grammar and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Today, kids are going to college and can't even read or spell.
It is insane. I seen another video where somebody had asked, I think it was ChatGPT, about, what's the deal with words in the English vocabulary disappearing from uh, the internet, and it's dismissed for lack of use. And then somebody else was making the claim that there's specific words that are being removed for later use, like 1984 type shit.
Yeah. Some new speak.
Rayleigh, your comment reminded me of an article I read where Harvard professors were saying that the vast majority of the students that had been coming in for a while have never read an entire book.
Not even the ones that they forced you to read in school, like To Kill a Mockingbird.
Yeah,
It's like,
they're just reading excerpts and, summaries. They're going on AI and asking for a summary of the book, and we all know how that goes.
I don't really have many questions right now. Honestly, I was just kind of gearing up to say that we literally have Jesus in the chat. So, I mean, here's our answer, right? We're going to get the answer right now from Jesus. Is the earth flat?
measured so.
I didn't say Jim. I said Jesus.
Jesus will tell you that the earth is flat. He must be away from his mic.
Damn. Should I just take a disciple's word for it?
No, you should measure it.
Fact.
Have you ever done anything like that?
In school, yeah.
Really? In school you measured earth curvature.
Well, not necessarily that, but usually you can add up a bunch of things that you do measure and usually draw, I don't want to say assumptions, but you can draw pretty decent conclusions on those things.
Can you explain the methodology there?
Well, I remember measuring the acceleration of gravity. Not that that proves that the Earth is a globe, but it's just one of those things.
Okay, but you said you had measured earth curvature,
I
right?
didn't say that. No. But I've done measurements that lead me to believe that yes, the Earth is curved.
So how does the gravitational constant prove anything about the surface of the earth?
Well, it's just one of the things. It's gravity, right? How does it prove? I mean, it's kind of like a question of where does this come from?
Well, can you
And I
define
know
gravity
I
to
know the
start with?
definition you guys typically use is density.
No, well, I asked you for the definition of gravity. We don't define gravity as density unless you're talking about specific gravity.
It's
And that's
like
not
a.
our definition, that's just the definition. So when
I
you
would
say
I would
gravity,
say
what do you mean?
so. I know a
Okay,
lot of people don't like using the word force in this, but I think the generally accepted definition includes the word force between objects attracting each other based off of their mass.
okay, so if you're gonna go with that, can
But
you demonstrate that's that can you demonstrate that happening? Can you provide an experiment that isolates gravity so that we know gravity is the cause of this phenomena you're describing?
that that's a big ask right now. I'd need time to think about that question because I've never really thought about that specifically in regard to gravity. But like I said, that's just kind of like one of the things that brings me to the conclusion that I have. Just like I'm
So
sure you
you
guys have a lot of things that
so
bring you
you
to.
don't believe a general downward vector could happen if the Earth was flat?
I just know that the flat earthers don't have an explanation that I agree with, right? I
Okay, but
think a
that's
lot of you
not
guys
what I
talk about
asked.
density.
Yeah, but that's not what I asked you.
Yeah. So what I'll say is that our current explanation of gravity has been consistent with like just other things I've experienced, I've seen, and I get that that doesn't prove everything, but it kind of just the consistency, right? Like it fits in here, it fits in here, it works there, it works
Okay.
there, it makes sense. It's
Okay, so what's another thing that implies that the Earth is a spheroid?
I would
Because
say
I think we can rightfully discard the concept that a downward vector proves anything about the nature of the surface. I think that's fair. It doesn't prove anything one way or another. It's just something we observe.
I think
So,
a lunar eclipse is pretty compelling. That's
okay.
like another example, right?
Okay, so why is
Well, I
that
ask myself,
compelling?
what's casting that shadow, and the shadow is curved, right? It has like an umbra, I think they call it.
Well,
Um,
wait,
so
dial it back.
it's
Why are
not
you
always curved, is what you're gonna say. There's an exception. Yeah.
No, well, wait, don't put words in my mouth.
All right, sorry, yeah. So,
You just said it's a shadow.
so I'm assuming that it's a shadow.
Right. You're
It,
assuming.
it's been pretty consistent with what shadows are, to my
Well, actually,
knowledge.
no. A sphere casting a shadow on another sphere actually creates an S curve on it. So
Uh,
it's not consistent with the shadow.
this is your assumption based off of seeing this on a smaller scale, correct?
It's not an assumption. It's something we can test and observe.
Right, but this is something that you've tested and observed on a much
Yeah,
smaller
I
scale
mean,
than what we
maybe
claim these planets are.
someone in
So
the
that's not
chat can
necessarily
post
one
a
to one.
video. Pardon?
I'm just saying it's not one to one, right? And we talk about relativity all the time. But it's things are different depending on shapes and sizes and how big
Shadows?
they are.
Do shadows act differently when you scale the two objects up and down?
I know light can. Light can.
Think about what I just asked you, though. Just think about it.
Well, have we tested it before with shadows to that scale? Is my
Oh,
question.
To the
That's
scale of
always
the
what
moon?
I've just been. So you guys perform an experiment and say that this scales up to what we
Well,
claim the Earth and the Moon and the Sun
if
are,
I wanted
right?
to make a scale replica of the Earth and the Moon and the Sun, what would the
Correct.
equivalent sizes be if it was to be something that I could do on my own?
And
Can you give me
so
that scale?
I
I want to
appreciate
make sure
that
that the
question
scale is correct. I want to make sure
because
it's correct.
not to get off topic because I feel like this kind of is, but I feel like that argument is usually brought up when people say that what can I do to visually see that the Earth is curved? Because
well,
obviously I cannot fund myself to take a rocket out there, just like we
No,
can't get
we
these
already
large
went on the
planets to
rabbit
figure out
trail,
what these
got
shadows are
away
doing.
from curvature, and jumped into gravity. So I'm kind of just following you down the rabbit trail. You've
well,
given me a scale is necessary in order to replicate it properly, and I'm
Yes,
asking what the scale is. Can you give me a ratio that's appropriate for something that I can do at home for
I
the
would not
sun,
have that
the earth,
off
and
the
the
top of
moon?
my head. That would like I said, there's a lot to this that I don't know that we don't know, right?
Okay,
So
so in
I'm not
order
gonna
to have this
give you random
scale, right?
numbers and stuff.
In order to have this scale, you need to know the radius of the Earth. In order to know the radius of the Earth, you have needed to have made a measurement of the Earth. Have you done the measurement
Go.
of the surface of the Earth? Because obviously you can't dig the diameter to get the radius value.
I
So
have
have you
not,
done that?
no, and that isn't
Okay,
possible, just like many other
yeah.
things I've spoken here.
And this
Yeah,
topic brings us back to the original point, curvature measurement.
is that we don't know that that seems to be what it comes to, right? That we don't know.
You don't know what? The
Well,
radius?
like I said, we don't
How to
know if
make a
these
curvature
measurements are
measurement?
true about the circumference being 25,000 miles or whatever, the radius diameter. Like we don't know then. We have a lot of lacking knowledge here.
Well,
hey,
I've
J Dog,
taken a
if you look just quickly, J Dog, if you look in the side chat at 49 minutes past the hour, there's some information for starting at 49. There's some information for you as in relation to your lunar eclipse idea. Yeah, and I don't know if I'm hearing this correctly or not, but it sounds to me like you're saying a small scale model will could possibly show a different effect than the large scale, and the large scale being the actual moon. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying I don't know. Just like we don't know for a lot of these things.
Okay, so why should we assume that during a lunar eclipse we're seeing a shadow when we don't see shadows behaving like that?
Is it not in and of itself to make an assumption that you have all the knowledge too? Like that is an assumption in and of itself that you don't
Okay,
need to
but
worry about
you're
that.
missing the point. Why would we reject the knowledge that we do have in favor of a different idea that we cannot prove?
I feel like that's not a fair argument because I feel like flat earthers tend
No,
to
it's not
reject
an
a lot of
argument, it's a
information that's out
question.
there, and it's very selective on what we choose to use in our information.
So there it goes, bro. You
Yeah.
don't jump off and start to attack people. It's a very reasonable question. Why would you use assumptions when you already have data that proves otherwise?
Well, I'm not attacking people just by saying this is what flat earthers do, right?
Well, you
I'm
should hear
saying
your
It's a reasonable question for
information
anyone.
is
Why
omitted
Yeah,
would you
can you
use the
all the time.
assumption when you already have data that shows otherwise?
Is there not data that shows otherwise against you guys though? That's the
No,
thing.
there
You guys have
isn't. Yeah, where is it? Where is it?
where exactly to what though?
You tell me. Give me an example.
So like curvature to the Earth, for instance, I could show you pictures, for instance, but you guys are going to say those pictures are fake because they're just pictures. But here's
No,
the thing: you guys are
no, bro,
providing.
relax.
Just let me
Calm
finish my
down.
statement.
What's
You guys
wrong
are
with you?
providing
My
pictures in the
goodness
side
gracious. Don't
chat
freak
to
out.
prove
My
your
goodness
own
gracious. Why are you
Go
freaking
ahead,
I'm
get
out,
it
showing
out.
you
J-Dog?
pictures from 50 years
All
ago.
right.
Yeah, let him get his feels
J-Dog.
out.
It is not necessary to come unglued. I asked you a reasonable question, and now you're freaking out. So I'm asking you specifically if you have data contrary to what we've published or has been published by the mainstream that proves a globe, please present it. Very simple.
Do you think these gifts on Discord is data though? Like I'm just.
I didn't say that it was. No one said that it was.
So then, what is the presented data? You said you presented data to me, and I just asked you.
Yeah.
Everything
All
that you
right.
guys
So
showed me on the Discord here
no
is
worries.
like what's going on here?
So the GIF of the moon being darkened from the top down.
Yes.
How would that
The flat Earth
exactly
Discord I'll
work?
point out.
Yeah, no worries. Are you saying, listen, if you have something to the contrary occurring, please present it.
I don't have all these gifs and things on the side ready to just throw into the chat.
Hey,
I'm just gonna
You've
have you
got
guys
the
just
internet
throw
at
it
your
out.
fingertips, friend.
J-Dog, you're asking us to believe in an idea that you have. You want us to just accept it. You accept it, but you've never even questioned it or looked for evidence to support it.
I've very much. I've seen a lot of the laser experiments presented in this chat.
Well, wait, we were talking about the
Nathan Oakley
moon.
talk.
Okay.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
I've heard it all. What do you want me to say? Like, yes, I've been here for these discussions.
J-Dog.
Okay.
Then why can't you
Can you let
support your claims?
My claims to what exactly?
Well, you said a lunar eclipse
That
is a shadow on the moon. You were unable to support that. You're saying that the Earth's surface is curved, and you said you'd done experiments or tests to that effect, but you weren't able to produce those as well. So, and you're bringing up laser experiments and saying that they aren't proof that the surface is curved. So, can you present a laser experiment that does prove the surface is curved?
You understand that my words
Instead of trying to knock down, can you please present your own evidence?
So you realize that my word here and what I might post in the side chat is just as weak evidence to the Earth being a globe as these gifs and random things that you guys are posting for the flat Earth claim. And I think we're
I feel
always going to
that's
be misconstruing
disparaging
the other
because I
side's
think you're
argument
not.
too.
I think you're not really reading things when you're just mocking them as GIFs. I mean, a GIF is just a method of conveying information. It doesn't mean the information is invalid because it's in a GIF form.
You guys are presenting things created by flat earthers, though. Is there not a clear
Well,
bias of a
you
gift
said
Genetic
created by a
fallacy.
flat
any
earther with
But that's a
nothing
genetic
verified?
fallacy.
Can I
Who
get,
created
okay,
it has no
let me
bearing
just
on the
can I
truth of it.
clarify? Can I
But
clarify?
no,
There's
no, it's
there's
a
literally
genetic
no
fallacy.
information to these.
It's a
So
genetic fallacy. There's no way around it. The truth of the information has nothing to
where
do with who created it.
so for instance, let me just reply to this one.
So
you
what you
provide me
keep
some
doing over and
documentation on
over
this gift?
again is you
Hold
keep
on.
trying to disparage people as if the personality and people and things determine the truth of the information. They don't. And
I
there's
am not
nothing you can do to fix that. But
I'm
that's your
asking for
whole
sources
shtick.
now. I'm asking for sources. Could you
It doesn't
provide me
matter. Fucking Adolf Hitler made the gift.
just send me the gift so I can verify it, right? Send me where I
Dude,
can
I'll send you
verify
a
where
fucking
this person
video,
did this
dude. I'll
experiment.
send you a video. How about
A
that?
source for
Send you a
what?
video. The Selenilian eclipse from the
Wait, hold
Cohaki
on. Am I
Mounds
being
in
a bigot?
Ohio that a
How am I
regular
being a bigot?
Glober took. Why are you over talking me? You
Wait,
asked for
Someone called me
something.
a
I'm
bigot in the
telling you
side
what I'm
chat,
going
what
to
and I
give
is
wanted
you.
to
the
address it.
Selenelian
Hold on.
eclipse?
Someone's calling me a bigot in the side chat, and I wanted to
Jay,
address.
why don't you
Where
try
am I
Dude,
being a
Cares,
something
bigot?
else
you
dude.
handle
for a
that in the
second?
side chat, bro.
Like
Can
for
I get a
real, let him
clarification on
finish a
that?
fucking sentence.
Let me get
Okay,
some
you have to handle
clarification.
that
You
in the
shut the
side.
fuck too, AG.
Jay,
You're the
can
one
you
who called
let
me a
people
bigot, so let's
finish a
back it up.
sentence before you interrupt them?
Why don't you back it up with evidence? Why don't you back it up with evidence? Where did I say something
Fuck's
that was
You
sake.
incorrect?
know, look, bro, you just admitted we had evidence when you said you've seen the laser tests.
This is literally too. Okay,
So
I
what
asked
is
for
it?
evidence
We
of me
have
being a bigot,
evidence or we
buddy,
don't
not
have
evidence of the
evidence?
Earth
Pick a
being a flat
struggle,
Earth.
brother. Pick a struggle.
I said evidence of me being a bigot, bro.
Oh, who cares of that? Who cares, dude?
Well, clearly AG does because I'm being called one in the chat. So
Yes,
that's why
doesn't
he asked
because
me.
What
you
does he
matter.
mean by that?
anything a flat
You
earther
guys,
says and you talk over everyone. You can't be quiet and listen. How can you hear what anybody's saying if you're talking over them? You
I'll
should listen to
respectfully
Let's
us as
try
much
change
as
the
you
reset the conversation
If
and just have
AG just
Indio
apologizes
only.
for calling me a bigot,
J-Dog, just a second,
I'll
bro.
reset.
Look,
exactly.
Just apologize for
let's
calling me a bigot,
reset.
and I'll jump back in.
Okay, just talk to
I'm
Indio
sorry.
and then take turns
I'm
Hold on.
talking.
sorry.
I'm not walking out of. I don't want to have a conversation unless I get an apology now.
I'm
Okay,
sorry, Jay.
bye.
I
What
apologize. Could you talk
do
to
you know what?
Indio, please?
Hold on a sec.
I'll
Do you know
talk
what
to.
bigot means?
What does bigot mean?
You're offended by a word that you don't know the definition of.
Well, I'm asking you what bigot means because you guys
Base,
were calling me
bigot
bigot.
means that you have a preconceived judgment about a certain group of people. It doesn't matter what the group is. You obviously do. You're bigoted towards flat earthers.
I'd call it more intolerance, but sure, yeah.
Are you bigoted? Do you have a preconceived notion about flat earthers?
I'm
A
not intolerant.
stereotypical
I don't have
view.
a. I feel like I mean, all of us have a stereotype that we kind of have a bias towards other people, right? That's kind of a ridiculous question.
Yeah, that makes you a bigot.
I
By
think.
definition.
Hold on. I'm saying we all have bias here. Are we all bigots?
Yeah,
We
yes,
have like
exactly.
a
Yes, we
range
are
of
all
what we.
bigots.
All right, great.
Correct.
We're all bigots. All right, what do you got for me, Indio?
Hold on. The Selenalian eclipse.
Yaga Bruno. I did that
Do you
because I was
understand
drawing
what they're
the
telling you?
GIF.
That it's a geometric impossibility in your worldview.
It's a geometric impossibility for it to
It's
be
a
a globe. You're saying?
geometric impossibility for it to be 3 balls lined up in a row with one
Why
ball
is that?
blocking the other.
Why can't I just say it is?
Okay, because you see the sun above your head, the moon is also above your head, and the thing casting a shadow is under your feet, hitting the top of the thing that's supposedly having the shadow cast on it. That's geometrically impossible. That's why it's called the impossible eclipse. They've known about it for 2,000 years. And if you read that underlined part, it should be impossible to see both the sun at the same time. One would have to abandon this model unless an explanation could be found.
Where?
That would mean that
sources?
the model's wrong unless that they can come up with an explanation for why it happens. And
What
they
is the
did.
name of this paper or whatever? Just curious.
That's the history of astronomical refraction, published by 2 Canadian professors. I can get you the link to it.
I'd appreciate it, honestly. I do enjoy reading into these things. I like looking into it, but I think sometimes some of the argumentation that goes on here is a bit unfair, especially when people are really bad at talking. or people just aren't native English speakers in here.
Yeah, especially when they like to gish gallop and avoid the point of a discussion that's currently taking place.
Exactly,
Those guys
Jimmy.
make it difficult to have a conversation.
I couldn't agree more. The point being, you're not going to have a productive conversation with someone if you ask for their evidence of there being a globe and then they say one thing, but then they know to themselves that that's not just the one thing they believe themselves. Even if they don't have good evidence of it and they don't have a lot of knowledge on the subject, obviously it's not just the one thing. And I feel like that's one of the things I see in this channel a lot, where it's obviously not the one thing that draws them to that conclusion.
Why do you do so much meta, dude?
Well, I think having productive conversation is important, so I like to build a strong
By having a
foundation.
conversation about the conversations?
I think having a good foundation for conversation is important. I think
No,
mutual
you know what
respect is
meta
important.
is? You're keep
Yeah,
having
talking
the
about the conversation. Yeah,
conversation about the
you literally just
conversation. It's
explained
like
it. Yes.
it's like your Howard Cosell giving color commentary about this chat nearly the entire time.
Okay, I'm just giving you
Fucking
guys
boring,
ways.
bro. Just gossip shit. Just like you keep saying I feel, dude. Slow down on the fucking estrogen, bro.
Whoa. Oh man. Okay, come on.
Too many fucking
You don't have
soy
to show your
lattes.
colors to that. Soy
Look,
lattes.
bro, I'm serious though.
Feelings in women. Is
Look,
that how you
no
feel?
fucking man starts
Women and
sentences with I
feelings.
feel.
Is that the connection you're making there?
Well,
Women are
this
stronger
is
in
so we're
feelings?
talking about nature and we're trying to figure out what's objectively true. Okay, feelings don't come into it.
Yeah. Talking about getting off topic, huh? Feelings in women.
Yeah, women have feelings.
Come on.
It's because of their
Come on, bro.
hormone
You know what I'm
profile, but I'm
talking
not going
about
to
with
get
what
into
you just
that,
said. Don't be obtuse with me.
dude. I'm not going to get into freaking well-known biology of fucking females, dude. Okay, that's not the point. The point is, what do you think is the best evidence for the globe? What convinced you?
The best evidence, there's so much, and I know you guys are going to hate this answer, but it's probably the logistics of just upholding that lie. Like that's, and I get that that's
How
not a
many people?
measurement or anything.
Okay, have you actually thought about that for 3 seconds?
I've thought about it a
How many
lot.
people do you think would have to be lying?
There'd be a lot of people, I think, a lot more
Okay,
than what I've heard in this
so
chat.
you know what a lie is, right? When you know the truth and you're telling somebody something else that you
Yes.
know is not true. So who would know the truth? Who would know that the Earth is flat and be lying about it?
So,
Donald Trump, would he know? Would he know the truth and be
obviously,
lying about it?
there's only
No,
so
let's
many
figure it
people.
out, dude. Let's actually explore your so-called best evidence of incredulity. Okay, how many people would it take? How many people would be lying? Let's calculate. Let's try to calculate a number, dude.
So I can't list every profession. Obviously, I don't think any of us can.
What do you mean
but for
profession?
one,
How would they know if the Earth is flat?
So for one, it would be the people who claim to have been to the ISS would be lying.
Okay,
Right?
so
They'd
there's
have to
600
keep up
people.
with some lie, as well as the 12 astronauts that have been to the moon, as well as the
Okay, so there's
latest 4 people that have
620 people.
orbited it.
So
There's also the
620
people that,
people.
and I get
Conspiracy.
that there's logistics of running a company, so not everyone has to know and be in on the lie to actually operate something.
So we're up
like,
to 620 people, dude.
let me just say, satellite launching companies.
Are you listening, brother?
Yes. Hold on.
You're
I'm
up to
listing them
600 people.
So there are companies that launch satellites, right? And that would
So
now
what?
go against. So do you guys believe that satellites orbit the Earth?
No.
Okay, there you go.
So how would they know?
So
Hold on.
all of
How
those
would they know the
companies,
Earth is a globe from launching a satellite?
they're
What
claiming that
information
they
are
do
they
something
getting?
that they clearly
Hold on,
don't.
would you fucking answer the question? How would they
Because
know?
How would they know? The point being is that they're claiming they're doing something. They would have to be launching that into what is low Earth orbit, like 100 to 100, 150 miles, something like that. They're
250.
not. They have to not be doing that, right? These satellite companies.
How would they
these
know?
companies How would I know? How would they
How
know?
would they
I'm
know?
just saying they're lying, right? They're making a claim now. There's someone in that.
No, listen,
The
to
point,
be
there's someone who
lying means
takes in
they
that
know the
payload,
Earth
right?
is flat.
Do
J-Dog.
you know that
Are
someone has
you
to
on
take in that
fucking
payload
goddamn
and
meds,
then
bro?
say that they are shooting that off into orbit, right? And they'd be lying to the person that they're getting
No,
paid
if
from
they
to do that.
believe, no, you're confused.
Then
You
what are
can
they doing with
believe
the
something,
payload?
J-Dog. You can believe something and tell it to somebody and not be lying. Lying implies intent, meaning you
So
know
what
the
are they
truth
doing?
and you're saying something different.
So you're saying that they can take in those satellites, and then they're claiming to their client that they're making them orbit around the
That's
Earth.
what they
There has to
believe.
be right. So who at that company is putting those
Have you ever
satellites
talked to
into, like,
anybody
disposal?
involved? J-Dog,
Who's putting
have you
them
ever
in
talked to
disposal
anybody
bin? What is
involved?
going on?
J-Dog, have you ever talked to anybody involved in the satellite industry?
Have I? Not personally, no.
Okay, I have. Many people. Okay?
Say,
And when I ask them what they actually know, they don't know fucking anything.
So
They get their
that could be selective
information from
bias.
third
Could that not be
parties.
selective bias?
They
Do you
don't.
seriously
No,
think you're
it's not
talking to the
select.
highest of people who are going to be the liars then? Because you wouldn't be.
No, but they're not lying, dude.
No, but
You're
I'm saying
stuck on
that's selective
stupid.
bias.
What do you
You
mean
have not
selection
spoken to.
bias? Look, one dude,
You are.
his name is fucking Stuart Gray. He was a subcontractor for NASA and thinks that he sent a fucking rocket to a fucking comet and took back took a sample and flew it back to Earth. When I asked him about what he knew specifically, him personally, what he knows, with their information, because I asked him a couple questions, same question I always ask. Said, how do you know the orientation of the satellite? How do you know where it is? How do you know its speed, its velocity? How do you know any of that stuff? It's told to him by quote unquote NASA's Deep Space Network. They give them all the information. They themselves who operate the satellite are not generating this information. It's being generated third party. Okay. So that being the case, there's also Josh Ingersoll, who fucking's been in this chat for he was in this chat for almost 2 years. He works for the Amazon Kuiper fucking project, which is supposed to create some satellite fucking internet like Starlink. Okay? He works for them. He's a fucking goddamn purchasing manager or some shit. Okay?
He's a
He
purchasing
doesn't have
manager,
any
so
information
then why would he if he's a purchasing manager?
because it's a small group of people. He has to sell the product to people, right? So he goes to people and say, "Hey, you want to buy some Amazon internet? Fucking Costco or whoever." So he has to know enough about the product in order to sell it to the people. All the technical details. He had a fucking goddamn. He had a goddamn master's degree in fucking engineering, right? He's not, but he also does the public relationship. He works for fucking the United Nations in their fucking the NASA or United Nations fucking space outreach program or some shit. But as far as the information that he has personally, it's nothing. See, you're imagining what the people at these jobs do. It's literally your imagination. And saying, "Oh my God, I'm imagining they actually know a whole bunch of shit and they'd all have to be lying." But it's just your fucking imagination. When you ask, even back in the 60s, okay? So there's a guy named Ed Krantz. He was the mission director for the Apollo program. He wrote a book and he did an interview on Discovery Channel. He said that no mission controller could tell the difference between a simulation and the real thing.
That doesn't.
This is back in the 60s.
These are examples you have, sure, and I could bring my own examples of people saying.
Give me an example of somebody that knows something with direct firsthand and primary information that the Earth is a globe that works at a satellite fucking company.
Brother, so taking an astronaut.
What did I just ask you for? What did I just ask you for?
Finish it. So
no, repeat it back to me. What I just asked you for.
You saying that you spoke to someone that worked in the satellite industry, 3 of them, is just as strong evidence as me saying there are 3 astronauts out there who have claimed to been to the moon.
No, dude. I have primary information about what they said they know, and they don't know anything. You're imagining shit. It's my experience versus your imagination.
No, I could find.
You have no idea what anybody at a satellite company does, dude. Okay, what do you think someone at a satellite company does on a daily basis? You have no fucking clue.
Does that disprove what I'm saying?
Yes. It means that your claim has no evidence.
I mean, I never claimed to be presenting evidence here necessarily.
You think that Bro, you think that there's people at satellite companies that would have to know that the Earth is a ball and be lying about it? You think that because you believe they know shit that they don't know.
So the root of my question was really that there'd be a lot
It
of
has a
people
false
compromised
premise.
and in on it at
No, they're
all of these
not.
companies to
This
some degree.
conspiracy that you think has to exist is imaginary.
So what do they do when they get the satellite? So they hand it off to people. What is that final person satellite before they put it into storage or whatever? What do they know? Like they just
That's a good question.
exactly. They got to be really stupid and not think something's up. Why am I not
Look,
launching this
I
satellite?
worked at General Dynamics. I watched them build shit to put fucking quote unquote satellites together, put the electronics. Want to know what happens? The dude that fucking wires the shit, the mechanical engineer, puts it together and then it goes in the cage and it goes off to someone else.
Yeah, I'm talking about that last
And then it
person.
goes off to someone else and then goes off to someone else and then goes off to someone else.
And people are just like, huh, this satellite was supposed to be launched a year or two ago now. Why are we still having it?
Well,
back
who's going to
between us?
complain?
Yeah, that's
I'm just
actually
saying,
true. They do
Who's
do
going to
that.
fucking complain, dude?
They
I
do
don't know. That
that.
would just feel that would be a
Listen,
lot of satellites to be passing along to each other, right?
I've never seen a scheduled launch go off
Thousands.
as planned. It's always been delayed, and sometimes it's been delayed like a year
Yeah, we're just
or longer.
exchanging them between all these
So,
people.
so
and they're all
J
in
Dog, you
storage
know that
lockers.
like so there was a lawsuit. They fired this guy from Raytheon, right? Gemsy knows. I don't know if Gemsy's in here. So they fired the guy from Raytheon because he ratted them out because they had $1 billion contract to generate satellite data and give it to the Department of Defense, and it was all fabricated, all of it. $1 billion contract.
Sure, that's sketchy. That's not good. That could imply something for you guys, but
If this
once
guy
again,
didn't blow the whistle, no one would know.
that's not necessarily evidence that satellites aren't getting launched. The
Okay.
companies lie all the time to make money.
They could be launched with the technology we don't know about too. Who knows?
Absolutely.
The point that's not the point. The issue is who knows? Who knows the Earth is flat and is saying it's a globe?
Yeah.
Who? It's a very small group of people. It wouldn't be probably be more than 10,000 people, if that. And they wouldn't. And listen, J Dog. To be fair, they wouldn't know. The only people who would actually know that would claim to have seen the Earth in its full fucking glory as a ball wouldn't be anybody on the ISS. It would only be the Apollo astronauts. Well, in the Artemis astronauts, right? They would be the only people that have seen the Earth as a ball. The people on the ISS are only 250 miles above the surface of the Earth, and they would only see 3% of it. So they wouldn't know.
Curvature, though.
No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. Why do you believe that?
How do you know that? I'm
Because
just
the
curious,
math
'cause
says no.
What do you mean the math? The
The
math.
math, it's not high enough.
Determine from your
It's
eyes?
not high enough.
Where's the math?
It's 250 miles above a ball that's 8,000 miles in diameter. It's not high enough.
I
Okay.
don't know.
Let's say you had a beach ball, right? That was 6 feet in diameter. How high would the ISS be off the surface of that beach ball?
You tell me. It seems like you already have the answer.
2.25 inches.
Okay.
Okay. 2.25 inches off the surface of a ball that's 6 feet tall. You would not see curvature from that altitude, and it's not just me who says it. We have a direct quote from a planetarium director named Paul Larson, who was a finalist to go to Mars. The little NASA Mars thing that fell apart, that they were going to put people on Mars. He was a finalist in the choosing of the astronauts to go there. Even he says there'd be no visible curve from the International Space Station, that it's not high enough. It would only see 3% of the Earth. So when people say, hey, why do they see curve from the ISS? That's what I want to know.
I mean, that's his statement versus the people on the ISS.
Well, the Chinese space station doesn't show curve, and it's only 23 kilometers lower than the ISS. And they show a completely fucking flat horizon.
This is through you looking at through a camera?
Yeah, through a camera, yeah.
Okay.
No, through
through a
ESP. How do you think they're looking?
No. I'm just saying that's not you on the Chinese space station.
The Chinese broadcast video from their space station that shows a fucking flat Earth.
And we know, what do we
You
know
know
about the
why?
camera that we're
Because
looking for as
Chinese
well?
people can do fucking math,
I mean, I
and
could say the
Americans
Earth is
can't.
extremely curved when looking through like an airplane window, right? But I mean,
No, what?
that's an airplane window, right? It's got curvature to it. It has that fisheye effect.
Depends on how close your head is to the window.
Sure, but regardless, it's not an accurate representation of the outside.
Yeah, I don't look. The point is, there's no way to even tell. Okay, if they're in the so-called ISS at 250 miles above the surface of the Earth, they're not going to be able to tell if the Earth is a globe or not. They're not high enough. They're only seeing 3% of the Earth. Can you see 3% of something and know what the other 97% is? Of course not. Okay,
I
so
think
we're getting
it would
down
be
to a very
difficult
small list of fucking people that even know the Earth, that even claim to know from firsthand information that the Earth's the globe. Okay, we got fucking how many people were in Artemis? 5, so 27 plus 5. We're up to fucking 32 people now.
I'm going to be honest, and I'm sure everyone else can agree in here, that I do not have any solid frame of reference to equate 3% of curvature to what I should visually be able to see with my eyes.
3% of the surface area.
Right. I'm just saying that that's such a complicated thing to like connect to like what you should visually be able to see. Right? I don't know what I should visually be able to see on a curved ball if I only see 3. Like it's I have no frame of reference to start with that, and I don't think anyone really does. That's such a
And that's how they fool you.
The 3% would be if you could see the entire circle, the horizon, which you can't. Right? You're only going to see a certain field of view. So you're not even going to see 3%.
I'm just saying I don't know if that's true or not, that I wouldn't be able to determine the
You can
curvature of
literally
something if I only
Google it,
saw
dude.
3%.
How much of the ISS surface area is seen? It says 3%.
Yeah, I'm not denying that. I don't know what I should be able to determine from my eyes is what I'm saying. Not necessarily that I think only
The
see
point is, I don't want to get away from the issue. What you thought was such a strong issue is this vast fucking conspiracy that would have to exist in order for the Earth to be flat. This is nonsense, dude.
Well,
I don't know why you
that's what
people
my
think that. I don't know what you think people do on a daily basis, but you're imagining shit.
yeah, they're all just in team chats for 8 hours a day conspiring, I guess.
They're not conspiring.
All
There's no need for a
600 of them.
conspiracy. They're all
I know.
believers in the same cult.
Yeah.
How do you think eclipses are predicted?
How do I think eclipses? You tell me. How are they predicted?
They don't use a globe. Sunrise, sunset, solar noon, all that shit. They don't use a globe. But if I asked any one of these people that you think know the Earth is a ball and would have to be lying, hey, dude, how do we do this? Do we use a globe? They'd all say yes. So this is like a myth. But if you look at the math, there's no globe in those mathematics. No physical Earth globe. There's a celestial sphere, but there's no Earth globe.
Here's the
But
problem,
everybody
like,
thinks there is, and they just fill in the blanks with their imagination.
You say here's the math. I don't even know what the math you're talking about is. What is the
The
math
mathematics that you would use to predict when an eclipse happens, or the mathematics
you're-
that would use to predict when the sun rises or sunsets.
You're saying they use
That
this math
mathematics
that
does
doesn't
not
even
use a
include
globe
the
Earth.
I don't know who they is and what math they're using is what I'm saying.
If you go on time and date and where you live, and you go on time and date and look up the sunrise time, the model they use to predict when that happens is not a globe model, is what I'm telling you. But everybody thinks it is,
So where's the calculation?
including the people you think that would have to be in on the conspiracy. See, there's a model. Okay? There's a celestial sphere model of the stars. And people have taken that model and they've reified it into the Earth is the fucking sphere and not the sky. Okay? And then they imagine that they do all these calculations based upon standing latitude, longitude. That's on the surface of the Earth. Oh, I can go to the Tropic of Capricorn. I can go to the equator and I can stand on it. No, dude. All that shit's in the sky, that entire coordinate system. They've inverted it. It's inverted. The point is that people believe a lot of things that just aren't true. And it's not my opinion that they're not true. It's easy to to fact check me and see that they're not true by looking at the formulas that they fucking use to calculate this shit.
I'll agree with you on
And then
that.
you look for the, hey, where's the radius of 3,959 fucking miles? It's not in there.
Listen, I'm with you and probably all of you in terms of having my fair share of doubt between the government and just world powers in general. But yeah, there
The
would just be
government
way
doesn't
too
have
much
an official
logistically going on
position,
for this
dude.
to actually operate to
The
the
government
degree
doesn't
that
have an official
Do you
position.
believe in evolution
I
and
know
stuff?
the deep state and stuff. Do I believe in evolution? What do you think? I think you know the
I don't
answer to
know.
that. I do.
Okay,
Do you believe life can form from
why?
chemicals?
Do I believe life can form from chemicals?
Yeah. A chemical soup?
Under the right conditions, sure. I think chemicals is a very
We've
loose
never seen it
term, but
happen.
sure. We've never seen
Life
it
breaks
happen. Is it
down
not
through
something that we
chemicals.
acknowledge happens over a long period of time, though?
No, we've
I think
never
it's
observed it. It's pseudoscience to say it's possible.
no. But you're saying I'm just saying, is it not something that we state happens over a long period of time?
You can
It's
state
obviously
whatever you
something that's
want, but observing it is a different thing.
okay.
Yeah,
But just because you can't
time is
observe something
actually
because it takes
J-Dog.
The
Time
that
fundamentals
doesn't
is
disprove
actually
my point, though,
contradict.
right?
J-Dog though.
Just because it can't be
J-Dog.
observed doesn't
Hold on,
mean that
dude.
it disproves it. Is
That
my point.
answer don't
Well, there's
work because time is the enemy.
contradictory things happening.
Tell him, Taylor.
Yeah, I
Time is the
mean,
enemy.
yeah, chemicals like will cross react with one another in an open environment, like the Maillard reaction with amino acids and RNA. But they say like they can be in an open environment somehow form like complex machinery. They've never seen it happen. So but people believe this is possible, even though we see the opposite happen. We see like life break down to chemicals, and polymers break down over time.
Yeah,
But
so you got a
like
prescription?
yeah,
And
there's a
there's an
lot of things that
expert.
they say are possible and happen that aren't true. Like, what makes you think that we're on a globe other than the government says so?
Like, once again, just because I'm not able to observe something because of the time constraint doesn't mean it's not possible.
Well,
I
you
think that's
can
just not a
observe
fair
the
statement.
globe. There's no time. I mean, I think time's your enemy, but that's another topic. The globe is something we should be able to observe. We live in it now. What do you think? Is like, why do you believe that that's what we're on, other than the government says so?
I already kind of answered, but I think it's
He
pretty
said
difficult to observe
because
the globe.
he is incredulous about the vast conspiracy that would be required, and he can't believe that many people, though he can't say how many people it actually is, he just imagined that it's some large number, that he can't imagine there's that many people in on some giant
You don't
conspiracy.
think there's any other conspiracies that the world powers pull off?
There are. I think this would be by far the most
That's
impressive,
not.
though.
Why?
Wait, what? I said there are. Oh,
There
absolutely.
are, but like this one's not. How do you conclude that?
I think this is by far the most impressive logistically to pull off. And
Okay,
that's just
so they
what.
can
Just
pull
to
a
be
lot
clear, that's
off
one
if
of
they,
my examples. Yeah.
like that they're academics. Like there's like a world forum,
Fucking right back to the
there's a World
beginning.
Economic
The World
Forum,
Economic
there's
Forum.
NATO. You have to be
Yeah.
in on the like academia and in like basically teaching their same things and propagating their same lies to even be within these groups.
Yeah, they're all little
There's
cabals. Yeah, the deep state. You got the.
yeah, I mean
I
these
get
are
it.
world powers that even run the education system around the whole world.
Have you ever considered, J-Dog, that the globe is just like a religious tradition?
It was founded in philosophy. Originally,
And
the first
people,
people that acted like we're a planet, they said, okay, we see the planets, we must be one of those. Like that was philosophically based to begin with.
it's all philosophically based. The Copernican principle.
Originally, yeah.
Yeah,
Like
the
and then
aesthetics of the perfect sphere. Earth must be a sphere because that's the perfect shape. All that shit came up from the Greeks
Okay.
2,000 years ago, and it had nothing to do with science. It had to do with a philosophical preference.
yeah, they
This
don't
shit
want to
doesn't,
acknowledge that
J-Dog,
there's a
you're
creator.
misinformed. You probably think that the globe was formed over time from scientific observations. Nothing could be further from the truth. It did not come from that. It came from the exact opposite of that.
Just been indoctrinated in school.
Are there
No, if you look at the
observations that we
history of the
can do
globe,
to
it comes
prove the
from
globe?
Plato, Copernicus, fucking cult of Pythagoras. Who's the other
Guy with
guy?
the two sticks.
Yeah, Eratosthenes.
Yeah, the guy
Well,
with
you
the
know,
two.
he did that test. He did that test, and you know what? There was still fucking flat earthers in Greece.
fucking individuals, low IQ, who still
Yeah, that's
stuck
what your
in
mom
our
said. Go on mute, bro. So
Fuck yeah, I'm
anyway,
with
the
that guy.
Chinese did the same test, J-Dog, the same sticks and shadows, but they just assumed that the razor light weren't parallel, and they came up with the size of the Earth, right?
Yeah, and I
So
get
they
it
did the
that you guys
same
just think
thing. The sticks and shadows it's not globe exclusive result. It works on a flat Earth and it works on a globe. He didn't convince people at his time.
that's fine. I wouldn't expect them to bring over everyone at once, but my efficiency at work has been absolute shit this last 20 minutes through this conversation.
Well, I
So I'm gonna
mean,
try and
that's
reset.
sad to hear.
Thanks. I'm trying to still survive on this planet, just like the rest of us.
You're not on a planet, dude. You're on a plane. Why would you think you're on a planet?
Because they said so. And he
because
doesn't
that's
believe
what
they
my
could
teacher-
lie about it.
Because my 4th grade teacher told me that.
Oh, that's it. What did she know?
Yep.
How would she know you're on a planet? Your 4th grade
Yeah, well,
teacher.
Because she read a textbook that was made by the deep state.
Okay, so the person that wrote the textbook, how did they know?
Yeah, they're actually like interdimensional beings that are.
Yeah, that's so. Now you're spurging because you know that we're gonna just keep going back, right? We're gonna try to find the person who actually knows in this fucking chain. Like I just said, it's just a tradition that's just passed down like a fucking religious statement. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that you defend it. That's the actual. You're literally carrying the water for an idea you don't even understand. Think about that for a second. What possessed you to carry the water for somebody else's idea when you don't even really understand that idea in any detail?
Here's how I'd frame it for myself. I see it as more so.
How I frame it for myself? I just framed it the way it is.
You have your own bias, buddy, just like I have my bias.
It's not a bias, dude.
So let me.
You don't know anything
you're
about
not
the
biased
globe
and I
Earth,
am
right,
biased.
J
Let's
Dog?
go with that. You have
J
no
Dog,
bias
you
in
don't
the
know
conversation
anything
I
about
do.
the globe Earth, do you?
Can I just say I think it's disrespectful to the integrity of people that actually do work in these fields.
I didn't question your integrity.
What?
I didn't question
I'm
your
just saying
integrity.
I think it's disrespectful to the integrity of the people that work in these fields. Or not necessarily disrespectful, but I think it's worth defending their integrity.
Their
because there's a lot of people
integrity?
that- Yes. So do you
Okay,
understand
I
that?
debated
Can I just
a
say,
guy with a hold on,
you are
J-Dog. I
not
debated a guy
any
with a
better
PhD in
than the
mathematical
people that work
physics.
in those fields.
Yeah,
You do not have
okay,
any higher
J-Dog.
feeling
You're ignorant. You have no idea. You've never talked to anybody that works in those fields. I debated one in this chat, a PhD in mathematical physics that teaches at the University of Southern California, and want to know where he went in the debate? We can't prove we have hands. We could all be brains in a jar. He couldn't prove the globe, and that's where he went. Okay, so these people that you look up to, that you think magic science guy has the fucking answers, there is no magic science guy with the fucking answers because we talked to the magic science guy, and he points us to some other fucking magic science guy.
You're just blanking it over all people that I might experience, right? So is everyone here like a flat Earth
I
Dave?
talked
Should I just make an
probably
assumption like
fucking
that?
30
I've
fucking
heard flat Earth
PhDs
Dave
in
talk, and he
physics,
sounds pretty
J-Dog.
stupid.
J-Dog, I've talked to about 30 PhDs in physics over the last 10 years.
I've spoken to my fair share of those types of people too.
Yeah, bullshit. You're a liar.
Go ahead, laugh it up. You guys are
lying.
I just think it's pretty funny that you don't laugh.
Tell me how one of these PhDs in physics would know the Earth is a globe. Tell me.
Yeah,
If you
I'm
ask
sure we're
them, the
having
people
real-
that you talk. Hold on, let me
real
finish.
formal conversations with PhDs in a Discord channel, right? Is that what we're having?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard
So
most
we
of the
just asked him a
conversations
simple.
he's had.
Just to be clear, like my qualification is that I actually went to university for a science degree, and I've spoken to these fair share of people too. So like, why the fuck does it matter whether or not you spoke to them or I spoke to them, and whether or not you believe it?
Because they don't have
Because you didn't
answers,
ask them the
dude.
questions
we're trying
I
to have
asked
a
them.
conversation on facts, not what we've heard from someone, right?
Yeah, they don't have any facts, J-Dog. You're just imagining. They don't
saying
know. They don't know anything about this topic. They don't know anything. Just like you don't know anything. I go, hey, dude, what's the circumference of the Earth? They got to Google it. Hey, dude, what is a reference ellipsoid? They have to Google it. Hey, man, where's the latitude, longitude coordinate system? What's it based on? They got to Google it. They don't know fucking anything.
Can I just say I take that as a massive compliment? You saying I don't know anything as to like the Dunning-Kruger effect. So I appreciate it.
The point is, you just believe that there's these people out there that have this magic fucking knowledge, dude, You're just imagining it. It's literally just your imagination, J-Dog. You're just saying there's superhumans out there with this information. You just believe that, but they don't actually have the information. Like I said, who would know for 100% fact based upon their primary information, meaning their experience, that the Earth was a globe? That's 32 fucking people.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
He's never seen the Earth as a globe.
My favorite TV show.
32 people, J-Dog, claim they have seen the Earth as a globe out of the 9 billion people on Earth.
I have a question for someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who
You
obviously
stopped listening a while ago, dude.
He did.
So just to be clear, do you think someone like him is just completely misinformed and his life is built off?
Doesn't have
He
first-hand experience.
believes that look, dude, he'll recite the fucking dogma straight out of the Book of Globe, just like any other fucking religious zealot, dude.
Do you think he's knowingly lying, or do you think he's just a fool?
He believes what he's saying is true.
Okay, so he's a fool. I was just curious. I'm not gonna.
It doesn't make him a fool. It means he's wrong.
Right, but he's falling for all these really bad assumptions. Is what you're saying, basically.
Look, Neil deGrasse Tyson, if we want to talk about him specifically, is not a scientist. He literally just regurgitates whatever he thinks the textbook says. A lot of times, it's not even. So I'll give you an example. And he admitted that he fucked up. For 20 years, he was telling people that if you weighed something, right, at the equator and at the poles, that they would weigh different. Have you heard that before? Because of the rotation of the Earth?
I've not. No.
You've never heard that?
They're saying
because of the rotation of the Earth,
like the
things would
Coriolis
weigh
effect
less
or
at the
something?
equator.
Or just because of
Because of the rotation of the Earth's centrifugal force, dude.
Okay.
Okay. He said that for 20 years. And then he realized that, oh, I got a problem. Because the Earth is supposed to have a bulge in it. So that would mean there's more mass under the Earth at the equator, increase in gravity, and it would exactly cancel out the centrifugal force that would make it lighter. That's what he's saying now. He don't know.
I mean, so
He's just a
listen,
moron.
it never looks good to walk back on a statement that you've held for 20 years, right? But I think that also shows a
No,
lot
the
of
problem
integrity
is the
that a person
first
is willing
statement
to
and the
admit
second
that they were
statement are
wrong.
garbage, dude.
I'm just saying that shows a lot of personal integrity, I think, to say that I was wrong. I don't know how he presented it, but
Oh my god, dude. No.
and I get it. I'm not trying to wipe
You
away that
he
the guy
had
was
no
wrong.
he had listen, he had no evidential basis to make either claim. He didn't science is empirical, J-Dog. It's based upon data collected through measurements, experiments, observations. That's what it's based upon. It's not based upon theory and ideas and shit like that. A lot of people think that nowadays that it's because they're always like explain this, explain that. That's not what
This is
science
semantics
is.
now. It's whatever
So,
you want
no,
to
it
define
isn't
science as.
semantics.
You could say it applies to theories. You could say it doesn't.
No, it doesn't because science is empirical.
No, but theories are usually
Science is
off of
based
evidence.
upon empiricism.
If not always.
It
Theories
is
are
the
usually
foundation. Yes,
factual.
all of it.
Yeah, which a lot of people would argue is part of science. It is building a theory based off of evidence. That
It is the science. The science is the empirical information gathered from observations of nature. That's the science. The natural world informs us.
Ideally, everything would just be rock solid fact, and we wouldn't have to go off of theory. But and I acknowledge
We don't
a
have
lot
to
of
go
the
off
space
of
stuff
theory.
is theory. I get it. It's theoretical.
The point is, he made both those statements not based upon any data that he ever saw. He's never seen measurements of fucking weights at the equator and the fucking poles. He's never seen that data. Both statements are baseless. Now,
I don't know
one could be true and the other could be true. The point is that he's making baseless statements. He's making statements, not scientific statements, because he hasn't seen the actual empirical evidence that either claim is true. How do you decide something's true in science?
I'll agree.
How do you decide
But I
something's
don't
true
know
in
the full
science?
details of that. How do I know? Sorry, what did you say?
How can you tell what something's true in science? What is the arbiter? Who
I mean,
decides?
empirical evidence
Exactly.
is probably
You
the
do the
strongest,
experiment.
but yeah, I get it. Sometimes that's not always an option, though.
Then it's not science.
Once again, this is getting into semantics of
It's not
like
semantics.
how strongly your thing is supported. Is it 99.99% because it's a theory with all this evidence, or is it only not like? Come on.
All this evidence. Evidence being what, dude? Empiricism?
I'm saying in general. I'm just saying in general.
The only thing considered evidence in science is the fucking empirical evidence, dude. The fucking words that come out of some fucking asshole's mouth is not evidence.
So let's say wind blows something that spins, right? And you can then calculate from that the wind speed. But the wind is just making something spin. So from that calculation, it's actually just the rotations per minute or whatever of the thing that's being spun. But I mean, that's not empirically observing that the wind speed, right? That's extrapolating information from something else.
Yeah, it's called an indirect measurement. Yeah, it's an indirect measurement.
Just saying, well, yeah, now we're kind of adjusting the goalpost.
No, I'm not adjusting the goalpost. It's an indirect measurement. But it's a measurement of fucking something in reality.
Yeah, but how do we know that we can equate that to wind speed now? Like, what are we doing? Like, we're doing all this other stuff to just know that the spin of this, the speed at which this spins, equals wind speed in some way? That seems ridiculous, huh?
Extrapolating wind speed from the rotation of a fucking pinwheel is ridiculous.
Because we're not observing the wind speed necessarily. We're just assuming that we can.
Well, you can. You can just fucking put some smoke in the fucking wind and observe that.
And what, visually determine a number? I can't do that.
You're right.
So we have to use something.
You can just film it with a camera.
Isn't necessarily empirical evidence of wind speed.
Empirical means experience, dude. Means you're doing something in the real world. You're not doing mental masturbation in your head, right? That is something physical in the real world. It's all empirical means.
Well, more so direct observation. I would call that more indirect.
No, okay. We're not getting a direct. Speed doesn't exist, dude. I mean, it's another layer of abstraction.
Sure, I'm just saying.
Speed is time over distance, right?
Sure.
So what were you? What's actually being measured? Time and distance. It isn't fucking. There is no speed being directly measured. You can't measure speed directly. You measure two other quantities. You measure the distance and you measure the clock. Which is what you're doing with a pinwheel, technically. The point is that, like Newton said, if it can't be settled by experiment, it isn't worthy of debate. The point is that these people that you are, this magic science guys that you're defending, I don't know why you're defending them. You don't even understand. They don't even understand the idea. It's like you guys are all like, there's this, it's not even, it's like everybody has this different idea what their globe is supposed to be, but you guys all defend it like religiously. And you guys don't know why. It's literally like free labor.
Sure. I'm an outlier, though, in terms of globe defenders, am I not? As is not basically everyone who comes into this channel. They are an outlier.
I mean, you controlled your spiral, so yeah, that's better. You recovered.
I appreciate
You recovered from, dude, I thought you were going to spiral the fuck out of here, but you fucking recovered, so that's good.
Thank you. But, yeah. This is not a real representation
but
of
why,
globers
but
here.
J-Dog, is the globe your idea?
Is it my idea? No.
Yeah, did you come up with it? Okay, so it's not your idea. Why are you defending it?
Come on, there's a lot of things that I know that are fact to me that it's not my idea to begin with, though.
But why are you defending it?
Exist forever.
I'm asking you why you're defending it.
Why am I defending it? I'm not.
Yeah.
I think we just kind of got into this conversation. I feel like, I mean, maybe you guys would disagree, but I feel like I'm one of the lighter guys in here that I try not to argue too much, and I try and just sit back and listen. I just think these conversations are interesting. I like having these conversations, but I think
I mean, we didn't even talk about flat Earth. I mean, we're just fucking all over the place. We're like in philosophical
land.
land.
Conversation.
Well, I mean, no, because you're like, I
Well,
seen
we
the
did
laser
talk about
test.
flat
If
Earth.
I asked you about the laser test, you wouldn't be able to tell me one fucking detail.
We spoke about all the compromised people. We spoke about lunar eclipses. We spoke about gravity for a
You
short
never
period of
addressed
time.
anything that I brought up about the lunar eclipse, though.
You were saying
I
that
didn't
how
even
do you
bring up
know
the sunrise and sunset impossibility, the
the
solar
sun
eclipse,
was
that
how
they're
is how a
impossible.
shadow
Yeah, well, there's no evidence it's a shadow.
or
That's
no
the
evidence of
problem.
it being a shadow? Yeah.
No, there isn't. So
So
you know that a circular shadow doesn't cast a circular a sphere would not cast a circular shadow on a curved surface. It would only cast a circular shadow on a flat surface because shadows conform to the shape of the surface that they're projected onto.
wait. So if there's you're saying it's impossible for a sphere to what? Let me casting.
No, they don't. Look, if you had the sun was up, right, and you had a railing and a set of stairs, the shadow cast by that straight railing would look jagged when cast onto the stairs because the stairs are jagged. So if you have a curved surface like a sphere, which the moon's supposed to be, right, and you have a perfect circle like the shadow of the Earth's supposed to be casting, when it's projected onto that curved surface, it's going to get distorted. It's not going to stay round.
My question is, what do you think is going on there then?
Dude, I
And
don't
I know a
fucking
lot of
know.
the time people just don't have the answer to that. What do you
Well,
think
I
is
mean,
the
nobody
most
has the answer, Jay. You've been told a story, but that story is also not the answer.
what do you think is the
It's just
most
accepted
likely
to be the answer
explanation?
because everybody thinks everybody else believes it, and they're afraid to be called retard if they say that can't be correct.
What do you think is the most likely explanation? Or do you not have one?
I don't calculate that. I don't do that shit.
Do
I
you
don't
think
figure out the most likely. It either is or it isn't.
do you think there's a possibility though that it could be a shadow being
I don't think
casted?
it can be proven.
Right. I'm just asking if you think it's possible that this is the shadow that we claim it to be.
No, it's not
the other
possible.
side. Okay.
No, it's not possible.
Got it. I just want. All right.
And the reason it's not possible is for the geometric reasons I laid out. A, the Selenilian eclipse. B, sunrise eclipses that have been observed, right? So an eclipse right on the horizon, right? So the sun's rising and there's a solar eclipse at sunrise. Okay. This was recorded in Australia where there's a solar eclipse at sunrise. This is in the desert. So you got a nice flat surface. You got a sunrise solar eclipse. If you the horizon on the globe is supposed to have a 0.02 degree dip. So if you draw a line, a tangent line with a dip, right? A straight line, 300,000 miles, and then continue that line to 93 million miles, the sun, the earth, and the moon can't be fucking in a line because you have different you have different positions, right? You have something that's way closer, 400 times closer than the other thing. They can't be in a straight line in your line of view and lined up with the fucking horizon of the earth at the same time. That's a geometric impossibility. And there's, like I said, there's the round circle cast onto a fucking curved surface. So when that edge of that circle crosses from the center of the moon to the other side, you got to remember that's curving in the opposite direction. So what you'll get is a distortion. Part of the moon's so-called shadow would be on one side, one half of the moon, and the other side would be on the other half of the moon, curving in the other direction, and it would make like an S shape. I mean, people are posting, gifts of this shit in the chat. The point is that the methodology to even predict eclipses you cannot use the heliocentric model to even predict when they occur. It doesn't work. What we use is the same thing we've been using for thousands of years. It's called the Saros cycle because an eclipse happens. It's at the coincidence of 3 cycles. It's called the draconic year, the eclipse year, and the animistic year. Okay? Those 3 things, when those happen at the same date, you'll have an eclipse. We know this just from the cyclical nature of them. We don't have to use a heliocentric model. Now, you might not have known all this, and that's what we're here for, give you information you didn't have. I know that the globe story sounds cool, quote unquote, makes sense, but it can't be true because you have to ignore the falsified the information that falsifies it. right? You can be like, there's so much. You ever heard the black swan, right? So your theory is
Yeah, with the two
all
oilers or
swans are
whatever. Yeah.
white, dude. You look for the black swan. You don't look for the white swans. There's 3 anomalies that can't possibly work within that frickin' hypothesis of what causes eclipses. And I'm sure there's more that we haven't even discovered yet.
I quickly found this video, and to me, it looks like a shadow being casted from a sphere onto another sphere, and it is curved on a small scale. But I mean, I don't know how you could. This is 4 years ago too, so obviously probably not AI unless they had something we didn't know about.
It's not an equivalent experiment, dude.
Why?
She's way too fucking close. The moon is supposed to be 30 Earth diameters away.
So now scale does matter? Are you saying scale does matter now?
Scale always matters.
Okay, so it is possible now. So let's revise this statement that spheres cannot cast curved shadows on other spheres, because that's not true. Spheres.
It is
There
true.
is.
No,
Hold on,
look.
but this
You think about
literally
what
just
he's
proves
doing,
that.
dude. What he's doing. Have you ever seen an eclipse from off the surface of the Earth?
Come on, dude. We
That's where the
can't.
camera is.
I literally just
Is the camera
presented
on the surface of the Earth or not?
counter evidence to
No,
a
dude. Is the camera
sweeping
on the
thing.
surface of the Earth or not? In this
So now the
equivalence.
The camera angle
Dude,
matters
if you were
now?
gonna claim J-Dog, fuck you, dude. If you're gonna claim that this is somehow equivalent, it has to actually be equivalent. You can't stick the fucking camera, right, 90 degrees from the fucking sphere and say this is some sort of equivalent experience. You're supposed to be on the surface of that sphere. That's where the camera should be.
So then the other examples are bad too.
No, they're in line. This is off to the side. Do you understand that the viewpoint matters?
I'm not seeing really anything that should
Do you
matter in terms of
understand that
how this
viewpoint
shadow is being
matters?
casted. No, I don't. I'm looking at the one from 1:44 p.m. That is just a light shining from wherever. Pretty similar angles, honestly. Yeah, I don't. I click on random unsolicited links. Okay.
So who's in your DMs?
I'm not seeing why this matters.
So who's in your DMs, dude? J-Dog, who's in your DMs?
Who's my DMs?
Who's in your DMs sending you Danny Faulkner shit?
Danny, I honestly found this.
Who's in your DMs sending you Danny Faulkner shit?
I found this myself through AI.
You're lying, dude. This is an obscure video. I've never even seen it before. And I know Danny Faulkner, another PhD that we've talked to.
I can't post the picture, but I can show you exactly what I put into the prompt to get this video suggested to me, if you want. I asked, are there examples of this in a video? I mean, I was asking other things before that, but yeah, it was through AI. Gemini.
Demonstration of Earth Shadow on Moon when he did this 4 years ago.
Caught me. You caught me. I got Gemini to give me a link to youtube.com for a video that's 4 years old.
I don't believe you, dude.
I don't know so why does it even matter to begin with? Also, I don't even know who
Look,
Danny
all that
is.
matters
Like
is
a
this is not
well-known-
equivalent. It's not even close to equivalent, dude.
I'm curious. Is he like a well-known person around here?
Danny Faulkner is a Catholic. He writes for Answers in Genesis, but he's a hardcore anti-flat earther.
That's funny.
So he believes in young Earth, no evolution, all that shit. What would it be called? What is it? Intelligent design, all that shit. But he's hardcore because he's an astronomer, PhD in astronomy. He's also a known liar.
I'm sure he'd call you a known liar too, though, right?
I can prove he's a liar, though, with his own webpage. In his own fucking words.
The point being is, here's a video disproving what you said
No,
before.
it isn't, dude. It isn't disproving anything. I really like to see what that fucking light source is, because casting a really diffuse fucking light.
Danny Faulkner.
See how the shadows aren't hard like that?
What's up?
See how the shadow edges aren't hard? They're not hard edges.
Sure.
He's
Does that
using a
matter?
diffuse light.
I fail to see how
That's
that matters.
deceptive, dude.
I just looked at it. There's a little bit of a sinusoidal as well, even though he tries
Yeah,
to move it over
I'm
his
trying to
top.
zoom in on it. Yeah, I see some fuck ups here and there.
I mean, I'm glad I could show you guys this.
Yeah, just more ammo. Thanks, dude. You notice he won't fucking cross the meridian. You notice he's going down just like one side of it.
I don't know. I don't claim
He's
to
not like
understand everything
transiting.
that
He's not
he's.
like transiting.
I
And
don't
there's
know
another
exactly
one.
how he set this
And
video up.
listen,
for it.
and there's another guy. This is actually a pretty long fucking video. It's like an hour and a half because it's very thorough. So he took a camera and put it on the side of his house and time lapsed the sun and moon for like 6 months leading up to a lunar eclipse. Okay? In the path of the sun and moon, the moon could not have been in the place where the sun is based upon the way its path was changing, because the moon was taking an arc across the field of view and the sun was taking an arc, and over time they either move up or down in the field of view. But they weren't moving. The moon's arc would not have intersected the sun's arc during that eclipse. And he made like a physical model.
I mean, yeah, I haven't seen that example, so.
Yeah, hold on. I'll get
something to
you
look
want
at.
you want to fucking dude. This video is so fucking good, dude.
Blow my fucking
What this
socks
guy
off.
did is so good. Like, I mean, I can't give this guy enough credit. I mean, he took months, dude. He was like in Pennsylvania. He had a south-facing view of the sky.
Hey, PA
Yeah,
represent.
this guy. Okay, here we go. I don't think a lot of people have seen this, quite honestly.
Hey, dog's Amish.
I mean, I am around them.
Shit, man, you might be a
Maybe I'm
neighbor.
giving away too much. Yep. No, we just use candles around here. No, I have my fucking car.
I'm in Lancaster. Uh-oh, mic drop.
That, I mean, I'm probably pretty close to you then.
That's pretty funny.
So, but yeah. It's all, I mean, listen, I disagree with you guys, but I'm not trying to have people hate me. I don't hate you guys.
You don't even, yeah, but you don't even know why you disagree with us. That's the funny thing. You don't disagree with us for any rational reason.
Come on, dude. I have pretty okay reasons.
They're not rational, though.
I feel like your reasons aren't rational.
No,
say
no,
that.
your reasons aren't rational. Your reasons are sociological reasons. The reason that you don't think people would do a certain thing is a sociological reason. Has nothing but your opinion of what people would or wouldn't do. Is
that
not
was one of
evidence the Earth is flat or a globe.
That was one of my reasons, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's not even the subject. Look, do you know how we know it? You know how I know that that's not a rational reason? Really simple. Because let's say the converse was true. All the people you think are lying, they all went down to the courthouse and they signed affidavits that they're all lying. Would that prove the Earth is flat?
Come on.
No, I'm serious. Would that prove the Earth is flat if they all confessed?
No.
Of course not. So their affirmation or negation doesn't prove it, right? So it's an irrelevant factoid of whether fucking everybody's lying or not. Doesn't answer the question.
I agree that it's never gonna. Yeah, it's
It's a
not necessarily
distraction.
evidence.
Well, I don't like that argument because it's a distraction. It's a red fucking herring, dude.
I know it's I mean, yeah, it's probably the
It's
most
appeal to
difficult.
emotion, really.
Okay.
My God, you don't want to be in the out crowd. Everybody thinks this thing. You can't believe all your brothers in your society are lying. Then what are you gonna do if they're all lying? You should be scared. Keep believing the Earth's a globe. That's the message, dude. I'm an expert in fucking propaganda, dude. I hear it all the time. Different little propaganda tactics. You know, there's what's said with words, but then there's what the meaning that's trying to be conveyed. Which is, the last time we saw Josh, the other astronaut person in here, when I fucking ripped him a new asshole for fucking saying words, but really trying to convey a different meaning and exposing him, he never came back. After being here for 2 years. Because there's a lot of he is a trained, that particular person, he is trained in what do you call it? Public relations. And he tried to use all of these sorts of public relations manipulation tactics.
You thought that guy was acting effectively in here? He was trying to play a character to fool y'all? I do remember this guy a little bit.
No, I'm sure he
Like, worked
believes
for Amazon or
exactly what
whatever.
he's saying.
Yeah.
It's called a Amazon Kuiper.
Yeah.
Kuiper or whatever.
But
It's like some fucking internet that they're supposed to be putting into space.
be a phenomenal actor then to me.
No, he's just a propaganda dude. He's just a fucking PR propagandist.
Like, he's conditioned to talk this way. He doesn't really know what he's doing.
Yeah, and to normal, like average people that are susceptible to it, they just eat it up. Because he'll say things like, "Oh, dude, I know that person. I know that someone that works at that company. Oh, we can just go down there and talk to him." And he'll say shit like that. This is a tactic they used during like 9/11 and Sandy Hook or whatever. I know somebody that was there in the towers when they found my brother's cousin sister's uncle's dog. And don't you dare disrespect, that bullshit. It's bullshit propaganda tactic. That somehow they have personal information, they have personal knowledge of what's going on, or they know someone directly with personal knowledge.
I agree with you that there are a lot of stupid people on this planet, but I think that's kind of downplaying the cleverness of, like, at least some humans that exist on this planet that isn't like a small minority of people. Like, people are more clever. Like, you're not the most clever person in the world that's going to figure out all these things. Like, everyone is kind of capable of this to some
I didn't
degree.
figure anything
Some
out.
people are really
Want to know what I
stupid,
figured
but-
out, J-Dog?
No,
Want
but
to know what I figured
the
out?
fact is that you're kind
That
of
I
saying
can trust
that you
my own
see through
senses.
bullshit, and you understand these things to a different degree because you think through all that, right? And I get that a lot of people aren't going to see through the propaganda, and they're just going to take what their government feeds them or whatever. But that's not everyone, and there's like a fair amount of people that are outside thinkers. Like, they're not just going to accept what they're fed. They're not going to go with the status quo.
When I was talking about propaganda, I'm talking about people debating this topic. I wasn't talking about the general propaganda for the globe. I wasn't talking about that general thing. I'm talking about very specifically of people talking about this topic. They use propaganda tactics when debating this topic. Like, for instance, yesterday, he made an appeal to authority, and I said, "Hey, that appeal to credentials, that's a logical fallacy." He goes, Well, if Magnus Carlsen told you to make a chess move, and don't you think that what he told you to do would most likely be right? That's the most specious fucking argument possible. Because even if Magnus Carlsen told me to make that move, it doesn't mean that that is the right move. Regardless of how confident I am in that it's probably the right move, it doesn't actually make it the right move.
Right, but that's probably the strongest information you have at that given moment for what the best move might be. That's like the not that it could be the best move,
but it's a false equivalence on another level too. Is that there's a whole bunch of data about Magnus Carlsen playing chess. There's not a whole bunch of data about some fucking generalized the scientists. With the topic we were talking about is terrestrial refraction, and what the evidence is that it can behave in the way they say it is, curve around a curved surface, make a curved surface look flat. What's the evidence for any of that? And he just said, scientists, all the scientists must know. They would have figured it out. Like, so we don't have the record of the scientists figuring out astronomical refraction. And in fact, the academic literature, they admit that they haven't figured it out. But Magnus Carlsen, we do know what his record is. It's public knowledge. We have fucking the historical record. We know what he's done, right? It's comparing apples to fucking oranges is false equivalence. But the tactic is a propaganda tactic to say, hey, my logical fallacy is okay, and here's an example of where this type of logical fallacy would be okay. So in all applications, it's okay. It's just a propaganda tactic because he couldn't answer. He couldn't. What I asked him for, same thing I always ask everybody for. Yeah, your stories are nice. Where's the evidence for this, that the story's true? That's it. I focus on data. So that's a nice story. Light curves around the ball. Nice hypothesis. What's the evidence that that hypothesis is true? And I always get nothing. I get a big flat fucking zero. It's what often happens in this topic that you guys don't realize, that there's a story, an explanation, and it's all well and good. But then when you ask, what's the evidence that the explanation's true? There's no actual evidence to support it, or the evidence that actually exists. It is a twisted interpretation, or it's cherry picking, or it's confirmation bias, or it ignores anomalous data like the Selenium eclipse, shit like that. So it actually doesn't. It's literally just I have an idea of what the world should be, and I'm just like I'm going to cherry pick information to support it, and I'm going to ignore all the information that doesn't support it. Like latitude and longitude. How do you find that? Hey, you can go to the South Pole. Yeah, how do I know when I got there?
You'll
How
feel
do you
it.
know when you get to the South Pole, J-Dog?
Yeah,
Look,
it'll be cold.
Well, I mean, maybe.
And whenever
Lots
it's the
of cold
coldest
places. They're
ever,
not all on the
that's
South
when you
Pole.
know.
Yeah, but there's lots of cold places. They're not all on the South Pole. So how do I know when I get to the South Pole?
Yeah,
I'm going to
I
look
honestly
around.
don't know.
What do I look for?
I'm not quite sure how to determine that. I've never looked into it.
Neither is anybody else.
But they have a specific point that they determined is the South Pole of Earth.
Really?
Or probably an estimate. No, I'm asking.
How?
I'm sure they have an estimate, right? So
Yeah, how?
I've never looked into it myself. So I wouldn't know.
Neither would they.
I mean, if I were to believe that to be true, then I'd be going off of what you say, which I don't know if that's true.
Oh, so you believe there's evidence, even though you have no idea what the evidence is, but you have to believe that it's there. This is what I'm talking about. You think there's some magic science guy out there that has the information. You don't know how they got the information. You don't know what the information is. You don't know who the guy is that got the information. You just believe that it's out there somewhere and it has to exist. That's why I'm asking you, why are you defending an idea you don't understand?
I never said I was defending that specifically.
But you
I
are
was more so. I am. You're right, but that kind of plays into the whole Earth being a globe thing. So I'm just kind of.
I know that.
into the whole thing, not just one
But
part.
that's what I'm talking about. You're defending the globe and you don't really understand it, and we see this all the time. I'm trying to give you a clue, J-Dog,
I
about
think I understand it
that this
decently
is. Remember, I
enough.
said that this is kind of like a tradition that's been passed down and passed down and passed down generationally. This is the evidence for that claim, is that we have people come in here all the time and defend somebody else's idea, and they don't understand it. That is so unusual to human behavior. I can't even tell you. Like, that is very unusual for people to do that, don't you think?
So what do you think the impression is I should have on you guys then? Because you guys said that a sphere cannot cast a curved shadow on a sphere, and now I'm finding videos, or at least the one video, of that sphere doing exactly what you said couldn't happen. So now I'm thinking to myself,
No, I said a
these people are just
circular
lying.
shadow. I said a circular shadow.
Okay, a circular shadow, but that's what we saw there, right?
No, it's not what you saw. And I said it would distort when it crossed the meridian. Did you notice that he never crossed the meridian in that video?
That looks like a circular shadow to me.
Did you notice that he never? No, you're trying to cherry pick what I said, dude. I was very
You're saying
specific.
so, but now you're
I
saying
said it would distort when it crossed the meridian.
But you're
The
saying
meridian
the
is
shadow.
the dividing point of halfway, right? If you took the circle of the moon and you cut it in half, that's the meridian, the thing that splits it in half. So when it
You're
goes from
saying
one side to the other side, it would distort. He never does that. He only goes up and down one side. Why do you think he did that?
so your theory on how spheres cast shadows
It's not a theory.
hinges on the contingency that the sphere does not pass the meridian of the other sphere when casting the shadow. Is that like
No, I
it's
said that's
contingent on that now?
Why are
Like
you
that,
straw manning what I said, dude? You're either not listening, you're not comprehending.
you said, did you see how it didn't cross the meridian? So as
When
long as it doesn't
his
cross
demonstration,
that, yeah. So
yeah,
as long
his
as it doesn't cross that,
his demonstration doesn't simulate an eclipse. It doesn't simulate what would happen if the circle of the shadow crossed the meridian. That's when you would see the maximum amount of distortion.
so before
And then
I
there's
was
all the other
talking
camera
about,
problems, the camera positioning problem, because that's nothing like observing it from the Earth.
so I'm like I said, I was bringing up different conditions, parameters that
You
were
keep listening to
someone
graveyard that the
using
camera being off to the side
a
is
1
nothing like
foot in
observing it from the
diameter
Earth.
sphere with another sphere that's like a half-foot in diameter, and these large objects in space. So I agree with you on that. Honestly, it's not a good demonstration.
You don't
because
know there's a.
you guys don't have good demonstrations either. Like they both fall apart. There,
That's
let's
fine.
go with that.
Look, I don't need any of that because the Selenium falsifies the whole thing.
Because of an exception that can happen.
There's no exception. It's a geometric impossibility.
Exception in the sense that it doesn't
Okay,
happen.
look, dude. Imagine you're fucking standing on a chair, right? And you got a fucking light on one side of the room that's over your head, and a fucking something, a ball on the other side of the room, right? So on the north side's a fucking light, and on the south side's a fucking ball, and you're standing on a chair. Can your fucking chair cast a shadow on that ball?
I mean, we're gonna talk about.
Can your chair that you're standing on cast a shadow on the ball that's over your head?
No.
No, exactly.
But
And that's
that's a
exactly
little
what happens in a Selenium eclipse.
Well, we're gonna get into a refraction.
That's what happens
like
in
that,
a
but
Selenium
yes.
eclipse, dude. There's no way around it. That's what has to happen. If it's a shadow. You have sunrise, you have a moon, and here's the weird part. Imagine
don't
that it's the
shout.
legs of the chair that are on the moon. Not even
There's
the
no
top of the
sunrise on the
chair.
Selenium.
Shut the fuck up.
Please don't shout.
So it's the legs of the chair on the top of the moon, not the top of the chair, the legs coming down from the top. Even more impossible.
Don't shout, India. You are so annoying.
Can you stop
Are
interrupting,
you the
please?
guest, bro? Are you the guest mod? Did we appoint a guest mod?
No, I don't think we did.
Yeah, I
Checking
didn't think
through the
so.
list, definitely
Yeah,
didn't.
Bill, shut the fuck up. You're not the guess mod.
But have people observed this phenomenon with the
What, the
sun?
I
selenium
posted a
effect, yeah.
video of it in the
With-
chat, bro.
I did.
Have they observed
2019.
I've observed it.
Me too.
Have they observed it that isn't on a high point of elevation?
No, no, dude. Like
would
relative
that
ground
matter?
level, like from my bedroom window up me. 2019, I think it was July or August. Observation of a selenium, partial selenium shadow was on top of the moon, passed from the left-hand side to the right-hand side, never touched the bottom.
Or flat area, but also like once again, I'm gonna bring up refraction in this example. And I
Yeah,
know
you
that
always
people are gonna
have to.
refute
That's
that.
not the moon or the sun now.
I know.
The shadow's in the wrong place.
The lights.
The shadow's on top.
The shadows are from the light though.
No, dude, if you're hiding behind something and you poke your head up, the bottom of you is going to be in shadow, but your head won't be when I see you. That's like the moon coming from behind the shadow of the earth. The shadow will be on the bottom, the top will be illuminated. The shadow's on the top and the bottom's illuminated, proving it didn't come out from behind the shadow of the earth, which is the thing that you're standing on your feet, by the way, when making the observation. So the shadow's in the wrong place.
Right, but because of refraction, just because the
Now we're
source doesn't make
refracting
sense.
shadows.
Let me just finish this. Just because the source, the light that bends through the medium that it passes through, so obviously it might not always be consistent with the source that's producing that light.
Awesome. So
which
we're
is the sun.
refracting shadows. Can you demonstrate that for me in an experiment?
I don't have one exactly right now. Like, what do you
Okay,
want
well
me to say?
then we
I'm
don't
just saying
have any
refraction
actual
exists.
proof that the phenomenon that you're saying is caused by the thing that you're saying. Unless you can demonstrate it, you're saying refraction of a flipping shadow.
Jedi. Jedi.
I want this guy to understand before I start speaking to other people.
You know we're not going to agree on this, right? Like,
So you're not going to agree
because I'm a
on
flat
fucking
earther, though.
observation.
it's not because you're a flat. I've been
Oh,
laying
okay,
out my
is this
opinion
because
for
you
the
can
last hour.
demonstrate this? You can demonstrate this then, right?
Once again, so first off,
No.
no, I can't demonstrate this right now. I'm not I don't feel like looking this up on the internet at the moment too.
Or ever.
Bro,
Show me how it's
really
geometrically
simple.
possible for me to pop up from behind the sofa, but my face be in shadow, and you can see my fucking feet.
The other issue, you're asking me to prove something to you that I know you're not going to believe regardless. You're going to refute anything I might have to show.
No, you can't demonstrate it. This is you being scared. This is you being scared.
We know it's
You can't
geometrically
demonstrate
impossible,
this.
dude.
You're appealing to, well, I don't have to go on the internet, and I hope that it's out there. But we're demonstrating to you geometrically that this is an impossible situation.
Look, if there's a light above your head and there's an object above your head and you're looking at that object and a shadow is being cast and it's coming down from the top of the object toward the floor, can that object be under your feet?
No.
No. There we go.
Hold
End of fucking story, bro.
Thank you.
There's no way
only saying
refraction
that to
can
appease
make
you
that
guys,
fucking
but,
possible because it would have to refract under your feet up around to the other side, dude.
I'm only saying that to appease you, but to be clear, let me find
You're not saying it to appease me. Okay, how about this, Jay? Because this is always funny. How about you make a diagram in Paint showing that this is possible? Should be easy. Just make a diagram.
this is like
Make sure you put the shadow on top of the moon.
Mm.
So you're under the sun and the moon, and the shadow of the Earth's on top of the moon.
I can't post this. I'll just post the full on Walmart. Oh God. Okay. Well, didn't think it would do that.
Oh wow.
All right. You know about those toys? Those fiber optic type toys where they cast light from the base and then it shines through, and then somehow you're able to bend that light to come out through the other end. You could literally bend the the string cable things that are sticking out of it, and the light will still come through the tip, far away from where it's being
This is
cast
the
against.
most. I almost feel bad for you, dude. This is a
Why is
crazy
it not a
cope.
good example?
It's a
It's
crazy
just
cope.
reflected light through a fibre optic fucking cable, and you think that this is going to prove something?
Well, why is it not a good? It's showing light
Is that
bending.
what's happening then? Is it? Is that what's happening?
Light is not going directly straight from where
What,
the
through the
source
vacuum of
is.
space? What, through the vacuum of space?
The point being, though, is that light
Look,
is
the
not
light
consistent
has to
what
go
we're saying it
around
should
the
look
Earth
here.
underneath it and come back up the other side.
Light is literally wrapping in that little toy right there, right? Through a different medium. But it is wrapping. It is not going straight. It is not
What
directly where the
medium's the
source is.
moon in? What medium's the Earth in? And what medium's the sun in?
I mean, it's certainly not whatever this cable is, but
It's a
regardless,
fucking vacuum, isn't it?
it shows the prop, but
Is
the
it a
different
vacuum?
properties of the medium.
I wonder if it's a vacuum. Is it a vacuum?
Yeah.
The light. Yes. Okay. So why are you talking about this
it's
then?
a vacuum
No,
until
dude.
Why the
Look,
fuck are
I
you
just
talking
looked at your
about this
little
then?
toy.
It's like,
Jay,
why?
that's not it, Jay. Jay,
until it reaches the atmosphere.
Jay,
Yes.
those things have to go all the way in a circle. They have to go around the Earth from the other side.
It's just to be clear.
It's
from my standpoint, it's a
illuminated. The
vacuum
moon is
until it reaches our
illuminated on the bottom and shadow on top. So that means the light has to go around the Earth, down around the other side, and come up to illuminate the moon.
Is that how that would work? I don't.
Yeah.
Is that what they claim is what's going on?
That's
the lying NASA scientists.
Who cares what they fucking claim? We observe a fucking shadow on top of the moon. According to you, it's a shadow on top of the moon. It's lit on the bottom of the moon. That shadow is coming down. Vertically down. As the moon is setting, the shadow's catching up to the moon and fucking blackening it. As it's going down. But the thing that's supposed to be casting a shadow and coming down is under your feet, which is fine, except for the sun is also over your head. So the Earth is in between the fucking moon and the sun. Do you understand? The Earth's not between the moon and the sun if the fucking sun and moon are over your head.
I mean, this is just going to go in a circle with me saying refraction.
It
I'm going
can't.
to post this
Look,
thing
can
again.
the Earth be between
like
the sun and the moon if the sun and the moon are over your head?
I think light can act in funny ways sometimes.
Okay.
We're gonna disagree on
don't
this,
answer
Theo.
the question, dude. This is fucking
I'm saying
cowardly,
we
bro.
disagree on this. We disagree on this
You're
when it
being
comes to the
cowardly.
solar eclipse, I guess.
We know it's a geometric impossibility. Doesn't it bother you that they can't use the heliocentric model to predict when they happen? You can't even appeal to the model.
I don't know who they is, but yeah.
NASA.
Yeah, I'd have to look at what they do.
Technically, Fred Aspernak, if you want to know the guy who does all the eclipse predictions. You can't even appeal to a model. That's the thing. It's just a story. If you had a model of that was actually happening other than just fucking some diagrams, an actual like mathematical model that predicted when they happen, you'd have an argument. It would be a reification fallacy, but at least it would be something. Yeah, if we model this geometry, it'll mimic what we observe. But you don't even have that. You don't have a model, a geometric model.
Which
You just
side are
have a
you
story.
debating for?
Huh?
Which side are you arguing for, flat or rounder?
I'm a flat earther, bro.
Okay.
Why wouldn't I be?
No, I was just wondering where you were coming from.
Well, we're talking about eclipses. And we're trying to tell them about anomalous eclipses, selenilian eclipses, called the Apostle eclipse. That happened. That falsified the story of 3 balls. And I also named other things. Sunrise eclipse, sunset eclipse.
Ain't living on no cartoon ball, that's for sure. Who's this? Can I speak now?
Thanks for the time, buddy.
I think it's funny how did everybody see NASA's recent movie that they made?
Not Artemis.
Yeah. their recent movie, yeah. The newest movie from NASA Film Studios.
What's up? How are you doing?
So
Yeah, hold on a second. Is dude still in here? So J-Dog,
J-Dog.
let's check this out. See this diagram?
I'd like to go to a listener at this point. I'm trying to wrap up some things at work, but what's this about? What is this?
See the diagram?
What's going on
98
there?
degrees, 0.00
Why are you
degrees.
fucking interrupting, dude? I hate you rude motherfuckers in this server, dude. You guys are really starting to get on my nerves.
Who are you talking to?
You!
You.
What did I do?
You started talking when other people were talking. Wait your
I
fucking
didn't-
turn.
I didn't do it on purpose, pal.
It was an accident? Oh, people talk by accident now. Jesus Christ. Oh, why were you talking? Oh, it was an accident. I just fucking flap at the mouth like a chick. Okay.
Tourette's is apparently contagious.
So, you see this diagram, right? This is a top-down view,
Yeah.
right? So, if the sun, earth, and moon were all in a line, right, for a solar eclipse, and you were looking down at the horizon, they couldn't be lined up so that you would see this. You could never see this. This would never happen. Because it's called syzygy when they're all lined up. The sun, earth, and moon could never be in syzygy with the sun and moon at the fucking horizon. And you can't say refraction because there's no fucking refraction in space, bro.
Yeah, but there is in the Earth's atmosphere, so.
Yeah, but there's no refraction in space.
Okay, but the
In the
light still has
sun
to
and
pass
the earth
through
and
the atmosphere.
look, the refraction that affected the sun and affected the moon would affect them both the same. And they would just be both displaced the same. They wouldn't be
Different
merged together.
mediums.
They wouldn't be merged together.
It's like looking at a fork passing through water in a glass. Like it's
No,
obviously
it's
that's
not
more
like that.
intense. It's much more intense. I get that, but the point being, you have
Look,
a
brother.
different. You have a
Okay, is
vacuum
the sunlight
going to an atmosphere
look,
that's not
look,
a vacuum.
bro. Is the sunlight refracted?
There's some refraction going on. Yeah.
Is this okay? Is the moonlight is the moon refracted?
The light that bounces off the moon, a little bit, sure, if it reaches. Yeah.
Okay, so they're both refracted.
It doesn't cancel out though.
So, what do you mean it doesn't cancel out? They're both having the same effect applied to them.
Why?
They
But
are
they're
not
different
lined up in a line.
They're different
So if they're
distances
both
from Earth as
refracted,
well.
they're still not going to be lined up in a line.
They're different distances from Earth though as well.
But the refraction doesn't happen in space.
Yes, but the distance they're traveling from and the size of the objects do play a
The
part.
distance they've
Capacity.
traveled from and the size of the objects do what?
They play a part.
And what part is that?
I mean, how do they? Okay, let me ask you this. So, I'll say I don't know. Hold on, Jedi. Come on, Jedi. I don't know. So, how would they not play a part then? Because yes, I don't have. The
No, he's asking me.
But let me ask you guys then how you know it doesn't. Actually.
We haven't isolated what it fucking is yet, dude. You're saying, it's going to play a part. We're asking you specifically what would it do, and now you're asking us. Well, you need to consider it. What?
I'm an idiot. Explain it to me. Explain it to me.
No.
Explain what to
it's
you?
your claim.
But no, I'm saying explain to me why it doesn't matter.
Explain my claim about nothing at all to me.
Hold on. Explain to me why it doesn't matter.
What?
Or I'll just go to Gemini.
I know why you're not productive at work now.
Why is that? And what are you doing right now, Indio?
I'm working.
Because of this.
I get paid to do this. I'm a grifter.
This is you make money by.
Oh my
by
god,
doing
he's
No,
easily
I don't
distracted.
fucking,
and
there ain't no
fucking
money in
dumb
flat
shit.
Earth. Dude, are you crazy?
Can we not have people talk over each other, Jedi and Indio?
There's no money in flat Earth, J-Dog.
Who cares?
It's kind of difficult.
I know, it's funny. You're gullible. That's what I was saying. Sorry, Indigo, to interrupt you.
No, it's fine.
Hey, we're not allowed to do bigoted statements in here, I thought. Because that's what bigoted means, right?
Dude, you've demonstrated this. I've been listening to you for fucking days. This isn't a fucking opinion I've just pulled out my ass because I don't like your fucking sound, your voice. You've demonstrated this, dude. Come on.
So J Dog, how if this is the moon blocking the sun, how is the sunlight going underneath it?
Dude, we're gonna. I don't know what else to say. We're gonna not agree on this. I'm gonna give you the same.
No, I'm just
spiel,
wondering why
and you're
how
gonna
can
give
the
me the same
sunlight go
spiel.
underneath
It's
the
fine.
moon? Because the moon is supposed to be in the way here.
I know. The distance.
Oh, it must be the thing that we didn't account for that's in the distance?
Yes.
So you got sunlight, goes through space with nothing in it, hits the moon, goes through space with nothing in it, and then they're both refracted, the sunlight and the moon. When their image gets to the atmosphere, they're both refracted. You have to be claiming that the moon was refracted into the refracted fucking optical illusion of the sun. At exactly the angular distance between the horizon and, you know, difference of fucking 1 degree.
Damn. What do you have against me over fences? Why do you hate me? I'm just curious.
I'd have to care about you to hate you.
You care so little that you made that poll on the side and have still been talking about me. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the honesty.
He's just jabbing at you,
Hello?
man. You deserve it. God.
I know, but it's just
The
funny to say
freaking
that
chat,
you
dude.
don't care about someone and you're making these random ass
Hey, let's
fucking
join the
polls.
chat and just yell hello.
I'm not trying to start. I don't want enemies in here.
Okay, J Dog, take a break, do some work. Let's talk to Cat Nav. He's chomping at the bit over here.
Appreciate it.
Hi, how are you?
What's up, Cat Nav?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, could you like show me a Selnelian whilst the sun is at its meridian at noon?
Of course not. Then it wouldn't be a
No.
Selenilian.
Okay, so it only specifically happens like during the moon set and sunrise, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
It happens also during a specific phase of the moon, being a full moon.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So
hold on. I'm not done yet. A full moon has the sun and the moon at opposite ends of each other in the sky. So if the sun is directly overhead, you're not going to see the moon.
the thing on the Selnelian that I've actually looked at when observed the history of the lunar and Earth on the chart, on the star chart and the simulation. But not just that, the sun is barely risen. Once the moon starts to go down, that's when 0.1% of the sun starts to rise during the Selnelian. There's never a Selnelian where they're both actually, either one of them has to be partially behind the horizon.
No, it's not what I observed in 2019. Both sun and moon above the horizon.
I don't know what you observed. I've
It
never
was
seen it.
Selenian eclipse.
But
Seen one
look, why don't
myself.
you scroll up that chat, dude? There's fucking videos, GIFs.
Yeah,
you
I've
name
seen
it.
them. I've seen them.
You saw the
I've seen them.
Kohaki Mounds one?
Yeah, is it somewhere in like
The
Illinois?
YouTube video that was posted in the chat.
Is it in Illinois?
It's Ohio or something.
Ohio.
Illinois.
That's
It could be
right.
Illinois. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Cahokia
Okay.
Mounds is in Illinois.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, so
That one. I just posted
yeah,
it again.
that one. Yeah, that one's weird.
Mm.
I don't know anything about that one, but
Well, the shadow of the Earth is on top of the moon, and the moon's
Yeah, it's on
setting,
top,
and the
yeah.
shadow's coming down.
Yeah, it could be the second moon. Who knows? But anyways, yeah. What I was saying is,
fucking the cope in this fucking chat is off the chart today. You
There's no
guys are
cope.
just
There's
the
no- there's
biggest.
no- there's no second- there's no second moon.
The heliocentric model. I'll raise you 2 moons. Fucking.
there's no second moon. Let me have a look at the video. Hold on.
You guys would do anything to keep the Earth a globe. It's so funny.
Let me see the video. Hold on. I'm just looking for it right now. Is the guy that's actually talking in this video, is he a glober or flat earther?
He's a globe earther. This is just a random video from the internet, bro.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Hold on. Okay. So he's up high on
Fun
like
watching
high
him try to
terrain.
explain it. That's the
Yeah,
funny
yeah,
thing.
yeah,
is
yeah.
He's trying to explain it and he can't. And he's a globe earther. He's watching it happen. He can't. He's like,
Okay.
well, the light has to be coming like under the earth.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's wrong. Let me explain. So, what I'm
He's
seeing is
wrong, I mean.
well, from what I'm seeing, he's probably somewhere on the high altitude. I don't know if he's at sea level. Because if you're
How
at
does that
sea level,
explain the shadow coming down?
yeah, I'm gonna get to that point.
It's the only
If you
point.
have
So
you
just
seen a
start there.
Salanelian? Have you seen a Salanelian eclipse at sea level? Like literally at sea level.
Sea level. I think I'm maybe about 300 foot above sea level. Or actually, maybe not even that. I mean, I live in fucking Kent, dude. It's up and down round here, but yeah, relative sea level, dude. Not up the fucking top of a mountain. Why?
It is.
How does sea level change the shadow coming down from the top?
It doesn't change the shadow coming down. Rather, the sun and the moon are not up at the same time. Either a portion of it is down of the moon, and a portion of the sun is up.
You're
on the horizon.
speculating.
Yeah, but that's what happens at sea level.
So it's not a
No,
Salanelian.
that's speculation, dude. You're just speculating.
My observation is of a false. My observation. I'll tell you what I saw. My observation is, well, dude, late summer, so July. So evenings go on to about 9:30, 10 o'clock, right before the sun sets. Observing the sun in the western sky before it sets, and the full moon is rising on the eastern horizon. And then it starts eclipsing before the sun has started descending on the horizon. Right, so the sun and moon are both above the horizon when the eclipse starts. You understand this, right? And the shadows on the top of the moon going from left to right, never descending to the bottom of the moon, which is the geometric impossibility, because the thing casting the shadow, the earth, is underneath your feet. So geometrically, the shadow should be on the bottom of the moon. It isn't and never was.
Hang on. Okay, so yeah, the thing is, the whole word Salanelian, it doesn't literally mean the sun and the moon are both above the horizon at the same time, because that's never happened before unless you're at a different altitude. That's why when you're at sea level,
when it was.
When you're at sea level,
dude.
If you go up higher, you can see the of the Earth.
You can see a bit more when you're higher.
How high?
I don't know. It depends on the guy making the video
Like
and where he was.
200 foot. Would
I
it be
have no
different to me if I stood on the shoreline or stood at the top of the White Cliff?
It would be
Dover, for
different
example?
if you're on the shoreline. It would be much different.
Would it be much different if I was to stand 200 foot higher on the top of the White Cliffs of Dover?
By like a fraction, yeah.
Fucking
Like
hell, dude. Are you pulling shit out your ass or what?
Yes,
Please
he
wash your
is.
hands.
Well, you just I'm just going based off what the video shows.
So here's a screenshot of the video. The shadow is on the top of the moon.
Yes, I know the shadow's on the top. I know.
Okay, where does the light come from?
The light on the bottom of the moon is coming from underneath the Earth.
From underneath the Earth.
Where's the sun?
The sun is
above
the sun
the
is
Earth.
Wherever it is. It's not
It's
above the Earth.
horizon.
It's still underneath
it's
the
above
Earth.
the horizon. It's above the horizon. You can
Why is
literally draw
everything
a
lit up if
triangle
the
out of
sun's
these
underneath
things.
the Earth?
It only happens at
Daytime.
sunrise and moonset.
Who cares? That's a red herring, dude. Why is the shadow on the top of the fucking moon?
Because the light is the Earth is covering the
So
sunlight
it's
from the top.
simultaneously lighting up the moon from underneath the Earth and the surface of the Earth on the other side.
No, you know what civil
so that's
twilight
not
is?
daytime right here. So we don't see
No,
this
no,
river.
it's not
We
daytime.
don't see
It's
these
not daytime.
trees. We don't see these smokestacks. They're not actually lit up by sunlight. They're lit up by imagination.
It's not daytime. It's civil twilight. There's nautical
That's
twilight,
great,
civil twilight. There's astronomical twilight, and then there's
I'm
night.
well aware. I'm well aware,
Yeah.
dude. You're not
So this is at
educating
civil
anybody.
twilight. So this is when the atmosphere is lighting up. What's lighting up the chimney stacks is the atmosphere. right?
So
Because the other side, yeah.
So I guess you missed the part in the video where she pointed the camera at the fucking sun.
Yeah, but she's higher up in altitude. That's the thing.
But
You just said the sun. This was twilight and not sunlight.
No, the sunlight is not direct, right? It's not. It's the chimney stacks.
No
They're not
sun
lit
in the
up by
sky when
direct
it's
sunlight.
twilight.
They're lit
There's no
up. They're
sun in
lit
the
up
sky
by
when it's twilight.
they're lit up by civil twilight, not
You
by
you'll
direct
say
sunlight.
anything to preserve your fantasy, won't you? You'll just fucking say anything.
What is this like ad hominem?
You know
bro,
that
I'm
this
saying
is geometrically impossible. Okay.
it's
Why don't
not.
you
It's not
diagram it?
impossible.
Catnap. Go fire up MS Paint and diagram it for us.
Remember that time I fired up Space Engine? I
No,
used to have that. And I
diagram
showed
it
you.
for us in MS Paint 2D.
I don't. I'm on my phone. I don't have MS Paint.
You know what a syzygy is,
Then
don't you?
use freaking whatever drawing app that you have on the phone. You know you can't draw this.
You
No,
know
I
what a
can.
syzygy, dude? You know what a syzygy is, right? A straight line between astronomical bodies.
I don't know what syzygy is.
Yes, a straight. I just told you a straight line between astronomical bodies. In this case, we got three: the sun, the Earth, and the Moon in a straight line, because the shadow of the Earth is behind the Earth, right? So there has to be a straight line between the sun, Earth, and Moon for the Moon to enter the Earth's shadow. This is a straight line. What we observe here is a fucking triangle, right? Both sun and Moon are above the horizon, right? So not a straight line
No,
between the
that's
three
wrong. That's wrong.
astronomical.
That's wrong. That's
Not,
wrong. They're not both above. They're not both above.
I just described my observation to you, where both sun and moon were above the
I don't
horizon.
believe you because you don't have any evidence.
Okay, I can't continue this conversation then if you're going to call me a liar. Sorry.
Okay, you ask us for evidence, so I'm asking you for evidence. Like, what is this like double standard?
Dude, I'm telling you an observation. If you want to go back and Google like astronomical date and time, then you can find the recording of the astronomical
But you
event.
don't believe in that stuff. You don't believe
What do
in
you mean?
astronomical date and
What
time.
straw man is this?
Look, if I show you the astronomical data, if I show you astronomical data on Space Engine, you'll just reject it.
It's not astronomical data on Space Engine. Stop
Yes, it is because
making shit up.
you can reverse time on Space Engine. You can find
So
the
what?
Salanellian.
It's
Yeah,
not
you
a
can find
simulation.
You can find the Salanellian, and the sun is never above the horizon. It's only partially above, and it depends on
What
the altitude as
ephemeris
well.
does Space Engine use?
I don't know. Ask
Yeah,
them.
so stop making shit up. It's a toy.
Why does
It's not a
anyone who uses
simulation.
Space Engine need to know that?
Because
Like,
it's a
what the
toy
hell?
and it's fun to use for fucking NASA fanboys. That's why they use it.
I actually don't like NASA. I go by the USSR.
Look, if you wanted to aim a telescope or fucking do any astronomical observation, you would not use fucking Space Engine.
No, I'm just saying you can look at historical data on Space Engine.
Sure, cool story.
Okay.
It's not historical data.
It is because the moon and the sun were at that point. Or
You
it
have
shows you star chart.
historical data is the observation recorded. That's historical data.
Oh, you mean like okay? That
Actually
I'm
recording an event. That's historical data. Speculating on what you think should have happened in the past is not data.
You can predict when something's going to happen, like a solar eclipse and whatnot.
No
Post-dict.
shit.
What the hell? We just said it both at the same time.
If it's in the past, it's a post-dict.
Yeah, you can go forward and back on like Space Engine and stuff like
These
that.
shit have always done the same fucking things, dude. It's not a prediction, it's a post-diction. Funnily enough, the sun does the same fucking year. Do you think I'm predicting it? No, post-diction. Happened before, right?
Okay, well, okay, awesome. But yeah, I'm saying that.
Wow.
I want you to show me a Salanellian where the sun is at noon.
That's impossible because eclipses only happen at certain times.
Okay, so it's nothing to do with the Earth being flat.
Solar eclipses only happen during a new moon, and as Yoder was already telling you, lunar eclipses only happen during a full moon. So you're not going to be able to see the moon at all if the sun's at fucking noon.
Yeah, this is the point. So the Salanellian doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. That's all I'm saying. That's
No
one said it did.
Well done.
Who
Just
said it
disproves
did?
your model. One, it's
No,
a
it doesn't
geometric
disprove my model. It doesn't prove your
dude,
model.
I'll point it out to you.
Yeah, it
One,
does.
it's a geometric impossibility to have
No.
that shadow casted on the top
No,
of
it's
the moon
not.
when the
No,
thing
it's
is
not.
casting it is standing underneath you. You try and recreate it then. Two, are you saying that that's the Earth's shadow upon the moon, the true curvature of the Earth? Then in this example, the moon must be flat, right? Or if it was a curved surface and the curved object casting it like the Earth, continually over time as the shadow passed over that curved surface, the shadow would be fucking distorted. So we just ruin your fucking model.
It didn't ruin the model because I can do the exact same thing with 2 balls and a torch.
You're
Flashlight.
bullshitting. Show
Oh,
us.
he's just lying now.
No, I'm not.
What's the sinusoidal pattern?
No, I'm not.
What's the sinusoidal pattern?
You can get 2 balls and a flashlight.
What's an S?
Yeah. So when shadows are projected onto a curved surface, do they get distorted?
Yeah, slightly, but it works the same as the moon does.
Yeah, slightly, but cope.
Is the moon a curved surface?
Yes.
Okay, so
Bro,
if
look,
we just
look.
said then it should be
Oh my gosh.
distorted, right?
No, it doesn't distort like that.
Why?
It only distorts.
So it only distorts
I
on
don't,
curved
I don't know why
surfaces
you're
that are
laughing. I
not
don't
the
know why
moon.
you're
You know what
laughing
this
because
is
you haven't
called?
proven anything.
This is called
You
a
haven't disproven
special
any model.
pleading fallacy.
Oh my
That the
goodness.
moon is somehow different.
It's not. Nothing is different. They're all spheres. They don't distort.
No, then it behaves different than a shadow cast on a
It
regular
won't
curved
give. It
surface.
won't give a sign shape. It will not give a sign shape. It will just be
Why?
the same. It will be just because that's how the laws of physics work. I don't know what
Because
you're
that's how
talking
the
about.
laws of physics work. So it will maintain the same shape. I'm gonna write that in my next fucking thesis.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's how, like, the shadow of the moon will maintain the same shape because that's how the laws of physics work. Surely I'll be published.
Okay.
Probably cited.
Shit
Anyways,
answers, dude.
Okay.
No, these really are shit answers, bro. You can do better.
It will only disprove the model if it was noon and there was still a lunar eclipse. That's your
No.
fantasy.
No, dude, just the sunrise eclipse disproves lunar eclipses.
There's no sun. My goodness, there's no sunrise eclipse.
Okay, I already posted it.
Yeah, your model's yeah, the video is it's at a higher altitude.
This is in Australia in the fucking desert. What are you talking about?
You didn't post anything. What are you talking about? The last picture you posted was the chimney stacks.
Dude, are you just gonna
Scroll
do
up
this
further,
type of
dude.
fucking bullshit coping now? Is this it?
What bullshit cope? The last picture you
This
posted
is
was
what
the
you've been
chimneys.
what you've been doing. This appeal to fucking altitude and all this bullshit. You haven't posted anything. Was the last bullshit?
Yeah, the last
Fuck
picture he
me.
posted. No, okay, yeah, you just posted it now. Okay, yeah, he just posted it now.
Reposted for your
I posted
convenience.
somebody else's. I posted a screenshot.
Yeah, this is the last screenshot you posted here.
Yeah, but I posted lots of screenshots in the
Oh
chat.
my goodness.
I'm talking about the one I posted at 2:34 p.m. my time.
That's what happens when you live in Massachusetts.
It's just a wanker.
What do you know about that? Nothing.
I know about you.
You don't know shit about me, bro.
Fucking hell! What is this?
You know the video you just posted here, this GIF. Why does it stop halfway? Can I see the full thing? Like, it just keeps going
No,
back
you
and
don't-
forth.
You don't deserve to.
Yeah,
Can
because
I
I know
see
it'll
the
disprove
full
whole thing.
thing?
Yeah, I want to see the full thing. I want to see the yeah.
I have to pull the video. But that's irrelevant. The moon and the sun cannot be lined up with the fucking horizon. And
Yeah, they
be in
can.
syzygy. Yeah, they can. No, they can't.
Yeah, they can.
No, they can't. Because does the horizon dip because the Earth's a globe?
It can't line up with that sea level
Does the
zero.
horizon dip because the Earth's a globe?
Yes.
Okay, so if the horizon dips, your line of sight is 0.02 degrees dipped.
Okay. Well, I'm not at sea level.
That line cannot intersect at the fucking sun and the moon.
Okay. There's no cell. There's no
And
cell
I'll show
in the
you.
way you want at sea level.
I'll show you the math, the geometry right here. Sea level don't matter because the horizon dips.
There's no Salinalian at sea level, bro.
Yep, we're not on the Salinalian anymore. We've moved on, dude.
No, I am.
You've
I
heard
haven't.
enough of your not dude.
There's no I was just like showing you how it doesn't
You
work
don't
in
know
that
if
way.
there's
You
no
demonstrated.
selenium at sea level. You have no idea if there is or not. You're just
Well, why
saying
don't you
that.
go to if you go to sea level, you will not see the selenium that you
Prove
want it
it.
to be.
Prove it.
Yeah, okay, let's go to sea level. When do you want to meet?
No, prove it, dude. It's your claim. Prove it.
Yeah.
Give
Yeah,
one
okay,
shred
you
of
can. Oh
evidence
my
that
goodness.
that's true.
The impossibility is gone at sea level, bro.
Yeah, dude, prove it.
Yeah.
Okay,
well,
yeah,
basically
no.
what
I'm
you're
making the
saying is-
negative claim. You're making the positive claim.
No,
Show
you're
me a
making the
selenium.
claim that it's impossible at sea level. I said
Yeah,
prove it.
you're making the positive claim. Can you show me a selenium at sea
You're
level?
saying that something doesn't exist, dude.
Yeah, show me a selenium at sea level. It's so easy. Just show me.
I don't need to.
Oh yeah, because it doesn't exist.
I don't know if it exists or not. I have no information.
Oh my gosh. Oh, let me see this. 98 degrees, 0.002. Okay. Is this a part of like the one in Australia?
This is what would have to happen. The angle to the moon and the angle to the sun would be different angles if they were aligned with the horizon. So this is the sun and moon in syzygy, and this is where the angle that would separate the sun and the moon in your vision, basically 1 degree.
Is this a solar eclipse?
Yes, dude. If the sun and moon were in syzygy, the moon at the horizon, if they come up over the horizon, they'd be separated by 1 degree.
Okay.
Okay? If they're lined up, they cannot be lined up with the horizon and be in syzygy.
It's funny how like these
Because let's extend that blue line, right?
It's funny how
Extend it
like
so
these
that the
celestial bodies have
moon.
to be so
So
close to each
where's
other
the
in order to
sun?
make a
Is the
phenomenon
sun?
for the globe.
Extend the blue line, right? Extend that blue arrow line. Just extend it so that the sun's behind the moon, and the sun is not in syzygy anymore. Or extend the red line so that the moon is in front of the sun. The moon's not in syzygy anymore.
I'll have to look at this part because I'm still confused.
It's not hard to
looking at.
figure out, dude.
No,
Any
yeah, but I want
fucking
to see. I
fifth
want to see it on
grader.
3D model. I want to see like a 3D model of it and like use Space Engine to try and figure it out because I'm only used to
play with your
debunking.
toy. I'm gonna use Grand Theft Auto to figure out how to prostitute women.
I'm only used to debunking the Cell Alien. I haven't done this one yet.
You
but I'll
haven't
get to it.
debunked anything.
I have. I told you,
Nuh-uh is
show me
not a
something. Show me. I
refutation.
said, show me something at sea level, and you can't find it.
That does not. The absence of that observation does not debunk the fact that the
Absence of
shadow
evidence is
comes
not
down.
evidence of
It
absence.
doesn't address the shadow coming down from the top of the moon
Absence
at
of evidence
all.
is not evidence of absence. That's what I'm saying.
What if I'm 89 feet
Bro,
above sea level?
you can't
Okay,
even
just go
tell
to
us.
zero.
How does let's grant you a selenium has never been seen at sea level. How does that debunk the selenium eclipse being impossible?
Because if you see at high altitude, you might see like this weird phenomenon going on.
Okay, but how does that debunk the selenium eclipse being impossible?
No, it debunks the claim that it debunks the globe Earth. That's what I'm saying.
How?
Because it's normal. It doesn't debunk the globe. The globe
Because it's normal. It debunks it because it's normal. That's your reason.
Yeah. Yeah, it's normal.
You sound stupid.
Yeah, it's normal. No, I'm doing something. It's normal to happen on a globe.
Okay, so it's normal to happen on the globe to observe at some high altitude a selenium eclipse in which the shadow of the Earth comes down the moon as it's setting. That's normal.
Yeah. If you're at a high altitude, yeah.
Yeah, the shadow of your dude. I'm gonna fucking ban you if you don't address the shadow of the moon coming down. I'm gonna fucking ban you, dude. You just been fucking dodging it.
The shadow's coming down because the Earth's shadow is casted from the top.
From the top of what?
From the top of the moon.
How is the
Wait, give me
shadow
one
getting
second.
to the top of the moon and it being lit under the moon?
Give me 1 second. 1 second.
Fucking bullshit artist. Should have kicked him out of here.
Congratulations on being such an incredible bullshit artist.
Big time.
Okay, so who made this screenshot here? Who made this? Can I see the video? Yeah, Matt. Okay, just give me a sec. I've talked to these guys before, Matt. It's okay.
What guy? Mike Bull?
Yeah, so I might be like leaving and coming back every now and then, but this video I want to see it.
I'll see if it still exists. It looked like his channel was deleted.
Who is he? Is he a Glober or
Oh no, it still exists. Here we go.
who is he? A Glober or a flat earther?
He's a flat earther. Doesn't matter, dude.
No, it does.
Why?
Because a lot of the stuff the flat earthers post just like is.
Oh,
So we have to
confident.
consider the personality or the personal attributes of a person to determine
No, it's
whether
just
their
no, it's
information
just
is true or not. Why are you interrupting me? It's a fallacy.
it's not a it's not
It
no,
is
it's
a
not a fallacy.
fallacy.
It's not. You guys are
Personal
notorious. You
characteristics.
guys, you guys are
Personal
notorious for lying.
characteristics of a claimant don't determine the truth of the claim.
It does because we can judge by the appearance.
It
You're notorious
does.
for lying.
No, you're a retard.
It
You're
does 'cause
notorious.
we
You guys are
can
notorious for
subjectively
lying.
judge by the appearance.
We're notorious. Tell me one lie a flat earther said. One.
That the
We're
earth is flat.
notorious. You should have a fucking whole list. One. Give me one.
Yeah, that the earth is flat.
Every fucking time you guys say the same fucking thing. How is it a lie? You know what a lie is, right? When you know the truth and then you say something else. So you're saying we know the earth's a globe and we're just saying
No.
it's
A
flat?
lie is intentional
Oh.
deception.
Yeah, so we're intentionally deceiving people by telling them the earth is flat. Yeah, that's what I thought. Can't think of one fucking lie. You're the liar.
Mm.
Ain't that funny?
I can think of one lie, just a very quick search on AI and Google and whatnot. Yeah, it's perfectly fine to watch a selenium eclipse from sea level. The only problems would be the haze and the weather, but it's perfectly fine. He's been jabbering on for the last hour saying it's impossible to see one from sea level. AI would disagree. I don't know where you pulled that fucking from, dude.
Even if it was impossible, I mean, it still doesn't tell us how this is possible. Still doesn't tell us how the shadow can come from the top. Whether it's impossible on sea level or not.
You're talking about the solar eclipse thing you showed me? Oh, this? Okay, hang on.
Okay, the video was about the solar
I'd have
eclipse.
to use a 3D model to actually figure out what's going on.
You're using a toy. You saying like 3D model is like me claiming I'd have to use a 3D model and play Grand Theft fucking Auto.
What?
You're using a toy. It's not a simulator.
Okay, I still want to use it though.
Go play with your toy. You guys are fucking so weird, dude. You guys are just like some of you people your age are just so fucking weird. You think these apps are simulators. They're not simulators. They don't simulate anything.
No, you can just use it so you don't have to use like balls and stuff.
Do you think they're actually modeling fucking balls in that shit?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the code?
Why the hell would anyone need to see the code?
To see how what
Roach.
they're okay. So you have computer code, and that computer code generates, in this case, images. Now, underneath your interface that you're looking at doesn't mean that their calculations are using balls, spheres, orbits. They could be using any number of things.
Hold on.
But the thing is, to you, you're seeing this is like Google Earth, right? Does Google Earth look like a sphere?
Yeah.
Do you know that it's not a sphere?
No, it's a sphere.
That it's a cylinder?
Yeah, they use a cylinder to make a sphere.
They use a cylinder to make a sphere. What does that mean?
Yeah.
What does
I
that
mean,
mean?
you need to model a cylinder shape into a sphere. I wanted to ask you something. What basis or what foundation are you using to
How fast he just tried to whistle, get past that.
Run as well as fast as
Oh,
you
by the
can
way,
do.
let's
Fuck
change
it
the
out.
subject.
No, I'm asking. Wait. What foundation are you using to judge? What criteria are you using to judge the code?
Here we go. This is definite deflection tactics, usually associated with the
Why
word
are you asking
tactic.
me that? I gave you an example of that. What you're seeing isn't what's actually happening underneath the hood. Okay.
Okay.
An example of Google Earth is a cylinder, but it displays to you as a ball. But it's not a ball in the mathematics. It just displays it as you, right? It's the user interface. It's just a toy.
Okay. What's wrong with the cylinder?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Do you think you live on a cylinder?
I mean, no, but like the poles of the Earth are demonstrated like a cylinder.
Poles?
Yeah, the
What
poles
poles?
like on diagrams and on like simulators is like a cylinder. You need a cylinder to use it. What, bro? It's literally a ball. Like you can look at a ball in your hand and look at the one in simulator. It's exactly the same thing. I don't get what your point is, bro.
I know you don't get what my point is. That's the sad part. Okay. The actual mathematics, when they're doing calculations, they're calculating on a cylinder. Okay?
Okay.
They're displaying it to you as a ball. And then you're saying to yourself, hey, they're simulating the Earth being a globe. No, they're not. They're simulating the Earth being a cylinder, and they're displaying it to you as a ball. How do you know that frickin' sandbox universe space engine, wherever the fuck you're using, what it's doing underneath isn't doing something like that? Like Super Mario Galaxy, right? You ever play that?
No, I don't play games.
Yeah, you do.
Not really.
Sandbox
That's some
universe.
BS right there.
I can I like might play something
That's
like
a
once.
game, dude.
Oh my gosh! I don't play
Sandbox
video games
universe is
often.
a game. It's not a
I
simulator.
don't. It's
And if
Universe
you
Sandbox is
dared,
trash. Space Engine's much better.
well, either one, that's also a game. Those are games. They're
Okay.
for entertainment purposes.
Okay.
Oh, you think NASA's using it to fly to the fucking moon?
Wait. Can we talk about the Russian Space Agency? Let's not talk about NASA.
Oh yeah, gish gallop all over the place, dude.
I don't know why. Why NASA this, NASA that, NASA that? Oh my goodness! Like, chill out.
Yeah, well, do you think Russian Space Agency is using fucking Sandbox Universe?
No, but they can go to the moon if they want and take pictures of it. I mean, Artemis like
Why do you
recently just
believe
went
that?
to the
Why do you
moon.
believe that?
Bro, are you serious?
I'm asking you why
Okay.
you believe that.
What do you mean? Why? Because it's proven. Like there's footage. There's people
Why do I
there. There's
believe
people
it?
recording.
Like, I love your answers. Why do you believe it? Because it's proven. That doesn't answer me why.
I just expanded on why it's proven. You didn't let me finish my
How?
sentence.
Okay, how was it proven?
Okay, so you know when you sit at home and you look on your television, how is
Yes, TV is proof. Wonderful.
no, I'm getting to my point.
No Plato's cave.
Yeah. So
Hey,
how are you receiving signal to your television? Where is it coming from?
You're a clown.
I don't watch
I
TV.
have to do baby steps. I have to do baby steps with you.
I don't watch
So I have to-
TV.
Okay, so let's just for hypothetically, you're on television or using your phone. You
You're
receive
learning
data
how
that comes
to
from
teach
another
anybody
location, right?
anything.
yeah, usually a
You-
tower or a receiver.
Yeah.
The tower will
Yeah.
leave
It's been
analog and
transmitted from
radio
a location.
signals.
That location is where the So this is baby steps because I don't know why we have to do this. I don't know
Analog
why we have to do this.
towers come
Yeah.
from
So radio
signals
tower.
from
The radio
today.
tower receives that broadcast from the
Okay,
location.
so
of
we're
what?
asking you how it's proven. We don't need your fucking goddamn
I'm doing it,
amateur
but
level.
you're asking me to do this. That's why I have to do it
Listen,
baby step.
my father literally was the cable guy. I know everything about fucking transmission of communications and telecommunications. You're not educating me, dude. Okay.
Okay, so that's how you.
I'm
That's how
trying
it's
to
proven.
ask you how it proved Artemis. Let's hear it.
Yeah, whatever your dad did proves Artemis.
No. Whatever you're claiming, some radio frequency transmission proved Artemis.
Yeah, because Artemis is proven from footage that was and live
From
footage.
footage.
Live
From
footage
how do
and
you know it was?
observations.
How do you know it was live footage?
Oh my gosh, there was people standing at the launch pad. There was people
You
standing
watched
at
the
the
rocket
observation
go
No,
deck.
away.
not the launch. The space part.
Yeah, the rocket was followed. It was
It
followed
was who
with
followed it?
yeah, people on Earth, human beings. I don't know.
People on Earth
What, my
followed
cat?
it.
Yeah, it was
How'd they
followed with
follow it? In
telescopes,
an
followed with
airplane?
cameras. No,
And then where'd it go?
it went behind the moon, came back.
So
But first,
people saw
they had to go high Earth
This is
orbit first. People would
yeah.
have seen it
So
go high Earth
what did
orbit.
people on the ground see?
Why do I have to explain this to you step by step? We already know
Yeah,
how it was done.
because you said it's proven, and you haven't proven a fucking thing yet.
Guys, I'm sorry to interrupting, but what you speaking about?
Artemis, moon mission,
Oh, that's
flying to the
interesting.
moon. He
We're
says it's
talking about how
proven.
he
And I'm
needs
trying to
to.
get out of him how it was proven, but he can't tell me.
Yeah, he wants to tell us.
Yeah, because I
step
don't
by
know what
step
proof. I
how
don't know what proof
he
you
works.
need. That's why. That's
But
literally
Yeah,
why.
he
he
asks
I do
him
knows.
not know
step
what
by
proof you need.
step how Artemis
What
works.
proof are you
He's
looking
like,
for?
why do
Who
I
is
go
this?
step by step?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what proof you're looking for. That's why I have to like pick apart every single thing.
Okay. What do you think proof is?
No, I'm asking you what proof do you need? You're just saying proof, proof, proof. Like, what do you need?
Telemetry data.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, that's
What,
tough,
isn't your
huh?
story good enough?
Telemetry
hard to
data would
do.
be a good start.
Okay, telemetry data. Okay, but we already have that. So like,
Oh, we do? Where's that?
Yeah.
You know, I
how do you
asked
think?
somebody,
How do you,
someone on X said, I got telemetry data. And they posted a link, and then I clicked on it, and it was a fucking animation.
okay. How do you think we saw the
Telemetry
live footage
data
of
would be
Artemis?
the position of the rocket, where it is relative to Earth at all points in time, or at least some interval, every hour, every 2 hours, I don't know. So we know where the rocket is relative to where we are.
Didn't you see the capsule on re-entry?
Didn't I see the capsule on? Yeah, I saw that TV show.
No,
Didn't you see
no.
it?
Did you see the
Hey,
capsule
did
on
you see
re-entry?
Blade Runner?
Did you see Artemis on re-entry?
Did you see Blade
Saw something
Runner?
come out of the sky.
What has Blade Runner got to do with anything? I'm asking you.
It's
Did
a
you see the
movie.
re-entry?
It's a fictional movie, just like Artemis on Re-entry.
Yeah.
How do you know that's what you saw on the screen isn't complete fiction?
You know, there was people there that were like
How
on
do
the
you
boat that
know
was
that
watching
it's not complete fiction?
because there were people there on the boat
Do you know
that
that?
Because there
watched
was
it come down from the
people there
sky.
on the boat.
That's how they got them, and that's how they got them. There was a camera filming it coming from re-entry. The guy
So,
with the camera. Do you know that there was a guy literally with
Well,
the
like
camera
Titanic.
filming it coming through the sky?
Yeah, like Titanic. Got people out to
yeah,
sea, didn't they?
so
Yeah, yeah. So that it was filmed. The people literally saw it. They were using camera and they were following it coming
The
through the
people.
atmosphere with a camera.
Okay.
They
that's
were
not what the
following
video
it.
shows. You're exaggerating what's
Oh my
shown.
goodness, bro! There was a cameraman following the capsule coming through the atmosphere.
There was a
Oh,
camera.
really?
What was he in?
I
Was
don't
he in
know, a
the
boat
atmosphere and
or a
then did
plane or
he
something. I don't know
get
what he was
sight of
in.
it and
He
then
was
watch it fall to the
following a
ground?
capsule going 25,000 miles per hour in an airplane.
Yeah, like, bro, if you were there, you would literally see it with your own eyes. You'd still
If
deny it
I
if you were
was
there.
there, yeah, you would believe. I'm sure you believe that.
If you were there, you would deny it. Like literally, you would deny everything.
No, what would happen is I'd be in the aeroplane and wait around until the object came into view and watch it drop into the sea. I'd have no information. I'd just wait until I saw the object until it went into the sea from the aeroplane, right? That's all I'd see.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, so you'd see it coming through the atmosphere. You'd
Yeah,
have like
exactly. I'd
What do you
see it
mean
coming
see
through
it
the
coming through
atmosphere.
the atmosphere? What does that mean? What does something coming through the atmosphere look like?
so you would see it coming
Tell us what
from
that
the sky
looks like,
above.
dude.
I don't
Just
know,
tell
the
us what
sky
that looks like.
above.
Now, tell
Oh
us
my
what that
goodness.
looks like.
Bro, can
Coming
you
back
stop? You're
through the.
acting like a baby.
I'm
Like this is
asking you a
crazy.
question. I'd like an answer, please. What is it you said? You would see it coming through the atmosphere. What does that look like?
Yeah, so
Describe
something
it to
that is
us.
coming something that is coming out from the highest sky. I don't know, like the highest sky, and then
Coming
it's
out
getting.
from the highest sky. How high can you tell the fucking sky is by looking up?
I don't. You can't do that, bro.
I know that.
Okay, so you'd see it come on the re-entry, following with the
You're just
camera.
a ridiculously crazy cultist believer, dude.
I know.
That's what the
Yeah, we
facts
can
of
see it
the
on the
matter
weather.
are. You're just like they could tell you fucking anything, dude. You want to believe it. You obviously want to believe it because you're a fucking fanboy of this shit.
No, I'm not. I'm just
You
going
think a
based on
fucking
facts.
toy, you think a toy, a game is a fucking simulation of reality.
Stop arguing. What is it about?
Oh my god, who the hell is this Indian? Anyways, what I was saying is,
Where's
Look,
the
you have
Indian?
look, bro, you have no method available to you to evaluate whether their claims are true or false. You either believe them or you don't believe them. I have no reason to believe what they're saying because they claim to do things that are physically impossible and that the basic parts of can't be replicated in any experiment on Earth. So why
okay,
should
if it
I
was
believe
your
them
job,
when they
if it
claim that
was,
they violate the second law of thermodynamics? When they
would you still
violate
deny
the things
it?
fall when you drop them.
Would
When
you
they
still deny?
violate
Oh
fucking
my fucking
thermodynamics.
days.
Well, listen, you're not listening. They're claiming that they do things that you can't replicate on Earth. I don't believe that shit. Why do you believe it?
Okay, what I'm saying is, you'd still deny it if you had, if it was your job to film the re-entry.
Oh God.
I don't know it's re-entering, and what I would film is it. I can't tell if it's a re-entry or not from just looking at it.
Okay, what? Okay, from your
You think you
from
can
what you
just look
believe.
up in the sky and tell
Do you think?
if
Okay,
something's
what would
falling
you?
from the sky? Shut up, dude. You think you can just look up in the sky and just say, "Oh, that's re-entering Earth's atmosphere," by just looking at it?
Okay, what do you think it was?
Yes or fucking no, dude.
I don't know.
Yeah, you
I don't know what you're
can't.
saying.
If you look up in the sky, can you tell if something is re-entering Earth's atmosphere by just looking at something in the sky?
Partially.
How? Tell me what you look for.
Well, you need other tools to, like,
Okay,
determine
so
this.
you can't tell from looking at it. Congratulations.
Well,
What are
you
the
can
other
measure it.
tools?
So when you see
Oh,
the
I know what your
capsule
other
up
tool
close.
is. I know what your other tool is. The idiot on the fucking screen said it's re-entering Earth's atmosphere. That's your
No.
other tool.
Wait. Hold on. So we know how big the capsule is. Like, if it was in front of you, it's probably the size of
Jesus Christ.
the size of a living room or something, right? And then you can measure it with the camera, like say, okay, it's this far away now. Oh, well, now it's this far away. That's how
You can't tell from just looking at how far away something is.
Well, you know how big the capsule is. Let's say it's the size of let's say it's the size of a living
Well,
room.
apparently it's
right?
re-entering and it's on fire, right? So
Okay, but you know if it's re-entering by how far away it looks on the camera because we know how big it is up
it'll
close.
look bigger. It'll look bigger because it has a high temperature.
What the hell? Hello?
No, they like moving people into this chat for some reason.
Okay, can you kick that guy out? Just interrupt him.
It's a girl. So other channels like moving people that have open mics into this chat to fucking irritate us. Yeah, you would think that's funny. So
No, it
you
is.
ever seen a red hot poker that's been heated up?
Yep.
They look bigger than they actually are, don't they? Why?
Yeah, because it expands.
Because they're hot.
Yeah, it expands.
Yeah, no, it's not because
It
the
does.
fucking poker's expanding. It doesn't expand 3 times its size.
No.
It looks
It
bigger
depends on what.
because it's heating up the air around it, causing that air to make it look fucking bigger because of refraction. So if your little capsule,
thinking of something
heats up
else.
to thousands of degrees, it's gonna look bigger than it really is. So that ain't gonna work.
No, bro. No.
Yeah,
Well,
bro.
okay. I can grant that. You can still determine like how far away it is because you can like calculate. Oh, how big would it be if it heats up? All that kind of
Oh
stuff.
boy.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Again, the stuff you keep pulling out your eye.
Okay.
Can you give us a calculation? You
Can
wouldn't
you
even know
give
where
us
to look.
calculation?
You wouldn't even know where to look to even find a place that could possibly do that calculation. Now, I'm going to ask you the thing I asked J-Dog because it's important. Why are you carrying the water for somebody else's idea? Why are you defending the globe as if is the globe your idea? Did you come up with it?
No, I'm just saying it's
Okay,
logically
so why are you
possible.
defending somebody else's idea?
It's because the globe is a logical impossibility, and I don't like it when people are being illogical.
I know the
so
globe
I'm
is a
refute
logical
them.
impossibility.
I said possibility. I didn't say impossibility.
Give us the logic then. What do you mean?
Yeah, give us the logical syllogism that supports
That's
the
why I'm
globe.
defending it, because I'm defending logic. Well, okay, what are the three
You're
laws of logic?
defending
What are
logic.
the three
So
laws of
give us
logic?
the silly. Look, bro. I'll give you
Hey,
5 laws.
hey! What is the three laws of logic?
Okay,
Law
who
of
cares?
identity.
I want a
Laws
logical
of excluded
syllogism.
middle. Law of
Yeah, I mean, fucking
non-contradiction.
this is like absolute amateur shit, bro.
Okay, you want a syllogism? Okay,
Cat,
P1.
no,
We
don't
want a
waste your
syllogism
time.
that
I told
supports
you.
the globe.
Okay, I'm just arguing. I'm giving you a formal logic. Not this is not informal, right? Okay, so
Yeah.
P1.
Yeah.
P1.
Mm-hmm.
Earth exists. P1. Earth exists.
Okay.
P2.
P2.
Logic. What the
No,
hell?
no.
Logic
No,
is
no,
what we use to determine.
You don't need a statement about logic in there, dude.
No, not at all.
I do.
No, you don't.
Okay.
We understand the premises of logic, so give us some truths
I
to add
want-
together.
No.
I've given you the first truth, Earth exists. Give me another one.
Okay, we use natural reasoning. Reasoning to determine the world around us.
It's a statement about human beings, not the earth. So your premise is about human beings. We use natural reasoning. Who's the we? Human beings.
P3, we see the sunset and the moonrise. P4.
Okay, and therefore Earth God.
Yeah, he's not done.
Okay,
Yet, though.
P4,
Wait.
we come to know this through a turning ball.
What the fuck is this shit, dude?
I don't know.
I'm giving it
this. Do you know what logical syllogism is?
I'm giving you the syllogism, then I'm going to give you the C1, C2.
Okay. Why are your premises so shit?
Why are your premises not about the subject?
Why are you guys parroting each other? It's like, what the hell? This is like some Disney bully thing. What the fuck?
Dude, you said you got logic. I asked you for the logic.
I'm doing it right now.
Because you haven't given it yet.
Yeah, patience.
Reading off the internet.
Dude, patience.
I'm
He's going to
literally
need like
typing.
92 more premises to frickin' even get this close to Earth as a globe.
Sure.
P5, we come to know this through everything.
Okay, you know what you're trying to prove, right?
Denial.
No.
I don't get what you're laughing at.
Okay, you can't. Well, let's just stop this. You can't create a logical syllogism for the globe because it's not perceived. You understand?
I'm talking about natural reasoning. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
cares?
This syllogism is proving that natural reasoning you come to know of the Earth being a globe through natural reason.
What does that mean?
Oh my gosh, I don't.
How does
Let me
natural
finish this.
reasoning
I'm
lead
not gonna
to
lie, that's
geometric
insane.
forms?
That's why I'm making the syllogism.
Okay, how would you get from natural reasoning to the fact of a geometric form?
Yeah, I'm
You
giving
only
the
know the Trinity
syllogism.
for natural
Give
reason.
me a second. Let me finish it.
No, I'm not going to let you finish it because you're wasting our time.
This should have been really fucking simple. Should have been said with 20 seconds.
A logical necessity.
There's no logical statement you can make to support the goal because you don't
I'm nearly
start.
done. I'm on C2. Conclusion 2.
This is going to be a fucking train wreck.
We use empirical reasoning, to know if the Earth is flat or a globe, right? I don't know why you're using just logical stuff,
He isn't using logical stuff.
You know what I mean?
Okay, here we go.
I don't know the term.
This is it. Okay, P1, Earth exists. P2, we use natural reason to determine the world around us. P3, we see the sunset and the moon rise. P4, we come to know this through a rotating sphere. C1, natural reasoning proves a globe is the globe is a logical necessity.
No.
Why are you
It's
nervous?
just
Don't be
blah, blah,
nervous.
blah.
Don't be nervous.
You
I know
need
you
true
nervous laughter.
premises, catnap.
Yeah.
No,
We come
Premises.
to know this. We come to know
Was
this
it?
is terribly specific.
Why is this with nervous laughter?
We come to know. What was that? Premise what? 4?
You know,
Yeah,
we
it was
come to know
great.
is English. That's the standard English. Don't get it.
No,
It's a
we come
statement
to
about
know
human
because
beings,
of
dude.
sunrise and sunset that the Earth is a globe.
Premise 4 is unjustified.
Yeah. You can you can come to know of it through a rotating sphere. You just get
Look,
two
why even create a
spherical.
syllogism? Why
Yeah.
not just state that in the first premise and just be done?
You
Like,
you asked for a syllogism.
well, you don't need one if
you
you're
were
just
begging.
gonna
No, you were
fucking
begging me for you were begging me for a syllogism.
I
That's
thought
why I
this
did
was
it.
the
Because
fucking
you.
if you're just
You
gonna
should not
claim
call this.
if you're just gonna claim the premise as the conclusion, then fucking just say that. Just do ipsy dixit like you just did. Earth's a globe because Earth's a globe. Or just say that.
The
Well,
Earth
don't
exists. We
prove
lose logic and reason, and because sunset and sunrise, we've come to know the Earth is a sphere. What bollocks
Therefore,
is
Earth is a
this?
sphere.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's logic.
it's fucking not.
So let's go back to the beginning. Let's go back to
Okay, don't ask me for a syllogism.
no. Well, you said that you were defending the globe because you were protecting logic. That's not true. So why are you defending the globe?
Which premise do you deny?
The one that we've come to know the Earth is a spinning globe, but because the sun rises and sets.
Yeah, so you can like.
You don't
let's say
know
if you're-
that because it's an inductive inference, so you don't
no.
know it. Your
No.
premise, even if true, is an inductive inference.
No, listen. Let's say
Even
you're in
if
the
you know,
Stone
there
Age.
is no listen.
Let's say
Even if your premise is
Okay.
taken as true,
I can't
it's
even
an
speak.
inductive inference, and you can't construct the logical syllogism with an inductive inference. All the premises have to be
Okay,
true.
can you prove it's inductive?
They
Can
can't
you
be
prove it's inductive?
possibly true.
Can you prove it's inductive?
Yeah.
Yes, because
go on
you're
then.
looking at the thing that's not the thing that's in question.
What is the thing
You're
in question?
looking at the sun to deduce to figure out what the Earth is.
No.
Right? So that's an indirect observation.
No, buddy.
You said sunset.
No.
You said sunset.
No,
You said we've
no,
come
that's
to
not.
know.
No, bro, no. Oh my goodness, the we
You
come to know is not because of the sunset.
Oh,
That's
what was
not.
it?
We come to know. We're trying to figure out why is the sun setting. So we come to know of that through a rotating sphere, right? That right. For example,
I
P4.
thought that was supposed to be
like-
the fucking conclusion.
No, the C is the conclusion.
Yeah,
Okay.
the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere. Right,
How
you're
did you
defending
come
that
to the
logical.
conclusion that
Hold
the
on.
Earth is?
You're
Okay.
defending that logical conclusion, right, with your logical syllogism because you've got logic on your side,
Right.
which concludes the Earth is a sphere.
P4.
Shut
P4
up.
P4 is an experimental
This is your
analysis.
conclusion. Your conclusion shouldn't be in your premises. Your premises, when added together, should reach the
conclusions
conclusion
go
that
in a
you're trying to
syllogism.
reach. Fucking dickhead.
No conclusions
Conclusions
don't go in
go-
syllogism.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
No, they
The
don't.
C1,
There's one
C2.
conclusion
Yes,
at
they
the
do.
end of a syllogism.
That is at the end of the
math,
syllogism.
dude, hold on. It's like math.
It's premise
right?
4.
You add 1 and 1 together and equal 2. This is what a logical syllogism. You add one truth together and then you add another truth together and you reach that logical conclusion based on those truths.
Low-key gonna
have to have a relationship.
I'm low-key gonna stab myself in the eye. P4 is experimental analysis, right? So let's say you're in the Stone Age, you can light
Experimental
fire.
analysis.
Yeah,
What is
it's
that?
an experiment. It's an analysis, right? So if you're in the Stone Age, you can light a fire. You can get like a fucking rock. You can like rub or get your ball sack and use those balls, right, to
descended
prove like
already.
the sun is setting because the
fuck?
ball is rotating, right? So you rotate the ball. Oh, okay. Look, the fire is no longer in view, right? So this is what P4 is.
No, it's not that.
Yes, it is.
Look, how did you reach the conclusion that the Earth was a rotating ball?
Because no one in the Stone Age will know what the fuck refraction is.
How did you reach the conclusion that the Earth is a
Because the
rotating
sun
ball?
cannot set without it being a ball.
Says who?
It's from natural reasoning. This is the whole point of the syllogism.
No, that's a bare assertion without evidence.
Okay. Can you prove that the Earth is flat from natural reasoning alone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, from natural reasoning alone. Not from
There you go.
Not from extending your dick to about 200 meters and measuring the
I just
Earth with a
gave it
laser.
to you. That was easy, right? I just did it.
Yeah.
You know why I can do it and you can't? Because I qualify you.
No.
Because when I
ask you, how does hold on. When I ask you, because when I ask you, how does the sun set on a flat Earth? You have to use mental gymnastics to like say, it's because of refraction. Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
This is the whole point of the syllogism.
And that's just and you saying mental gymnastics means what? That you don't like the answer?
Or doesn't understand the answer.
That's more like that's
You
more
need
like
to
it.
keep on psychologically projecting, Catnip. Keep on.
The whole point is you are inferring Earth being a sphere from seeing the motion of the sun. That is an inductive inference. Because you're not looking at the thing in question directly, you are looking at something else and inferring from its behavior that some other thing is something.
Yeah, you have to use mental gymnastics to say it's flat. To say it's flat, you have to use mental gymnastics. You have to say, the sun is actually moving further away.
That's
and
ironic,
it's actually,
dude.
The air density is making it disappear and all that kind of stuff. No one in the Stone Age
Your
would
mental
notice
gymnastics, my friend Catnip, your mental gymnastics for the cause of sunset backwards, isn't it?
You know what? Wait, hold on.
So that was your mental gymnastics. Hold on, you will literally do a somersault if you keep rotating on the sphere whilst you're doing your gymnastics. But the reason why the sun sets is because the Earth is in motion and you are rotating backwards. The sun disappears over the curvature, the physical obstruction of the Earth. Right?
Okay.
This is your mental gymnastics.
Okay. In early antiquity, people thought that the sun. No. Listen, people never said that the sun got further away. They said that the sun set in a crack in the Earth.
Did you ask them all? I swear the Egyptians said that the sun was traveling on a fucking chariot.
Ancient literature, they said that the sun sets in a. They would say that the sun sets in a lake.
Yeah, the sun was moving though, wasn't it? On a chariot.
Yeah, but they'd say it sets in a lake.
Yeah, so the sun was moving further away. The sun was
but they
moving.
never say. Yeah, but they
sun was moving, not the Earth.
Not once did they say it's moving further away. It's only you guys that say that.
Catnip, what does it matter what they said?
I mean, we have to forgive those people. They didn't have the tech we have today. Why are you stuck with the 2,000-year-old shit?
I'm just saying that the people,
citing a single
the ancients. No. The ancients that
all the
believed
ancients,
the Earth was flat.
the Chinese.
Which ones?
Did they say that the sun's moving further
away? The Greek ancients, the Roman ancients, the fucking American
Every single one of them. They said that the sun sets in a lake.
In South America.
The ones from 2,500
years ago. The ones that we know. The ones that we know about. The ones that have literature about the Earth. Right?
Okay, the
they
Mayans.
all say that the sun
Where did
sets.
they think the sun went? Where did the Mayans think the sun went?
Bro, I'm talking about the one. Oh my gosh, I'm talking about the
they
ones.
Wrote astronomy books. They wrote the Dresden Codex.
They said that the sun sets in a lake. They said the sun sets in a ravine.
They made astronomical predictions more accurate than the heliocentric model using a completely different fucking paradigm. So where did they think the sun went?
In a ravine. They said it sets in a lake, in a ravine. They say it sets in a crack in the earth.
They said it sets in a ravine, the Mayans.
I'm not talking about the Mayans.
I am.
Okay, what is the Mayans?
The Mayan, you don't know what Mayans are? The Mayan civilization?
Oh, the Aztecs?
No, the Mayans.
No, the Aztecs are the Aztecs. Fuck.
I don't know what Mayan is. I only know about like Aztec.
This is great.
I don't know what Mayans are.
Okay.
Wow.
Mayans
I only know
are South
people
American natives
late antiquity
that wrote stuff, and the Spanish burnt all their books.
Okay.
But one of the books of the 3 books that survived was an astronomy book called the Dresden Codex.
Okay.
That Dresden Codex shows astronomical predictions that are more accurate than what the predictions the Europeans were making based upon their fucking globetard.
Is that what? So the Mayans' demonstration of the Earth, is that what you believe?
I don't have beliefs.
Okay, is that what you take
No,
as a
it's just
position?
counteracting your
I
claim that
even
all
made a whole
ancient cultures.
cosmology, bro.
I know,
You
Jedi. I'm
haven't
just
got a
asking.
clue.
I'm just asking a qualifying question. Is that
It's
the
not
position
qualifying.
you
It's
take?
distracting.
I'm not advocating any cosmogony or cosmology. Okay.
Okay, I want to see. What a picture of what you think the Earth looks like.
From where?
And there's the deflection.
From anywhere you want. Choose anywhere you want. From above.
Just keep
I don't know.
deflecting away from your
From the
claim.
beach?
No, from above. Like let's say in the outer space or whatever. Whatever you want to call
There
it.
is no outer space.
Okay, wherever from the position of the moon.
You can't go to the moon. There is no
Okay.
outside, brother.
Okay, but I want you to demonstrate. I want you to show me a diagram or a picture of the Earth. To like hypothetically, if we were on the moon and looking back, or at the moon looking back with the camera. I want.
How would
a
I
picture
know
of
what
it.
that looks like, dude?
Why are people giving nervous laughter? I don't get it. I'm just
asking you,
No, it's
how would
because
I?
it's a stupid fucking question. How would
How
you
would I know
confirm
what
what
that
it's so
looks like?
No, I want to
because he
see. I
hasn't
want
got
to
the
see a
God's
picture
eye
of the flat
view?
Earth. I want to see a picture of the flat
You
Earth.
want to see a picture of a flat Earth taken from a photograph taken from a place that don't exist? I'm sorry, I can't provide that.
Okay, so when I see the moon in the sky, it doesn't exist.
The
Oh,
moon
is Indio
exists.
going
It
there?
doesn't mean you can go there.
Oh my goodness! Wherever it is, I didn't say we could go there. I want a hypothetical. Let's say you had like some god powers,
Wherever it
right?
is, you're assuming it's
Let's say
some
you had
fucking
god
space
powers
rock, dumb
or
fuck.
something. Yeah,
So is the moon just
let's
an
assume.
illusion?
Oh my goodness!
What do you mean? Is it
It's
an
like he's
illusion?
not
You're
following the
giving me a
logic.
What
headache.
is it?
He
It doesn't.
doesn't
You
even
can't go
follow
there.
his own logic, guys.
Matt, are you
Guys,
still here?
Uh huh.
sir, are you kind of
How'd you
like
call for backup?
thinking logically about this, sir? Because
I don't need his
I've
backup.
been listening. I've been listening, and your brain
Yo,
is
who is
not
this
braining at
Pakistani
the
guy
moment.
that's talking, bro? What the hell? Bro, shut up.
Cut it out, dude.
He's waiting to speak. He's not listening. He's not acknowledging. He's just waiting to speak.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're
okay.
right.
All right, thank you. So, anyways, I'm asking.
We're waiting for that
I
logic, though.
noticed he was just
No, we're
waiting
waiting
to
for the
speak then
logic.
as well.
Let's
I
go
want to
back
see
to
a
the
picture of
logic,
what
though.
I want to see. I want to see a picture of what the Earth looks like as a whole.
Nobody
That's
knows
what I
what the
want.
Earth looks like from that far away. Not you, not me, not anybody.
Okay. I want to see a picture of what the Earth looks like as a whole.
Nobody knows what the Earth looks like from that. Why do I have to repeat myself?
Why'd you?
Repeat
Okay,
back to me what I just told
so
you.
you don't even know. So you don't even know where the sun goes. Then.
Exactly, and neither do you.
Yes, we do. It's you that don't know.
Yeah, no, you just believe you know.
No, your beliefs have shaky foundations. You don't know.
Because I don't have beliefs. You do.
Oh my goodness.
You're asking me what the Earth looks like from a place I don't think exists. And why do I think that
okay. You have beliefs you don't.
Because there's no evidence that place exists.
Okay.
And
So you don't have beliefs, right?
And that you're telling me that I'm the one with beliefs, but because you think that place does exist, but you have no evidence it exists.
Okay. You don't have beliefs, right? So do you trust your senses?
Yeah, why not?
That's you
so,
that doesn't trust your senses.
If you so you trust your senses, you trust your hearing. Okay, the Earth is a globe. You have to trust that.
There's nowhere in my senses tell me the Earth's the globe.
I just told you heard it. Could you trust your senses?
No, dude, your base senses.
Dude,
Everybody
I
experiences
heard
a
it. That
flat,
doesn't mean the
stationary
words,
Earth.
the information you conveyed is accurate. Dude.
Okay, so you have
Those
a
are
belief.
two different things. Are you retarded?
You have a belief. You have a countering belief then. Okay,
there's a difference between sound and the meaning of the sound, dude.
So you have a countering belief.
He's weird.
Dude,
Everyone has a belief in something.
Else.
Do you know what belief means?
I believe you're starting to spiral and you're resorting to trolling because you don't want to face the fact that you're carrying the water for somebody else's idea and you have to tell yourself it's for logic when it's just because you're in a fucking cult.
Well, we can say the same about you.
What cult?
No, you can't. No, you can't say the same about me. You know why you can't say the same thing about me? Because I can just walk a fucking mile and see a flat Earth.
Matt, say that again.
I just told him we could say the same about you.
No, you can't.
How?
Because you didn't make the idea of the flat Earth. Like you didn't make it up.
No, we measured it. We measured it.
Flat Earth isn't an idea.
The idea of the flat Earth is not something made up. It's more an acknowledgement of a measurement and a state of the matter. The actual
acknowledgement of a measurement
is where we operate, and it's a description of a surface that we operate across, build upon, travel across, experience.
See, you have ideas. Flat Earth isn't an idea. It's the way you experience the world. It's not an idea. You perceive the Earth as flat. You don't have to
Okay,
think
well,
about
it's not flat. The reason why, because you say, oh yeah, you experienced
Yeah,
the world,
so
right? But we don't. Yeah,
rationalize.
but we can't catch the sun, so we don't know where it goes. Therefore, it's not
Rationalize.
flat.
Yeah, rationalize.
Okay. Since you say you don't know what these things look like, you said we don't know. Okay, so the Earth
Nobody
isn't flat
knows.
or a globe. Okay, so the Earth isn't flat or a globe.
No, we measure a flat surface.
What it looks like, we can measure it. We don't need to know what it looks like.
Okay, well, it's not flat or a globe.
But we can measure that it's flat,
surface.
brother.
You
Are
guys,
you not
you guys
listening?
want flat. You guys want flat Earthers. You just don't know what the Earth
Hold
looks
on.
like.
I do apologise, but we measure a flat surface, don't we?
Okay, you can measure. Okay, flat surface. Does that mean that the Earth is flat? The entire Earth is
if
flat?
70%
No,
of
wait.
the surface...
You just said you don't know. So how do you know the entire Earth
Hold
is
on,
flat?
dude, listen. We're not talking about shapes. We're talking about surface descriptions. And 70% of the Earth is water, P1, and water is observed, P2, measured, P3, and practically used, P4, as a horizontal reference datum. Conclusion, the surface of the Earth is flat.
Okay. So Earth is flat.
Yes, because it's observed, measured, and practically used that way. Also,
Okay, did you measure the entire Earth? You just said you don't know.
So, Cat, I was
No,
gonna
dude.
touch on real quick. Catnip.
Okay, so
now
you haven't
asking-
measured the entire Earth yet. You said the Earth is flat. Wow. Okay,
Yes, because we measure over
One reply, guys.
Your
One
debate
quick
is
reply.
concluded. That
Damn,
concludes
he's
the entire
emotional.
debate.
Catnip, can you stop being emotional? Just relax. Take
Bro,
a deep
who is this
breath. Bro.
who is this petty bastard that keeps
you are
talking, bro?
approaching this like some little girl or something, bro. Just
You're gonna
relax.
say racist stuff, you're gonna get banned real quick.
Okay.
So,
My bad. Listen.
Catnip,
You just
you
concluded the
asking
whole
about
debate.
if people have checked under, right? So the
haven't measured.
the deepest point on the ocean is about 7.5 miles, something right there, right? And the highest point is 13 miles from the deepest to the highest of the highest mountain, right? And then the surface of the Earth is 197 million square miles, 197 million square miles. So when you put that into perspective, all the surface is not curving. So from the highest point to the lowest point, and then all across the surface, it will make the Earth flatter than a pancake, flatter than
Okay, I have
almost
absolutely
anything you
no
can
idea
consider.
why you're telling me this because this is completely irrelevant. I'm saying
You
that haven't not measured the entire
asked
Earth.
about below
We
the
don't
surface.
need to
You asked,
catnap. This is a
ahead.
specious fucking argument, dude.
Then it's not flat. Then you don't know if it's flat or not.
Okay, no, because the surface of the Earth is mostly water, and because water that's all
How
connected
do you know
into
that it's mostly water? How do you know it's mostly water?
because people have sailed across the water and they know how long it
Okay,
takes.
how do you know that they're telling the truth?
He's just descended now. Someone else.
No, I'm using the same kind of
fuck off,
double
dude.
standard that you're
Seriously,
using
you're
against me.
asking reasonable
The same double
questions.
standard.
No,
It's
we're
the
not
same double
using a
standard.
double standard, dude.
This
Not
is
at
weird.
all.
No, I'm using that same double standard that you used.
No,
against
you're
me,
not.
so.
Because when we measure over any and all distances of water that we can observe and measure across, that water is horizontal, demonstrating no curvature, especially at 8 inches per mile, which is the rate you need for the Earth to be a sphere of the radius given.
No, he
Don't
is
measure
asking the
that.
same kind of questions you guys
Okay,
ask. You
now
guys
I'm
don't
gonna
know
ask
that
you
the Earth
again.
is mostly
How do you know
water.
that the entire Earth is flat?
It's mostly water.
Okay, how do you know it's
You
mostly
don't know
water?
that. You don't know that.
Because I've flown across it.
Okay, but how do you know you flew like the farthest?
Let's put it like
Where's
this.
the end? Okay,
Show
where's
me
the
the
edge?
Put it like this.
Where's the end?
Let's put it like this.
Guys,
See, you're just spiraling
guys,
now.
can we let Cat take a nap and talk to the other guy that is trying to talk?
No,
Because
Cat is
not
do you know the
listening
entire
or
Earth is covered in
acknowledging
water?
anything. So
I just
Cat,
told you.
Cat,
You're doing the ask, ignore, repeat, Cat.
How do you know
Catnap,
that
you're
the
doing.
entire Earth is covered in water?
I told you how. I told you how.
Yeah, but
All right,
I
he's
didn't say the
muted.
entire
Go
Earth is
take a nap.
covered in water, so try not to straw man next time. The majority of Earth is covered in water.
According
So,
to
Cat,
you,
take a nap, and the other guy can speak to the panel.
But he was doing so good. Hey, Catnap.
He was just fucking.
You can measure
Spiral
You can
madness.
measure curvature on any section of a sphere. You don't have to have a long ass.
okay, so the majority of the Earth is flat, but not the entire Earth. Got it.
No, but if you have a ball in your hand, you can measure any section
Well,
of
okay,
it
no,
to
no,
see
no,
if
don't deflect, don't deflect. You
you
said,
can
okay, you
measure
said,
any section of it to see if it curves. You don't have to have a measuring tape that goes
okay,
around
we're
all
not talking about the
balls.
globe now. We're talking about the Earth's
Do
flat.
you
Why do you not want to
understand
prove your
that?
own syllogism? We're not
Do
talking about the
you
globe.
understand?
We did.
We're not talking about the globe. How do you know the entire Earth is flat?
Because of water.
Yeah.
Okay, you said the majority of it's covered in water. What if there's like another 90% of it that's
Do you
not?
believe that flat's a shape?
How do you know it's not? How do you know that 70% is covered in water?
Do you
What if,
believe that flat's a shape?
What if grandma had a penis, then she'd be grandpa? Okay, cut it
Okay,
out,
how do
dude.
you know 70%? Where did you get those measurements from?
From you.
I said majority. I didn't say 70%. And the
Oh, so you have to
70% is
depend
your
on the
number.
globe. You have to depend on the
This-
globe measurements to make the Earth flat.
That's
Yeah,
your
because
not.
that's the
What
thing
globe
that we're
measurements? You don't have any
trying.
globe measurements.
That's the
That I
thing.
just said from you. How do you know the Earth is covered in 70%
trying
water?
to falsify that idea, right?
I'm asking you, how do you know it's covered in 70% water? Why
Because
is it not
that's the
90 or
claim,
why
isn't
is
it?
it not 90? Why is it not 120?
Because that why
Because
are
it
you
hates
doing
you.
this, dude? It's fucking
Okay,
embarrassing.
how big is the Earth in order to say
Why are you not
70%
listening?
water?
I've told
Not
you
as big
three
as your
No,
times.
it's
mom.
You haven't listened to
because
the answer.
you're caught in a trap. You're caught in a trap. How do you know
I've
how big the
answered
Earth
you
is?
3 times.
This isn't the bring your own
No, you
balls
didn't. You didn't answer
channel.
it. You didn't answer. You
We
just
are
Can I
said,
do
"Oh,
it
it could be
3
this. It could be
times?
that."
dude,
It's
we're
You're using
falsifying
You're
conjecture.
dodging
It's
the
all
you're
claim.
from
dodging the question.
conjecture. It's
We're
conjecture.
falsifying the claim
Define
radius
conjecture.
and the claim amount of water. Okay,
Oh my
this
goodness.
isn't the bring your own ball channel. You have to deal with the shit that they tell us about the heliocentric model on the Earth that they tell us. They say the size, they tell us how much water covers the surface. That's what we're dealing with here. That's what we're falsifying. If you want to bring your
Okay,
own
okay,
ball and add water, you can,
okay.
but
But we're not
that's
talking
not
about
the
the globe right
channel
now.
for
We're talking
that.
about the flat Earth. I'm asking, how do you know the entire Earth is flat, not a portion of it?
I told you how. What did I say,
Okay, so
Catnap?
okay, it's
What did
okay.
I? No, Catnap. If you don't repeat what I told you, I'm muting you.
You said it's flat
Repeat
because
what I
70%
told.
of the Earth is flat, water.
You said, "How do we know?" And I gave you an answer. What was it?
That the ocean is flat. 70% of the Earth is water.
No, that's
You
not
said
what
that.
I said. Try again.
That is. You said we know because the ocean is flat.
What I said was the majority of the surface of the Earth is water, and whatever the surface is doing on
Yeah,
a
I
connected
just
body,
said that. I just
it's
said
doing it
70% of
across
it.
the whole thing.
Okay. Okay,
Okay.
so
So we
70%
know
of the
that
Earth is flat.
we know across the ocean that it's larger than the land.
Okay.
We've known this for
So
hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of years.
Okay,
If
cool.
you
So
ever left
70.
your mom's
Oh my
fucking
goodness.
basement and went somewhere, you would know that this is the case. This is not a fucking controversial fact.
Okay, so 70% of the Earth is flat.
I'm not coming. No,
Good
it's
grief.
not what I said.
Okay, so you can determine that it's flat. But no, the thing is, how do you? Hello?
Catnap, do you know what the definition of flat is?
Yeah, it's just like a smooth surface or a level surface.
No, flat does
Yeah,
not
but
mean
there's a
smooth.
tolerance to it.
I don't
There's
think
a
you guys know what
tolerance
flat
to
is actually. I should be asking you that
Can
question.
spheres be smooth?
Yeah.
Are spheres flat?
If you're using that no, they cannot be flat. Flat is a shape.
It's your fucking definition that flat means smooth. Stop being a
That's not a
retard,
shape
dude.
again.
It's just the definition. It could be something that's level.
That is not a shape.
Be something that's level. It's a shape. Flat is a shape.
Flat is not a shape.
It is.
Serious? Draw me a flat
I want to see
real
if
quick.
What you
Sis can
should be
talk sense
calling
to his
yourselves,
dude.
what you should be calling yourselves are level earthers, not flat earthers, because flat is normally like a disc shape or
Level
something that is
earth.
smooth, like a flat
Horizontal.
wall.
Yeah.
The floor is
Horizontal.
flat.
Yeah, horizontal. Yeah,
Now he's
horizontal.
going to tell us what we should call ourselves. The frickin'
Yeah,
dipshit
because
who
you don't
fucking
you don't
put the conclusion in the premise of the syllogism.
you don't live up to your name.
Brother,
This is a weird
flatness
quote, dude.
has to do with a tolerance, right? A surface that essentially rests between two parallel planes.
Okay. Anyways, look, let me get back to the point
And it
about
has
the
to fit
ocean.
between those two parallel lines. But
Yeah,
that
I
is
know.
what flatness is. Just I want to clarify it for you. So now, flat Earth has to do with tolerance and horizontality, right? And also it has to rest between those 2 points. So it's not a shape. Unless you can draw me a flat, it's not a shape.
Okay. So so we determined the Earth is level or flat, whatever you want to call it, based off of the ocean. So how do you know, like, How much of the Earth is flat? Because what if you go further out and then
We
you
don't.
see like it goes straight up into the sky,
We
like
don't.
like we're inside the hollow cylinder. Okay,
We
you
don't.
don't, right? So we
Yeah,
don't know
what
that
if
the
you go
interior.
through the wardrobe and go
We
into
don't.
Narnia?
So let me grant your position. We don't know as flat earthers that the entire Earth is flat. It might not be.
Dude,
Well, let's put it this way. Everywhere that the Globers have measured, they've measured it flat. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Well, we're not talking. We're not like doing this. We're not gonna do this two quote fallacy.
first of
Where
all, you're not a flat earther, and you're not going to tell
It's
us
not a
what we
two-quote
think.
play.
Okay, let's just iron that right out. So that little
Okay.
shtick, you might as well just bury that shit in a grave because it ain't never going to happen.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
you're not the fucking
we,
ringleader or anything.
but how do you know that the entire Earth is flat? What is the entire Earth? Where's the end of it?
We don't know.
How far out? How
Who
far out
said
can you
there's
go?
an
Okay.
end?
So you don't know that the
Who
entire
said
Earth is
there's an
flat.
end? Who said
I
there's
didn't
an
say
end?
there's an end. I didn't say there's an end. I said
You
how
asked
far
us
out
where
you
the
can
end
travel.
of it is. That presupposes there's an end. Why would you ask that question?
Okay, so do you know that there isn't an end that's entirely flat and that keeps going on forever?
And what? Who said there's an end?
I didn't say there's an end. Does the Earth go on forever? Is it just flat on forever?
What
You
does
can
it
just
mean
keep
to go on
traveling?
forever?
Yeah.
It means that there's no edge. There's no like part where you can,
Whatever.
come back in a circle unless it's a globe.
So if you go halfway to forever, can you go the other halfway?
No, because that's not
Okay, what if
infinity.
you go halfway to that forever?
Okay, no. Why can't you actually get to the point instead of like using these semantics?
Never
Because
ever.
you're asking a stupid infinite regression fallacy.
Okay, so you don't know that the Earth could be entirely flat because what is entire? It means the whole thing, right? And you don't know if there's like a hole.
All the parts that we are on are flat.
Okay, so it's not flat.
Oh, that is not a logical conclusion from what I said.
It is for me. That concludes the whole thing.
It is for you because you're brain dead and you're irrational. It's been
So Earth
demonstrated
isn't
by
flat.
you like 15
What
times
you
already.
should so what you should be saying is where you are is flat, but the Earth isn't flat. Because when you say Earth
Don't
is
tell
flat,
me what I
you're,
should say.
you're saying that the whole Earth is flat.
Well, the
Don't be
Earth that
telling-
you know, hold on, the Earth that you know, yeah, that. The bit that you call
Yeah,
Earth,
but
the bit that we call
this
Earth,
is a two
yeah,
way
that.
fallacy. Can you stop doing that? You keep doing this
The
all the
Earth
time.
that we know is flat.
He didn't do it
I
too
don't know
close.
about
You
any
keep doing
other
a two
Earth.
cloak way all the
No,
time.
he did not.
We know
You
that
don't know
our
what that is,
whole planet is a
obviously.
globe. We know the whole planet is a globe, but you don't know if the whole Earth is flat.
You don't know anything, dude.
Okay, how do you know the whole Earth is flat? Then the Earth isn't flat. You don't say the Earth
The
is
bit
flat.
that we
You say
call Earth.
the country I'm on is flat. Where I am is flat. Not the whole Earth. Earth means the whole thing. The whole. Earth is a
Yeah,
whole.
well, the whole Earth that I know.
The whole Earth. Okay, so you're living in Fantasyland.
What? That's the only part of the Earth that I know is the Earth that I know.
Fantasyland.
I know.
That's ironic. The dude that thinks he can go to the moon is
There's no more
saying we
arguments,
live in
bro.
Fantasyland.
Bro,
Because he
when
saw
you say-
he literally got his worldview from a television screen.
the reason why we
And
keep
told us
thinking
his
when you
proof
say
is to watch TV.
the reason why we keep thinking that when you say flat Earth we see a disc is because you say Earth. That means the whole.
The Earth is not
No.
in outer
This-
space, genius.
Yeah, that's why you
Outer
shouldn't say Earth
space
is flat.
vacuum. Look, bro, outer space vacuum is a physical impossibility.
Okay, so the thing is,
Yeah, address that, dude. So stop straw manning. We don't think Earth is a disc in space. We don't think it's inside of something. We
okay,
don't
it's not.
think
I'm not
any of
saying that. We think that you think that because you keep saying Earth is flat.
No, you think that because you think that we just took a fucking globe and swapped a fucking disc out for it. Because you think all the other stuff surrounding the globe,
we do,
such as
we
the
do.
heliocentric orbits
You're right.
and all that shit, are true.
You're
so
right.
you think
You're
that?
right.
Yeah, that's because you're dumb.
No, you're right. It's because the reason why is because you keep saying Earth is flat.
Yes,
Brother.
Earth just means the ground, dude.
Yeah,
Earth
yeah, yeah.
is just where
The-
we live.
Yeah, the entire ground that we live upon. When you say Earth, that means the entire ground, the entire Earth. Let's just say Earth is the ground,
Yeah,
right?
and can
The
we
entire
say
ground has to
anything
be
about
flat.
the ground that we don't know?
Then Earth isn't entirely flat. We don't know if it's
How do you
entirely
don't
flat
even
then.
know? How do you know that?
How? No, I'm asking. How do you know it's entirely flat?
All the ground. What I said was, and I'm gonna say it
That's Statue
again
of
for the
Doom.
third fucking time. If you keep doing the ask, ignore, repeat, I swear to God, I'm gonna fucking ban you if you do it one more time. We know the tactic. It's called ask, ignore, repeat. You keep doing it. You ask a question, we give you an answer. You ignore the answer and repeat the question.
So I'll just conclude
That
it.
isn't getting you anywhere. Okay?
I'll just conclude it then. I'll conclude then.
There is no fucking conclusion, Weasel.
No, conclude the whole debate.
Yeah, unmute you will. We don't need no parting fucking gifts.
All flirts run, all flirts hide.
Where are we hiding? Dude can't form a fucking coherent statement.
We're here 24/7. How are we hiding?
Well,
Not responding, would that be running and hiding? I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, he made a dishonest statement just as bad as that other guy's arguments. Man, that was crazy.
What was the dishonest statement?
All flirts run, all flirts hide.
Oh, yeah.
And then he hid?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
I know
I
better.
wonder,
I'd rather
you think he
keep my
can?
listening privileges before you guys rage quit on me too.
Do you think you can tell us the answer that I gave him? Can you tell us? Were you listening? That I gave him 3 times?
Yeah, I was listening. He
Okay,
said,
so
how do
give
you
me
know
the
the
answer
whole,
I gave
the
him.
whole earth?
What was the answer I gave him?
I don't know. The parts you
I
measure
know
are
you
flat.
don't.
The parts over
But
water are flat.
so you guys always, because you're just fucking like home team
You had a good
fucking.
point though. You don't know
You're
that the majority
you're
of
just
Earth's
virtue
surface is
signaling
water.
for your cult, dude. You're just virtue
Yeah, okay.
signaling for your
You
cult.
don't know the majority of Earth's surface is water. He was right about that. You shouldn't claim
How
that
do I not know that?
because you haven't checked.
So I personally have to check the entire surface of the Earth to see if it's water.
You have to verify it somehow to claim it.
Well, we do have massive amounts of fucking records of people sailing the 7 seas. And we do know from airplane flights that there's more water than there is land. Way more. Not even close.
Sounds like he's denying the globe.
He's denying his own model. I mean, mainstream claim is that it is covered with about 70, 71, 72, whatever percent. That's their claim. I don't even care if that's true or not, but we can debunk Earth's spherical form easily just by measuring water.
Yeah, and that's him
Well,
squirming because he can't refute the fact that water measures flat, you know?
Well, this is just another one of the propaganda tactics I was talking about, right? He's trying to drag us down into his cesspool that we can't know the Earth is flat because we didn't measure every inch of water. So we're in the same boat as him as believing images from space or flying to the moon is real. Because we asked him, how do you know that it's real? And they can't say how. And he's trying to say, hey, dude, how do you know that the Earth is mostly water? You're just like us. You have a faith-based belief system. It's just a gimmick. It's lame.
Well, let's
Fucking
pretend for a
lame.
second that maybe that's the case. Maybe the Earth isn't covered in 70% water. So the water that is there, is that water flat?
Maybe they could just show us the not flat water, wherever that is.
Yeah. Is that dude still here? He didn't run or hide or anything, did he?
Oh, Catnap, you want to talk to him? I'll unmute him.
No, the guy that was talking smack afterward. I don't want to talk to Catnap. That guy sounds exhausting.
Fucking is.
No,
2 hours
with
of that.
enough clips. I'd like to keep my listening privileges. I don't want to make you guys rage out.
Why would we rage out? Oh, because you just keep making just nonsense claims.
You're raging out.
You just appealed to. We know because of airplanes and pilots say that the Earth is mostly water. That's
No, not because I bet in airplanes.
Yeah, me
and
too.
I own a
That
watch.
doesn't prove the Earth is mostly water, bro.
And I own a watch.
Okay.
And I can time how long it takes to fly across the water versus the land.
Good proof for the Earth being mostly water. Well done. In 1 second,
It
you
is.
proved it.
It is good proof for the Earth being mostly
Like
water.
I said, you guys argue like this.
There are a couple of sailors in
What do you
here
think
as
it's proof?
well.
What do you think it's
know.
proof of? Of it not being mostly water?
That's a false equivalence. Just because something's not proof of
Dude,
something
you don't
doesn't mean
even
it's
know
proof
what
of
false
something else. And
equivalence
here you come
is,
with
dude.
here you come with the interrupting, and this
That
is why I
wasn't an
leave on
equivalence
mute and laugh at you
statement.
guys.
Look, that wasn't an equivalent statement. That was a statement about the converse. If the one statement's true, then the converse must be true. Okay? You're saying it's unreasonable to conclude that if it takes me longer to fly over water than it does over the land, that it's unreasonable to conclude there's more water than fucking land. And if that's not true, then the converse has to be true. It's not a false equivalence. And the converse is, oh, it takes longer to fly across water than the land, therefore there's more land than fucking water, which is stupid.
Well, you don't. Just because you're flying doesn't mean you know that you're going at a constant rate and you have access to the mile per hour of the plane. This is like the same as when Globers try to argue their flight patterns prove the globe Earth. You can't verify it.
They don't know what the flight patterns are. They just make baseless claims about what planes do. They don't even know. Planes fly great circle routes. They don't. Fucking easy to verify that they don't. Nobody claims they do, except for retard fucking anti-flat earthers on the internet. You know, you anti-flat earthers claim so many things that are against your own crap. Like there's not more water than fucking land. You'll throw your own side under the bus.
Catnap claim that? I didn't hear him claim that.
Did he say that he did?
I don't think
You guys will
anyone's
throw
claimed
your own
that.
side under the bus.
Evantron, I'll come with you down there into your cesspool. All right, no worries. I guess we don't know how much water is on the Earth, but for the water that is on the Earth, is any of it curving like a ball?
You got a coin. The meniscus is curving pretty
Fucking
severely. Yeah.
piss on this motherfucker.
I asked you if it was curving like a ball, not about meniscus. Not like, come on, dude.
Yeah, I'd say
Gotta pay attention.
like a ball. Yeah, it curves like a ball.
Okay, can you show me that?
Just get a dry surface and do the smallest water drop you can. It's a very sharp curve. Very round.
Okay, so you got little water droplets that are shaped like little balls. All right. Now, does that mean that the Earth is a ball?
No.
No. Okay. So, how about the large bodies of water? Are any of those curving like a ball?
All of them are.
Not all of them? Which ones are?
I can't prove it. I can't prove this.
Oh, you can't prove that. So you make a claim,
water,
but then
all
you go
water
out.
is level.
All water is level. Okay. So horizontal, no part higher or lower than another. So all the water is flat, level, horizontal.
No.
No. Okay. So not level.
This is why I stay on.
Not flat. Why? Because I'm asking you simple questions. You don't answer simple
No,
questions.
because you're doing the thing that Indio just muted that guy for doing, which is asked, answered, and repeated, and it's why I stay on mute. Hypocritical.
Well, either I haven't been hearing you. Maybe maybe your mic's been cutting out. Maybe I'm not hearing you. Did you say it is level or it's not level? I'm just trying to clarify, dude.
For the third time, all water at stasis is level.
Okay, so it's level. So if the water's level, then how would we conclude that we live on a sphere if the water that we do have is level?
How would we, if we only went off the water, I don't know if you could conclude that just because water is a sphere, we live on a sphere. Because you have the land.
Okay.
But
All right. So I guess we're not using like the horizon or boats going over horizons or disappearing into horizons or disappearing bottom up is going to help us adjudicate whether or not the Earth is a sphere, right? So we can't use water. What should we use to make sure that we know that we live on a sphere then?
I don't know.
Okay, so if you don't know, if you think there's somebody that does know, like maybe they have some kind of Earth curve measurements on the surface that tell you live on a ball.
Maybe. I think it's mostly inference.
Maybe.
Because it's costs time and money to go out and measure. So.
Well, yeah, that's why they have map makers and surveyors and stuff. A lot of money has gone into this. So I'm just curious if any of these people out here that are getting paid and all that expensive equipment they got is helping us understand that we live on a ball. Because as I understand it, and all the surveying manuals that I've looked at, they're measuring the Earth as flat and referencing it as flat.
If they're making a map for the purpose of navigating, why would you try to infer the shape of the Earth out of their map that they're making that isn't meant to determine the shape of the Earth? Who went out
So
and
notice that I said
the
surveyors. I didn't say cartographers. I said surveyors. There's a difference.
Yeah, but I don't think surveyors are doing it for determining curvature or flat.
Well, I've read the manuals. You can read them too. They're referencing and measuring the Earth as a flat plane.
That's okay. That's
okay. So then where's the curve bit? Where's the ball bit? Where's that come from?
For me, it's the sunrise, stars, and the moon. I don't.
So the sky is telling you that the Earth is a ball?
No, it's not proof. The Earth could be flat, but it just doesn't seem like it is.
It doesn't seem that way. So when you kind of like live on the Earth in your everyday experience, and you deal with things like up and down and azimuthal angles, north, south, east, west, these are all horizontal, right, directions, coordinate systems, vertical, up, down, right, horizontal, left, right. The way you experience the world, the way that you talk about it is of a flat, stationary Earth. It doesn't feel that way to you. It doesn't seem that way.
It doesn't seem one way or the other. At the scale that the mainstream model is, it would make sense that day to day we would treat 99% of things as if the Earth is flat, because the Earth's not the size of Texas. The Earth is the size of the mainstream model of Earth, which is
okay. So where'd that size come from?
It seems flat.
Where'd that size come from?
I guess Eratosthenes, and then refined.
You think that they got the size of Earth from Eratosthenes?
Yes.
3959 radius came from Eratosthenes? That's incorrect.
Oh, I thought it was correct.
Now you know. So the size of this ball, we'd need two things. We'd kind of need to know if the Earth was a ball, and then we'd have to figure out how we got the size of that ball. And you think that came from Eratosthenes. So Eratosthenes, who pre-assumed the Earth was a ball and pre-assumed parallel light rays, and then measured angles using a flat Earth, and then created a great circle, which is a flat Earth, but assumed that it was around a ball. You think that's a measurement of a ball?
No, I didn't say that. You said, where did we get the size of the Earth? And I said, Eratosthenes gave us that number first.
Right.
And you said that's
Yeah,
not
he
true.
gave a number, but that's not the correct number.
Okay.
So I'm still
Saying that
wanting to know where
nowadays
we
you
got this
disagree with
size
it?
from.
What size?
Well, I mean, it's
69
not even a
miles?
matter of disagreement. It's not even a matter of disagreement. I mean, the Earth has been measured. There is no curvature to measure. So it can't be a ball.
And why, this is a waste of time to ask me about all these things that you all think are not accurate. Who cares?
It's not even a matter of whether or not I think so. It's provable. This is the way everybody measures the Earth. There is no curve.
Have you talked to any long distance shooters?
Yes, I shoot long range. What are you talking about?
You don't take into account Coriolis?
Absolutely not.
And you haven't met any of your peers that do? Because I
No,
know
in
people
fact, the
who do.
guy with the world record for the longest shot, which is somewhere in the ballpark of, I think, 2 miles, maybe even a little farther than
4
that.
miles.
4 miles. 4 miles. He accounts for 0 Coriolis.
That's hard to believe, because at 1 mile it becomes a factor. Well, I mean, it's a factor
Oh,
at
really?
10 feet, but really. Yeah, what's his name? I wanna look that up if you don't mind.
What's that guy's name, Indio?
Yeah, I'll post it in the chat. It's like it's called I can't remember the name. Black Rifle something or other. I'll post it in the chat.
His name's Shepard Humphreys, and it's a 4.4 mile shot. And yeah, we even emailed him and got a reply, and he did explain that he didn't account for Coriolis or Earth curvature. I don't think any of them account for Earth curvature.
Was this like live combat, obviously, or was this target?
Target
No,
practice.
he hit a target 4.4 miles away, and I think he had to hit it 3 times in a row to get the record or something like that. But yeah, he was able to do that. I think the bullet was in the air for 30, 40 seconds or even longer.
I want to look into it, but in sniper school, they teach you about the Coriolis, and this is a guess,
Makes
but
you think that.
if you have the opportunity to account for wind and take a lot of shots and zero in, if you're hitting the target 3 times in a row at 4 miles, you're accounting for Coriolis, even if you didn't actually account for Coriolis with your practice shots. You're grouping with the Coriolis happening, whether or not you write it down.
Bro, you're making this stuff up on the spot.
Yeah.
Like,
but this guy not accounting for it is not relevant. They teach you it in sniper school when you only have one shot. You only have
Have
one
you been to sniper
chance.
school?
No.
Then how do you know what they teach in sniper school?
Have you flown over every continent and every body of water? No. Then
This is something very
you know that the
specific and
majority of
specialized,
Earth's
dude.
surface is water.
Evan Tron, what you're doing here, this is called anecdotal evidence. The thing that we would actually need to do first is to prove that the Earth is actually in motion. How are you going to
you
do
guys
that?
are fine with anecdotal. Didn't you hear Indio about him flying over water and continents?
Sometimes it can be
a
used.
lot of times, bro.
Sometimes it can be helpful, but right. So what we need to do, like I said, is actually prove that the Earth is in motion. How are we going to do that?
I don't really think it's possible. It would literally take going to outer space, and if it's either you can and you're Superman and you can see it is, or you can't and you run into the firmament or something up there. I don't think it's a prove or disprove thing. It's a take the totality of evidence and phenomena. And
Okay, so the phenomena
personally
is
believe
we
one
don't
way or the
feel
other.
any motion. Which phenomena should we point to about the Earth spinning?
Yeah, that's
right.
We shouldn't expect to feel motion. It doesn't. That's something
Okay,
that
so you
doesn't.
don't feel it.
Can I feel it or
Well, I'm
not?
asking you about the phenomena that we can point to. What phenomena are you pointing to as far as the Earth's motion is concerned?
The fact that the night sky and the day sky appears to move around us. That makes
So
me
the
think we're
motion of
moving.
the stars.
Hmm.
So you've decided to take the thing that you observe and invert it and say, well, I see this happening, but that can't be right. Therefore, the Earth must be moving?
That's right.
Why would you do that?
Because I can relate it to small scales on Earth.
When? Because when I'm, in motion, I know I'm in motion. When other stuff is in motion, typically I know that the other stuff is in motion.
I'm not sure the word analogize this by saying if I went into the woods and spun in circles and all the trees appeared to be dragging across me. That's
Yeah,
kind of
you
what I
know
see.
that you're spinning.
Everything's
You
dragging
know that
across
you're
the
spinning.
sky. Right.
Right, you
But I
know that
shouldn't
you're
expect
spinning.
to feel myself spinning on Earth. Why should I expect to feel that?
I'm not even talking about feeling it. I'm talking about measuring it, detecting it in any way. In your scenario, you know that you're spinning. In the other scenario, you're telling me, I actually don't know that the... Yeah, so the sun moves. That's the phenomena, the sun moves? Okay, so the
As if
phenomena
I was
is
in
the
the
sun
woods
moves.
spinning in a circle with my feet, the trees would move. The sun does the same straight across the sky. So I can say,
Yes.
could be the
You're not
sun.
paying
Could be
attention
that
to the
we're
thing
moving
that
on the
we're
sun.
trying to concentrate on. You know that you are in motion.
Or the
You're
Earth is flat
spinning
and the sun's moving.
yourself. Bro, I don't even know why you're talking through me.
Yeah.
You know that you're spinning. So if you know that you're spinning, then this is a false equivalence. In this case, you see the sun move, and you do not experience or measure the Earth itself having any motion.
Yes, that's correct.
What is the most reasonable conclusion that you can come to?
The most reasonable conclusion is there is currently no way to verifiably prove that the Earth is moving or that it's not.
Great. So you can't verify that the Earth is moving. But what you can do is measure the transit of the sun.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, this is kind of an Occam's razor situation. The most reasonable explanation is probably true. The Earth is still, the luminaries move.
I mean, you gave him the observation. His
disagree.
conclusion was to say, "Oh, we don't know anything." That's nuts.
You think
Usually, you take an observation and you know more.
Occam's
We don't
razor
know
is
that.
Occam's razor's best guess. I mean, okay, you can say that's simpler. I can say something else is simpler. Occam's razor is just a practical thing. It's not a proof or not proof.
I didn't say that it was, but in a practical sense, the sun is moving and the Earth is still.
It could be. The Earth could be flat. I'd fucking shit a brick if I was Superman and found out it's flat, but it seems like everything else lines up to it being sphere.
So the fact that the Earth is measured flat, the fact that it does not move and we can't prove that it is, those are the things that you're pointing to that say that's overwhelming evidence that the Earth is a ball?
No, I'd be on your side if the Earth was measured flat. That was a factual statement.
You don't even have any clue whether or not it is or not. It's almost like you're ignoring the evidence that is available. It's like, well, I don't care that the Earth is measurably flat, but the overwhelming evidence that since they measure it flat, is that it's a ball.
You don't measure,
I mean, you're out of your mind.
You don't measure. You shoot lasers and stuff. You use your eyes.
No, I'm talking about the surveyors.
And say how far you think.
I'm talking about, we're using lasers. We're using targeting systems. We're using the surveyors. We're using everybody that has all the equipment.
Lasers, right, buddy? You know you can measure with lasers, right? They are measuring instruments.
Got a lot of air in there.
Oh yeah? How much?
Best to measure with a ruler. It's best to put something physical up to something
cool.
else.
That is fucking awesome because that's how the laser was measured. So the height of laser was measured with a tape measure at both ends of the laser beam, and they were both the same height instead of being 440 feet in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah. We measured with it. Was measured with a tape measure.
Of flat. This is a measurement of where the laser ended up hitting.
It means the laser was parallel to the surface of the water.
Yeah, which would fit the globe. If the laser's parallel to the surface of the water curving, or the laser's going straight, then it's flat. If it's curving, then it's round. Obviously, Globers contend your laser's not going flat.
Yeah, but they have no evidence of that. And they would need to have had
You
that
think it's
weird
a
one-off
foregone
observation.
conclusion.
One observation. It was done again 3 weeks later. The test was replicated with different weather conditions. You know how they know that? Because they had meteorological stations. So what's the justification for saying, hey, dude, there was a special weather condition that were completely different, but they had the same physical effects to make the laser go parallel with the fucking globe?
It's not.
It's absurd.
It's
fucking
normal
absurd
weather
claim.
conditions for refraction to bend light towards the surface of water.
Okay, you got any evidence of that?
It's normal for that to happen.
You got any evidence of that? Data, evidence,
That
data.
the water,
data.
the air above
Data
water
to
is more
support the
dense.
claim that that's what light does. It bends around a curved surface. See, we always get to the same
I don't know
thing.
what
You
you're asking
guys
for.
make the claim, and there's no evidence that this not only is even possible, you can't even demonstrate
air
that
gets
it's
thinner.
even possible.
Air gets thinner as you go up. Air near the surface
Cool,
of
that's
water
all
is denser.
theoretical, hypothetical. Yeah, that's great. Do you
No, it's
actually
not.
have any
Hypothetical.
evidence, dude? It is hypothetical until you produce evidence.
Tell me I'm wrong.
There's no evidence for it.
That's different than saying I'm wrong.
Well, what can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. And you are wrong because we have the data that shows you're wrong.
I'm wrong that denser air is at lower latitude. And
it doesn't matter.
Water.
It doesn't matter whether it is or not. You're claiming it has some effect. Okay? That effect
and you're not
that
saying
you're
I'm wrong.
claiming is not
You
observed.
accept refraction. I know
No.
you accept refraction.
Yeah, I accept it as a general phenomenon, correct. I don't accept your claims or everybody else's claims that terrestrial fraction of some temperature gradient does something. There's no evidence for it. It's hypothetical. You know how I know it's hypothetical? Because all attempts to model it, quantify it, or do anything based upon this theory, this hypothesis, have been wrong. They don't work. How do I know they don't work? Because that's what all the academic literature says. Here, I'll read to you. A simulation study of the refraction effect. Casey Bessett, School of Surveying, University of New South Wales. Abstract. The atmosphere, an optical environment of electromagnetic observations, has an unstable and chaotic structure, which is also seen in the refraction effect of electromagnetic wave propagation. For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of the refraction effects on the results of geodetic observations. So far, no universal solution has been found. That means when they actually go out and they test their hypotheses, their models, they don't work. So whatever you read in the textbook is wrong. Whatever you heard on the internet is wrong. It's all wrong.
Sounds more like they were saying they can't make a formula to describe
Yeah, because
widespread
the
refraction.
formula is
What's
based
to happen?
upon the formula is based upon a presupposition that a vertical temperature gradient is going to bend the light down. Now, if you come up with a model that uses that presupposition and then you go do an observation and the model doesn't match observation, that means your fucking model's wrong and probably your presupposition is wrong. But they won't let go of it and they keep trying for over 300 years. It's wrong. There's no evidence it's correct. All the measurement data that exists that I've seen, I've never seen any measurement data that supports the globe claim of how fucking light bends around the curve. None, ever. And no one can present me any. It's just a hypothesis that's been falsified, in fact. You can't just say, oh, refraction bent the laser around the curve of the Earth. You have to justify it. And how do you justify it? You don't get to just say, well, it could because I have a theory. You have to show some data that shows that it's even possible.
If you deny that light bends towards thicker air.
What am I denying?
I just stay on mute.
What am I denying?
That light bends towards thicker air. If you're not denying that, then you have no measurement. And
There's no evidence.
In that case as well.
There's no evidence. How do you know light bends towards thicker air?
Is that your claim?
Do you know, listen, do you know light bends towards thicker air based upon empirical evidence or based upon on theory?
Do you claim that it doesn't?
Answer my question.
This is when I go on mute, pussy.
Yeah, you answer a question with a question and I'm the pussy.
You have you don't claim anything, so there's nothing for me to counter.
I'm asking for your,
you don't have a measurement.
Look, there's no evidence for your claim.
Then
do you want me to post evidence that your claim is wrong? Do you want me to post evidence that your claim is wrong? Measurement?
Post evidence, yes. Post evidence that light doesn't bend towards thicker air.
There's no evidence it does.
Then it should be easy to prove that it's wrong.
Okay, I will.
You realize this is called the burden of proof reversal fallacy.
I know.
Are you claiming? Okay.
I'm just claiming there's no measurement.
You're claiming there's ever no tried to measure refraction?
No, not refraction. The surface of water with these laser tests. You're not accounting for refraction. You're not measuring.
You can't tell us how to account for it.
Yeah, you're shooting a laser over miles of water.
Tell us how to account for it.
You cannot account for it.
Tell us how.
No such thing.
Of course we can't account for it because there's no reason to account for it.
You need to be God.
Look, here's an idea. Here's an idea. You do it. Hold on, dude. You do it correctly. You account for refraction. Tell us how to do it. I'll do the math for you.
It's not
just
possible.
Tell us how to do it.
A person
tell us
can't
how. Repeat to me, real slow. What did I ask you? Tell us how to do it. Yeah, tell us how.
Repeat to me my answer. It is impossible.
Oh, so you can't account for it.
Correct. You can't.
Why can't you account for it?
Over miles of water.
Why can't you account for it?
What are you gonna do? Fucking put. No matter how well you account for it, you're still gonna have intervals. You can still have someone asking for more intervals. Fucking set up rings with barometers on them for fucking 1 million intervals along your path of your laser. You just can't do it. It's not a measurement. Shooting a laser is not a measurement.
So you're saying you can't account for it at all, or you can't account for it to the necessary precision?
No, you can account for it.
How?
You can account for it, but
how?
Fucking
give me the formulas.
Dude.
Let's play pretend in that I have a thermocouple spaced every fucking 6 inches. What formula do I use with those measurements to account for refraction?
Well, I don't know what a thermocouple is. Is that 2 sensors?
Thermocouple measures temperature.
Well, wouldn't you need and one below? You'd need to know 2 different densities.
So we'll put as many fucking sensors as you want. What formula do I use to account for it?
I'm not sure what
it doesn't exist.
Something about
and that's what I just read to you. It doesn't exist.
Yeah. So this is why I don't contend.
There's no way to account for it.
I can prove the Earth is a globe. I'm just saying you're not measuring. You have known air that you're just.
No, there is no known error. That's the point. There's no known error. You're just claiming there is, but you have no evidence there is. Your evidence would be the fact that you could tell me how to account for it. You'd say, hey, there's this refraction thing, and this is how you quantify it. Now, this might not even be accurate, but we know that this is what happens empirically. And here's the data that shows that this happens. You're not saying none of that. You're not saying, hey, this is the empirical data we're using to say, hey, there's this refraction thing. You don't have any empirical data to support your claim that there's refraction that needs to be accounted for in the fucking first place. What am I accounting for? The shit you don't fucking know what it is and can't prove it exists? Refraction exists as a general phenomenon. Terrestrial refraction does not exist as a general phenomenon that fucking curbs light around a ball. It does not, and there's no evidence that it does. The evidence is this. So here's LiDAR laser tests that were done in Switzerland. What does this show? This is variations of the vertical angle. That means the angle of arrival of the returning laser, its height, and the angle separating it from where it is physically to where it appears to be. If you notice, this is the blue, right? These units are MGON. Now, 1 MGON is 0.0009 degrees. Now, you see the variation here? The max variation is 4 MGON, which is 0.0036 degrees. That's the max variation. That's the maximum variation. That's the maximum variation. But you notice that it's not all. Hold on, shut up, dude. You notice that it's not all biased to being picked up. Is that it's all deviating centrally about a mean value, the 0. So light scintillates, but it doesn't curve around anything. The light's not curving.
The height of the incoming light, the angle of the incoming light on the sensor.
Look, it's a LiDAR sensor. They shoot it off a reflector. They know where the reflector is. It bounces back, and they measure where it returned to on the return sensor. And they can measure the displacement as an angle, right? So that displacement angle is quantified, to the 10,000th of a degree.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And if it appears, say it appears 1 MGON above where the center would be, then it would be a deviation of 1 MGON. Now, these are continuous measurements that happen over an entire day. So every 6 seconds, it's taking a measurement continuously. And if the light was getting bent in a curve, the returning rays would be displaced upward, right? And you would see an upward bias in this. And because that's what you guys are saying, that fucking refraction is lifting the fucking Earth up visually.
Yeah, but if we presume it's going over a curve, we would expect the incoming angle to be.
You don't have a straight line of sight. You don't have a straight line of sight. You have the light is coming. Something that would be straight ahead is going to appear higher.
Than what?
Than straight ahead.
Something that's straight ahead is going to appear higher than straight ahead.
It's going to appear higher. That's what terrestrial refraction says, that the light is bending. But that means the angle of arrival isn't a straight line, right? Like a straight line going from point A to point B. It's a curved line. So that curve is like an arc, right? So that arc has to come down, right? That's how arcs work.
Right.
It's like shooting a basketball. So that ray of light goes up and then comes back down and enters the telescope. They can measure that angle of arrival and how much it's displaced from the center. Okay. If shit was bending around being refracted up constantly, then the measurements would be biased in the plus angle.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think so. I know so.
If something's curving perfectly around a sphere, let's say it's perfect, it's going to hit you at a 90-degree angle every time.
And how is it going to look higher?
Or if it's going straight, it's gonna hit you at a 90-degree angle every time on a
Then
flat Earth.
how would it look higher? They go
It would look
across Lake
higher if it
Michigan.
was
They
higher.
see the Chicago skyline. They should only see the frickin' radio tower on top of Willis Tower. But they see the buildings. They say refraction is lifting the Chicago skyline up over the horizon.
Yeah, that's what we think.
Okay, well, it's not a straight line, right?
No, it's not a straight line.
Okay, so is the angle of arrival versus the straight line a higher angle or a fucking straight line?
Not sure what you're asking. It'd be 90 degrees.
Okay, if I
the Earth
draw
is
a
flat and
fucking
it's
line
straight.
straight through the fucking Earth that's supposed to be hiding Chicago, right? But the ray of light I see jumps over, goes over that Earth in a curved arc, and then arrives at the telescope. So the angle of arrival of that light is different than the straight line path, and that difference is in angle. It's called an angle of arrival.
Yeah, it should be near 90 degrees in any scenario.
It wouldn't be near 90 degrees, dude. These
I
are
don't know
LiDAR
what you're
measurements
doing then.
of a landslide where they're making measurements of known features, right? They're making basically like a point cloud, a 3D fucking map, and measuring over time how the quote unquote refractive conditions make it change by measuring the angle of arrival. Sometimes the rock appears higher, sometimes the rock appears lower. But that can be equated, the difference between that and the actual straight line of sight where there is no refraction, that is an angle. And they're quantifying it as an angle. This shows 100% that refraction, as you claim exists, does not exist. And there's other reasons. The main reason being, if it existed in the way they say that you guys say, you'd see dispersion. Why don't we ever see any dispersion? Why don't we ever see any chromatic aberration?
That's a good question. That is a good question. I am going to look into this. This one's getting copy pasted into my notes.
Well, there's chromatic aberration correctors for telescopes when you look at planets. And no one's ever looked across fucking,
The dispersion part is what I'm saying. I don't know how to answer that. I have to research.
Yeah, well, no one does. Because all the other effects of refraction somehow disappear, and the only one that exists is some weird displacement that picks shit up over the curve. Magnification doesn't exist, shrinking doesn't exist, vignetting doesn't exist. All the shit associated with making lenses and cameras, you should see when you frickin' look out there into the distance, because the air is acting like a giant fucking lens. Well, apparently the only fucking effect we see is shit being lifted up over the curb, and all the other effects, they just don't exist for some reason. Even though we know they exist as soon as we make a lens. That's why I'm telling you, how do we what's the justification for this? Oh, I saw it in the textbook. Heard some other anti-flat earther say it. There's no physical evidence for it. There's no measurements of it. There's no observation. There's nothing. It's just a hypothesis. And the data I've seen falsifies the hypothesis.
I find it hard to believe that.
Incredulity is not actually an argument.
Non-Snell's refraction has never been evidenced. It's something hard for me to believe, but I'm at work. I'm gonna sit this out until I can actually argue about this.
It's not like non-Snell. It's called the principle of least time. It's Fermat's principle. Okay? And it would be a gradient index medium. That's all fine. The point we're talking about terrestrial refraction, which is something very specific. The air is not a spherically symmetric fucking atmosphere that just has a vertical temperature gradient. It's not that simple. That is an oversimplification of how the air acts, and then taking that overly simplified model and saying light would do this. Well, the air isn't like that.
Isn't it almost always denser the lower you go?
No, there's inhomogeneities that permeate the air. air pockets of all different temperatures and sizes. Typically, it's classified as turbulence. But turbulence can be static. It doesn't have to be moving around. When we think of turbulence, we think of like wind or something like that in an airplane. But that's not turbulence in the air. Turbulence in the air is just an inhomogeneous structure to the air. Where there's pockets, say you have a pocket of temperature that's 33 degrees, and then it's fucking, say, you know, from 1 meter off the ground to 5 meters off the ground and 10 meters wide. And then you walk past that 10 meters, and then the air has different properties. And another 10 meters has different properties. What it makes the light do is oscillate up and down, just like that graph, that it bounces up and down. It doesn't take a continuous curve. It doesn't go straight, but it doesn't curve either. Not a continuous curve like that. It undulates. It's called scintillation. You know, it's twinkle, twinkle, little star, right? You look at a star through a telescope and it dances around. That's what happens. Shit dances around. It doesn't do any continuous curve. There's no freaking evidence for any of that. The sad part is we've been arguing this for something without evidence for over a fucking decade.
I think it's just, you know, Globers, once they figure out light usually bends towards denser air,
they never
put two and
figured
two
it out.
together about how denser air is usually closer to your
How did
feet
they?
and lighter at your head.
That's just a claim, dude. You understand?
It's not none of those two things I said are like you would tell me I'm wrong, would you?
Yeah, you're wrong. Why would you think it does? Oh, you heard it
Why would I
before.
think that denser air, the air is denser at my feet than at my head? And why would I think that light deviates
Yeah,
towards
why do you think
denser
light would
air? Why
bend?
would I think those two things?
Yeah, why?
I feel like you would. Which one of those are you saying is not true?
All of it.
Usually, denser air is not at my feet compared to my head, and usually light will not deviate
What about the
towards denser air.
temperature?
And that's a factor, yeah. But
It's
but
that fact
can you
is
tell me which of those
4,000
two
times
things?
greater than the density. And when you density, what do you mean? Do you density or matter per unit volume?
But you said, but you're asking more questions. So
When
you
you
said I
say
was wrong, and then I
density,
asked you which one of them's wrong.
all of it.
So say what I said and say
Because
it's
when
wrong.
you
Say that
say,
denser air
I'll
is
tell
usually
you
not at
why
my
it's
feet.
wrong. I'm telling you why it's wrong. When you say density, you mean matter per unit volume. And that's not what density is when it comes to electromagnetic radiation. Maxwell's equations, density is the electromagnetic properties of that medium. It's optical density. Not mass per, which has nothing to do with mass per unit volume. Nowhere in Maxwell's equations are mass per unit volume. It's the polarizability of that fucking medium. That's what determines the refractive index. And the temperature has 4,000 times greater influence on the refractive index than fucking regular air pressure density. So these guys, these are just slogans and just like shit that sounds cool, but it's not even correct.
I feel like you're not lying and you're saying true things, so I appreciate it. I'm gonna look into it.
Google is mass
Definitely
density.
didn't know that the mass
Is
per unit
mass
volume
density
wasn't
and
the
optical density the same thing? Okay, that'll be your first fucking
yeah.
clue.
Yeah. 4,000. How would you equate the 4,000 to 1 when you're using? Aren't you using different units? Like how would you? How could something
It's
that's
the changes.
not
It's the gradient. It's the changes of the gradient, right? So what I'm giving you is from Understanding Astronomical Fraction from Andrew Thomas Young. It's free. You can find it on the internet. He talks about within their models, the model of quote unquote refractive index is gradients. That changes in temperature, right, have 4,000 times the effect as changes in density. Because it's not the density's absolute value, it's the density gradient, right? And the temperature gradient changes the refractive index 4,000 times a greater amount than it
Yeah, but
changes in
like
the
still,
density gradient.
the gradient from 1 to 5 of density and the gradient from temperature in degrees, doesn't that still seem weird that you would say it's 4,000 to 1 when you're using
That's
totally
how he
different
put it. It's
gradients?
not my phraseology.
I'll look into it. I appreciate it.
Understanding astronomical refraction, Andrew Thomas Young. That's the sort. I think it's about halfway through, or maybe a third, that he talks about it. But he will also say that he's using an idealized spherically symmetric atmosphere, which is not how the air really is. It's a toy model. Don't actually exist.
Thanks for taking me to school, Indio. Can you repeat? Andrew Thomas Young, what's the title? Understanding what?
Understanding astronomical refraction.
No.
I was just thinking maybe we should rebrand. We should just rebrand into Biggie Earthers, and we'll use all the long distance observation to argue that it's just a giant. It's a bigger ball than NASA's lying. They'd all believe us then. Show them the Rampion wind farm. Be like, yeah, dude, this means we're actually on a ball. It's got a 1,000,000-mile radius. You're like, yeah, man, you're probably right. It's just a giant ball. They're lying to us. Just as long as it isn't flat.
Yo, April, why don't you open up your mic, bro?
Oh, she's in here? Yeah, April. The globe does have an edge. You think you're walking on it all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So, April, how come we don't fall off the edge?
April asked, "Where's the edge?" I said, "Over there." He said, "Where's?" I said, "Over where?" Bro, it's over there.
You
Come
know,
on,
whatever
April.
you say, they'll say, "What's after that?"
Yeah,
Doesn't matter what you say. Where's the edge of that, though? Do you believe that, April? Is that what happens? Do you fall off the edge?
We got a bunch of Glovers in here. Nobody wants to talk about it, huh? We have what? 1, 2,
Is it me?
3, 4,
Shut
5,
up.
6,
Am I
7.
scaring them away? Should I like go hide and just pretend I'm not here?
Yeah, I'll get them talking. Make you jump in.
Actually, I kind of want to listen. I'm freaking sick of talking at this point.
I was typing right now for like 2 hours, dude. These are like the thumb Olympics. My thumbs are tired. Oh man, April, come on, bro. No other Glovers want to help out April, huh? He's dying in the side chat right now. Somebody save him.
April's not new. They're a troll.
Surprised there's no white knights in here though. White knight, anybody?
We don't believe there's any edges, April. Get it through your little skull. The Earth isn't a disk floating in a giant fucking void. It's not floating in anything.
April, the Earth is not a cartoon that you have in your head. You saw on the TV. No, that's not what the Earth is. It's not a cartoon disc. Nothing like that.
Oh no, the freaking sausages and ball guy's back. Let's see. Oh, he's not even in VC. What the heck? Okay, never mind. He stopped typing. Does anybody else think the Earth is a ball, donut, cube? Want to back up that claim? Anybody? Does anybody else not hate the sound of their own voice that wants to pipe up?
Somebody mute Candyman 8, or did they come in muted?
They came in muted that I know of.
Hey,
So
thanks
I
for
mean,
unmuting.
I have the confusion about like the shape. Like, if you are claiming the Earth is flat, okay, then you are also claiming that it doesn't have any kinds of shape. It doesn't have any geometrical structure. But if we think about it, like, I believe in Earth is, what can I say, round. It's like orange, and it have a shape. Okay, so it does have it doesn't have any kinds of edge. So it
What's the shape of a rock, April?
and then it's shaped like what can I say?
Yeah, what's the shape of a rock?
Rock can have different kinds of shape.
Doesn't have a shape.
Why not? Rock does have.
It has a form, but not a shape. Okay,
It
shapes
depends.
are like there's the
Very.
platonic solids, there's the non-platonic solids, right? There's cubes, there's spheres, there's dodecahedrons, right? Those are shapes. The Earth doesn't have a shape. It has a form, and the question is that form, does it extend forever? Is the Earth inside some giant void floating around like you think the Earth is? We don't think
It's a
the Earth is
globe.
inside some giant void.
Why
If I
not?
ask you,
Like,
what's the shape of the universe, April?
no, it's not a good example. Like, why you are giving example as a rock? Like, every
It's a
rock have
perfect
different kinds of
example.
structure, different kinds of form, different kinds of what
Because
can
you don't
geometry,
find squares and
everything.
triangles and
Okay,
shit
like
like
it's
that in
like
nature.
what can I say? Cube, like a cube, like
Yeah, do you
Show
find
me a
cubes in
cube in
nature?
nature.
fourth, what can I say? Fourth dimension. So, we can't even judge a rock with a proper geometrical structure of flat Earth. So I'm asking the structure of it, and you are giving me an example of rock.
No, it's an analogy. I'm giving you an analogy that there's some things that don't have a shape, an idealized shape, but they have a form. Okay? So
It's a
rocks,
deflection, not an analogy.
what's the deflection? What am I deflecting from?
The answer, what is the shape of a rock? That's not an answer to what's the shape of the Earth. It's a deflection. The Earth's a globe.
How is it the Earth's the globe only on TV, dude?
Indio, you crack me up because clearly you've read a lot of this stuff and you still believe the Earth is flat. You should be
That's
the one.
why because unlike you, I've read a lot of this stuff, and that's why I don't believe it.
But that makes you the dumbest of everybody because you have all the information.
I researched it and I don't believe it, and you haven't researched it and you do believe it. But that makes me dumb. How does that work?
I've researched it. Just watch the Discover.
Really? So what's the deflection of the vertical?
Satellite. Watch the Discover Epic, and you can see the Earth rotating. Not only
How do you know? How do you know that that's the Earth rotating? That imagery. How do you know?
Of course.
Oh, because they said so. Oh yeah, they said so. That's how you know. And I believe them.
How do I know?
That's how you know.
How do I know you're right? Because you said so.
Because you can fact check what I said.
Oh boy, you can fact check Discover all day.
How?
You're going to find it's real.
How?
How?
You guys are amazing. It's a real spaceship.
You're just asserting yourself over and over again. You can find out it's real. How? Because you can find out it's real. How? Because you can find out it's real. How?
Let's find out how much this dumbass actually knows. How
Go
fast
to
does
the
the Earth
internet
spin?
and go to the internet.
Go to the internet to look compare it to other fucking fake pictures. Great.
Do your own research.
What's the radius of Earth?
Okay.
Did
he doesn't know?
35.
How fast does the Earth spin? We have a
35,
well-read guy here, right? He has read a lot.
39.59, dude.
You guys are having the same speaking points. I know them all, so don't worry about it.
Do
Tell me
you?
why.
How fast does it
So,
spin?
Candyman, can I falsify the images from Discover?
Yeah.
Is it possible to show that they're incorrect?
No, it's not possible.
Oh, so they're unfalsifiable.
No. I said it's not possible to show they're incorrect because they are correct, but you can falsify them. You guys
Okay,
are
what
pretty
test?
good.
Tell me the methodology that I would use.
Not playing your game. Just go look at it.
Yeah,
It's proof
just
the
go
Earth-
look at them is not a test.
So I'm going to believe you and
No.
just agree that the Earth is flat. I've seen the
No.
Earth.
Who said that? Who said that, Candyman? Who said that?
You think the Earth is
Who
flat,
said
right?
for you to do that?
Do you think the Earth is flat, right?
Answer my fucking question. Who
Answer
said for
my
you to do
question.
that?
You think the Earth is flat, correct?
I know the Earth is flat.
Okay, well then now we have.
How do I know? How do we? Have you asked me how I know that?
No, I didn't ask
No.
you that.
I know you
There's
didn't.
no way for you to know that because it's not true.
There's no way for me to know it, but you can know the Earth is a globe.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so
100%.
tell us, how do you know the Earth is a globe?
I've seen it. So if
You've seen it with your eyes. Where did
I've
you go?
seen it.
Because I want to, Candyman, I want to go there too. Where do you go?
You can literally go on the website and watch the Earth spin in a timeline.
Okay, no, that would be how somebody else knows. That wouldn't be how you know.
No,
I want to know
that's
how
not-
you
that's
know.
not how- That's not how knowledge works, Indio. If
That
was
is
the
exactly
case,
how knowledge works.
Where did you
There's
get your
knowledge.
knowledge?
There's knowledge and
Where did you
belief.
get your knowledge?
Experience.
Where did you get your knowledge?
Experience.
Where did you get your knowledge?
I'm going to answer again. Experience. That's 3 times I answered.
Yeah, you've never gone on the internet and never read a journal article on the internet.
Dude, want to know
And you
what's on the
believed it.
internet? Videos that I took
Yeah.
at the beach.
Yeah, but you guys always misinterpret them. Go look at the
Misinterpret
Discovery
'em.
satellite.
And then what?
What is your answer for the
I
Discover
know the
satellite?
Discover satellite images are not real. Do you know how I know that?
You can't say that. That
Yes,
just
I
makes you
can
look
say
dumb. It makes you look dumb.
Okay,
And
that's
you're
not
not
an
dumb.
that's not an actual answer, and it's not a counter argument, and it's not a refutation. Do you know
I don't
how I
think you
know that
can-
they're not real? 2
You can't
reasons. I got
definitively
more than
say
one
that.
reason. You know how I know they're not real? Because they depict something that's physically impossible, namely curbing oceans, which we measured, and we know they're not curbing. And number 2, you know the GIF that they show of the moon that was taken by Discover going in front of the Earth? You seen that before?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Why doesn't the moon rotate?
It's a pretty quick transit.
No, it's not.
You understand,
It's over a period of hours. It's over a period of hours.
Yes.
You can
Do you
do the
understand if the moon
calculation
is-
of how much the moon should rotate. The moon doesn't rotate from Earth's perspective,
The
but it
moon
should
is
rotate
tidally
from.
locked to the
Shut
Earth.
up! Shut up! It should.
The moon
it
is
should
tidally
rotate.
locked to the
Shut up! It should
The moon is
rotate from.
tidally locked
Why
to
are
the
you
Earth.
interrupting me for the third fucking time? It should
Because you're not
rotate from
saying
this.
anything.
It should rotate from Discover's perspective, but it doesn't.
No. It
And you
goes
can
past
calculate
Discover.
how much it should rotate. And I did the calculation. It should have rotated 5 degrees.
No. Well,
No,
maybe it
nuh-uh.
did.
It didn't. Doesn't rotate at all.
That's your proof that it's not real.
That's my proof that the images that they make are fake.
They're not fake.
They can't be real.
Why not?
I just told you because the moon doesn't rotate.
The moon is tidally locked to the Earth.
Not to the fucking satellite.
Did you watch
It's not
the timeline?
tidally locked to the satellite. It's tidally locked to the Earth.
As something goes by you and it's rotating at the same time, you're going to
It's not rotating with the fucking satellite. It's rotating with the Earth.
That's your claim. The fact
Oh,
is,
shut up, dude.
You said it's tidally locked.
Just shut the fuck up. That's my claim. Yeah, the moon's tidally locked to the fucking Discover satellite now. Hey, that's news. That's news fucking to me.
His claim, it's NASA's claim, is peak aura right there. Here you go, Kidney Man. In the chat, the moon doesn't rotate. It's easy to do the calculation from the vantage point of where the epoch is, which is supposed to be L1. It's supposed to be 1.5 million miles away from Earth. From its viewpoint, the moon should fucking rotate. It is not tidally locked. How could it be tidally locked to the Earth and the fucking satellite 1.5 million miles away? Unless that satellite was in a geosynchronous fucking orbit, which clearly from this GIF, it couldn't be. So fucking try again. You're just a silly fucking believer. Any image that passes in front of your face, you want to believe.
oh, I'm back. Cool video. I've seen it. The moon is
Yeah.
tidally locked.
To where?
You need to know how many degrees of. I mean, maybe you can't see the rotation.
I
but the
told you
fact
how
is,
many. 5.
5 degrees over what
From the
What's the angle?
viewpoint of where the Epic satellite would be 1.5 million miles away.
No. A million miles away. A million miles away. It's 1.5 kilometers away. A million miles away. It doesn't. It's at Lagrange 1, so it really rotates around Lagrange point. But all of that is impossible in your world, right? You don't believe in space.
Yeah, that's how we know it's fake.
No, that's why you believe
This is
it's
called a internal critique, Candyman. So try a new gimmick.
No, that's why you believe it's fake. I understand.
What's an internal critique?
If it can't
What's
be,
an internal critique?
I'm not answering that question.
Of course you're
why
not.
you can't believe
Because you're a fucking sophist.
No, I tell you, I've got a source. I've given you the source. It's a satellite or a spacecraft, whatever you want to call it, that sits at Lagrange
That's
1.
what you believe.
Takes a
All you're
picture.
telling me is shit you believe. So what?
Belief?
You have
It's
no
not
idea if it's at the place they say. You have no idea if those images are authentic. You have no way to fucking validate them because you have no reference from which even to know if the Earth looks like that. The Earth could be fucking purple for all. The Earth could be purple from space for all you know. You have no idea if that's what the Earth looks like. It is complete faith. So tell me, since it's obvious that you take this on faith, why should I believe this?
No.
Why should I? Why should I believe this is real?
He cut out.
Hey, Candyman, check your satellite connection.
He disconnected.
He was bouncing the signal off Discover.
No, he's bouncing his signal off of the globe. So it's not
Catnap, did you came back from your nap? Catnap?
No, I get kicked. I try to chime in, but I get kicked.
Nobody kicked you, dude.
Candyman, you're kicking yourself, Candyman. You're kicking yourself.
You're going to be flat earthers. It's just, I don't understand.
Why should we believe these are real, dude?
That's what I'm asking you. How would you, in your world, how would you verify that?
You can't. It's impossible. All you can do is what the image depicts. You can check if that really exists. So in the images, they depict curving water. So you could come to the water that's actually on Earth and see if the actual water is curving.
No, because you're
Yeah. Oh, so we can't measure the curvature of the Earth from the surface of the Earth?
No, you can, but you guys refuse to do it.
Okay, how?
Really? So 40-mile laser tests are refusals to fucking do it.
You guys, don't you remember me? I'm the LIGO guy. You guys refuse to deal with that one too.
We know who you are, Donald. Chill.
Who?
The LIGO guy? I'll eviscerate anybody on LIGO.
Yeah, the LIGO, which they had to take into account the Earth's curvature.
No,
when
they
made
didn't,
their-
dude. No, they didn't. I have the civil engineering drawings. No, they didn't.
I looked at the drawings. In fact, I gave you guys a reference, and they did.
No, you didn't. Oh, so the civil engineering drawings, the strip.
Yes, they're on the LIGO website, which is what I guess I sent. Probably it was Yoder. Maybe it wasn't you. I'm sorry. Fact is, they're there. It's stated in their description that they had to take that into account, or the laser would be off by 1.5 feet.
Yeah, but
4 kilometers.
That's nonsense.
Well, no,
it doesn't
it's not.
matter what they say. It only matters what they surveyed.
It doesn't.
How many survey teams? How many survey teams did they use?
The fact that they said it.
Who cares?
That it was a factor.
The people that said it didn't survey the fucking site. They didn't build the apparatus.
What are you talking about?
The curvature that they would have factored in would have been measured, right?
The curvature was measured. It would the laser beam would have been off. The laser beam goes flat. It doesn't go level. It goes flat, and they would therefore be off by about 1.5 meters at 4 kilometers.
That's the claim.
It's not my claim. That's their explanation for why they had to take that.
Yeah, and it's wrong. And it's wrong.
Well, you're saying it's wrong. The people at NOAA
because I've read the documentation. Look, the documentation that you read, you're reading I don't know what you're reading, the face on their website, but they actually have documentation that they published See, first they published like a first before they started building. They published a white paper on the geodetic surveying, but there's 2 addendums to that.
What did you say? Geodetic surveying. I like that.
Yeah, on a geodetic survey. Yeah, they published 2 addendums to that, in which their original survey was all wrong based upon what you're talking about.
No,
It ended up being all. Don't say fucking no.
The plans that I read have different elevations above sea level for the 2 ends of the
That had to be
ponds.
changed.
No, this is as it exists.
I'm gonna post the documents that say, "Hey, dude, everything we did was fucking wrong." So we hired this outside fucking group to fix it.
All right, and post the one that says we didn't have to account for Earth's curvature. That's the one I want to see.
Fuck you.
Well, I mean, they can make corrections.
I mean, the
They can make
blueprint is in
corrections
the
in
chat.
their survey.
Oh, post the one that says you don't suck dick.
Wow, you're really losing it. That's
The
pretty good.
blueprint
I
is
know.
in the
No,
chat, dude.
bro,
Just look at
you're a fucking sophist. Trash, dude.
You
don't want to have an honest discussion. Show me the one that
more-
says they didn't account for Earth's curvature. Why would they write that down?
Well, because
why would they write that down?
If the one that did have to,
Why would they write that down, dude?
If the one that did account for it was wrong, they would have to say why they had to correct.
Did they write we have to account for Earth's curvature in it? Did they write that down? Did they write down in the documents we have to account for Earth's curvature? Did they write that down?
The Earth is a globe. LIGO was built.
We heard your chanting earlier. We don't need to hear it again. Does it say it explicitly in the documents?
It's true that they had to account for Earth's curvature.
Okay, you believe that. Okay, we know you believe that. Did they say it explicitly? No, they didn't. So what you asked from us, you don't have yourself. You're a piece of garbage and stay on mute. So I'm going to read from the fucking document. I'm going to post it in the chat. California Institute of Technology, Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, LIGO project, Zucker, Sibley, Warden, mail code, all of that. Subject determination of the as-built LIGO global coordinate axis for Hanford, Washington. Final analysis of the LIGO BTVE interface survey monuments. Revision B corrected a typographical error in pages 1 or 2 or 3. Revision C corrects calculation error involving the distortion of the Rambert conformal projection, easting northing grid coordinates of a sphere. The effect changes slightly by greater than 1 centimeter, but not negligible. Axial displacements of benchmarks along the arms, angular orientations are negligibly affected. The description of the correspondence between XY easting and northing are also corrected. So this paper goes through how they had to survey, resurvey, because their initial survey was wrong. It gives the that can actually shoot something. So the max, you said 1.5 meters. They literally have a meter of fucking play within the instrument itself. So I'm sure you knew all this before you started talking. Now I'm going to post the document in the fucking chat. Fucking pretender clowns. Up the yang, dude. Now, Candyman, there's the updated survey fucking calculations.
No, I'll read that. But what you just described.
Read it. You wouldn't comprehend fucking a goddamn thing about it.
What I heard you just read is they had to make an adjustment of somewhere around 1 centimeter. Is that what I heard?
That was for a particular thing. That was not the only correction they made.
Yeah,
that was for that particular note. That was at the
I
beginning.
think this is a classic case of a flat earther misinterpreting.
Yeah, I don't think you'll just get hurt, dude.
The Earth is a globe, my friend. You can see it on
not
Discover.
here.
Listen to him chant, dude. It's like you're in a fucking cult.
Well, because
Say it
I'm trying to
again.
get through.
Say it
I'm trying
again.
to get
Say Earth is a
through to
globe.
you.
Oh, I'm gonna touch myself. Say it again.
I'm mesmerized by the Earth, by the moon's transit. By the way, why is the moon transiting? Why is it going past
That's not a
the
fucking
satellite?
photograph, genius. It
It's
can't be a
it's
photograph within your own model.
It's a time lapse, right?
Yeah, it's a 3+ hour time lapse.
Right. And they take, I don't know how often they take them, but why isn't the moon just stationary above the Earth?
That's not the fucking moon, dude. What? Are you retarded? No, it's not.
It is the moon.
It's not the moon.
But why is it moving across the camera?
Handyman, are you not understanding? It's not the moon.
It is the moon.
I told you why it's not the moon, and you haven't addressed the problem why it's not rotating.
You're the authority. India,
okay.
You're the authority, right?
He's not listening.
I'm just getting rid of this guy.
Yeah.
Fucking just sophist bullshit after sophist bullshit, honestly. Are we in the politics server?
Feels like it, doesn't it?
Does feel
Ain't
like
he
it.
from there?
Sounds like it.
Look, I posted some numbers in the chat there. There's about a foot difference from arm 1 in the middle towards the ends, which are exactly arm 1 beginning 64.12, arm 1 at the end of it 64.09. It's almost the same height. I mean, there's a difference of what, 0.3 inches. It's insane, really. And if anything, it curves inwards. So they're building this on a concave Earth. Plus, you can adjust every section, every few meters. They have adjust screws for this to make it perfectly straight, right? So it's ridiculous.
They have almost a meter of play inside, right? So because it's a vacuum, they don't have to worry about scattering or any of those other things. But they have baffles and other things that are on the inside of the tube. They have a meter of play.
Yeah, inside of the tube. Yeah, that's
inside of the tube. Yeah, external of the baffles, because they count for how much space the baffles would take up, how much space all this other stuff would take up, and they still have a meter left.
Oh, did he leave? He couldn't take it, huh?
No, I disconnected him.
Oh.
Dude, you're not going to get anything honest out of him. Anytime you pin him down, it's going to be, I'm going to get out to something else, bring up some irrelevant shit that has nothing to do with anything.
Super annoying. It feels like we debunked LIGO several years ago as well already. Still have to deal with it.
Oh, why is the moon transiting the Earth? That's not the moon, dude. That's how we started. That's not the moon. Do you think he thinks everything that he sees in an image is real? Think he's out there right now looking for Superman's Fortress of Solitude?
Yeah, man. It's just next to your Purple Snowman's house.
Yeah, I got yeah, fucking Frosty the Snowman's crib. Then the North Pole. He's gonna make the whole journey, man.
High five the Easter Bunny on the way around.
Where does the Easter Bunny live?
Easter Island.
Easter, yeah.
Hello? DJ.
Yeah, I muted you, Catnip. I don't know why you're laughing at that, endorsing that shit.
No, that candy guy, I don't know. DJ, I'm asking, like, I want...
Shouldn't endorse dishonesty. That's what I'm saying.
I don't endorse that. I was just trying to get him to make another argument, not the argument he was using. It wasn't sufficient.
Yo.
So
Wait, hold on. Yeah, DJ. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're saying about 70% of the water. No, I was asking. I want to know what percentage of the Earth is flat. Because if you say 100%, then there has to be like a model of it.
Yeah, we don't know. We're not claiming to know the entirety of the Earth. Okay, so approximately 70% of the globe is claimed to be flat. So we would say the majority of the known surface area, right, that we've, that we can check ourselves is covered in water. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. But then when you say Earth, is Earth that 70%, or what is the other 30%?
Land.
Seabed,
Yeah.
land.
No.
Talking about surface ratio.
I'm asking like if I need to see the 100%. Oh wait, is 100% of the Earth flat? But you say no because 70% of it is like water or whatever or something like that.
You think 100% of the Earth is known?
I'm asking, is according to you, is it known according to you or not?
I don't think it's
a
known.
mountain flat?
Okay, so if it's not known, then how can we say the Earth is flat? When we say Earth, that means 100%.
Dude, not everything
a
has to be
horizontal.
quantified. The Earth is flat. Dude, this was already explained to you 4 times. You got muted on this very question when I asked you what I already told you, and you're doing it again. Why would you do it
I know what
again?
you're saying. You're saying I don't know, but then you cannot say the Earth is flat. You just say 70% of it.
But you
or
can't tell
90%.
us why we can't say the Earth is flat. Why can't we?
Because you say you don't know how much of the Earth
So
is flat.
what?
Then the Earth is not flat because you don't know. You're just saying a
So
portion
what
of
I-
this ground. A portion of this ground we observe and stand on is flat, not the Earth.
So when someone says, "What color is your car?" I say it's red because all of my car isn't red.
This is a false
I have
analogy
to say, "Fucking my car's not red."
No, this is a false analogy fallacy.
Oh
I'm
no,
saying
that would be a false equivalence, and it's not a false equivalence.
No, that's a fallacy
Because
fallacy.
flat is a
Anyways.
property, right? Flat is a property of the Earth, of the great expanse of the Earth that we know. Okay, you have to suppose that there is a quantity of the Earth outside our purview, which is at least equal in size, which has a different form, and is not flat, and it's something else.
Okay, so what? So when you say the Earth is okay, so when you say the Earth is flat, bro,
This is
just going
semantic
in a
bullshit,
circle.
catnip.
It's just going in a circle.
Yeah,
You
because
refuse
this is
to
a
hear his
bullshit semantic
continuation of the
nonsense.
sentence. You refuse to hear that India told you that we know of. He added that. You just break that off like he never said it.
But you guys are saying I don't know. That means you're not certain whether whether the Earth is flat or not.
No, I don't know why you're jumping to that conclusion.
Okay, then what is the Earth?
Look, we know what you're trying to do. This rhetorical tactic, catnap, is not going to work. No matter how many times you loop around and chase your fucking tail, it's not going to work. Give up.
Okay. But the thing is, when you keep
But this should be a demonstration to everybody in this chat that this is the best you can do.
So when you say Earth, you just mean ground. That's it. The ground is flat. Everyone agrees the ground is flat. I don't get it.
Why are you playing semantic games, dude? You know what we mean.
Yeah, but when you say Earth is flat, you're making it out to be as though like some kind
The
of
place where we fucking live is flat, locally and not locally. There's no not flat place that any human being has ever been.
You can just say the majority of the ground is flat. You don't have to say
Your all or nothing fallacy is not going to work here.
Flat or almost flat Earth, or mostly flat Earth, or flat Earth. I know.
No. What the thing
Look,
is,
we're gonna use the verbiage we want, and we don't give a shit about the verbiage you
okay,
want.
fine.
You're
I'm
not
just
gonna
saying
tell us how to refer to this topic.
Fine,
you can take your head and stick it up your own ass. I don't give a shit.
I'm just saying it doesn't logically make sense when
Fucking
you say Earth is
speech
flat,
police.
but at the same time you say we don't know how much of it is flat.
Thank you for your opinion that I don't give a shit about.
No,
Please
it's
don't
not
use
an
the word
opinion.
logic
I'm
in a
just saying
sentence like you know what it is.
Nobody cares about your opinion on how we should be referring to flat
You
Earth.
know what a proposition and negation is? A P and not P. You're saying Earth
Yeah,
is flat, and then at the same time you're saying we don't know how much of it is flat.
Do you think flat's a shape?
I didn't say it's a shape. It's completely irrelevant.
Jesus Christ.
This is a P and not P. You say Earth is flat, yet you say we don't know how much of it is flat. So what is it? Is it you don't know how much of it is flat? Or is it flat?
Yeah. We don't know exactly how much of it's flat, right? But we
But
know
why do you
that
say
a
Earth is
lot of the known surface area is covered in water. right? If the Earth's a globe, according to the way that gravity works in the radius, right, you wouldn't be able to have a single 10-mile stretch of water that doesn't have any curvature over it. In fact, every 10-mile stretch of water anywhere on the globe would have to have approximately 66 foot of curvature over it, right? If we check all of these different places and we don't find any curvature in any of them, it can't be a globe.
Okay, well, this isn't. I'm not defending the globe. I'm disputing the flat Earth.
Yeah, so a topographical plane is all we can measure, right? That's what we experience, and that's what it tests as when we go and test it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, that's fine to say that, but then I just wouldn't agree why you have to
You're
say,
just
"Oh, the
making an
Earth is
argument from ignorance, dude.
It's not an argument from ignorance.
It is an argument from ignorance. You're trying to foist it on us.
Yeah, but you keep
Oh, if
saying
you
Earth
don't
is
know,
flat.
if you can't quantify the Earth in its totality, then you can't say you know anything about the Earth.
No, we can. I'm just saying you say the Earth is flat, but at the same time you say we don't know how much of it is.
Well, because we don't have an exact quantity?
Yeah, so then why do you keep saying the Earth is
Because
flat?
we
Just
could
say
only
so.
make true statements if we know the exact quantity. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying your statements are
Then what
contradictory.
are you saying? Like, why do I
You're
need to
making a
know the exact
contradictory
quantity?
statement. You're making an
Why
opinion.
can I not know? Why can I be ignorant of the? Why can't I be ignorant of the exact quantity and say the Earth is flat? Why?
No. Because if you say the Earth is flat, that means you're not ignorant. You know something else.
That doesn't answer my question at all.
No.
It does. Do you know what a P and
Okay, I'm
not
going to
P is?
restate my question. Listen this time, okay? Why do we need to know the exact quantity of the Earth to
I'm
say
not
it's
saying
flat?
you have to know. You're making a statement that makes it as though you do know. When you say Earth is flat, you're
No,
making it out as though
no
you do
one
know.
ever said, "Hey, this
I
dude
didn't
says
say
the Earth
that.
is flat. He knows what did you fucking the entire Earth is." No
I
one
didn't
ever
say.
thought that once.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. You just literally said that.
No, I'm saying that when you say the Earth is flat, it turns out to be as though you know that the entire 100% of it is flat, and and then therefore there's like
Does
some kind
not
of divergence.
imply that. We would use
It
the
does.
qualifier. We would use the qualifying word. We know that 100% the Earth is flat.
Okay.
Dude, are you like a fucking speech Nazi or something? To get us to
What?
say things the way you want us to say them?
Just trying to get a job for Flat Earth customer relations. That's what it is.
I mean, I have to go to work in 3 minutes, but
No, this is just a
Well,
shtick,
just go
dude.
now.
no.
Dude, go make one of these specious arguments to your boss and then say bye to your job. He goes, go mop the floor. Well, you can't say there's a floor unless you know there's 100% of a floor. So unless you know where all the floor is, you can't tell me to mop the floor. You're fired.
What's weird too is if the oceans are all flat, why would what's the it's not even that big of an inference to say, okay, well, like the land probably is too. Like it's not we don't deductively know with 100% proof, but like what is it? It's such a weird
So you don't
flex.
deductive. So what you're saying is, this is what you're saying. You don't deductively know that the Earth is flat.
You deductively know anything?
So you don't really
Like,
know the Earth is flat. That's
do
all
you
you're saying.
deductively know that you're not a brain in a vat? Like what? Like you're doing the weird. This is such a weird flex. You don't understand how cringe this is. I'm a glober.
It's not even a flex. It's just dumb.
No, I'm saying what they're saying is that they don't know how much of the Earth is flat.
Yeah, and you can't tell us why knowing why we can't know the Earth is flat without knowing the entire quantity of the Earth.
Okay.
Just a specious fucking argument.
It's not really.
It's dishonest, specious nonsense.
No, because we know
You don't
how
have
much
any
of the Earth.
arguments for the globe, so this is where you have to go.
No, I'm saying that you don't. We know how much of the Earth is a globe. We know how much of it is curved.
No, you don't.
Yeah, we
If
know.
you're
We
saying
know.
if you're saying no, you do have an argument for a globe.
Yeah, but I'm saying they don't have an argument for the flat Earth. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we do. The
They
surface
did.
of the Earth is flat.
It did, but you're saying you have an argument for the globe, right?
Yeah, no, I'm showing them how the consistency between the two, right?
Yeah, but give
you're
your
not.
argument.
That's not. No, that's completely irrelevant. The whole globe argument is completely irrelevant. I'm
Your
reducing
globe
the.
claim
I'm
about
doing
knowing the size is not
wait.
based upon empirical data. It's based
Debate
upon
it.
imagination because
I'm
you don't have,
positing.
listen, you don't have measured distances on the globe. You have calculations. So you don't know the surface area. You don't know the distances. You calculate a distance based upon a sphere of a presumed radius, which has never been measured, which can't be measured even in principle, of 3,959 miles. So you don't know it's a globe. You're just saying that. You're just saying you know how big it is. You're just saying that shit. It's not true.
Debated. I'm positing a reducto, so I'm reducing their whole argument to absurdity. That's what I'm doing. Do you know what that is?
But you can't say how it's absurd because I've asked you like 4 times now.
Because all you end up is all you do is appeal to mystery at the end. Appealing to mystery is
Yeah, but
illogical.
Catnip,
No
they
one
can just
appealed
say
to
the
mystery, dude. What is this like
Catnip, they can
fucking
just say, and
logical
it's clear.
fallacy dartboard?
It's clear to me that, and I'm not being pedantic. You are, but they can just say the places where we've measured, right? They can claim that those areas at least are flat, and then they can extrapolate on maybe all the water, and
Yeah,
then
but they're
like
not
we can
doing
talk
that.
about the land after. Like it seems
Yeah,
like that
but they're not
they
doing
are
that.
pretty parsimonious with that shit. Like they don't just say it's entirely flat, right?
Yeah, that's the whole point. When the thing is, they say Earth is flat, that automatically comes to the assumption that the whole Earth is flat. But then they're saying at the same time it's not. We don't know how much.
Only for dumbasses like you.
We don't
Yeah,
know how
that
much.
Just
can't
think about it
distinguish.
like this.
That's
Tell me
called.
how the
Catnap,
Earth
can't
is
you do
flat.
nuance? Are you
I gotta
incapable
go.
of doing nuance?
It
That's what I'm
seems
saying.
like
Well,
they're
I gotta go.
clarifying now, Catnip. So just don't strawman them.
I'm not,
They've
bro. I
clarified.
already clarified it.
He's
I don't think you were
look.
hearing the whole debate.
So give your argument for the globe then. Like they've
Okay,
clarified.
but I'm
You
gonna
don't
go. I
have
Go
one.
literally,
ahead.
it's 5:31. I gotta get to work for 6. I have to go.
Goodbye. Just for the record, debate, Daddy. I had to mute him over the same thing like an hour and a half ago because he kept asking the same question. We kept answering, and he just kept asking the same question. He was doing ask, ignore, repeat. And the reason he did it is because he brought up eclipses, and then he really couldn't answer the top-down shadow of the Salanillion eclipses and just spiraled fucking out from there.
I've said this before. I'll say it again. Some of these people are fucking annoying, and I see what do you guys have to deal with like that.
Thank you for that. At least someone recognizes.
Well, yeah, I was even trying to redirect it, and then as soon as I did redirect it, he fled. So I guess he doesn't have an argument.
Doesn't it alarm you that there's people that are very emotional about this topic? Doesn't that just like that know very little about it? You know what I mean? They like know so little about the globe paradigm, and it makes them very emotional. It's just weird to me that they defend things tooth and nail as if they're defending their mother's honor. But then you ask them questions about the thing they're defending, they don't know anything about it. I just find that very strange. I think you should be emotionally invested in things you actually know and care about, not things you have a vague association with.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
We had a physicist in here earlier today. We had a good conversation with him for at least 2 hours, I think it was. But yeah, he'd never looked into the topic of of this before. He was just in the server. He was from Germany. I forget exactly what
Oh, I
type
heard
of
him talking this morning. He sounded pretty cool.
Yeah,
Uh,
he started. Well, he'd never really like heard the arguments. He'd never looked into it. He just saw the channel. He thought it would be funny to just listen in, but he got involved pretty quickly. He started off a bit combative, and after he actually sat back and listened to some of the arguments, went over some long distance observations, laser tests, went over a whole bunch of just explaining the 101 stuff, and yeah, he ended up having a really good conversation, and he was brainstorming on the spot, trying to think how he could prove the globe or debunk flat Earth. He couldn't really come up with anything. In the end, he basically admitted. He said, "Look, I first I thought it was ridiculous, but after hearing you guys' arguments, he's like, I can totally see why you guys think the way you think." He's like, "Of course, I disagree with it, but I haven't looked into it enough." And now he wants
he
to
doesn't know why
do.
he disagrees with it. He just does because he's supposed to.
Yeah,
It's crazy, man.
exactly. But yeah, he'll probably be back at some stage. But yeah, he was good. You know, he he had a good chat with Yoda about satellites as well, which he ended up asking, saying that, well, he knew quite a bit about this topic. He said he was working on satellites and stuff like that, but he ended up, conceding that Yoda kind of knew more than him about it, and he was asking Yoda a bunch of questions. So yeah, it was a good conversation.
So many people working on satellites, and it just seems like nobody knows anything.
Yeah.
But I want to read something. I forgot this part about. This is funny. So the LIGO, this is going back to LIGO, just to freaking put the cigarette butt out in it, in the wound. MTech data was used for elevation measurements. Now they had to survey it with 3 different companies, and they didn't want to resurvey it for the 4th time, so they decided to just like take all the data and try to like average them, kind of. So it says the arithmetic mean of RSI in MTech elevations was also tried. The root mean square errors to planar fits were better for the MTech data alone. Do you hear that? Means the data had a better planar fit than the fucking than presupposing GPS. Now MTech was done. The MTech, the RSI they made like little mounds with GPS receivers on them, little concrete monuments. Whereas the MTech was a survey done optically with theodolites and all that shit. So the optical survey basically showed a plane, and then the GPS survey, because it's using the WGS 84, which you ended up discarding anyway. So when someone comes in here and says the things he says, oh, LIGO did this, and just, it's so, I don't know, fucking kindergarten, dude. It wouldn't work if. No, making it was way more complicated than that. They're surveying again and again and again. They had to massage the data. They have all this play error, and they're like, if they didn't account for the curve, there'd be 1.5 meters. They had to account for 1.5 meters of drop, otherwise it wouldn't work. That's horseshit. It's just nonsense. But you'll just keep like him, just keep reasoning, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. And of course, when I show him the document, he says, well, you're a flat earther, you just misinterpreted it.
Oh, Catnap's back, but muted. I was asking him for that argument, but have you guys ever had one of a flat earther from your group leave flat Earth, like from the 10 years you've been doing it?
What do you mean?
Like, have you ever had somebody who was convinced of flat Earth in this group that's left flat Earth after? Like, they were re-convinced of the globe somehow?
Well, not really, no. No one I can think of. I know there's people that said they were flat earthers, so there's Chris. But I don't know, like, the people that, like, were on our server that said they were flat earthers, I'd say 3, quote unquote, went back to the globe, but I don't know if they were flat earthers in the first place. They didn't have a high participatory type deal. You never heard them make arguments. You never seen them debate, post shit, or anything. They were just part of the server, basically.
I think it would be an interesting person to talk to, an ex-flat earther, for a lot of reasons.
Oh, Sean P. But he was a quote unquote flat earther for a long time, and then he went back to the globe. But then talking to him, he didn't even know any flat earth arguments. So how much of a flat earther was he really? He didn't even really know the globe arguments.
Was he a true earther like Jeranism?
Huh. Sean G. Why did I say Sean P? Sean G. Everyone that so-called gone back, I already suspected them of not being a flat earther anyway, quite honestly. People do it for all sorts of reasons, I think. Like, just people that are trying to infiltrate. Which happened. So there was a guy, he faked being a flat earther, started his own Discord, got a bunch of people off our Discord to go over there. And, over time, 6 months, this was like a long troll, got personal information from all of them and then doxed them all. The whole time, pretending to be a flat earther. So that's why when someone comes in here like I'm a flat earther, we grill them. Well, not grill them, but like, yeah, what evidence convinced you the earth was flat? That will instantly tell us whether they're actually a flat earther or not.
Some
Just their
mistake.
answer.
The LARPer flat earthers always make the same mistake. They always say, "Hey guys, I believe that the Earth is flat." Okay, so you're not a flat earther. That's kind of a giveaway, right? And there was
as soon as
there
they
was
use
one.
that B word.
Yeah, there was one guy over on X, Jason Bjorn. He was a flat earther for like a couple of years. He posted all the memes. He did all that stuff just to go, but he was just doing it. He was a glober the whole time, and he admitted that he did it to, I don't know, mislead people or whatever. But if you're talking about this group, the 24/7 flat earthers, I mean, we're a little bit of a different breed. We're talking about empiricism in here. So no, I don't think any of that group has left. You would have to be like a weaker kind of flat earther to leave, if that even existed.
There is a lot of really shitty flat earthers on like TikTok and Facebook and stuff like that, where 90% of their arguments can be torn to shreds really easily. I reckon even if they came in here, like we could even by accident we could have them leave flat earth because all of the arguments they think is sound are just shit. right? Arguments that can just be absolutely destroyed, right? Like if they went up against a well-versed glober in a debate, they would just get wrecked. And if they came in here with those type of arguments, they'd probably get muted pretty quickly. So, yeah, there's a lot of flat earthers like that I could see them leaving flat earth once they realize all their arguments are shit, and they probably don't know the good arguments. So I don't know. Mostly the flat earthers that left flat earth seem to have been the ones that were clinging on to that AEMAP Jeranism model, right? They called it the model, the flat earth model. And the one where they claimed that you cannot possibly have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and that all of the stars rotate around a single point in the north, right? All of them just rotate around together. Yeah, though, like Robbie Davison, Patricia Steer, a bunch of these types of flat earthers happy to have on the globe side now. So I think it's not such a bad thing that we lost some of these people to this final experiment thing. I was hoping it would kind of kill that that AEMAP model, right? What people call the flat Earth model, with the little sun and moon rotating in perfect circles around it. But it still seems pretty rampant on TikTok and platforms like that. Like every single flat earther is pushing that, it seems, on TikTok, which is disturbing.
You guys ever have any doubts
About what?
about, or like, are you extremely certain and like there's no doubts, or like when you're first convinced of it, were you stopped having doubts after a certain amount of time?
You know, the amount of people that we talk to that are highly qualified and fail to produce any empirical evidence, the more that you look into this, the more you look for the empirical evidence that validates the globe explanations and realize that there really isn't any, the more anti-flat earthers that I talk to, I realize that they don't have any empirical evidence and that they're kind of just parroting scripts most of the time. Right, that does happen a bit on our side as well with the parroting of scripts, but I mean, all the Globers ask the same 10 questions, so that's bound to happen. But yeah, look, I mean, it's not like we see some tests and and they accounted for the confounding variables and it matched up with the globe. Right, we're never seeing that. It's just test after test after test after test, and the more you look into it, the more you realize that the tests are, when nobody's finding any curve. And then the more you start digging into the globe history, right, that's when it starts to get really interesting for me. It's like, most people don't know anything about how the globe became something, how it became a thing. And most people think that it was because people went out and through empirical methods, they worked out that it's a globe, whereas that's absolutely not the case.
Hello, DJ. How are you?
What's up?
Hello, DJ. How are you?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm great, man. It's always good to see you in this voice channel.
You too, man. I think I remember talking to you, actually.
Yeah, we did talk, and maybe a week ago. Then I didn't find enough time. I was too busy, so maybe, yeah. Irrespective of the conversation that we have, you are the only one I've found respectful, somebody who's good at like coexisting with other people.
Yeah, there's a lot of good people in here that you can chat with,
Yeah,
actually.
yeah. I only know you. That's why I'm saying they might be good people. But one thing I was like 5 hours ago, I was banned for no reason. I was just writing something in chat and yeah. Okay. I'll come again tomorrow and we'll have a discussion again on the topics that we left on. Okay.
All right, man.
DJ, what for Jesse Kozlowski and Baron Routledge, because they're clearly like doing surveying and measurements, and I think with Baron you said he only estimates the refraction as like the standard refraction, and yeah, he's seeing curve, but because he's not actually measuring refraction on the day of, you doubt that it's accurate,
Yeah, yeah.
or
So I watched 2 of his observations this week. One of them today, right? And he just guessed. He just blatantly just guessed the refraction. He didn't do any accounting for it whatsoever. He didn't take any temperature gradient readings at all, right? He did a short range test, and just because something was slightly lower, then he just assumed that that was because of Earth curvature. It seems extremely dishonest. If he's a surveyor, he should know. He should know that it's extremely variable, right? The temperature gradient's extremely variable, and in fact, the normal is, the normal lapse rate is that it gets cooler as you go up, and it's fact that the temperature is the primary controller of the optical density gradient. So, for him to just claim that that's Earth curve, I mean, that seems extremely dishonest. It's almost as if he's trying to trick people, or he doesn't know his shit. Oof, I don't know. And then the other one I watched was he did yeah, go ahead.
no, if it, like, yeah, get it all out, because I want to hear
Well,
it.
if he's gonna make extremely specific claims, right, over a very short distance, saying it's very slightly, it's within a small margin of error matching the globe, then you would want to account for the confounding variables, which he didn't do at all. He just made a guess that there's downward bending light, and that's the reason why it roughly matches up with the globe, which is it's completely flawed methodology. And then the other one I saw, he was doing a test out at a horizon, and the horizon was like it looked way lower than the level theodolite, and you could clearly see it was just a haze horizon. I mean, it was a super not a very clear horizon. It was just clearly just a haze horizon, and we don't know if there was inferior miraging happening, which is super common when we look out onto the horizon. He just blatantly assumed that it's a horizon dip, therefore the Earth's a globe. So yeah, shitty observations. It's this kind of thing that lets me know I'm on the right track with this stuff, right? Seeing these surveyors talking to these physicists that can't prove the globe, and that kind of thing consistently.
Isn't the idea though that, like, let's say that, supposing that the standard refraction that he's factoring in, just as like from the measurements that we get, that's like generally it'll average out like that. So yeah, it's variable on the day, but if you come back on multiple days, you do hundreds of measurements, it's going to average out. And
No, it doesn't do that.
don't you
It
think
doesn't
that
average out. It's not an average. It's not how they came up with that. It's not an average. It doesn't average out. In fact, the normal, right, is the lapse rate. The normal lapse rate is that the temperature gets cooler as you go up in altitude, right? And Dr. John D has done years and years worth of laser tests, and he's never once seen that laser bending downward in all of these different tests, different spectrum lasers, different conditions, different summer, winter, spring, autumn. Never seen it bending down. And he explains in detail how it works with the optical density and the temperature controlling the optical density, which matches up with the definitions of how it works. So, I mean, if you wanted to claim that the normal was 16% downward, 16% standard refraction, which isn't even what they use, right? They use 0.13, not 0.17. That's anti-flat earthers trying to get a little bit more out of it, trying to flatten out that globe a little bit more. But it's not consistent, it's not standard, it's not the normal. And if it was the normal, then the horizon would consistently be say you're 6 foot tall. The horizon, the geometric horizon, would consistently be 16% further than 3 miles, right? Whereas I've never really seen an observation where it's 3 miles or even 4 miles, right? Usually it's way further, 500% further minimum. Sometimes 3,000% further, 5,000% further, something like that. So that 16% amount is just it's nonsense.
But if you're saying this, doesn't that go to? It can go in the other direction too, like when you make these long distance observations over water. Saying that it's so variable like that could be a double-edged sword. I mean that's what I say. That's what my answer is to you. But again, we don't know what the
So show
actual
it.
coefficients are on that day.
Yeah, well, when surveying companies go and do tests, right? You know, I can show you. I read a really good paper this week, and it shows and it explains how 0.13 standard refraction should never be considered the normal, and it shows their results. Right? They did stacks and stacks and stacks of different tests, and they had a huge variation in their results. Right? Quite often, or most often, being negative refraction coefficient. And especially they said nearly every single time during the, over the ground, over the grass, over the concrete, over the bitumen, upward refraction is absolutely the normal. And it seems to be the normal over water as well because of, you'll never find that downward bending laser. So just to claim that standard refraction when doing these observations with laser tests and whatnot over these large bodies of water is the normal or an average, it's not true. It's just not. And you won't be able to validate that it is. If you went and did your own tests, you would see this for yourself. Like I used to live on a giant.
It just takes a couple laser experiments to show downward that you would have to change your whole position then. But like in view of
No.
not
I'm
having them.
not saying it would never bend downward. I'm saying that I've never seen it bend downward. None of us. We've been asking for footage of it bending downward. No one's ever been able to provide it once ever. Now we can provide upward bending or straight lasers all day long. We've got tons of that, right? So if you were able to find a situation where you did have a downward bending laser beam, then that would just be right a very, very rare occurrence, right? You would have to show it's something that happens regularly, to call it some standard or downward bending refraction. So, and then it would have to be at a specific rate that would match up with, the standard refraction coefficient. And that's just not going to be the case. That's not what happens.
I think what the last time Jesse was in here, I think he was in here, or he was saying he wants to do an observation where he sees over a sign to show that the light's bending like up and over it as like an alternative.
That's measuring
As a
light. He's
laser.
not measuring the ground. Why
So I
can't
think
you not
that
grasp
would
this
be-
concept?
Like knowing that like object A, which is in front of the sign, is lower than the sign, and an object B behind the sign, if you can see that object at all, you would be having light bending downward.
The problem is, Debate Daddy, he'll measure that and then claim that that's not refraction, that's Earth curvature, when you can clearly see that it's light being bent due to temperature variations. This is what's wrong with Jesse.
No, if
you will
if
hook
it's
onto
physically
one
lower, then
particular
it's not
component and
equal
go,
height.
hey, look, you will look onto one particular component. He will claim that it's not refraction when it's heavily refracted. And on the other side of his mouth, he'll look at another image and say, this one is refracted when it's not. That's the problem. You are confused. You're so hooked up on trying to get a win that you're confused. You don't even know what images to look at anymore. You don't even know what refraction is. That's how bent and broken you guys are. So please stop it. It's making us sick.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can never have downward. I'm not even saying you can never have downward bending light, right? I'm not saying that. I'm saying you can absolutely have thermal inversions where you get a layer of cool air trapped under a layer of warm air, and then you can have that. You can have that effect. It happens, right? But we have, according to the mainstream, sinking, okay, which is super easy to replicate. It happens all the time. It's very obvious. and then looming. We can have some looming, but when it comes to the claim that 20 miles or 10 miles of curved water can be completely made to look flat, right? That's something that you guys don't have any evidence for whatsoever.
With the sign, I was saying it's not possible to explain with curvature, because if the sign below is literally shorter, then even if it's a flat plane or a curve, you wouldn't expect to see that without refraction. Like, that would be the only explanation. But yeah, I guess if he does this, then you'll just agree, like, it could happen.
Does what though? What could happen?
Light bending downward.
Yeah, I just explained that it can happen. It's called looming. It's not the normal. It's not something that you can just put a standard on. Right? It's just, it doesn't. I've seen so many tests, right? I've never seen one of them where the horizon's standard refraction distance further away. Right? If it was the standard, then it would happen most often, or it would happen quite often when we go out and do these observations. But that's just not the case. Right? It seems to be the normal that the horizon's way, like, shitloads further, like orders of magnitude further consistently than where it would have to be if the Earth was a globe. Right? Leading towards the conclusion that a horizon is just an apparent location where the sky and the ground meets, like a byproduct of a mixture of perspective convergence and the atmospheric conditions on the day. And then looming would be when things appear a little bit higher than what they should. And then sinking would be the opposite of that. Things appear lower than what they should. And then when we get sharp boundaries, then we get inferior and superior mirages and all of the, the variations of those. Which is, super obvious when that's happening as well. And that's, even according to Walter Bislin's Rainy Lake experiment, okay, they show you images of what they consider it would look like visually when you have strong refraction, heavy refraction. Oh, I think I took a screenshot the other day, and I'll post it in the side chat in a second. Right, so this is their claim. Right, here it is. I'll just pop this in the side chat. Okay, so they should show two different images, it's like a different times of the day at the same location. The one on the left, they're saying, well, because it's clear, this means that it's low refraction, right? And then the one on the right is all hazy, right? A lot of distortion. And they say, well, because it looks like that, then we know there's strong refraction. Okay, so if the left image is low refraction, okay, this isn't even over a long distance. Okay, if we show an image like this that's super clear, like the left one, over three to 5 times the distance of this test, that's still clear, right? That would mean they're kind of contradicting themselves when they say that because for our observation that's really clear to work on a globe, it would have to be the most extreme refraction that you could possibly think of, because we have to max out Walter Bislin's refraction slider to completely unrealistic levels, right? Basically maxing it out, sliding it all the way up where the globe would be so big, so much refraction that the Earth would just look flat. And that's according to Walter Bislin. On his website, it says if you have a refraction coefficient of 1, then the Earth, there would be so much refraction the Earth would look flat, right? But they're saying that low refraction, if you have a clear image, that means it's low refraction. Right, so I don't know, man. It's I'm just not finding any sign of this geometric horizon that would have to be a physical byproduct. It would have to be something that's there. So this is kind of what the Globe Earth side's saying, right? Really, that geometric horizon is there, but somehow it's just perfectly lifting up the water at every single point a different amount to make it just to completely appear like it's flat. and then everything off in the background, if there's buildings and hills off in the background, somehow they're all perfectly being lifted up, and everything's being perfectly lifted up, a completely different amount to just give it the illusion that it's flat. Really, it's all hidden behind the curvature. All of the water is hidden behind the curvature, but somehow it's all refracting up to look flat, and there's no evidence that that's able to happen. That's why I'm so confident in my position. And then the more papers I read, right, the more it kind of confirms these things.
What about with the amateur rocket stuff where there's clearly curve, but then I think maybe it wasn't you, it was someone else who said that, or maybe it was that like you could see in a circle around you, anywhere you turn, you can see the same distance. So that's why it looks like it's curved when it's just as far as you can see.
Well,
Like,
it's not
are you
just
as strong in that? Are you as strong in that position?
Well, that is a fact, right? That the horizon is a circle around the observer. That's a fact, right? But if you punch it into AI will tell you that it's actually exactly what you would expect to see on a flat plane if you're using a rectilinear lens. And I think I have explained this, that the sensor on a rectilinear lens is a flat rectangle. And what a rectilinear lens is supposed to do is preserve lines to stay the correct shape that they are, right? To keep straight lines straight and that kind of thing. But the horizon is not a straight line, right? It's a big circle around the observer. And the way that the camera processes the light is to try to correct that circle of vision onto that flat lens, and the byproduct of that is that it would look convex. I'm probably butchering it a little bit. I'd have to look up the documentation again and read it out or memorize it better, but it's something
But are you
along
less
those
confident in
lines.
that?
Less confident in what?
And because like to me, when I look at it, I'm like that. Like I believe that that's space. If you believe that that's the firmament,
What?
the
What's the firmament?
blackness behind it.
No, the blackness is just it's just that there's the light. Man, is Rayleigh Criterion in here? Rayleigh? You listening?
Yes, EJ.
Are you able to explain to him about why we see black in the distance beyond the
Yeah.
horizon?
Black is the absence of light hitting the sensor. It's not space. The way the light is reflecting on that part of the area that they're photographing, that light is not reaching the sensor of the camera, so it appears black.
Is there a reason though that curve in that high altitude rocket, amateur rocket video, that curve matches the globe's curve?
How
does
are
it
you
match?
making such a claim?
They
I
wouldn't match.
measured it. You can take the arc. You use the formula for a relationship with a sphere to find that
It's just a
correlates.
curve. Debate Daddy, I want you to think about this logically. If you get a compass, a piece of paper, and draw a circle and then hold it up, it's going to match another circle. So you claiming it matches the curve of the Earth is a load of crap, because I can draw a circle on a piece of paper and then hold it up and say, hey, look, it matches the photograph you've just taken from space. So therefore, it matches the curvature of Earth, even though it's a 5 centimeter circle.
That's a straw man.
That's not a straw man. That's fact.
No, because the radius of that circle is not what.
How
we're
do
talking
you
about- I'm
know
talking
it
about the
matches
radius.
the radius of Earth? You've made a claim that it matches the radius of Earth, but yet you've not provided any measurements of said radius.
Oh, I can. I'll drop
Please,
it in chat.
enlighten everyone.
You can also measure the arc yourself here. I'll just drop it.
You've measured it, or you assumed numbers in the first place?
Measured it.
This is what everyone's been waiting for, DJ.
So even rectilinear lenses have barrel distortion, and I bet that I can find frames that don't match up with it at all, right? And then I can find frames that exceed it, especially from different altitudes. It's not going to be consistent. You might be able to cherry pick one frame or one small section that matches up with the globe in some software, or something like that, but it's going to be completely inconsistent because as these rectilinear lenses swivel around, right, they still have a lot of barrel distortion, and then you've got pincushion distortion to take into account, right? So you would have to in the 3D GeoGebra or whatever software that you're using, Blender or whatever it is, right, you would have to make sure that the virtual camera in it has the same focal length as the rectilinear lens they're using in the video. A whole bunch of things that you would have to match up to make sure it actually matches up with the globe. So I don't know. I think it would be probably cherry picking, but I'll have a look if you've got some solid evidence of that. And then we would have to combine it, like look at other people's rectilinear lens footage from high altitude to see if their ones line up with it as well, which I don't think that will happen either. And then Indio has a good argument against that as well. He says that those lenses are not calibrated for those altitudes, pressures, and temperatures, and you're supposed to calibrate them, right, for those conditions if you're going to use them in those conditions. And he has some papers explaining what would happen if you don't do that as well. So all these things need to be taken into account. That's all I'm saying. I would personally call them inconclusive.
It is a
But
striking coincidence that curve does match up with Earth's radius. That's all.
It
That's the point I'm
doesn't.
making.
Read your own article, young fellow. Check it out. Measuring image geometry. To find the curvature, we measure the horizon's arc in pixels. In brackets, assuming a standard 1,000 unit scale for proportions. So all I've got to do is say it matches the scale. Ta-da! Earth curvature. I win. So I've got a piece of paper. I've drawn a circle. I've taken one segment of that circle. We'll call it an arc. And all I've got to do is say the scale of that is, and there you go. It matches Earth curvature. You haven't proven anything.
Where's the paper?
Side chat. He posted it at 9 minutes past the hour. I think it's just a clip off of ChatGPT or one of those.
Oh, it's just an AI thing. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that in two-dimensional photography is absolutely terrible at rendering 3D spaces over a great distance.
By the way,
They acknowledge they use bird eye lenses.
I don't think you understood what the 1,000 units means. It just means that they're setting.
It's a
The scale is
scale.
arbitrary. It could be anything.
The
But
scale
they're
is
just
now
saying that-
arbitrary. So let me get this straight. For the last 6 weeks,
That
we've
doesn't
had
change it.
globetards coming in here saying, you don't understand scale, you don't understand scale, and now the scale is arbitrary. Oh dear.
Okay, but it depends what they're using the scale for, right? If you just want to measure one
And you're
centimeter
using it to
on the
match a
image,
circle to an assumed circle. That's all you're doing, bro. There is no measurement.
it's about the ratio, right, to get the arc.
You're measuring
just need-
barrel distortion. That's it. You can't comprehend that. You're not. A photograph is not proof of reality because there's so
Okay,
many
wait.
things that lenses do. Here's you going, I've got a photograph and I'm going to measure that. Look, my photograph matches the ground. What about the photos where it's concave instead of convex? Does that match the ground?
Well, I don't see that, but my question to
You don't
is-
see that. Would you like me to
my
provide
claim-
one?
Yeah, go ahead. My claim
Excellent.
is if you can use any arbitrary measurement like pixels as long as you're consistent, because just by setting the
Pixels are consistent. The photographs behind it are not. That's the problem.
And then people are posting the non-rectilinear lenses in chat as if that's an argument against this.
So why don't you use the non-rectilinear ones to do your measurement?
And do you know what a rectilinear lens is?
I don't know exactly how it works. I know that it reduces the fisheye effect, but there is a paper written on this that explains with a normal camera lens, if you try to center it, you're not gonna bow up or down. You're gonna be centered. But there, interestingly, you wouldn't expect if the camera was angled up and the horizon was lower, you would expect it to fisheye curve upward. But if you still have curve downward, then like it can't be a fisheye effect. There actually has to be something going on there with either
There you go, young
physical
fella.
curve or some kind of
Side
perspective
chat.
thing.
13 minutes past the hour. That's concave.
The second image there is to really tell. I don't think that looks concave to me. The first one,
I've only posted one. I don't know about the first, second, or anything else like that. I've posted one. 13 minutes past the hour. Unless someone else happened to drop one just before me. Oh, Emperor Thrawn did. Coastline.
let me just throw this into MS Paint and draw a line. Let me see.
Well, you don't believe me. Thanks.
Because it could just be like a mountain. That's the thing. There's not
It's
enough
dead flat,
here.
bro. There's
It's
no
going-
mountains there. I've driven across the bastard 7 times.
No, there's literally mountains in the second image there. You can see them.
Are you deaf or stupid? I have not posted a second image.
Just looking at Emperors here. Let me scroll up.
Yeah, that's great.
Wait, is this one Matrix isn't from the video that I was sharing though?
I don't give a fuck what video it's from or not from. You're claiming you can measure Earth curvature from a photograph. I want you to measure Earth curvature from a concave photo. Tell us how you can get Earth curvature from that, doing your pixel count. Now do you understand that your photos mean jack all? Thank you very much.
Yeah.
They acknowledge they use a
Just
fisheye lens.
To Emperor, this is not. Well, it's not a
Well,
fisheye lens, but
this is what they're using. Hold on, just let me clarify what lens they're claiming they're using. Right, so they're using a GoPro, but they're using a cheap strap-on rectilinear lens attachment with the GoPro.
The sensor's still right, and like the receptor, the photon receptor, right, is still curved.
Yeah, it's a really, really shitty setup. It's not something that's like a true rectilinear lens setup at all. Right,
Maybe you
so
should tell them what that is.
It still has
What
the
is a rectilinear?
original. Well, just quickly, right? So it still has the original GoPro lens geometry. Digital distortion correction inside the camera, an external lens element of unknown curvature, unknown optical alignment between the two. So it's basically an uncontrolled optical system. A true rectilinear lens preserves straight lines only when it's properly designed, properly centered. It's used without digital remapping. The full lens calibration is known. A cheap add-on lens introduces barrel distortion, pincushion distortion, decentering distortion, field curvature, chromatic edge distortion. Those distortions increase towards the edges, exactly where the horizon arc sits. Now here's the key geometric issue. The horizon curvature in a balloon image is subtle. The sagitta is only a small percentage of the image height. Right, that means that even a tiny lens distortion near the edges can produce curvature that looks like Earth curvature. For example, if barrel distortion slightly bows the image downward near the edges, the horizon will still appear curved, even if the true horizon were perfectly straight in the projection. It could just go on and on and on and on and on with this stuff. And it will even explain how, with a rectilinear lens, you would expect to see a convex horizon, because the horizon is a big circle of view underneath the observer. Anyway.
That was a really cool picture. I'm sorry my voice is kind of going out, but that was a cool picture you put in the side chat.
To Emperor saying this is not concave. If you draw a line, do you see there's mountains in the horizon in the distance? If you draw a line there, it's not.
So
it's
now
not
he's
convex.
defending photographs. Debate Daddy, are you that broken that you've got to defend a photograph after DJ's just explained to you and other people in this side chat have explained to you that these can be manipulated just via the lens alone? You're defending a photograph so you can justify measurements from a photograph. That's how broken you've become, son. Why don't you just go and measure the ground straight up? It'll save yourself a lot of hassles.
You critiqued the units in as if that's a debunk.
I didn't critique the unit as in pixels. I critiqued the fact that you're using a photograph and then the you claiming scale. You're defending photographs. You're not reality. We know we can manipulate photographs. I do photography myself. I've been out this morning taking photographs. Would you like to see some of them?
No, I was saying something else. I was saying you said that when that Gemini assumed 1,000
You don't even know what you're doing anymore. You're stuttering. You're trying to defend your own stupidity now.
Okay, that's not an argument. Listen to my argument and don't strawman me like.
Then make one. That's
So
not photograph related.
When Gemini set the units at 1,000, which is just an arbitrary number, and I used it consistently, you use that as a debunk to it. Which that's not a debunk. There's no
You
problem with
claimed
that.
Earth curvature. You claimed to be able to measure said curvature off of a photograph. The problem is, it's the photograph itself that is the problem, not your arbitrary units. Hello? Are we up to speed yet?
Yeah, you're just not replying to my argument.
It is replying to your argument. You can have your pixel scale all day long. You wouldn't believe it, I'm on a computer now. I rely on those pixels. Your photograph behind said pixels is the fault here.
This guy's not using pixels to measure real life, is he?
I hope not. Because that's
yeah,
a
if it's
lot
a
of
digital
counting.
image, you can use pixels as.
Oh yeah, you can't do that now.
Okay. Well, we can agree to disagree then.
Well, I'm just telling you facts versus your fantasy.
So also in the image that you used, the horizon's right up near the top of the frame. So even rectilinear lenses have barrel distortion, right? You can see that clearly in Mr. Sensible's video, Mage 2 video, right, where he puts two strings across the the top 2/3, the bottom section of the frame, and they're completely curved. Okay, so you've got unnatural barrel distortion, which wasn't accounted for. There's so many issues with it, right? It's cherry picked. It's not proof of Earth curve at all.
I would have thought people showing you concave images, you would have clicked and went, oh, well, I can't really use that.
It's not concave, though.
The image that I posted up, I want you to grab that and go and measure Earth curvature from that.
What lens was used for this?
Oh, so now it's about the lenses. I thought that didn't matter. I thought the arbitrary unit was pixels, not lenses.
I don't see how your image is helping. I thought we were examining this other video.
You claimed to be able to measure Earth curvature from an image. I've given you an image, and now you're refusing to play the game. What's wrong? Did you cherry pick an image for a specific reason?
The lowest it's ever been measured is 15,000 feet, not this image here that's probably nowhere, which is obviously nowhere near that.
Well, you guys claim it's curving. If it's curving, you should be able to see it. You should be able to measure it. So why can't you measure it?
Not at this altitude.
So if we get you images of the high-end balloon ones where it's not curving, are you going to complain that it's cherry-picked data?
Well, obviously it's going to depend on things.
Yeah.
Is that the one?
Oh, so now it depends on things. So let me get this straight.
Can't really tell
Your
what's going on
stuff
'cause of
doesn't depend on things, and ours does. Why is that debate, Daddy?
No, mine does depend on things. The things are handled.
Like what?
There's
like
that
what?
This is using a proper lens. That one.
Define a
there's
proper
a lot of
lens.
Clouds. You can't really see what's going on behind.
Define
the
a proper
clouds, like
lens.
you can't see where the actual
Define a
clouds
proper
are
lens.
because the clouds-
I'm not going to let
because
you
the
run
condi-
away.
because the
Define a
conditions.
proper lens.
Well, you could use a rectilinear lens. You could also try to.
Doesn't mean
control for it
anything.
to try to get the
Still
image
has
in the
barrel
center.
distortion. Define a proper lens.
And try to get. You can try to take the image.
Define a proper
Try to get-
lens.
I don't know why you're shouting.
Because you're not fucking answering the question. You've answered everything
I
else.
just said a re-
I just want you to define a proper
rectilinear
lens.
can help.
No,
Rectilinear can
you can use a
make the
piece of
image
shit.
properly.
You can use a fisheye lens. You can use a 18 millimeter. It doesn't matter. You can use a lot of things. I want you to define your terms. Define a proper lens. Proper as in, do they have to be made of glass? Proper, they have to have a special coating on the front of them. Proper as in, they have to be a certain type. What is your
Yeah,
definition of proper
rectilinear
lens?
helps.
So a rectilinear lens now, ladies and gentlemen, is a proper lens. So if I use anything else other than a rectilinear, I'm not doing proper photography.
That's why I don't cite the NASA stuff, bro.
No, you just cite your own stupid shit, which doesn't mean anything.
It does mean it literally does mean.
No, it doesn't. It means nothing. This is what we're trying to explain to you, and you're too slow to catch up. You claiming a photograph meaning something does not. You're measuring something that is not consistent in the first place.
Well, if you're just going to cite that one where the clouds kind of obscure, you can't really tell where.
Listen,
the horizon
Debate
is,
Daddy,
and it's
stop.
It's not going to be compelling.
You can keep your pixel count. I don't care. The issue is the photographs or films underneath them. You can't grasp this. I don't know why.
Okay. Well, I mean, it is a striking correlation that it coincidentally lines up with Earth's
It's
radius. So
assumed.
that's the point. There's no assumption. It was calculated.
Debate Daddy, let's do it the easy way. Go and get a piece of paper, draw a circle on it, and then scan that and put it up to ChatGPT and ask that, does it match Earth's curvature? And the answer will be yes, because it'll say the scale is, and that's all you've got to do. You've just got to match the scale of your drawing to the assumed ball. And if you can do that, you can win all day long.
I don't think you. I think you should actually reread the calculations. I don't think that you.
It's not to do with the calculations, boy. You're too stupid to think about it. Come on.
No.
You claimed earlier it's to do with scale. All you've got to do is match the scale to the claimed outcome. You've already got a pre-assumed outcome. It's just a matter of matching the scale. That's all you've got to do.
Matrix getting louder doesn't win the debate, by the way, just to be clear.
And sidestepping and not answering fucking questions doesn't either. And this is not a debate if you haven't learned yet. This is about measuring the ground. You seem to want to measure photographs, so you still haven't caught on.
I just want to get clear on what you're saying, that Gemini.
How can I not be clear?
Therefore,
I've repeated myself multiple times.
Let me clarify. Let me see if I understand correctly. Gemini
Obviously, I am very clear because you've complained about the volume. DJ, can you just... Yeah.
Gemini created a scale, and you're saying that that's a problem?
You have an assumed outcome. You already believe you live on a ball. I can draw any size circle I want. I can bend any photograph I want. And all I have to do is claim scale. That's it.
Nope.
Assuming I already have the same assumed outcome as you. That's all I have to do.
No, if you have
don't say no, it is a matter of
you have
scale. You said so yourself.
If you have a soccer ball and you tell Gemini, "Hey, look, I took this image 15 centimeters above it. Calculate the radius of this soccer ball." Do you think it's going to give you an inaccurate number?
Yeah.
I don't give a shit what it does.
Okay, well, you can do the math yourself then, if you think it doesn't give the right number.
I never said it doesn't give the right number. I said I don't give a shit. We're talking about Earth, not a soccer ball. So stop using false analogies to back up your broken mathematics.
Broken mathematics, go ahead. I posted the mathematics inside chat.
Is this kid not listening?
That
the
just sounds like
mathematics you're using is pixels. I've got no problem with the pixels. Are you with me so far? Excellent.
Yeah.
I have a problem with the photographs underneath the pixels, with the footage, because they can all be different. As you've seen in the side chat, we have concave, we have convex, and we have flat. You have specifically chosen one that's convex to back up your claim. And now you can arbitrarily turn around and say, I claim scale XYZ. And just because you use the word scale, any curvature rate will match Earth. Any curvature rate. That's all you've got to do is use the word scale. So obviously the mathematics is not the problem here, it's the photos that are the problem. And you are too arrogant, too ignorant to look in the side chat at what others have posted to show you what is going on.
Okay. I think you should talk to this Smiles guy. I don't think we're going to make any progress here.
So in other words, nah, I don't want to listen. That's what you've come down to.
In other words, I gave you a straight.
Is it just me, Jedi, or am I losing my fucking mind here? Like, seriously.
Mate, sometimes I think we're all losing our mind. That's another question for another day.
Oh, wow. I'm just going to throw the word scale at it, so any size I put down is great. Yeah, DJ, if you want to continue on with him, you're more than welcome to do so. Oh, shit.
It must be good to be always right, eh?
I don't claim to be always right. Oh, sorry, Jedi.
That's right. I'd like introducing Jin CBR1 because it's a good name. Jin CBR1. Okay. What's up, Jin?
Nice one, Jedi. Nice to hear your voice. Everything's okay.
You guys should try to
Everyone's
talk to
doing a great
Smiles.
job as per usual. Go ahead. Sorry, DJ.
Wasn't me. But sup.
Oh, sorry, dear. I thought it was you wanted to say something. I was just saying it must be good to be always right with the Globers, you know?
It's good. Hey, Debate Daddy, check out what I put in the side chat there. I mean, it should sum it up for you.
It's like a post-diction that they call a prediction. They say it's a post-diction that they consistently say predicts everything. Even though it doesn't.
I think that's a very full and rounded answer, DJ, to be fair.
Hello?
Hello, how are you?
Hi.
Hi, how can we help?
I don't know. Wait, I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
Must be from
Wait.
Canada.
Let me just text my friend and tell him to join.
Nah, he's English.
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
from
I know.
England. Yeah,
Oh,
she's
so
from England.
I can hear that, but Canadians are always sorry about everything too. I guess the English are too.
Yeah, but basically,
I'm
she's
actually
now.
British. I'm actually a
Yeah,
British
you're British
child.
and you're telling
Oh,
your
I
friends.
understand why you're sorry now.
Right, she's telling her friend it's true. There are flat earthers here. Yeah, we're real. By the way, we welcome you to the server, young lady, and my colleagues and I will answer any questions you have. And where we can't, we'll obviously say we cannot do that. Might give you a speculation, some theory, maybe.
Wait, do you get paid for this? This is like work.
No,
No.
no. This is all being done from the goodness of our hearts as flat earthers, because we feel that people need to know this. Since you've come here, obviously you're going to have some questions, and my colleagues and I are more than capable of answering your questions. What we do ask you though is not to lose your temper with us, because we're not out to get you angry or anything. And please pay attention to the side chat, because some of the things you may ask and questions will have like memes or citations and things that you can use, which are empirical evidence. Okay, that's all. But please carry on and welcome.
Wait, hold on. I'll be back in a second. I need to speak to my friend.
Wow, are you guys freaking out over there because you went into a flat Earth room?
It's a culture shock.
Holy crap! Never seen a swimming pool before. Never seen a lake. Never seen a pond. That's culture shock.
Yeah,
I wonder what they thought about the Epstein files.
We're not talking
No,
about that.
I don't know. I don't go to that bakery for anything.
Yeah, we don't talk about that stuff on this flat. We keep it flat Earth.
I'm just saying
and
it's like a shock.
No,
Yeah,
it's
okay,
not, because
yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
If we do talk about other subjects, it's generally the moon landing hoax. That comes up a lot. Okay, but generally we keep it to the flat Earth. Or the globe ball that doesn't exist, of course, that no one has ever been able to measure the curvature of the Earth. So when we hear this statement all the time, everybody knows it's a globe. Well, actually, it's the complete opposite. Nobody knows it's a globe, because no human being has ever measured the curvature of the Earth anywhere on this beautiful flat Earth. Well, I thought a beautiful discourse was about to happen. I was all in anticipation there. Okay, too much of a culture shock then. All right. Yeah, for the past 3 days, 2 days in politics. Well, all of it happened in politics. Our opponents have been complaining that all we talk about is the curvature. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what are we going to talk about then? What have we got to talk about when we're trying to talk about the oblate spheroid? Obviously, we have to talk about the curvature because that's the main point. It's a shape, isn't it? Oblateness, curvature. We're not able to measure a single degree of curvature. So we need to know if our opponents have been successful, then they can show us how to do it. It's that simple. So obviously that's going to be the main topic, main point, the curvature. Second point, no rotation. We cover those very well, I think. So yeah, you know, they got really upset yesterday and the day before yesterday and the day before that. Very upset that we were talking about curvature. You always talk about curvature. You flat earthers never talk about anything else. It's the total opposite to flatness, isn't it? Curvature. So obviously we're saying that the earth is indeed measured and utilized flat. That is not oblate. So that's what you have to talk about. You have no way of getting out of that. It's a must. It's a must do. So unfortunately, that's always been the case. We're always going to be talking about the curvature because that's what we need to see and measure to confirm to us here on Earth, on the surface of the Earth, that we are living on an oblate spheroid. Then the second thing would be to prove that we're rotating. And to date, we've never been able to prove that either. There we go. Yeah, just a little bit more. Yeah, so the past 2 days, especially in the politics, the flat earthers totally dominated and obliterated the opposition. I likened it to a sumo wrestler, Japanese sumo wrestler versus a 6-year-old boy. That's exactly what it was like. They were totally finished. We owned the chat, and then the VC was just totally on fire. And that was on the day before yesterday and yesterday. Yeah, very well done, guys. It was really good. Thoroughly enjoyed it. I don't know if you were there, Jedi. Don't think you were, but it was absolutely marvelous.
No, I don't think I was, mate.
Yeah, you would have really enjoyed it. You know, we didn't throw any profanity out there. That was another good thing. None of that came out of our mouths, and it was just textbook answers with textbooks in the chat. And I owned that chat, by the way. Yeah, totally hammered them, and it was really good. Thoroughly enjoyed it, especially as the people in the politics, because I've been going into these channels trying to introduce the flat earth. It's called Flat Earth Outreach, and they were saying, "We noticed you haven't been in recently, you flat earthers in the politics." And I said, "Yeah, we have. We definitely have been in." And then a couple of days later, you're back in there. We were back in there. I thought, yeah, good. Yeah, someone's hot mic in there, by the way. I don't know who it is. Rather rude when I'm trying to talk.
Hello, Jim.
Yeah. Hello, Mr. Barrington. How you doing?
Yeah, I was listening to Debate Tard. That was pretty bad.
Yeah.
You know, I really think that those people need to be muted right away. Once Matrix is like, tell them something the third time, it's obvious that they're not here to discuss and learn.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true.
It's not like they can't hear me.
Explain to them why. Sorry, go ahead, Matrix.
I was just going to say, it's not like they can't hear me. They all bitch about how loud it is.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. And I think you give them a good reason as to why they're being muted. because really, you know, like Barrington's saying, it's like they're not here in good faith. And that's the whole point. You've got people who are listening in the live streams. They really want to know, is it flat or is it a globe? You know, and obviously they won't know that until they actually go out and measure it for themselves. But the information we give them should motivate them to go and check. And that's why it's good to explain why certain characters get muted. Because if you're not airing good faith, then you're poisoning the well. And
when these sophists come in here and they use that word debate, they don't really know what a debate even is. They're just they're just like going down to the local cafe or local restaurant where the old men have the Liars Club, and they're arguing over who caught the bigger fish over the weekend, and none of them saw each other's fish. That's all they're doing, and if that's the kind of place we want to have, I guess, then we just keep them around. But you know, if we want to further and get deeper into the subject, you really can't when that's what they want. Is that guy? He's not here to actually discuss and learn why we interpret things different than he interprets things. He just wants to roughshod and pretend that he's got the bigger fish.
Hold up, Mr. Barrington. Hold up, Zach. Just so you know, I'm not directly attacking him. I'm attacking what he's put forward. If he's taken it to heart and had a cry about it, so be it. But this is what's interesting, and this is something we all do. If I was to put information down, I would expect you all to rip into it. And I hope you would.
Absolutely.
To make sure that it's as clean as a whistle.
No, you did. No, you did a stellar job. I'm just saying, like, in general, not talking about anything, because you didn't do anything wrong. No, I'm talking about that idiot. He was not here to. He was here to argue about who has the bigger fish. He wasn't here to actually learn about fish catching techniques. You, on the other hand, showed mastery, and actually, you showed quite a bit of patience. Am I wrong?
I think it. Sorry, I was going to say, I think it's good that they come in anyway, because again, the listeners will learn the psychology and being displayed by the guys who don't really have a case. They can't prove it, because we often ask, the first question we ask them is, what is your best proof? So, you know, in order to generate and ignite this discourse, we don't really want to go into a debate mode. We just want to discuss it. Okay, that's what we try to do here. And I think that's great. You know, so you always ask them, what's their best evidence? What is their best proof?
They don't have any.
Yeah, and they don't have any, exactly.
I mean, like, you know, that was a master class there as far as Matrix asked him over and over again, what's the number of pixels matter? I'm not worried about the pixels. I'm worried about the film underneath of it.
Right. There you are.
I mean, you know, yeah, that's, you know, but to some extent, yes, and to some extent, no, because also the listeners, the more that people like him are given the floor, the more the listeners think we're here to talk about who has the bigger fish, or whose grandson was better at t-ball in 2 different states. Neither one of them.
Yeah, but when you accumulate that, when we let these people carry on, because they're all free to express themselves here, a distinct pattern will be recognized, and that is they don't have any proof for their globe. This is why they behave like that. It's evidence to the fact that they are not able to prove their case. Hence, the judge in a court of law favored flat Earth, because the globers couldn't prove their globe in a court of law, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, there we are. So I think it's all good. I think it's all good when they come in and start doing all that. Sometimes it can be destructive and a bit noisy and audio chaos. Okay, that to that extreme, yeah, we need to shut it down. But to let them obfuscate a little bit, it shows to the listeners, evidence to the listeners that globers are not able to prove their case. You know, And I, you know, I like that. That's another little bit of expose right there. And
So
then when
that's
Matrix is on the ball, now, yeah, right. This is what gets exposed. But carry on.
oh yeah. You know, and it's funny because they lose. It's almost like they lose the ability to talk. It is funny that like he's going on, and then he's just starting to attack Matrix and whatever else, and it's like that you get to Alfred Korzybski called it the unspeakable layer, and it is. It's really fascinating to watch them break down and tear down because they don't know the subject. They're just here to tell us who's got the bigger fish or who got the prettier woman or whatever. And yeah, that's all they're here for.
Yeah. So usually the psychology goes that, you know, there are times when I'm talking about my motorbike, for example, and people are asking me about it, and I give you all the dimensions. It's top speed, fuel economy, miles per hour, because you know your vehicle and you're talking about it confidently, you know, and then you can easily you can prove it by Googling it, and you can see, oh yeah, those are the specs here. So, you know, you can describe your car, for example, and do it well. So when you ask them to do the globe and they don't know the model, well, there's a problem right there. They don't even know their model that they're trying to tell you exists when it doesn't exist, the model, in reality. Terrible situation. Embarrassing, in fact. And I like that. I like that we are able to get them into that situation of not being able to prove their case. Yeah. Because that's, again, going to lend itself to the listeners picking up on that and thinking, let me
See,
go
the
out and
only
check.
question is, how much airtime do you want to give somebody knowing that that's the end result every time? That that's the real question, because they can pontificate, they can argue, they can name call, they can sound like they're high and mighty, they can rely on the authority of 1,000 scientists. You know, it sounds
Yeah.
like some sort of Aladdin story right there.
But I get again, I'd have to say, sorry to cut you off there, sir. I would have to say that the team here on the English Club Hub, right? They're very good, because if there's hardly any opponents, right? We haven't got any opponents out there, then they're going to let this individual just run on a little bit longer until someone comes in. And if there's a whole load of them already in here, then that individual will have
Like right now.
yeah, his famous 5 minutes of fame, and then we'll move on to the next character. You know, that's what I
You
think.
know, and what I will say is I enjoy coming into here because most of the people that I feel like that we get a higher class of people here. You know, like that guy, he got his few minutes, but there is a higher class of Discord user that comes in here because they're actually they're here for a purpose. And regardless, with most of these people, regardless of win, lose, or draw, so to speak, and in the topic for them, they're walking away a winner in really using some complex English. And I think it's a great thing when we can let them talk as long as they want to talk, because they they walk out challenging their brain on science, but they also challenge their brain on language and learn. And so it's a win-win-win. It's a win for us and it's a win for them in two different ways.
People
Yeah.
actually come in here to learn English?
Yes.
I'm
Funny, you know.
still English every day. I don't speak English. I speak Southern. It's kind of like English.
You said what?
I said I don't speak English. I speak Southern. It's like English, but it's a distinct language.
Oh, trust me, brother, I could tell.
I'm glad you
No, it's pretty
can.
good. I've understood you so far, so you're doing well.
Well, I reckon that's quite all right.
I bet you do, Sonny. So would you guys consider, the globe model better than Globers do?
Yeah.
What's the radius of the Earth? Jin.
Supposedly,
I want Jin. Hold on. I want Jin to answer it.
Supposedly it's 3,959 miles. Supposedly.
Suppose. Fair
Yeah.
enough.
And we've tried to measure that, ladies and gentlemen, that quantitative number, and we're finding the horizontal constant everywhere we look. Level, horizontality, no measurable curvature. Yeah.
How'd you measure it?
Sorry?
How did you measure it, the Earth's radius?
Oh, it's what we call a drop over distance, basically. So if you're given like 10 mile distance between me and the object I'm looking at, there should have been 66 feet of Earth's curvature.
There is 66 feet of drop.
Yeah, there is. There isn't any 66 feet of drop. So, and the object is observable, thus proving no curvature there. Flat Earth. I could see Fukushima. From Fukushima, I could see Mount Fuji. There should have been, 4 miles of curvature blocking my line of sight from my elevation. But I could see it. And I'm in Japan right now.
Oh, cool. You like it over there?
Yeah, I've been there 27 years.
If you're in Japan, how come you can't see the Eiffel Tower if the Earth is flat?
Oh, the reason we're not able to see that is the distance involved. That would be as much as 6,000 miles approximately.
I
Now,
always just tell people the tree's in the way.
Yeah,
I was just going to say.
From
The tree's in the way. That's what I just say. No, you can't debunk me on that one.
Yeah, the distance is in the way, but the tree's in the way is a good one. But yeah, just imagine trying to look through all that air, ladies and gentlemen. 6,000 miles of air. And then you've got all those weather systems that'd be in operation throughout those 6,000 miles. Impossible. Not even with the best telescopes would you be able to see, because the air itself presents an obstacle to try and penetrate through. Okay? It's amazing, isn't it? You know, people are saying, yeah, but we can't see air. So, oh, you can't see air. So what about fog, mist, dew? Right there, that's the air you breathe that you're looking at. Ah, right. So yeah, I like it. I think the team we have here are excellent. You know, everything's textbook, and they do give people a good opportunity to express themselves. Yeah, and then the team in the chat as well, the side chat, always on fire. Yeah,
it's awesome.
Yeah. Let's take the case of entropy. That would be, because when we look at the ball Earth in the diagram we're given from the solar system, that's a blue marble ball, all that water, and yet it doesn't evaporate. It doesn't entropize into the vacuum of space, right? And they say, oh, the reason why is because gravity is keeping the atmosphere on the Earth. That's what they say. And yet there's a beautiful meme, right, where you have two spheres, right? Glass tube, two spheres in the middle connected with a valve. And then you have this gas at the bottom, okay? And then the vacuum is at the top, vacuum being pulled. And then just open the valve and all that material, all that gas just transitions upwards against gravity into that sphere, thus debunking gravity at the same time. Beautiful meme. That there is the end of the globe for me. Right there, just like that.
Could you repeat what you just said?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we've got when we talk about the Earth's air, right? We say that you need, in order to have air pressure, you need to have a container, right? Now we've got 14.7 psi at the surface of the Earth. Okay. Now, in order to have that pressure, there must be a container. But yet, the solar system picture of the Earth is a spherical ball in space, no container. That's a violation of natural law. Because
must be a container. How do you know
yeah,
that?
there must be one. Yeah.
How do you know that?
But yeah, sorry?
How do you know that there must be a
Oh,
container?
okay. Well, that's quite obvious. Yeah, yeah. I'll explain that. For example, if I want to pump the air in my tire, obviously the tire is going to be the container for the air that I pump in. Yeah. Otherwise, I won't have pressure. Pressure is required of a container. For example, when you look up the definition of pressure, it would be molecules colliding against themselves and applying pressure and bouncing off the container. You understand? Otherwise, you wouldn't have pressure.
And that's also how you measure gas pressure, by putting a gauge inside of a container.
Right. Okay. So
Yeah.
that gives
Got
us
that answers. There's your proof right there.
Well, I guess what is gas pressure is really just measuring force, right?
What force?
Force of the air molecules bouncing off the
walls of the container.
Container. Right.
Right.
Yep,
Right.
that's right. You need a container, or you can't have gas pressure. Very good.
Oh,
now
what you
you
need
guys
is
are learning. You guys come in and learn quickly in here.
What you need is an equal and opposite force, right? On the
What are you
side.
talking
Gas pressure
about?
no. Gas pressure is
They're
defined
bouncing.
as the gas exerting upon the walls of its container. So physical barrier. Gas pressure is
Sorry,
defined as the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. Right?
Yeah, no, I understand that. I understand that's
Good.
the definition that's put in there, but like it's what is the container? How does it function? Like what is the function of a container?
It holds the air.
To
I
fix
know, but
volume.
like what if we boil it down even further, it's an equal and opposite force on the air.
No, it's a solid versus gas.
Okay.
If you want to get down to it.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's why they bounce off the container and give us our 14.7 psi that we breathe at sea level. You see, but the point I was making was that when you look at the diagram of the blue marble ball in space in that solar system, that's a violation of natural law, because we know that high pressure flows into low pressure. You see, so that image, there shouldn't be any life on that ball at all. It would all entropy straight into the vacuum of space. Do you get it now? But the claim from the Globers is that gravity keeps the atmosphere on the surface of the Earth. But yet we have this meme showing you that gases will always flow to the vacuum of space. It will always do that. So it's debunking gravity at the same time.
Yeah, gas molecules will react to the forces against them, right? If there's one force pushing on them one way and not another force pushing on them one way, then it will accelerate in the opposite direction. I totally agree.
Thank you. And then it'll hit the container and then bounce back onto each other, and therefore you have pressure. Can you please look in the side chat, because I'm going to post that meme that I was talking about. Okay, and it's self-explanatory when you see it. Okay, remember, it's in a room, there's gravity there, and apparently gravity is supposed to be pulling down on the atmosphere, the atmos. Okay, but yet you have this going on. There we are. And that's natural law. That's what happens every single time in nature.
So if there was gravity, then should the gas not move to the
That's
vacuum?
correct. If gravity actually existed the way it's been described, then the atmos, the gases wouldn't flow up like that. It would be
How
held
has it been
down.
described?
Well, it's been described as it exerts enough force to keep the air that we breathe stuck to the surface of a spinning ball as it's hurtling through the universe. Also holding down the oceans and the water at the same time, and everybody else and everything.
Is this not a closed system though?
That's right. That's right.
So how would the you think the force of gravity would overcome the force of the vacuum on the other side?
This is what the globers, that's what our opponents are saying.
No, I don't think they would say that.
That's what they say.
You might want to look into history a bit, bro. Gravity's not a force.
This guy's not claiming gravity. He's magically holding air around a ball, is he? I mean, I'm half paying attention, but as soon as I hear that stuff, that makes my ears stand up. Gravity is the reason why the Earth is flat. Do you guys understand that? We own gravity now. Flat Earthers own that. If it wasn't for gravity, that's what Earth wouldn't be flat. How do you like that? You can't debunk me. It's ours. Everything we say, we've taken from you guys. It's just been twisted for you guys. Somehow you think magically air sticks to a ball in a vacuum because of a magic word. Nope. Your magic word makes things fall down, and down is a flat Earth direction.
Yeah. So the heliocentric model ball could never exist in the vacuum of space the way it's been described. That's an impossibility. It goes against natural law. It can never happen. We are not that ball flowing through the universe at 2.2 million miles per hour, covering 19.2 billion miles in a single year there. Times that by your age, and how comes you're still looking at the same constellations? See? Clearly, we're not moving. We are stationary.
Okay, so we're stationary, but the sky moves. The moon and the sun and the stars, they move.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you determine that
If you
how?
state,
Yeah,
if
you've never seen him move, dude? You should check. You should go outside sometime. You'll be amazed that things in the sky actually are the things moving, and you're standing still. It's crazy.
Right. How do you know that?
Because I'm standing still. I'm not getting all seasick and shit.
That's how you determine if you're moving, if you get seasick?
Yeah, I determine motion by there's water in your ears, and that can. That's how it's so precise. It's probably more precise than an accelerometer.
Sounds pretty precise to me.
Yeah, that's
Well,
why
fish.
that's why you stand straight up when you get up. Like when you first wake up in the morning, you get up, you don't just fall right into a wall and all that shit because your ears work.
Well, fish, you've got multiple options when it comes to whether it's you moving or the sky moving. So option number one, you're moving, i.e. the ground, and the sky's perfectly still. Option number two, the sky is moving and you're perfectly still. Option number three, they're both moving. So how are we going to tell this apart? So the claim on the table is, from the glober's perspective, is we're a ball tard spinning at approximately 1,038 mile an hour at the equator. So they're claiming that the ground is moving. How are we going to separate these three options? So we're moving, the sky's moving, or both moving. What can we do to separate that so we know which one's truthful?
That's a good question. I don't know. Do you want to brainstorm like how we would figure that out? Like how would you?
Yeah, man, I'm like.
Well,
Because I
if you like.
genuinely I don't.
So let's have a look at the claim on the table from the glober's perspective. Claim on the table is that it's a ball spinning, and it's this motion that we're trying to prove. So we're saying that it's planar, and the sun and the moon and stars move above our heads as we see them do. But how do we separate this? What if they're both moving? How can we tell the difference from where we stand, from our reference point?
Good question. I don't know how.
Well, what we do is remove that from the equation altogether. They claim they live on a ball. Well, let's just go and measure the curvature.
Remove what from the equation?
The whole lot of it. Their claim is it's a sphere. They require sphericity for this thing to be rotating or moving in the first place. So if we can eliminate that from the equation.
So you say eliminate like your starting presumption, I guess.
Their requirement for motion, for us to be moving, is it's a sphere. Yeah?
I don't know if that's a requirement. I don't know what you mean by requirement
Well,
that it's a sphere.
well, if it's not a sphere rotating, what is it?
Yeah. So this is what we're trying to figure out. If we're trying to start,
Excellent.
Like,
So now
starting
you're catching
so I wasn't
on.
done saying something. So just real
Yeah,
quick.
you're starting to catch on.
Okay. Right. Let me see if I can do better. So if we're trying to start from no prior worldview, I guess, like, if say we don't want to assume that the Earth is a sphere, and we want to figure out if we're moving or the stars are moving, the sky, the objects in the sky. What do we do? So do I then have to assume the Earth is flat? What is your start? You have to have a starting sort of assumption, right? First off, and then you would.
Well, if they're
add
claiming
to
it's a
make
sphere,
sure.
that's a start. So let's go and measure for curvature.
Correct.
So if we eliminate the curvature part of it from the equation, all of a sudden now they're not on a sphere rotating, are they?
Wait, but we weren't talking about curvature. We were talking about the motion of the stars. Are we moving?
Yeah, and then it's their necessity for having the sphere underneath that. See, because it's all tied together.
It's a
you get rid of the
necessity?
sphere, you get rid of the sphere, and all of a sudden, the rest of it just falls away.
I mean, that's
Yeah,
not
that would-
true. It doesn't have to be a sphere. It could be a fucking rectangle that's rotating.
Excellent. So you'd have measurements of said rectangle.
Edges,
What?
corners. Edges,
You'd have
corners.
measurements of
This guy tries the same one every single time, like he resets and then comes back in and asks these questions like he doesn't know anything.
Shut the fuck up, Indio. I'm just kidding.
That
What?
wasn't India.
And that wasn't India.
Oh, my bad.
India would have already wrecked
Right,
you
now
by
pay
now.
attention just for a second. Right?
Indio's
your-
listening too, by the way.
Yeah, by the way. But anyway, for your benefit,
Sound like
if
Indio.
you-
My bad.
right, if you hang on a second, if you scroll back in the side chat, I posted 5 famous experiments that prove a stationary Earth. Okay, so attempts were made to try and prove the Earth's rotation. Okay, there are 5 of them in this 50-minute documentary. If you scroll back, my name's GinCBO1. Just scroll back a little bit because I posted it a few minutes ago, and the chat is moving like a champion. So you have to go back a bit, and you'll see it. Okay, 5 famous experiments that I didn't learn at school, by the way. Right, there you go. But anyway, there they are. There's 5 of them. And that will help you understand the methods that were employed to try and detect Earth's rotation. And then I'm going to put one more in there. And this one could be benefited to you financially because it's a $20,000 prize for anyone who can prove that the Earth is rotating. That means you're going to have to prove the Coriolis effect. And it's a challenge to all weapons experts. So anyone, a man or woman, rifleman, rifle woman, if you can prove that the Earth is rotating, proving the Coriolis effect, you will win $20,000. Okay, I'll put it in there for you in a few minutes. A $20,000 challenge. Yeah.
You have to be a weapons expert to enter this?
Well, yeah. In this case, you would have to be because you're going to have to hit the bullseye 5 times, right? And this is, so you're going to have to set your weapon up in such a way that you're going to be hitting that bullseye 5 times, and you've got to account for the spin of the Earth in doing so. Okay. Yeah, because it's coming. The challenge is coming from the weapons experts, and because there are military men out there who reckon that they do take the Earth's rotation into consideration, but we know that they are just trolls. That's why the challenge was put there in 2019.
I don't think it's the
another
Earth's
shot there for you.
rotation. I think it's the curve of the Earth that they take into consideration.
Well, that's going to be due to the Earth's rotation, though, because if the Earth didn't rotate, you wouldn't have the Coriolis effect.
No,
you see?
fish.
So the Earth must
There's
be
actually
rotating.
those that claim that they
Yeah.
take in rotation to account.
Yeah.
Well, then they're fucking idiots because whenever the bullet leaves your gun, it's traveling at the same speed that the Earth is conservation of momentum. So.
Wow, is that why airplanes don't crash when they are landing? Because they're already moving with the spin of the ball?
Right.
Yeah. I get what?
Yeah, yeah. Is that what you're gonna say? Well, let's take a look at a picture real quick and let's see if that's true.
I'm guessing
Yeah.
planes don't crash when they land because there's a pilot landing.
And the
That's
pilot
my
makes the
guess.
plane. Does the pilot make the plane go sideways to catch up to the runway as it's moving by?
No, because the plane is moving with the rotation of the Earth. Its
What
momentum is
about when it's
conserved.
landing north and south?
What about it?
Yeah, like this picture I just posted. Tell me how that airplane won't crash.
What the fuck is? Oh, sorry, that was
What?
this triangle.
Yeah, tell me how that plane won't crash.
Wait.
Look at it.
Oh, you did post this, dude. I'm so sorry. I keep thinking you're Indio. You sound so much like him.
I don't know. Jin popped right after me. He put something that will push mine off the screen, so you're gonna have to
Sorry about
scroll
that,
up to look at mine.
I see it. So this is not how planes move around the Earth.
Okay, so how do they actually move around the Earth then? Since that's not correct.
Their momentum is conserved with this.
So it should be going sideways.
Wow.
Yes, it
Come
should
on.
in this graph.
Silly. I mean, listen to what you're saying. You're saying the pilot, although he's flying his plane, doesn't have control of the plane because there's this conservation momentum going on. Now, what about a helicopter? A helicopter is a perfect example because a helicopter, if that's the case, can scrub off that so-called conservation of momentum and go the opposite direction, can't it? Go against the spin and totally scrub that off. Can you see what you're saying is an impossibility that you're going to have to prove that? Can you see? You can't prove that, what you said.
So if we've
Okay.
got this
helicopters can move in
conservation
any
of
direction.
momentum thing going on, can you explain to me a north wind?
A north wind? I don't know. No, I couldn't. Sorry.
You've just thought about it, didn't you?
No, I don't know shit about wind, like a north wind. Like,
You know
think
there
about
are different.
globe or what?
You know there are different winds going in different directions and different speeds layered above each other and below each other. The wind that you feel down here isn't the same direction, say 10 miles up, or even 50 miles up, or even 100 miles up, different directions, right? Wind's going all over the place at different altitudes, Jude.
Fair enough. So what then is a north wind an impossibility? I don't understand the question.
Well, if you're claiming that the Earth is rotating and these things have got conservation of momentum, that means the wind would also be moving at the same speed that the Earth's rotating. Now, as soon as said item, plane, balloon, helicopter, leaves the surface of the ground, they are going to slowly lose velocity. But in order for you to keep that, the wind is moving at the same rate as the Earth's moving. So that's
What do you
why I
mean?
ask you
why?
now.
What's going to keep you in that same spot?
That's why I ask you now, explain a north wind.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Yeah, love that soundboard. What happened? Did the gentleman leave?
We've given him a moment to think.
Who knows?
Okay.
He's in and out. He crashes and burns all the time.
Right. He was getting India mixed up with the professor today. My word.
You're welcome, Indio.
Yeah, I think back in ancient times, faced with the surface of the earth and how horizontal it is, they would have realized that the earth is flat. That's what their experiences would have told them. They would not be thinking they're on a ball hurtling through the universe. No ancient individual would be
They would have
thinking
never
that.
thought about it in the first place.
That's right. That's right. They would have seen the horizontality of the earth and just think, they're living on a horizontal earth because that's what they see. Images of America as a dust bowl come to mind. If any of you've seen those images, total flat lands and the storm raging across it. And then when it stops, you see all that openness, flat. Miles upon miles. The great wild frontier.
Sorry, fellas. I am back. Duty calls, you know what I mean?
Oh, no problem. Welcome back, sir. So let's have a recap. So you notice that we're not measuring any curvature and we're not detecting any rotation at the moment unless you can win. If you can, then you can win the $20,000 challenge that I put in there for you. And by default, we're not moving and it's horizontal by default.
Not a weapons expert, though.
Oh,
I can shoot a gun pretty accurately, but I don't.
Dude, all right, you don't need to
Yeah.
be an expert. Jin said that wrong. You can just do whatever you want, but you got to calculate Coriolis, okay? Then you can win the money. How's that?
Yeah, thanks,
Yeah.
India.
Yeah, I did
I
say
changed
that.
the rules for you.
Yeah, I did say it was opened up to any rifleman and any riflewoman, of course, and you'd have to be proficient in your weapon.
You said they have to be a weapons expert for some
Yeah.
reason. And you don't have to be a weapons expert to make a bullet come out of a gun.
Probably have to be an expert to hit it as far away as, I guess, this challenge is asking.
Yeah, whatever the distance is, and you've got to get 5 bullseyes. You need to be an expert there. That's why I said that. Because you got to hit
Indio,
5
you
bullseyes.
dumbass. Why don't you listen, buddy?
That would be that. Don't call India a dumbass, and you're talking to the professor for the 3rd time.
I know. I'm just messing around. Sorry.
So yeah, there's your recap. So what's your position now? How are you feeling now that you've been informed as to the anomalies in the heliocentric model? Cannot be a ball hurtling through the universe because it would entropy and we'd all be dead. So there must be a container. We're not measuring curvature on the Earth. It can't be oblate. And we're not rotating. Otherwise, we'd have to account for the Coriolis. What's your position now?
I'm cooked, man. Congratulations, you got me. Well
Oh,
done.
good. Yeah, excellent. Excellent stuff. So that's it. You realize now that there is an anomaly. So now your next step is to try and prove at least the Earth is indeed not an oblate spheroid. That'd be the first thing you might want to do. Try and measure the curvature of
why
the
don't I
Earth.
try and prove the Earth is flat?
Well, you see, the thing about that is, what we do is we try to prove the curvature of the Earth, and he who seeks the curvature of the Earth finds the flat earth, ladies and gentlemen. That's exactly how it happens, right? You seek to prove what you were told, and you will find the flat earth. So seek the globe, and you will find the flat earth, okay? That's why I say it that way.
Other than perceiving your physical surroundings outside as flat, how else do you determine that the Earth is flat?
Water.
Yeah, well done. Water.
Next.
Okay. So with that, can you elaborate a little?
Yeah, water's always flat and level if there's no wind blowing over it.
How do you know that?
You can measure it.
How'd you measure it?
You can go ahead and do that. You can take a laser maybe 5 foot high on one side of a 20-mile lake and stand somebody with a camera at 5 foot high on the other side of the lake. And when you see the laser, you know it's a straight line. That's how you measure it.
Okay. And you did that across the whole Earth?
I don't know. They've done it probably across 500 lakes by now. Yeah.
Okay. So you haven't measured the whole Earth. You've measured a certain
No, we don't need to measure the whole Earth.
Why not?
Why would we have to measure the whole Earth?
Because how the fuck would you know that it's all flat then?
It's not a ball in space, I can tell you that.
I know, but you
Okay,
can't
so
tell me
you
that it's
know, and you
flat
agree
either.
with me. Earth is not a ball in space. There, I win again. We just that's all we are in here is winners.
Congratulations, bro. Are you trying to win points? Debate points?
Yes. Yes,
Well,
there's a
yeah.
contest going on, and
Good luck.
I'm one of
Good
the
luck.
top leaders.
Congrats, man. You must feel pretty good about yourself.
Yeah, I do. I feel great.
So how do you know the whole Earth is flat if you've only measured over a couple lakes?
Well, I live on Lake Erie. That's 165 miles of a flat surface, and that's a small lake.
How far away is it to, like, I don't know, England? Why don't you
I don't know. I
measure?
don't go to
Japan
England.
is 6,000
I
miles.
don't go to England. Hold on.
Yeah.
I don't go to England. So why would I know how far away it is?
Yeah, from England to America, 3,000 miles approximately. 3,000
Yeah,
miles.
I want to see what he says to what I asked him.
Yeah,
so
go
I
on.
wasn't trying to ask you how far away. I'm not trying to test your memorization skills. Okay, rote
What are you
knowledge is not
asking
a
me?
sign of
What
intelligence.
are
I'm
you asking me, not Jen?
Okay, what I'm asking you is that you've measured over lakes, which is, I don't know, however far apart they are. You haven't measured over a greater distance across the whole Earth.
How? Yeah, well, you can. You use planar
You
surveying. You
haven't
shoot
measured from the
triangles.
North Pole to the South Pole.
How do you do that?
That's a great question. How do you do that?
We don't have to.
Why not?
Earth is flat and stationary.
How do you know that?
Because sea level is sea level.
You're just saying that without any
That's why it's
proof.
called level, dude. It's not called sea curve. It's not called sea curve.
Okay. So since it's named a certain way, that means that must be how it
Yes,
is.
because
Is that how you do things?
it acts and is named a certain way, like horizontal and level. And that's why we call it that, because it acts and does that. Yes, to answer your question. Yep.
Some dude named it sea level, so that means that a whole sea
Yeah,
has to
it's a
be
mean
level.
sea level. Some places have tides, some places don't have tides. It's a mean sea level.
Have you measured
It's
from
an
the
average.
coast?
It's an average.
Have you measured from the coast of, say, the east coast of the United States to the west coast of Europe?
Nope. I
Have
don't
you
need
measured
to.
it flat? Why not?
Well, so if that's water in between, yeah, it's flat.
How do you know that?
Because there's water in between. We know water's flat and level.
How do you know that? Because you've measured
Because I have a
certain
fucking
distance?
swimming pool. That's how I know.
Okay.
Jesus. Why
I
do you
don't
keep
think
asking
you do know.
stupid questions?
I don't think you can answer it, unfortunately.
I answered you. I live by Lake Erie. I have a swimming pool. We have a bathtub too, and a kitchen sink. Amazing. And they're in
how
the
does
house.
the bathtub
Isn't that
and the swimming
wild?
pool? How does the swimming pool thing tell you it's flat? It's a small body of water.
Related.
Okay, so if a cup of water is flat on top and a tub of water is flat on top and a sink full of water is flat on top and my swimming pool is flat on top and the pond down the street is flat on top and Lake Erie is flat, what does that tell you?
It tells me that small bodies of water are going to measure
That's
flat,
not
but
small
we're talking
bodies of
about the
water.
ocean, aren't we?
165 miles is not a small amount of water.
Yeah, but you're talking
That's as
about,
far as you
what was
can
it? He
see.
said east coast of America to the west coast of Europe, he said. I think that's a large,
Yeah,
very
that's
large,
between the
very
ocean.
long,
That's between water. Yeah, that's flat.
Yeah,
You don't
it's
know
not
that. You haven't
curving.
measured it.
Yeah, I do
Show me
know
a
it.
measurement, please. Show me your empirical measurement then.
That what? Water's flat?
That it's completely flat from
Yeah.
coast to coast. Yes, please.
No, I
I'm
don't need
waiting.
to. I don't need
Why
to. I
not?
already proved that. I've already proven that water is flat with a 20-mile test.
How? So
I already told you.
you're extrapolating?
I just told you how.
So you're saying that since
Yeah,
water is
because
flat
water
20
after
miles,
20 miles, water doesn't decide to start bending in different direction. How's
how do you
that?
know that?
Because
How do you know?
I stood at 20 miles of a 40-mile lake and I could see the other side too. There. I could see 40 miles if I look one direction, 20, and 20 miles the other direction. That's 40 miles total.
Congratulations, it's still not coast to coast. So
So
you don't.
no, so it's still
You
not good
haven't
enough for you. So it's got to be 50 miles, right?
No, it's got to be coast to coast.
No, it
No,
doesn't have to be. You can't see through air that far.
Okay, then how do you know the whole thing is flat if you can't
Because
see
water's
that far?
flat and level if there's no wind blowing on it.
Instead of using your eyes, can't you use like instruments instead on that lake you were
Yeah,
talking about?
we use lasers and theodolites and cameras and all kinds of stuff. Leveling devices. You have to use the leveling devices. Can you imagine building a 100-mile long building in the middle of a desert and you think it's curving when you have to use a level on it to make sure that you connect to the next section of the building? You have to use levels and lasers. And those shoot straight lines. They don't shoot around the curve.
It's got to be a pretty powerful laser to reach from coast to coast. Do you know of any laser that can do
Well,
that?
why would you? You can't shoot through air that far.
I know you can't.
So why are you trying to say you can?
I'm not trying to say you can. That's why.
Why are you
This is
asking
the
if you
flaw
can
in your
do it or
logic.
not? Why are you asking if you can do it or not? You can't, dude. You cannot trip me up. I've already trapped you.
See, you're trying to win points here, brother. I'm not trying to fucking win points with you, man. Debate points. I'm just saying you haven't measured from coast to coast. So you're
Need to.
claiming something.
It's over water. Yeah, is water is land on the other side of the water from coast to coast? Yep. So the water's flat. So we know that's for sure because we
that's an
tested it
unjustified
everywhere.
assertion.
Everywhere. We don't even have to test it between the two because it's not going to change.
That's an unjustified assumption.
No.
I mean, you haven't measured it, so how the fuck do
No,
you know?
I think you're being unreasonable now, because we all know that the characteristics of water is that it seeks its level. That's why we have them in leveling tools that we have.
Because
Okay,
you've
you're
measured it
being very
over
unreasonable now,
a certain
right?
distance. Just because you've measured it from the distance of your human
Water,
eyesight, you
wherever you
assume that all of it is level?
you're not allowing me to speak. Again, wherever you find water, the surface of it is always level. It doesn't curve into making a sphere. Bodies of waters don't do that. Okay, so you're being unreasonable. You're ignoring natural environment and what you've actually experienced. Okay, I've traveled thousands of miles, no curvature experienced at all. That's ships, hot air balloons, aeroplanes, for example, and the distances I've traveled to the places I've been, we've never experienced any curved trajectory, which would be a necessity if you're living on a globe.
I'm still waiting for this guy to tell me how when a plane takes off going north and south, how it stays going east or west or whatever direction it's going at the time when it's sitting on the runway. It's obviously moving at like 1,000 or maybe 10 miles an hour if you start at the North Pole. And then at the equator, it's got to get up to 1,000 miles an hour going sideways. I'm waiting for this guy to explain to me how that works.
Yeah, how you land.
Conservation of
on a runway.
momentum. Next question.
Yeah, that sounds like you're adding up thing. You're not conserving anything. Sounds like you're moving all kinds of momentum around.
No, I don't. What?
No, no. What?
How am I?
Yeah, your
How?
brain is melting,
Explain.
dude. Your stories don't make sense, do they?
Well, hey, listen. I'll believe that water is flat when you've measured from coast to coast.
Go do it.
No, that's not. You're
Go
not
do
hearing
it. It's your
again,
claim.
ladies and gentlemen. He's not hearing good
Not my
faith.
claim.
What the fuck?
It's a
Yeah, it
fact.
is.
It's a fact, dude. It's not curving.
Oh,
If it was curving, we wouldn't use water levels, would we?
so you can make unjustified claims about your
No,
model.
we use
Tell
them
us
in
that.
construction. It's a fact. It's not an unjustified claim.
Really?
So you've never used a water level before?
This guy must be an idiot.
Not
Well,
not
you
even
can
a
tell
homemade
by,
one.
you can tell by talking to him, he's never worked outside. He probably has an office job if he has one.
I don't even go outside. What is that? Never heard of her.
That's the
Try
door
again,
that leads
sweaty.
outside of Mum's basement.
True.
Yeah, brutal.
Very
So at
brutal.
least you agree that water levels are a thing. That's a good start.
Yeah. Yes.
Excellent.
Okay, fellas, this has been real fun as always.
You've got to go reset.
I gotta go reset.
Yeah, that's a shame.
He's going to come in and next time say the same thing. I'm going to ask him about airplanes, and he's going to say the same thing. And the
Well,
side
Triangle, you
chat,
broke another one.
the guy got destroyed in the side chat. Did you see that? He gave up. He even called out for God at the end to save him.
See, that's what I mean, ladies and gentlemen. We have it under control here. Okay, they just cannot prove their case, and they ignore natural law and what they see and what they experience. See,
The side chat rats are brutal. Even I'm scared to post shit in there.
you have to dip in and dip out quick.
Oh yeah. Yeah, just post non-FE related stuff. Here's a lovely photograph I took this morning. Wait for it. What? Delete.
Yeah.
Okay, the other guy's back now, typing again. So he must have went and reset or went and found like 4 AIs to confirm with each other that the Earth is a ball, and he's going to come back with his real proof now. Let's see what it is. I'm going to say Sticks and Shadows by guys that are naked that just have a robe on.
I'm going with Gravity.
Gravity's now flat Earth. I mean, you can try it, but I can debunk you all the way. I can prove gravity makes things flat and go down.
What do we got? Lasers getting bounced off the moon. Oh, sexy. He outsmarted both of us, Triangle. Holy shit. Oh, it's a shame they were bouncing lasers and shit off the moon before the reflectors were even allegedly placed there. Huh. Oh well. Nice one, lads. I like that.
We called a laser.
But guys, like really, why would they lie? Why would they lie about that? And then think about all the governments that have rocket programs. Doesn't that mean that all the governments that have this kind of programs have to coordinate? Because if
What, to
just
shoot a
one,
rocket in the sky? You have to lie to be able to shoot a rocket in the sky?
no. But so if you have the ability to shoot rockets up in the sky, then I would also assume that you would know the shape of the Earth, right? So you would have that information. So if
Why?
it's really
It's flat.
why?
Yeah, it's flat. How else are you going to calculate shit? Where it's going to land
Exactly.
and stuff? How you going to calculate shit where it's going to come down and stuff if it wasn't flat?
Yeah, so what I'm saying is these agencies that can do this would know that it's flat. They therefore they have to all be lying.
Oh, well. Hey, you're going to have to join one of them and find out what the big secret is.
Why do you think they would know if it's flat or not? What distance do you think these people can, fly their rockets to?
Well, I think at least I mean intercontinental ballistics. That's been proven, right?
What are you talking about? Do you even know what height you have to be to see the full claimed size of the Earth? And even then, you just do the math. This is ridiculous.
All right. Didn't want to be ridiculous. All right.
No, look, if Earth has a diameter of 8,000 miles, you have to go about 5,000 miles away from it to get the God's eye
All right.
view. And even then, you're not going to be able to see it because
Yeah.
of something called Snell's window, right? But
I wasn't arguing that these rocket companies can see the curvature of the Earth if they fly the rockets up. That wasn't my argument.
they can
I
see
know.
about 3% of Earth from ISS.
Yeah, you can't even see it from there. You gotta go. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, you got to go really far away. So we don't have the tech to do that. So it's not
Yeah,
going to help.
but I'm not saying that the reason these rocket companies would know that is because they can see it. I'm saying the reason they would know that is to successfully launch and land intercontinental ballistics. I mean, you would have to the Earth being a sphere or flat would affect those calculations.
Yeah, that's why they use flat Earth calculations for it.
Yeah,
Google
they
it.
do. All those launches are ECF, Earth centered or Earth fixed.
Yeah, from the ISS, you would only be able to see 29.7 miles.
Yeah.
That's if it's up there, ladies and gentlemen. It's not up there, but if it were to be up there, that's how at the altitude they say it is 250 miles, 253 miles from the Earth's surface. All you'd get to see would be 1,429.7 miles of the Earth's surface at one time.
Yeah, nobody knows that either. The only way you would know that is if you were like debating people in flat Earth, because that's the only time it gets brought up. If you just ask I guess a normie person, or just a regular person on the street, what does Earth look like from the space station? They'd say, it looks like a ball. It looks curving, but it doesn't at all. It just looks like a big flat plane. People don't know that.
If I were to guess what it looks like, and I haven't been up there, so I don't know, but I always tell people, if you think about Earth as a flat plane, like a chessboard, just in your mind, put that chessboard at a size of 1,000,000 miles by 1,000,000 miles. Now place yourself in the middle of it and just go straight up. Even if you're, let's say, 1,000 miles up above that thing, guess what you're going to see because of how human vision works. You're probably going to see a round circle underneath you of chess pieces, right? Because that's what you can resolve. So there's no way for you to tell the shape of the Earth. You can't tell that it's a square chessboard. And I'm not making that claim, but you understand my example, right?
Yeah, it definitely wouldn't look square at all. You wouldn't be. I mean, you can't see the entire thing, so it wouldn't look like a shape. It's
Yeah,
just
we see in like 360, so it'll look round to us most likely. And it wouldn't
yeah.
surprise me if that's what those people in the 60s saw, and then someone just said, hey, that looks like a ball. Oh, it probably is. Yes. And then they just went with it. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking.
Yeah, they're out to deceive anyway. And when they look through telescopes, you don't know what you're looking at, and you can't equivalate what you see in the stars as Earth being similar unless you think you're in that solar system.
I mean, because we see the way we see, we also call the sky the celestial sphere, right? But it's probably not a sphere at all. It's just the way we see things.
That's right. Yeah, it could be horizontally all the way because that's correct.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. In the principle, they actually put that forward. They said the universe is flat and Earth is in the center. In the documentary called The Principle, I laughed when I heard that.
Right.
Space is flat.
So all the people, the ancient people, 2,000, 3,000, whatever, even if we can't even say we know anything about anything that far back, but let's grant that those people existed. I actually don't blame them. They looked up into the sky. In their mind, it looked like a sphere. You know, because of how their vision works. What does surprise me is that they didn't question it. I mean, nobody stood up and said, "Hey, wait a second, our vision kind of works like this. Maybe it's not like that." But if someone did
Yeah, maybe
question it,
back then they didn't understand
right,
how our vision worked at that
and they
time. Yeah,
didn't have the technology that we have with zoom cameras and lasers and things like that. So I don't
right.
blame those guys for thinking that that's the way it was. But now we don't have any excuse anymore. We have all that tech. We can check. So
Yeah,
it's just a matter of time. It's just the last few years where we have this technology, right? So give it a few
yeah,
more years, 30, 40 more years, and everybody's going to be a flat earther. It's not going to be it's not going to be reasonable to believe in the ball anymore.
yeah, yeah, yeah. The eventuality is it's coming out at every orifice. They're trying to put a band-aid on it, but it's just not working. Even recently, this Artemis, right? Those who believed in the Apollo said the Artemis was rubbish. That's what they said. And they believed in the Apollo, and they said this time it was crap. They didn't enjoy it at all. There you are.
They didn't like
I
12
mean,
minutes of pretend talking to pretend things, flying in pretend places, and then turned right into a cartoon after 12 minutes.
I thought it was 14. Give them a little credit here. Well,
Okay, yeah, 14.
anyway, yes, and it was ridiculous. They have so much technology now. They couldn't turn a couple of cameras back to Earth and properly film it. They
yeah,
just couldn't do it. Couldn't film Australia, people upside down. Why didn't they do that? That would have,
yeah,
no, just couldn't do it.
yeah. Of course, yeah. They could do it. They could do a special one even, and not go to the moon. Just go out, film it, and then return. If they have that much control over their rocket using less fuel, yeah, they could do that. That should have
Did
been
you
done.
see, Jim? Did you see the video of what's her name? What's her name? I can't. Christina. She has
Yeah,
a little iPhone or something, and she films herself in it, and then they kind of just cut to the next scene where she uses this to film out through the window, and there's Earth in a weird shape, not even a ball shape. It was some kind of. And people were like, "Why did you do that? Why couldn't you just, turn the camera around?" No, they clipped it. Have you seen that
yeah,
clip?
yeah,
Ridiculous.
yeah. That's what we were saying. That the film. I was saying it from the very beginning. Totally not satisfied with the photography and the imagery. It was terrible. Not enough. Nowhere near enough.
And here's the thing: let's say we're about we're a little over 50 years away from the other botched operation that they did, right? And
Yeah, 53, 54 years ago. Yeah,
it's obvious to us, the people who live now, with the tech we have, with the AI technology and all the video editing tools we have, and things we can analyze those things, and it's obvious that it's fake, right? It's to any normal thinking person, it's completely obvious. I wouldn't I wouldn't put I I wouldn't be surprised if in the next 50 years, when someone runs these videos that they are putting out now through some tools we have, that they're going to find like markers. Oh, there's the Grok marker or the Chat GPT marker, or that AI probably put some kind of marker in the video there, and they don't know about it, but people are going to find out.
yeah.
It's like
I think you're judging it correctly. Pun intended, Judge.
it's going to be like a fingerprint, and they don't understand it because they're so dumb. But in 50 years, they'll have tech that can show that 100% this was generated by the AIs they had back then. Look at this marker here.
Absolutely, you're judging it well. I must say, for your name's sake, you're judging it well.
When is the parade in New York City for the astronauts, like they did in the '60s, where they all sit in the back? They sit in the back of convertible cars and they wave to everybody. When are they doing that one?
Yeah, that's right.
We need
That's
some
right.
Hollywood stars too.
And they throw confetti from all the buildings and streamers like it's New Year's Day and New Year's
That's
Eve.
right.
Yep.
That's right. Yeah.
We're supposed to have parades now. So where are
Yeah.
those? I want to go.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to see them get their stars on Hollywood Boulevard too, right?
Yeah.
Well, since you're basically on YouTube, I think you can pay the $2,500 and get one too.
I'm wondering,
go.
did they go through quarantine? Did they have to be quarantined? Did they? For a
Nah,
few
they
days?
skipped that.
AIs don't get quarantined.
You sure? Come back with some nano germs.
When they landed, they were walking just fine. 2 or 3 days later, they're in therapy because they can't walk anymore. Gravity.
Yeah, I remember that as well. Yeah.
This time, there's a video of her again, Christina. She's stumbling along. She has 2 people holding her up because she doesn't know how to walk anymore. Dude, you were in space 10 days, allegedly. You can walk. It's ridiculous. Search for it. Battery gaming. Are you bad at gaming?
Party gaming? Yes, yes.
How's it going?
Where from, bro?
I'm from Earth.
Yeah. Where are you from, sir? Are you from Asia?
Oh, yes. Okay.
Sorry, where are you from? Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka?
India, India.
India. Okay, well, welcome to the server, sir. Do you have any questions for us today? You know, this is the planner. Eh? Yeah. Did you have any questions for us?
No, either.
Okay. What is the shape of the Earth?
I'm waiting for that guy to send the plans on how to build lasers that shoot at the moon. According to this guy, they got magical lasers that shoot at the moon, and we can't even shoot 140 miles across the lake, but they can shoot 246,000 miles at the moon and back. That's times 2 with light. That's amazing in NASA. Anyway, he's going to get me the plans. I'll start working on this, and I'm going to charge people $1 million to pull a trigger to shoot lasers at the moon. People will be lining up down the street.
I don't even think
Yeah.
I don't even think his claims line up. Don't they just get 2 or 3 photons back? He's saying 850,000. What is he talking about? Is this some
That's how much it costs to make the barrel. But
Is this the
this
new
guy doesn't
globe
know
lore?
I'm a machinist, so he's just talking bullshit to me. I know what real prices and how much it costs to make shit. So
Looks like he's
Yeah,
making shit up.
Like you said, they only get 1 or 2 photons coming back.
well, he's using AI, so that's why it sounds like he's making it up. Because
ChatGPT. Okay.
he's using AI because just tell by what he typed in or what he copied in.
Dude, Quiz or whatever your name is, the official story is they get a couple of photons back. That's it.
Yeah. Things.
And they're like, and these photons, the 2 that we caught, they came from the moon. We're almost sure about that. I mean, we're actually we're not sure about that. But hey, they could have come from the moon, from the laser we shot at it. We think